Do you love novels, but don't have time to read thousands of chapters? Imagine listening to your favorite stories anytime, anywhere, while driving, working, or relaxing. Here, you'll find premium audiobooks from Pocket FM, Audible, Webnovel, Wuxia, and more, all in one place. Every novel is a one-time payment, no subscriptions, no monthly fees, lifetime access. The full novel list and prices are in the description below. Once you choose a novel, just DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-fi, or Patreon, you get permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. And if the novel is ongoing, all future updates are included. Check the description, pick your story, and start listening today. Before we start the video, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Enjoy, and let's go.
Chapter 2801. Chapter 2801, 2801. Chapter 2801, Soul Sublimation, Tao Sovereign Third Realm. The Divine Cauldron, which hadn't moved for many years, now stabilized the world. Lin Moya laughed at himself for not realizing earlier that he possessed such a treasure. The Divine Cauldron once suppressed all the original spirit veins of the 9 continents, so naturally, it had no problem suppressing a small amount of fate. Under the influence of the Divine Cauldron, the fate became gentle and quickly merged with his soul. His soul rapidly recovered, and the previously corroded parts were restored in an instant, without needing to use the power of rebirth for healing. The soul felt ethereal, in stark contrast to the previous pain, representing 2 extremes. The miraculous nature of the Divine Cauldron was thus revealed to Lin Moya, without any flashy effects. However, Lin Moya frowned tightly at this moment. The miraculous nature of the Divine Cauldron once again made him feel the extraordinariness of his small world. In his small world, he obtained the Scourge Staff and the Divine Cauldron. The Scourge Staff was a treasure so high level that even the spirit of the River of Time would fear it. The Divine Cauldron once suppressed the 9 continents, and its level was equally high. Just these 2 items alone surpass anything else on the entire original continent. There were also 2 original spells. So far, he had not seen any original spells on the original continent. Original level spells were everywhere, but true original spells had not been seen by Lin Moya. He remembered the shock on Gu Hanya's face when she saw his original spell, indicating that she also did not possess one. There was also Antares, with the ancient battlefield of the Divine Summer Tower. In terms of treasures, spells, or people, the small world was full of mysteries. Especially now that the small world had left the big world and was no longer in the Boundary Sea world, its whereabouts were unknown. Lin Moya vaguely felt that an invisible hand was pushing behind his small world. This invisible hand was the old man in the green robe. One day, I will uncover all the secrets, and then I will settle accounts with you. That old man and his old woman companion will have to pay. No matter the reason, forcibly taking my wife as a disciple will not be easily forgiven. Finally, the fate completely merged with his soul, and flames rose from the center of his soul, burning fiercely with fate as fuel. Purple gold light emanated from the depths of his soul, quickly sweeping through his entire soul, making it exude an indescribable nobility. His soul realm leaped from the first realm of Tao Sovereign to the third realm, crossing 2 small realms at once. With the cultivation of a mid-level celestial sovereign and the soul of a Tao sovereign in the third realm, his soul was not just far ahead but completely separated from others. Lin Moya knew that his soul had not only advanced in realm but had also undergone a fundamental change. His soul seemed to have entered another level, different from ordinary cultivators. His spiritual sense became more acute, and Lin Moya could clearly feel his own fate. At this moment, his fate was no longer just good luck, it had sublimated to another level. The fate shrouding him, although not yet materialized, was much denser than before. Lin Moya could feel that his fate carried a hint of purple, just like his soul, extremely noble. Within his fate, he faintly heard the sound of a dragon's roar, and a fate dragon, also covered in purple light, was constantly tumbling. My luck value is gone. With the sublimation of fate, Lin Moya found that his luck value was gone. The explosive luck technique could still be used, but it no longer displayed his luck value. His luck value had exceeded the limit of the explosive luck technique. The sublimation of fate also elevated his luck to another level, surpassing the explosive luck technique. However, the explosive luck technique was still usable and even stronger than before. The explosive luck technique caused damage through the difference in luck. Now, although he couldn't see his luck value, it must have exceeded 100, making the explosive luck technique even stronger than before. The Divine Cauldron burst out with a vast golden light, forcibly expelling Lin Moya's soul. Then it automatically flew up and returned to its original place, silently hiding in the corner, motionless. Lin Moya felt a bit helpless, sensing that he was once again looked down upon. The Divine Cauldron's actions clearly told him that he was not yet qualified to directly receive its benefits. The essence of his soul was not strong enough. Too much would lead to the opposite effect, ultimately causing harm instead of benefit. The Divine Cauldron rarely moved before because his soul was not strong enough to bear its blessings. Both the Divine Cauldron and the Scourge Staff evidently had their own wills. But that was okay, as long as they could play their roles at critical moments. Taking a deep breath, Lin Moya slowly stood up, having successfully completed the sublimation of his fate. At this moment, the soul worms in the mist no longer flew into the fire, and the death energy no longer rushed over. The formation continued to operate, forming a white shield to protect him. Outside the formation, a path appeared in the mist. At the end of the path, Lin Moya saw the towering mountain, with a spear standing upright on top, exuding an astonishing aura. This is the right path. Lin Moya smiled, knowing he had found the correct path. Not only was the path correct, but his fate had also sublimated, achieving two goals at once. Perhaps this is the reward from the God-slaying sect. Those who find the correct path will gain a lot of fate. The God-slaying sect's spell should be related to fate, so all settings are closely tied to fate. With these thoughts, Lin Moya removed the formation and stepped onto the correct path. His consumed power was recovering at an astonishing speed, much faster than before. This time, after bathing in the divine power of the divine cauldron, my recovery has increased a lot, probably more than twice as much as before. Not bad, not bad. The elevation of his soul realm and the sublimation of his essence brought many benefits that needed to be slowly experienced. After walking along the correct path for 10 minutes, Lin Moya left the mist, with most of his power restored. A majestic black stone mountain appeared before him. Behind the stone mountain were endless peaks, but none matched the grandeur of the one before him. Crack! Lightning streaked across the sky, striking the spear on the mountain top. The spear erupted with terrifying killing intent, sweeping towards Lin Moya. Lin Moya stood still, letting the killing intent rush towards him. Any ordinary cultivator would have been terrified by such killing intent, at least feeling a chill in their heart. But Lin Moya was not afraid at all, he was even smiling. Amidst the killing intent, he stood firm, murmuring to himself, such strong killing intent, surpassing even the Star Lord Jiao Jiao. It seems that the God-slaying sect killed many people back then. The killing intent came from the remnants of the God-slaying sect, and one could feel from it that they had killed many people. The killing intent swept through Lin Moya's body and then returned to the sky, intertwining with the air. Raindrops of death energy fell, and from countless peaks, strong figures rushed out, standing in mid-air. Kill! 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 For a moment, the killing intent was earth-shattering, and thunder roared. Chapter 2802. Chapter 2802, 2802. Chapter 2802. Defeat me, prove your qualifications. Thousands of powerful figures stood in mid-air, clad in armor of death energy, exuding an astonishing aura. These powerful figures were very strong, with the weakest among them possessing the cultivation of the first realm of Dao Sovereign. As for the strongest, in Lin Moya's view, they could stand shoulder to shoulder with the three ancestors. Among the mountains, stone tombs were everywhere, and these figures broke out of the tombs. These are all people from the God-slaying sect. Lin Moya looked at these beings surrounded by death energy, knowing that they were once members of the God-slaying sect. Although they were dead, their will still existed. The death energy in the sky was the manifestation of their will. They stood in the air, seemingly staring at him, yet it also seemed like they were not looking at him. Electric snakes danced in the air, and lightning struck the spear on the mountain top. For a moment, divine light burst out, and light and death energy converged into a human figure. Seeing this figure, Lin Moya's heart trembled. This person has surpassed the Dao Sovereign. Lin Moya judged in his heart that this person's realm had definitely surpassed the Dao Sovereign. He was completely different from the others, not only surrounded by death energy but also intertwined with divine light. He stood in mid-air, as if proclaiming to the world that he was the master of this world. Why do you not kneel before this sect? A booming voice rang out, and a terrifying sense of oppression came rushing towards him. Lin Moya only felt a sudden heaviness on his body, an invisible force trying to press him down. The divine light on his body became infinitely heavy, as if he was carrying the entire world. This heaviness was more from the soul level rather than the physical body. Lin Moya finally understood the function of the divine light. It was also a test. A force fell on his soul, trying to press it down. Lin Moya gritted his teeth, his body trembling slightly. Want me to kneel? No way. No matter who you are, even if you are above the Dao Sovereign, don't think you can make me kneel. Lin Moya stood tall, his soul unyielding, and his body refused to bow. Impudent! The sect master shouted angrily again. All the powerful figures in the sky shouted in unison, kneel down! Kneel down! Kneel down! The shouts were like thunder, and the pressure on Lin Moya's soul grew stronger and stronger. Lin Moya gathered all his soul power to resist, and his soul power was rapidly depleting. The world tree swayed continuously, providing Lin Moya with a steady stream of soul power. The 10-colored dragon soul crystal emitted an earth-shattering dragon roar, one after another, as if countering the angry shouts of these powerful figures. No matter how they roared, Lin Moya did not kneel. Not only did he not kneel, but he also stood even straighter. Lin Moya's actions seemed to anger the powerful figures of the God-slaying sect. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged, and killing intent rushed towards him. The intense killing intent transformed into endless mountains, crashing down with the force of destroying the world, as if to crush Lin Moya into pieces. Competing in killing intent? I'm not afraid, go back. Lin Moya roared, unleashing his killing intent without reservation. His killing intent was not much weaker than that of the God-slaying sect. Secret technique, heaven-splitting slash. The killing intent gathered into a giant blade, splitting the sky and earth, directly meeting the attack. At this moment, Lin Moya didn't care who the supreme powerhouses of the prehistoric sects were. No matter who you are, if you want me to kneel, it's impossible. Boom! The giant blade slashed at the mountain, erupting with a thunderous roar, and the killing intent collapsed, shooting out in all directions. The shooting killing intent was like knives and swords, enough to kill most cultivators of the heavenly sovereign realm. Lin Moya stood among them, still unmoved. The sect master shouted angrily again, you dare to resist, kneel down and atone for your sins. Kneel down and atone for your sins. Kneel down and atone for your sins immediately. Countless powerful figures shouted again, and the pressure on Lin Moya grew stronger. The soul world roared, and endless power surged in, pressing down on Lin Moya's soul. If it were an ordinary cultivator, they would have knelt down by now, but Lin Moya refused to kneel. Purple light surged on Lin Moya's soul, exuding a noble aura, making Lin Moya stand proudly. Then, earthy yellow light blossomed, the light bestowed by the soul gem firmly protecting the soul. No matter how much pressure you exert, I remain unmoved. The powerful figures of the god-slaying sect continued to shout angrily, and the pressure kept increasing. Lin Moya held his mind firmly, ignoring external distractions. The divine light is getting brighter. Lin Moya noticed that as the pressure on his soul increased, the divine light on his body became more and more dazzling. The divine light illuminated a large area, connecting heaven and earth. Boom! The divine light suddenly exploded, and Lin Moya's soul roared, his vision becoming blurry for a moment. After just 2 seconds, his vision returned. The situation in front of him had not changed, but the soul pressure he had been enduring disappeared. Not only did the soul pressure disappear, but all other restrictions on his body also vanished. The divine light faded, and Lin Moya found that he could fly, just like on the original continent. Could it be that the test is over? Lin Moya was puzzled. Had the test ended so easily? At this moment, the sect master of the god-slaying sect growled, "Since you are unwilling to kneel before this sect, prove that you have the qualifications not to kneel." As soon as the words fell, one of the thousands of powerful figures stepped forward. He had the cultivation of the first realm of Dao Sovereign, and his aura was very strong, seemingly surpassing ordinary first realm Dao Sovereigns. He pointed at Lin Moya, "Defeat me, prove your qualifications." To prove the qualifications not to kneel, one must defeat him. Lin Moya said in a low voice, "Then let me see how strong the Dao Sovereigns of the prehistoric sects are." Lin Moya slowly flew up, coming to face him, 1,000 meters apart. He was shrouded in death energy, his true appearance unclear. As soon as Lin Moya arrived, the opponent made a move. A Dao appeared beside him, coiling around him like a dragon, followed by a Dao pattern emerging. The Dao pattern shone brightly, the Dao drilling into the pattern, and in the next moment, terrifying power swept out, enveloping all directions. Lightning flashed and thunder roared around, as if entering another world. Is this a domain? So Dao patterns can be used like this. He had seen many Dao sovereigns make moves and had fought against them, even killing some, but he had never seen a Dao sovereign directly use Dao patterns in battle. As far as he knew, Dao patterns were more of a symbol, representing realm, strength, and status, but he had never heard of anyone using Dao patterns in battle. The world within a radius of thousands of meters changed, and Lin Moya could not feel his own Dao, as if his connection with the Dao was severed. In this world, only the power of the opponent's Dao existed. The opponent cultivated the Dao of thunder, and thunder light like dragons struck Lin Moya. Lin Moya wanted to dodge, but suddenly his whole body was bound by a force. Although he broke free in an instant, it was already too late. The thunder dragon struck him, and terrifying power swept in. The space around Lin Moya distorted, and the skeleton hell automatically appeared, blocking the thunder attack for Lin Moya. The skeleton hell was both an offensive and defensive spell. Lin Moya pointed, "Die." The skeleton hell suddenly expanded, lava boiled, and hell spirits flew out, surrounding the opponent. The hell spirits bit at the opponent madly, showing no mercy. At the same time, the power of the skeleton hell tore apart the domain world created by the opponent. Death energy surged, and the opponent roared, unleashing terrifying power, scattering all the hell spirits. He gathered death energy into a weapon, breaking out of the skeleton hell, and charged at Lin Moya. Lin Moya snorted coldly, and the star arrow lich appeared on his shoulder, transforming into a sharp arrow and shooting out. Chapter 2803. Chapter 2803, 2803. Chapter 2803, I choose to continue the challenge. The star arrow lich shot out, with the Dao of arrows enhancing its attack power 100-fold and increasing its speed. Just after breaking through the blockade of the skeleton hell, it was immediately pierced by the star arrow lich. The star arrow lich did not move, but once it did, it shot 3 arrows in quick succession, with less than 1,000th of a second between each. Each arrow pierced through, and the strong opponent from the god-slaying sect stopped in his tracks, motionless. 3 seconds later, a powerful force exploded, shattering the opponent to pieces. The battle ended very quickly from start to finish. It took less than half a minute. Lin Moya either did not make a move or struck with thunderous force. This was not the Heavenly Pride Conference. There was no need to hold back. Lin Moya looked thoughtful. Although the opponent was only at the first realm of Dao Sovereign, their strength was stronger than that of the first realm Dao Sovereigns on the original continent. He integrated the Dao into his Dao patterns, forming an independent world within his domain, isolating the enemy's Dao, thus reducing the enemy's combat power. This is a good method. Why hasn't such a good method been used by the Dao Sovereigns on the original continent? Could it have been lost? Lin Moya felt that the opponent's real combat power was enough to rival or even surpass the Heavenly Pride of the original continent. He was also qualified to fight against cultivators at the second realm of Dao Sovereign. It seems that the prehistoric sects are indeed extraordinary, with many methods that do not exist now. Moreover, their disciples, if placed in the present, would also be considered Heavenly Pride. In the air, the sect master suddenly spoke, "Very good. Being able to defeat a low-level disciple responsible for sweeping the floor proves that you do have some strength." Lin Moya was stunned for a moment. The one he defeated was actually just a low-level disciple responsible for sweeping the floor. The sect master continued, "Next, you will challenge an outer disciple. If you can win, you will prove that you are qualified to enter our inner sect." As soon as the words fell, another person flew out. He was also shrouded in death energy and was also at the first realm of Dao Sovereign, but his status was that of an outer disciple, a level higher than the low-level disciple responsible for sweeping the floor. The strict hierarchy of the God-slaying sect was evident. Although both were at the first realm of Dao Sovereign, there was a definite difference in strength. Lin Moya became vigilant. The previous low-level disciple was already comparable to the heavenly pride. Now, the outer disciple should be even stronger. The outer disciple at the first realm of Dao Sovereign approached Lin Moya without a word, and Dao patterns appeared in front of him. This time, 2 Dao patterns appeared. Normally, a first realm Dao Sovereign should only have 1 Dao pattern, but he had 2. Such a situation was somewhat against common sense, and Lin Moya was a bit surprised. A Dao appeared, split into 2, and simultaneously drilled into the 2 Dao patterns. 1 Dao pattern exploded, forming a domain and creating an independent world. Lin Moya once again felt isolated, with his connection to the Dao becoming very weak, and his combat power significantly reduced. Lin Moya snapped his fingers, and the skeleton hell appeared. Lava boiled, and the eye of hell swept across, causing the opponent to groan as their soul was impacted. The skeleton hell, like an independent world, countered the opponent's domain and tore it apart. Just as the skeleton hell had previously torn the opponent's domain to pieces, it could do so again now. The opponent let out a low shout, and the second Dao pattern exploded. The Dao pattern turned into a powerful bow. He drew the bow to its full extent, and a sharp arrow shot out with incredible speed, no weaker than the star arrow lich. Lin Moya had no time to dodge, and his entire body glowed with golden light, with his undying golden body shining brightly. The sharp arrow struck Lin Moya, sending him flying. However, no blood splattered, and there were no wounds on his body. The damage caused by the sharp arrow was reduced by 7 times and then borne by all the undead. As long as the undead were not destroyed, Lin Moya would not be truly injured. Many undead were harmed, and Lin Moya was a bit surprised, so strong. The power of this arrow exceeds that of the second realm of Dao Sovereign, comparable to the third realm. Although he was at the first realm of Dao Sovereign, he could exert an attack power comparable to the third realm. Lin Moya suddenly understood that the low-level disciples of the God-slaying sect had the strength to fight across realms, comparable to the heavenly pride of the original continent. The outer disciples of the God-slaying sect had the strength to fight across 2 realms, not just any 2 realms, but the realms of Dao Sovereign, completely surpassing the heavenly pride of the original continent. In other realms, their ability to fight across realms would be even stronger. After all, the lower the realm, the smaller the gap between each minor realm. Are the prehistoric sects really this abnormal? And this is just an outer disciple. Lin Moya thought to himself. He didn't realize that he was actually even more abnormal. He was only a mid-level celestial sovereign, yet he could already fight against such strong opponents. As Lin Moya was sent flying, the skeleton hell automatically enveloped the opponent. The fierce spirits of hell pounced madly, opening their big mouths to bite. A whistling sound rang out, followed by a burst of divine light, and many fierce spirits of hell were annihilated in the divine light. This time, they were not just repelled but killed. Divine light surged from the opponent's body, and the powerful bow in his hand shot out thousands of arrows in an instant. The terrifying arrow momentum cleared a large area, killing many fierce spirits of hell. Instead of weakening, the arrow momentum grew stronger, targeting the skeleton hell. Thousands of arrows struck the skeleton hell, causing it to rumble and almost collapse. Lin Moya's mind moved, and he put away the skeleton hell while a Buddhist chant sounded. Amit Ba. Lay down the butcher's knife, and become a Buddha on the spot. The Buddha lich appeared beside him, emitting golden light, and a golden Buddha appeared, chanting Buddhist scriptures towards the opponent. Spell, conversion. The sound of the Buddha turned into a bewitching sound, affecting the opponent's soul and mind. The outer disciple stopped immediately, and the bow in his hand also stopped. The conversion spell was almost like cheating, unreasonable in its power. With the Buddha Lich's realm, even a third realm Dao Sovereign would be affected. Although the outer disciple was powerful, his strength was only at the first realm of Dao Sovereign, and he could not resist the power of conversion. In the sound of the Buddha, his body was also covered with a layer of golden light, and the death energy was swallowed by the golden light. When the golden light covered his entire body, the conversion would be complete. The sound of the Buddha grew stronger, and the opponent completely lost the power to resist, with little death energy left. Suddenly, the divine light surged, and the opponent exploded, ending the conversion. Conversion failed and could not continue. These disciples of the God-slaying sect had actually died in prehistoric times. Lin Moya did not know by what means they reappeared, but in any case, they were already dead. How could a dead person be converted? The final result could only be annihilation. The sect master of the God-slaying sect spoke again. Not bad, you are qualified to join our inner sect. Now, I give you 2 choices. Kneel and join our sect, and I will grant you the position of a personal disciple. The second choice is to continue challenging the inner disciples and personal disciples. If you win, I will allow you to join without kneeling. A smile appeared on Lin Moya's lips. I choose to continue the challenge. He vaguely guessed the intention behind the sect master's actions and knew what choice to make. Chapter 2804. Chapter 2804, 2804. Chapter 2804, what a pity, still a little short. Lin Moya chose to continue the challenge. As soon as he finished speaking, an inner disciple had already flown out to face Lin Moya. This was still a Dao Sovereign of the first realm, but Lin Moya felt that he was somewhat different from the previous 2. The death energy was significantly less, and his outline became more realistic. Divine light enveloped him, forming a suit of armor. If you didn't look closely, it would be hard to tell that he was actually not a living person but someone who had been dead for countless years. An outer disciple of the first realm of Dao Sovereign already has the combat power of the third realm of Dao Sovereign. He is also of the first realm of Dao Sovereign. Could he possibly fight against the fourth realm of Dao Sovereign? That would be too heaven-defying. Lin Moya thought that no matter how powerful the geniuses of the prehistoric sects were, it would be difficult to fight against the fourth realm of Dao Sovereign with just the first realm. Starting from the fourth realm, Dao Sovereigns possess the true body of the Great Dao, and their combat power will leap to another level. This level is not easily surpassed. Moreover, this was just an inner disciple, and above him were the personal disciples. In a sect, the number of inner disciples is definitely not small, and Lin Moya did not believe there would be so many geniuses. While pondering, 3 Dao patterns appeared, one more than the outer disciple. Lin Moya roughly understood that each additional Dao pattern would enhance their power. The prehistoric secret methods were indeed superior to the present. 1 Dao pattern was enough to make them comparable to the heavenly pride. 2 Dao patterns allowed them to fight across 2 realms. 3 Dao patterns were obviously stronger. It should not yet reach the 4th realm of Dao Sovereign, but it should surpass ordinary 3rd realm Dao Sovereigns. Lin Moya made a judgment in his heart, knowing that even within the same realm, there are strong and weak. The inner disciple in front of him, although only at the 1st realm of Dao Sovereign, should have real combat power surpassing those ordinary 3rd realm Dao Sovereigns. With a thought, Lin Moya decided to strike first. In the previous 2 times, they had made the first move, but this time Lin Moya took the initiative. Amitba, put down the butcher's knife, and become a Buddha on the spot. Conversion. The Buddha Lich moved in response, directly casting conversion. The opponent's body visibly stiffened, and his aura became sluggish. No matter how strong the combat power, as long as it was the 1st realm of Dao Sovereign, it would be difficult to resist the power of conversion. Golden light rose from his feet, and at this moment, one of the Dao patterns in front of him suddenly vibrated on its own. The Dao pattern emitted a buzzing sound, and invisible sound waves rolled up the divine light, forcibly suppressing the golden light of conversion. He suddenly regained his senses and let out a roar. In the next moment, the Great Dao naturally appeared, splitting into 3 and drilling into the 3 Dao patterns. The first Dao pattern exploded, forming a domain. Lin Moya had already prepared a countermeasure, and the skeleton hell appeared in response, countering the domain. The skeleton hell had an absolute advantage over domains, tearing apart the opponent's domain in a very short time in the previous 2 encounters. However, this time it was not so easy. The inner disciple's domain was obviously stronger than the previous 2. Lin Moya frowned, understanding what was happening. The 3 Dao patterns were interconnected, forming a whole. Driven by the same Great Dao, their powers could be smoothly integrated. In this way, a simple formation was formed, enhancing each other. This is somewhat similar to the multi-star system of spells. A 3-star spell can also make the spell stronger, and the more the number, the stronger it becomes. This method seems to have been lost on the present original continent. What has been lost from prehistoric times to the present? The second Dao pattern exploded, turning into a ball of light that enveloped him, making conversion completely ineffective. The third Dao pattern also exploded, turning into a sharp sword. The sharp sword flew into the air, pointing directly at Lin Moya. In the next moment, its momentum was like thunder and dragon, crazily bombarding down. Lin Moya's face changed slightly, and he spread his necromancer wings, quickly retreating to avoid it. The sharp sword turned and continued to chase Lin Moya with thunderous momentum. The Buddha Lich chanted a Buddhist mantra, and in the eternal Buddha kingdom, many believers turned into dust, contributing their power to the Buddha Lich. A great Dao appeared in front of the Buddha Lich, hazy and mysterious, as if carrying infinite mystery. Spell, Great Dao of Fate. The Buddha Lich's gaze searched within the Great Dao of Fate, quickly finding the opponent and locating a suitable node, then punched down. The opponent let out a muffled groan, and his body shattered into large pieces. Then the Buddha Lich's second punch and second node followed. Each time, 100,000 believers turned into dust, making each punch reach the peak of the third realm of Dao Sovereign. Moreover, the attacks within the Great Dao of Fate hit the weakest moments, rendering his defenses useless. Within the Great Dao of Fate, he had no time to defend and was in the weakest state. After 3 punches, the divine light on the opponent exploded and dissipated. The sharp sword chasing Lin Moya also turned into dust and disappeared. As soon as he died, another person flew out, this time a personal disciple. 4 Dao patterns shone around the personal disciple, each one stronger than the previous ones. 1 Dao pattern exploded, and Lin Moya's spiritual sense sent a warning of danger. Before he could react, flames suddenly erupted from his body. The flames enveloped Lin Moya, turning him into a man of fire. The immense damage was transmitted through Lin Moya to the undead army, causing the members of the undead army to be injured one after another. The second Dao pattern exploded, and a powerful force directly sent Lin Moya flying. A ring of flames appeared around him, not targeting Lin Moya but protecting himself. The one sent flying was still the Buddha Lich, and at the same time, the Buddha Lich was also engulfed in flames. Lin Moya immediately put away the Buddha Lich. In less than a second, the Buddha Lich was already seriously injured. Very strong, almost reaching the 4th realm of Dao Sovereign. But it should not have the true body of the Great Dao, still a little short compared to a true 4th realm Dao Sovereign. Lin Moya snapped his fingers, and a Dao Sovereign of the 5th realm appeared beside him. The Flame Tiger of the 5th realm of Dao Sovereign, now Lin Moya's resurrected being. As soon as the Flame Tiger appeared, it used its true body of the Great Dao, transforming into a giant flame tiger hundreds of meters tall. The flame tiger took a breath towards Lin Moyo, and the flames on Lin Moyo's body were instantly absorbed by it. It naturally had a talent for controlling flames and could freely manipulate them. To deal with an enemy skilled in flames, it was the most suitable choice. The flame tiger turned into a fireball and rolled towards the opponent. With the power of the fifth realm of Dao Sovereign, it forcefully broke through the opponent's defense and slapped down. The personal disciple's third Dao pattern exploded, turning into a giant fist, colliding with the flame tiger's claw. With a loud bang, the personal disciple was sent flying, and the flame tiger also took a step back. Such strength. To be able to clash with the flame tiger without injury, he truly lived up to the name of a personal disciple. A personal disciple of the first realm of Dao Sovereign had already surpassed the third realm of Dao Sovereign, and even in the face of the fourth realm of Dao Sovereign, he could hold his own. In the original continent, such a genius simply does not exist. This shows that the prehistoric sects were indeed very powerful. The personal disciple was sent flying, and the divine light on his body scattered a lot, but his momentum remained strong. At this moment, the fourth Dao pattern exploded, and a 1,000-meter-tall flame giant appeared in the world, charging towards the flame tiger. Lin Moyo was slightly surprised, using Dao patterns to evolve the true body of the Great Dao. Although not as powerful as the real true body of the Great Dao, it is still extraordinary. What a pity, still a little short. Chapter 2805. Chapter 2805, 2805. Chapter 2805, Review, Only a freak like me can pass. The personal disciple of the God-slaying sect, with the strength of a Dao sovereign in the first realm, possessed combat power surpassing that of a Dao sovereign in the third realm. Such talent is unmatched by any sect or holy land on the original continent. These disciples of the prehistoric sects have already died, leaving only their battle will behind. Even so, their strength remains formidable. If they were still alive, their strength would only be greater. The disciples of the prehistoric sects can be said to crush the current original continent in every aspect. In repeated clashes, the flame tiger finally tore the flame giant into pieces. There was a real power gap between the two that was hard to bridge. The higher the level of the Dao Sovereign realm, the greater the difference in strength between each realm. The gap between the fifth and fourth realms of the Dao Sovereign is as vast as the gap between the first and fourth realms, equally difficult to cross. As the flame giant was shattered, the personal disciple also vanished into thin air. Lin Moyo looked at the sect master, waiting to see what he would say next. This was the sect master's domain, and Lin Moyo had no choice. The sect master said in a deep voice, "With your mid-level celestial sovereign strength, you have defeated our sect's personal disciple. You are qualified to meet our sect master without kneeling. Now, I permit you to ascend the divine mountain and enter the divine hall to bathe in divine light." Boom! Thunder exploded, and the divine light shattered. Lin Moyo suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with uncertainty as he scanned his surroundings. In front of him stood a towering stone mountain, shrouded in divine light, with a divine spear standing upright at the top. There was no sect master of the God-slaying sect, no thousands of powerful figures in the sky, and no outer, inner, or personal disciples. Lin Moyo's forehead was sweating as he suddenly realized that what had just happened was merely an illusion. He had been fighting in an illusion. He sensed his spells and knew that the Star Arrow Lich, Buddha Lich, and Flame Tiger he summoned were all real. Since they were real, who were his opponents? The illusion was too real. Even now, Lin Moyo couldn't distinguish it. Not only did he fail to recognize it, but even the World Tree didn't detect it, or it would have warned him. After a moment of silence, Lin Moyo calmed himself. The illusion was not entirely an illusion, it should be a combination of reality and illusion. It affected my soul without my awareness, which means the opponent's strength is terrifying. Meeting the sect master and bathing in divine light, what exactly does it mean? Lin Moyo looked up at the stone mountain. In the divine light, there was a path leading to the top. He was sure that this path hadn't existed before. From the sect master's words, he deduced that he needed to take this path to reach the top of the mountain. Meeting the sect master is probably related to inheritance. Bathing in divine light, I wonder what kind of reward it is. Lin Moyo analyzed the sect master's words and inferred that there were two rewards. However, there was a prerequisite: he had to climb the mountain. Needless to say, this path would not be easy, it would be another test. Lin Moyo did not act immediately but reviewed the entire process of entering the Godslaying sect. Upon careful consideration, he realized that entering the Godslaying sect involved passing several tests, even though they weren't explicitly stated. The first test was the path that couldn't be walked but had to be floated on, and not too high. This tested observation and control, essentially attention to detail and the ability to find the correct method. There was no reward for this test, it was merely an entry requirement. The second test was the mist, which actually tested the soul. The soul had to be strong, otherwise, even if the correct method was found, one couldn't withstand the impact of fate. Lin Moyo felt he was special because his fate had reached the sublimation threshold, making the impact of fate particularly strong, exceeding his limits. Normally, even if someone received a large amount of fate, it wouldn't cause sublimation. Moreover, those who came here were usually Dao sovereigns with strong souls, making it relatively safe. Therefore, he experienced a moderate danger, but the rewards were significant. Fate merged with his soul, his realm jumped 2 levels, and his soul also sublimated. The third test was the illusion, which actually tested combat power, especially the ability to fight across realms. This was the hardest test. Lin Moyo believed that if the Saintess of the Immortal Lotus had come, her opponents would have started from the third realm of Dao Sovereign. Because he was only a mid-level celestial sovereign, he faced opponents in the first realm of Dao Sovereign. Not only did he have to face opponents of higher realms, but these opponents could also fight across realms. Even though these opponents were dead and their combat power was far less than in life, they were still enough to crush the current heavenly pride of the original continent. Lin Moya thought that the Saintess of the Immortal Lotus and Lu Fengjao could at most defeat the low-level disciples responsible for sweeping the floor. Only a freak like him could pass this test. Lin Moya was not being arrogant, he had the capital to back it up. He sensed the location of the skeleton generals and found that his perception was very vague. He could roughly tell that the skeleton generals were nearby, but for some reason, he couldn't pinpoint their exact location. He knew there were 10 of them in total. It seems that Sister Fengjao and the Saintess of the Immortal Lotus did not release the skeleton generals. I wonder how they are doing. Are they still here or have they already left? They shouldn't be dead. With their abilities, they should be able to protect themselves. They also have the formation discs given by the 3 ancestors, as well as many powerful treasures, so they should be fine. Lin Moya collected his thoughts and then stepped onto the mountain path. The mountain was very high, and he couldn't fly. He could only climb step by step. As he took the first step, divine light surged from the mountain, transforming into a fist that struck down. Lin Moya snapped his fingers, and several skeleton generals rushed out, their sword energy clashing with the fist. The divine light exploded, sending the sword energy flying and the skeleton generals reeling. Such strong power. Lin Moya snapped his fingers again, and the flame tiger appeared beside him. The flame tiger of the 5th realm of Dao Sovereign, in its true form, charged at the divine fist. Flames and divine light collided, and the divine light was instantly dispersed. The sky was filled with beautiful rays of light. From the flame tiger's feedback, Lin Moya could tell that the power of the divine light had reached the level of the 2nd realm of Dao Sovereign. Lin Moya frowned slightly. The 2nd realm of Dao Sovereign was not very strong, but this was just the first step. If the first step was at the 2nd realm of Dao Sovereign, the subsequent steps would only get stronger. There were at least 1,000 steps to the top of the mountain. How strong would it get by the end? Lin Moya felt that it wouldn't just test strength, there would definitely be other tests. There's no turning back now, I can only move forward. Lin Moya looked back and saw that his retreat had disappeared, leaving him no choice but to move forward. He walked step by step, and with each step, a divine light would emerge from the mountain, striking at him as if trying to knock him off the path. The flame tiger protected him, repelling all the divine lights. Lin Moya walked the mountain path, treating the divine lights as if they were nothing, as if walking on flat ground. He continued for 100 steps, and when he took the 101st step, the divine light suddenly changed. Chapter 2806. Chapter 2806, 2806. Chapter 2806, How to Use Luck as a Weapon. Divine light gathered in midair, with death energy cascading down like a waterfall. Lin Moya knew that the main event had arrived. The path of the first 100 steps, the divine light was merely pure power, ranging from the 2nd realm of Dao Sovereign at the first step to the 3rd realm of Dao Sovereign at the 100th step. A full 100 steps only increased by one small realm. The flame tiger cleared the way for Lin Moya, easily shattering these divine lights. It seemed to be a revalidation of the combat power in the illusion, mutually confirming reality and illusion. Until the 101st step, something finally changed. The divine light attracted a large amount of death energy, and at the same time, mist rose from the crevices of the mountain rocks. Lin Moya squinted slightly. These mists were filled with soul bugs. The divine light, death energy, and mist fused together, and the soul bugs also merged with each other. In an instant, the tiny soul bugs transformed into a large bug. The divine light and death energy combined to form a huge bug. The once invisible, hair-thin bugs now became enormous. The divine light and death energy formed the bug's shell, about 3 meters long. The soul bugs fused together to become the core of the bug. Lin Moya frowned. What kind of bug is this? It doesn't look like a zerg, nor a spirit beast. Lin Moya had never seen such a bug before. The bug looked extremely hideous and terrifying, with incomprehensible symbols on the carapace formed by the divine light. These symbols were neither Dao patterns nor runes. Lin Moya felt that these symbols were somewhat out of place with the original continent. The bug opened its large mouth, revealing sharp teeth, and let out a soul-piercing scream. The next second, it shot towards him like a flash of lightning. The bug's mouth opened, spraying saliva that emitted a strong stench, making one nauseous. The flame tiger reacted faster than Lin Moya, already charging out, flames soaring, instantly vaporizing the saliva. The next second, the bug and the flame tiger collided, producing a thunderous roar. Terrifying power rippled through the space, causing Lin Moya's body to tremble slightly. His entire body glowed with a golden flame, and his undying golden body activated, his feet firmly planted on the ground, unmoving. The flame tiger and the bug each retreated, evenly matched in strength. This bug is very strong in pure power. But its realm doesn't seem that high, probably only the 3rd realm of Dao Sovereign. Why can it match the 5th realm flame tiger? It seems to have some extremely special power. Boom! The flame tiger collided with the bug again, and the immense power continuously swept around, causing the space to distort like waves. Lin Moya stood in the waves, watching the fierce battle, feeling increasingly uneasy. In repeated collisions, the flame tiger not only failed to gain the upper hand but also began to fall behind. The bug's power remained unchanged, but the flame tiger's power was weakening. The flame tiger opened its mouth, spewing flames like a meteor shower. The bug was forced back by the flames, its body covered in fire. However, the divine light flickered, and the death energy flowed like water, quickly extinguishing the flames. At the same time, the bug sprayed a large amount of saliva. Although the saliva was vaporized, the flame tiger's flames also weakened. What kind of power is this? Why does it feel familiar? Lin Moya had a vague sense of familiarity with the bug's power. After some thought, Lin Moya's eyes lit up. This is luck. His soul trembled, and purple energy surged into the sky. Within the purple energy was the power of luck. The more he sensed it, the more certain Lin Moya became that the bug possessed the power of luck. Not only did it possess the power of luck, but it also integrated the power of luck into its attacks. With each collision, the flame tiger's luck would decrease. As luck decreased, everything would go wrong, including the operation of power. That's why the flame tiger seemed to grow weaker. Lin Moya's heart moved, and his eyes flashed with light. The explosive luck technique had already been activated. Through the explosive luck technique, Lin Moya clearly saw that the flame tiger's luck value had dropped to 25, showing a dead gray color. Previously, the flame tiger's luck value should have been 45, a difference of 20 points. With only 25 points of luck, the flame tiger was bound to fail at everything. Looking at the bug's luck value, it was a full 75. The difference in luck value between the two was a staggering 50 points. The gap hadn't been this large initially. As the battle continued, the flame tiger's luck value kept dropping. The drop in luck value was just a surface phenomenon. The real issue was the decrease in luck. However, Lin Moya knew that because of his presence, the flame tiger's luck wouldn't drop indefinitely. It had almost reached its limit. Through the explosive luck technique, Lin Moya confirmed one thing: the bug's attacks would weaken luck, causing the opponent to grow weaker and weaker, not because of a drop in strength, but because everything went wrong. Now, dealing with the bug was not difficult. He could use a more powerful resurrected being, like the Great Sword Dao Sovereign. With the Great Sword Dao Sovereign's power, it would be enough to eliminate this bug. However, Lin Moya felt that this was not the correct method. If he dealt with it now, what about the next one? If the bugs got stronger and even the Great Sword Dao Sovereign couldn't handle them, what then? After all, the current bug's true realm was only the third realm of Dao Sovereign. The path to the mountaintop was also a test, requiring the correct response. Divine light, death energy, bugs, luck. Lin Moya murmured, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Right, it's luck. Previously, I killed many bugs with the power of life, gaining luck and successfully opening the path of luck. Luck, though intangible and elusive, truly exists. It not only subtly influences things but can also be directly used as a weapon. It seems possible, just like the explosive luck technique. Lin Moya finally understood what he should do. He should use the bug as a model to learn how to use luck as a weapon, to crush the bug with luck, and ultimately defeat it. The flame tiger tirelessly battled the bug. Because of Lin Moya's presence, the resurrected flame tiger's luck wouldn't drop endlessly. At this moment, the flame tiger's luck had dropped to the freezing point. Although it was a 5th realm Dao Sovereign, it could only exert the combat power of the 3rd realm. This was the consequence of decreased luck. Although its combat power was greatly reduced, it had no problem stalemating with the bug. Lin Moya took the opportunity to continuously sense the changes in the bug's luck, thereby understanding how to use luck as a weapon. This was very difficult, something ordinary people couldn't achieve. But Lin Moya was confident just because ordinary people couldn't do it didn't mean he couldn't. Luck was intangible and elusive. Even after his soul's sublimation, he could only vaguely sense it. If Little Mist were here, it would be much easier. To comprehend the art of luck, the best way is to elevate one's luck to the extreme. Let's do it. Lin Moya had a plan. He decided to try his comprehension ability in an extreme state. He removed the red ribbon, and the Taiyan symbol on his forehead glowed brightly. At this moment, the external world was under the control of the Taiyan origin, making it the best time to push his luck to the extreme. Chapter 2807. Chapter 2807, 2807. Chapter 2807, Extreme State, Comprehending the Sword of Fate. Xiao Wu, help me enhance my fate. Far away in Yudao City, Xiao Wu suddenly heard Lin Moya's voice. Lin Moya transmitted his voice to Xiao Wu through the rules of the world. Xiao Wu, who was playing, suddenly became serious. Got it. She waved her small hand, and a hazy avenue appeared beside her. The avenue was shrouded in mist, and Xiao Wu manipulated it with her hands, locking onto Lin Moya across an infinite distance. There was a peculiar connection between her and Lin Moya, which existed no matter how far apart they were. Master, you are going to have great luck. Xiao Wu whispered, and the avenue rolled, and fate surged. A few seconds later, Xiao Wu put away the avenue and returned to her playful demeanor. Little Yu, who was beside her, looked at Xiao Wu with big eyes. Miss, did Master call you? Xiao Wu nodded. Yes, Master wants to enhance his fate. Little Yu asked, what is Master doing now? Xiao Wu giggled, who cares, we just play our own games, as long as Master is fine. Little Yu nodded, thinking it made sense. As long as Lin Moya was fine, it didn't matter what he was doing. After the sublimation of his soul, Lin Moya could already sense the changes in fate. Fate was no longer a mystery to him, where he had to rely on the explosive luck technique to guess whether it was high or low. Now, he could sense his fate rapidly improving. Xiao Wu's manipulation of the avenue of fate had an immediate effect. Although it was a temporary enhancement, the effect was substantial. Lin Moya threw out a drop of ancestor water while burning a large amount of the power of belief, both enhancing the explosive luck technique. He had tried this before, and it significantly improved the effect of the explosive luck technique. Although using the explosive luck technique to enhance fate was like using a small horse to pull a large cart, it was better than nothing. The large cart could still move some distance. Next, Lin Moya took a drop of silver tree sap. The silver tree sap could greatly enhance his cultivation speed, making his connection with the heavenly Dao closer. It also made it easier for Lin Moya to comprehend the art of fate. All actions were completed in an instant, and Lin Moya's thoughts became extremely clear. Under the explosive luck technique, Lin Moya saw that his luck value was no longer displayed, it was completely invisible, having long exceeded the limit of the explosive luck technique. But it didn't matter, the explosive luck technique was still effective. Moreover, at this moment, with the Taiyan in control and the identity of the Taiyan's child revealed, his fate also increased. Luck and fate were both elevated to the extreme, as was his comprehension. Lin Moya observed the battle between the worm and the flame tiger again and immediately felt the difference. Although nothing seemed to have changed, the details of the battle became clear. This feeling was strange, it was as if the details entered his mind unintentionally and were unforgettable. To comprehend the art of fate and turn fate into a weapon, the most difficult part was those details. Without seeing the details, one could only fumble around outside the door, unable to enter. Now, Lin Moya felt as if he had pushed open the door. He only needed to lift his foot to step inside. A large amount of comprehension flooded into his mind, quickly digesting into his soul. Gradually, Lin Moya gained a new understanding of the Tao of Fate, leading to many insights. Lin Moya absorbed and digested these insights, his vision becoming increasingly clear. I finally understand a bit. The art of fate, so this is the art of fate. Turning fate into a weapon, so fate can be used like this. Lin Moya began to understand the art of fate and its various wonderful uses. The art of fate was powerful and had many uses, not just as a weapon. Each use was complex and difficult to learn. Even someone like Xiao Wu, who achieved the status of a heavenly sovereign through the Tao of Fate, was still in a state of ignorance about the art of fate. Of course, this was also because Xiao Wu was too lazy. Although Lin Moya did not achieve the status of a heavenly sovereign through the Tao of Fate like Xiao Wu, he had now touched upon the Tao of Fate. In the future, he could comprehend the Tao of Fate through the art of fate and might one day fully understand it. It seems that the Yumyu sect in the Great World did not truly touch the Tao of Fate. What the Yumyu sect truly touched should be the Tao of Luck, which is a level lower than the Tao of Fate. They created several techniques related to luck through the Tao of Luck and then moved towards the Tao of Fate through these techniques. Although they eventually understood some aspects of the Tao of Fate, it was very difficult to fully comprehend it through these aspects. Xiao Wu comprehended the Tao of Fate because she retained a pure heart and simple mind. Through his understanding of the art of fate, Lin Moya quickly deduced the path taken by the Yumyu sect in the Great World when they practiced the Tao of Fate. Naturally, it couldn't be entirely correct, but it wouldn't be too far off. Lin Moya continued to learn and comprehend the use of fate from the big worm. He could see that every attack of the worm involved fate. After half an hour, he finally comprehended the first art of fate. A small sword of fate appeared in his soul, emitting a purple glow. This sword was entirely formed by the convergence of fate. As soon as the sword appeared, the soul world began to tremble, and waves surged in the previously calm space. The world tree rustled, seemingly also affected by the fate. The formless and intangible fate, once given shape, became extremely powerful. This sword contained nearly half of Lin Moya's fate, making it incredibly strong. The next moment, the sword of fate disappeared from the soul world and appeared in Lin Moya's hand. The sword of fate vibrated gently, emitting a buzzing sound, and the surrounding space distorted. Lin Moya pointed at the worm, and the sword of fate silently disappeared. The space distorted, and the sword of fate appeared in front of the worm as if it had teleported. The worm noticed the sword of fate and screamed in terror, seemingly very afraid of it. The sword of fate silently pierced through its body, causing the worm to fall heavily. Lin Moya saw the worm's luck value drop from 75 to 50 after one strike. Although the worm showed no apparent injuries, its fate had significantly decreased, and its aura weakened accordingly. At this moment, the worm's power was at most half of what it was before. One strike reduced its luck value by 1/3, and its power was halved. This strike was very strong. The sword of fate is so powerful. Lin Moya murmured softly, controlling the sword of fate to strike again. The worm couldn't dodge, and its luck value dropped from 50 to 35 after the second strike. This time, it only dropped by 15 points, less than before. Weakening fate has its limits. Once fate reaches its limit, the effect of each strike will decrease. Moreover, my sword of fate will also be damaged when weakening the opponent's fate. This is a technique that harms the enemy by 1000 and oneself by 300. Everything has a price, and the sword of fate is no exception. Lin Moya's finger moved again, and the third strike landed. The worm's luck value dropped from 30 to 20, and the weakening effect decreased again. After this strike, the sword of fate also reached its limit and dissipated. Chapter 2808. Chapter 2808, 2808. Chapter 2808, The Inheritance from the Predecessors of the Godslaying Sect. 3 strikes reduced the worm's luck value from 75 to 20. Under the explosive luck technique, the worm exhibited a deathly gray hue. Its strength and luck showed obvious stagnation, and it seemed even its brain wasn't functioning well, with its movements slowing down significantly. This is the influence of luck, affecting all aspects. In this state, the worm's combat power dropped significantly. Although it had the strength of a third-realm Dao sovereign, it could only exert the power of a first-realm Dao sovereign. Similarly, the luck-decreased flame tiger once again suppressed the worm, but killing it would still take some time. Lin Moya had a thought, perhaps, if I take action myself, it would be better. It's been a long time since I used the explosive luck technique. Let's try it and see how powerful it is now. The power of the explosive luck technique is minimally affected by realm. The most important factor is the strength of luck. The greater the difference in luck, the more powerful the explosive luck technique. Now Lin Moya's luck was very strong, with the sound of dragon roars in his ears, having surpassed the limit. How strong it was, even Lin Moya himself was unsure. The explosive luck technique operated powerfully. With the dual enhancement of Ancestor Water and the power of belief, the effect of the explosive luck technique was astonishingly strong. The worm's luck value, which had already dropped to 20, began to decrease again. From 20, it directly jumped to 15 and continued to decrease. The decrease in luck value also meant a decrease in luck. Although it was still a case of a small horse pulling a large cart, the effect was acceptable. The worm screamed uneasily, seemingly sensing its luck decreasing, and was very panicked. The luck value continued to drop, falling from 20 to 5 in just half a minute. After dropping to 5, the luck value no longer changed, having reached its limit. The luck value, now in single digits, exhibited a deathly gray color, more dead than death itself, and terrifyingly gray. Lin Moya noticed that after the luck value dropped to 5, the divine light and death energy on the worm became chaotic, as if it could collapse at any moment. Its strength dropped again, almost falling out of the Dao sovereign realm. The realm was still the same, but it couldn't exert its power. Luck affected all its actions. Not bad, let's see how powerful it is. Lin Moyo had a thought, and the spell officially triggered the opponent's luck. Under the huge luck difference, the explosion's power was astonishing. The explosion erupted from within the worm, instantly blowing it to pieces. The divine light, death energy, and the gathered soul all perished in this self-destructive explosion. After the worm died, a great avenue suddenly appeared in the sky. This avenue was hazy, like smoke and dust, not very clear. The Luck Avenue. Lin Moyo was slightly surprised, actually seeing the Luck Avenue. He had seen the Luck Avenue on Xiao Wu before, so he wouldn't mistake it. At that time, he had tried to comprehend the Luck Avenue through Xiao Wu, but he could never enter it. The reason was that Xiao Wu's Luck Avenue was engraved with her own comprehension and will. These elements made it impossible for outsiders to comprehend. Otherwise, there wouldn't be no one on the original continent who had comprehended the Luck Avenue. No avenue can be inherited in this way. But now, the Luck Avenue presented before him, although not very clear, had no one's will on it. It could be said to be an ownerless Luck Avenue. An ownerless avenue, how is this possible? Were the prehistoric sects so strong that they could preserve an avenue? How did they do it? Lin Moya was full of shock and doubt. He felt that what he saw was somewhat unreal. The next second, the Luck Avenue turned into smoke and flew over. Lin Moya, with a sense of enlightenment, did not resist and accepted the Luck Avenue. Countless principles of the avenue echoed in his soul, and Lin Moya listened and absorbed them with full force. At this time, he was still in an extreme state, with a cultivation speed at least 10 times that of usual, making it easy to comprehend the principles of the avenue. No matter how many principles were transmitted, Lin Moya quickly digested and absorbed them. These principles all belonged to the Luck Avenue, and gradually, Lin Moya gained a deeper understanding of the Luck Avenue. This avenue was illusory and mysterious, invisible and intangible, belonging to the category of virtual avenues, making it extremely difficult to comprehend. Looking at the original continent, throughout history, very few geniuses have truly comprehended the virtual avenues. At least as far as Lin Moya knew, besides Xiao Wu, no one else had comprehended it. Even the former illusory Mist Heavenly Sovereign might not have truly comprehended the Luck Avenue. Most likely, he only comprehended the Tao of Luck. The same words, in different sequences, represent vastly different meanings. Now, it seemed that he also had the opportunity to comprehend the Luck Avenue and experience the wonders of this virtual avenue. Soon, all the principles were absorbed, and Lin Moya's understanding of the Luck Avenue deepened significantly, but he still couldn't fully comprehend it, at least not to the level of touching the avenue. Lin Moya woke up, so this avenue is indeed the Luck Avenue. The avenue he saw was the culmination of a predecessor of the God-slaying sect's lifelong comprehension, left behind after death. He had just received the inheritance of this predecessor of the God-slaying sect. He also understood that the big worm he killed and the soul worms he saw earlier all had the same name, luck worms. They were all luck worms, differing only in size and strength. The luck worms were created by the predecessor using his Luck Avenue. The path to the mountaintop was actually a test. The method was simple: find a way to kill the luck worm. Every 100 steps, a luck worm would appear. Killing the luck worm would grant the inheritance of the predecessor. There were two main issues: how to kill the luck worm, as ordinary methods wouldn't work. If one used brute force, although they could kill the luck worm, they wouldn't receive the inheritance. The second issue was comprehension. After killing the luck worm with the correct method, one needed to comprehend the avenue inheritance left by the predecessor. The time for comprehending the avenue inheritance was limited. If one's comprehension wasn't enough, it would be difficult to absorb and understand it. If one couldn't comprehend it, the inheritance would be wasted. Lin Moyo murmured, "Those old ancestors all want to obtain the inheritance left by the God-slaying sect to break through the Dao sovereign realm. They never imagined that there was still a Luck Avenue inheritance left in the God-slaying sect. If they knew, they would definitely fight to get in, but unfortunately, they haven't found the right path all these years. The tests are linked, and missing any part means not getting the true inheritance." The predecessor who set all this up was really meticulous. The first 100 steps gave the illusion that one could pass through brute force. If one continued with this illusion, they would be using the wrong method and wouldn't get the inheritance. This method was most suitable for dealing with those old ancestors. The old ancestors would definitely use brute force all the way, and they wouldn't get the inheritance. Lin Moya chuckled. Sometimes, not having enough strength is actually beneficial. How interesting. With that, he lifted his leg and stepped onto the 101st step. Divine light rose, enveloping him, bathing him in divine light. Chapter 2809. Chapter 2809, 2809. Chapter 2809, Extremes Meet, Comprehending the Poison of Luck. Lin Moya bathed in the divine light, feeling an indescribable sense of ease. The luck, power, and spirit he had consumed earlier were all being restored in the divine light. After just 10 steps, Lin Moyo had already returned to his peak state. However, the divine light continued to bathe him, and Lin Moyo felt his essence, energy, and spirit gradually strengthening. A large amount of comprehension flooded his mind, and his realm showed signs of loosening. His cultivation realm seemed to be advancing from mid-level celestial sovereign towards high-level celestial sovereign. Although the advancement speed was not fast, Lin Moyo calculated that if he could maintain this speed to reach the mountaintop, he might indeed break through to high-level celestial sovereign. A path up the mountain, with only 1,000 steps, could actually allow him to advance a small realm. It was truly miraculous. If he were to cultivate in seclusion, it might take decades or even hundreds of years to truly break through. Lin Moyo continued to ascend without stopping. If he were to stop, the realm advancement would also cease. The divine light was brilliant, enveloping his body. From the divine light, he could sense a unique avenue, which was not the avenue of luck. This avenue was very peculiar and magical, and Lin Moyo couldn't describe what kind of avenue it was. Thinking of the God-slaying sect, even the avenue of luck could become an inheritance, so naturally, other avenues could also be left behind. Without thinking too much, he kept his mind focused, digesting all the benefits brought by the divine light. Lin Moyo reached the 201st step. The divine light that originally enveloped him suddenly disappeared, and a large amount of death energy poured down, converging into a black bug in the air. Then, mist filled the air, and numerous souls gathered together, drilling into the black bug's body. A black soul bug. I can feel that its luck is not stronger than the previous one, but its luck contains poison. The extreme of life is death luck is good, but when it reaches the extreme, it also turns bad. The extreme of luck is soul-corroding poison. It seems that it is evolving the poison of luck. Having understood the essence of this mountain path, Lin Moyo knew what he should do. From the luck bugs left by the predecessors of the God-slaying sect, he could learn various techniques of luck and understand the specific usage of luck. By using the correct method to eliminate the luck bug, he could obtain the avenue inheritance left by the opponent. The flame tiger charged out and fought fiercely with the black luck bug. The luck he had just restored was once again weakened. This time, the weakening was different from before. Previously, each collision and attack would weaken the luck a bit. This time, as soon as they made contact, the luck began to decrease rapidly. Lin Moyo knew that the flame tiger's luck had been poisoned. The explosive luck technique was activated, and he saw the flame tiger's luck value continuously dropping, decreasing by a point every few seconds. In just 1 minute, the flame tiger's luck value dropped to 25, the same as before. Because it was Lin Moyo's resurrected being, with Lin Moyo supporting it, its luck did not continue to decrease and remain stable at 25. At this level, the flame tiger could still exert the combat power of a third realm Dao sovereign, evenly matched with the black luck bug. While the two fought, Lin Moyo continuously observed the luck bug, hoping to learn something from it. The extreme of luck is poison, but its luck has not reached the extreme. Its luck value is only 75, far from the extreme. How can luck be turned into poison? Lin Moyo knew that what he needed to comprehend this time was how to turn luck into poison under normal conditions. Once he comprehended the poison of luck, it would be a powerful weapon. If used on an enemy, it would be difficult to counter. During the existence of the poison, the opponent's luck would remain low and hard to recover. No matter what they did, nothing would go smoothly, and accidents would frequently occur. Moreover, the deeper one's understanding of luck, the more powerful the poison of luck would be, and the longer it would last. In direct combat, it was already formidable. If used for trickery, it would be an unparalleled secret technique. Such a good thing naturally needed to be mastered. Lin Moyo carefully observed every movement of the luck bug, not missing any details, seeking the corresponding method. Gradually, he gained some insights. He found that the luck of the luck bug itself was constantly changing, from extremely strong to extremely weak, but when it reached a certain level of weakness, it suddenly turned strong again. When it turned strong, the nature of the luck changed, from ordinary luck to black luck containing poison. After watching for a while, Lin Moyo had a flash of inspiration and involuntarily said, "I understand. Luck does not have to reach the extreme to change its nature. If it is extremely weak, it can also change its nature and become the poison of luck. This explains why some people are extremely unlucky, and those around them also become unlucky. It is because their luck has weakened to the extreme and turned into the poison of luck, so those around them are also infected with the poison of luck. If their own luck is not strong enough to resist the poison of luck, they will also become unlucky." Lin Moyo finally comprehended another aspect of the avenue of luck. Of course, the poison of luck caused by personal extreme unluckiness and the poison of luck controlled by a cultivator through the avenue of luck were entirely different. That kind of unluckiness was reversible. Perhaps it would turn around at some point. If it were truly irreversible, they probably wouldn't live long and would die due to various reasons. If the poison of luck was controlled by a cultivator, it wouldn't be so simple. It would be much harder to remove. Once infected, it would be extremely difficult to get rid of. Having understood this, the next steps became easier, merely a matter of repeated attempts and experiments. By weakening luck to the extreme and then trying to trigger the rules of the avenue for transformation. After several attempts at transformation, Lin Moyo finally grasped the key point and successfully created a trace of the poison of luck. Then it was a matter of repetitive practice to gain proficiency. An hour later, Lin Moyo successfully used the poison of luck to gather a sword of luck. Unlike the previous sword of luck, this sword of luck exuded a terrifying black aura, constantly reminding the world of its fearsome nature. Lin Moyo held it in his hand without fear. This sword of luck was filled with his will and imprint and would not harm him. If necessary, Lin Moyo could always convert the poison of luck back into ordinary luck. First, master the method of gathering luck, then learn the method of converting luck into poison, and finally combine the two to gather luck into form. The predecessor of the godslaying sect was not as good as a master teaching a disciple, leading them step by step into the avenue of luck. I hope I won't let you down. With a smile on his lips, Lin Moyo made the black sword of luck disappear. In the next instant, it pierced into the body of the luck bug. The luck bug let out a scream, and its body, originally filled with the poison of luck, began to change. Two completely different poisons of luck collided, incompatible like water and fire, and eventually collapsed with a bang. Watching this scene, Lin Moyo pondered. It seems that different poisons of luck are also incompatible. So, using poison to counter poison is a good method to remove the poison of luck. Two people cultivating the same avenue and comprehending the same technique will have different results. The poison of luck naturally comes in countless varieties. After the luck bug died, another avenue appeared, turning into smoke and dust, bringing great comprehension to Lin Moyo. Chapter 2810. Chapter 2810, 2810. Chapter 2810, The Art of Luck, Predicting the Future? This time, Lin Moya's comprehension brought him closer to the great Tao of luck, but there was still some distance to truly mastering it. Lin Moya continued to move forward, bathed in divine light, and his realm slowly improved with each step. From now on, every 100 steps, he would encounter a luck bug. The third luck bug he encountered was almost identical to the first, except its luck was stronger and more intense. The flame tiger was suppressed even more severely but barely managed to cope. From this, Lin Moya comprehended the art of luck and became more proficient in gathering luck. The fourth luck bug he encountered was similar to the second, allowing Lin Moya to gain a deeper understanding of converting luck into poison. Both processes alternated and cycled, and with each comprehension, Lin Moya's understanding of the great Tao of luck deepened continuously. Lin Moya felt that no one was more suited to walk this path than himself. For others, trying to comprehend the art of luck while simultaneously dealing with the luck bugs would be extremely challenging. However, Lin Moyo had his minions to handle the fighting, allowing him to focus solely on comprehension, greatly improving his efficiency. After repeating this cycle 3 times, Lin Moyo had already surpassed the 800th step and was heading towards the 900th step. Lin Moyo felt that the predecessor of the godslaying sect was teaching his disciples to gather and convert luck, repeating the process to make them more proficient and firmly grasp these two abilities. Although Lin Moyo still hadn't truly mastered the great Tao of luck, he felt he was not far from it. His cultivation realm had also greatly improved, now only a step away from becoming a high-level celestial sovereign. Bathed in divine light, he ascended step by step. As long as he could reach the top, he would surely become a high-level celestial sovereign. Looking up at the sky, the closer he got to the mountaintop, the more he could feel the terrifying power of the spear. The spear seemed to pierce through the heavens, incredibly sharp, with waves of death energy swirling around its tip. Lin Moyo looked at the spear, his eyes flickering. This spear is filled with intense killing intent and is not an ordinary magical treasure. If I'm not mistaken, it should have surpassed the Tao sovereign realm and is at another level of magical treasure. He was still more than 100 steps away from the mountaintop, and the divine light on his body shone brightly, making him look like a deity. With the divine light, he stepped onto the 900th and first step. The divine light burst forth like a fountain, intertwining with the death energy. A large number of tiny luck bugs flew out from the mountain crevices, gathering into a massive luck bug. This scene was no different from the previous encounters. At this moment, the spear on the mountaintop suddenly trembled, and a 7-colored stream of light shot out from its tip, landing on the luck bug. The luck bug's aura rapidly increased, instantly breaking through its previous realm. Previously, the luck bugs had undergone multiple transformations, but their realm had always been at the 3rd realm of Tao Sovereign. This time, it reached the 4th realm of Tao Sovereign. The great Tao of luck appeared behind it and then disappeared. The luck bug seemed unchanged, but Lin Moyo felt it had become more unpredictable and elusive. Lin Moyo murmured, "The Tao has changed." He sensed a change in the great Tao of luck, different from the previous transformations. This also meant that the method of comprehension had changed, no longer about gathering and converting luck. For cycles of repetition, continuously deepening my understanding of the great Tao of luck is the ultimate goal for this moment. Let's see what I need to comprehend this time. Lin Moya's mind was clear, connecting the causes and effects, and he roughly understood the predecessor's intention. First, learn the great Tao of luck from the basics, then deepen and practice it repeatedly, and finally, elevate it to learn and master more profound techniques. The luck bug seemed to summon the true form of the great Tao, faintly appearing in the void. It suddenly disappeared, and Lin Moya's heart stirred. The flame tiger roared, and flames soared into the sky. The flame tiger's flames surrounded both itself and Lin Moyo, providing all-around defense. The luck bug appeared silently outside the flames, emitting a strong light that cut through the flames like a sharp blade. In the next moment, the luck bug reappeared, having passed through the flames. Its antennae extended like claws, striking towards the flame tiger with incredible speed, making it difficult to react. Boom! The flame tiger was sent flying, but the luck bug disappeared again. Lin Moya's heart was filled with alarm, and his spiritual sense warned him. In an instant, his golden body glowed, and the skeleton hell enveloped him. The great sword Tao Sovereign appeared beside him, and Lin Moya completed all this almost instantly. As soon as the great sword Tao Sovereign appeared, the luck bug revealed itself, its antennae striking towards Lin Moyo. At the same time, the great sword Tao Sovereign slashed out with a sword, sending out a sharp sword light. The luck bug disappeared again, dodging the sword light. If it hadn't dodged, it would have been injured by the Great Sword Dao Sovereign while hitting Lin Moyo. It chose to evade and reappeared behind the Great Sword Dao Sovereign, launching an attack. The Great Sword Dao Sovereign reacted quickly, slashing back with its sword, but the luck bug disappeared again. Both sides were in a stalemate, with the luck bug moving like a ghost, constantly teleporting and difficult to predict. The Great Sword Dao Sovereign used its strength to suppress the luck bug, relying on its realm to confront it. However, Lin Moya noticed that the luck bug's actions always seemed to be one step ahead of the Great Sword Dao Sovereign. It was as if the luck bug could predict the Great Sword Dao Sovereign's next move, accurately capturing its actions. The Great Sword Dao Sovereign and the luck bug were entangled, and neither could defeat the other. Lin Moya retracted the Flame Tiger, leaving only the Great Sword Dao Sovereign. Until he comprehended the corresponding art of luck, Lin Moya didn't want the battle to stop. He observed carefully, immersing himself in the details, not missing a single one. Gradually, Lin Moya gained some insights. It can indeed predict the Great Sword Dao Sovereign's next move and take corresponding actions in advance. However, its prediction time is very short, only half a second or even less. Is this the new art of luck? Predicting future events, isn't this an ability of the Great Tao of Fate? Lin Moyo had his own speculations and observed even more carefully. Combining his previous understanding of the Great Tao of Luck, Lin Moya didn't miss any details of the luck bug's actions, no matter how small. After half an hour of battle, Lin Moya finally discovered that whenever the luck bug made a prediction, its aura would weaken slightly. The weakening was minimal, only about 1%, and this slight weakening would quickly be replenished, but it didn't escape Lin Moya's spiritual sense. Making predictions consumes luck. The greater the consumption of luck, the more accurate and longer the prediction. Lin Moya continued to observe, and finally, he saw a small, exquisite rune on the luck bug's forehead. The rune looked somewhat like a Dao pattern but wasn't as complex. It looked very delicate, and the rune was well hidden. If Lin Moya hadn't observed carefully enough, he wouldn't have seen it. After staring at the rune a few times, Lin Moya confirmed one thing: he could master this rune. Chapter 2811. Chapter 2811, 2811. Chapter 2811, The Luck Rune, Seeking Within Rather Than Without. The marvelous nature of luck was once again revealed. It is well known that luck can influence whether a person's actions go smoothly, whether they experience good fortune or bad luck. However, it was never considered that the art of luck could also predict the future. When the explosive luck technique was activated, the luck value of the three-law circle immediately became apparent. The luck value of the luck bug was extremely high, reaching 90, and it was bright red. By judging the luck value, it could be determined that the luck bug itself had very strong luck. In fact, without using the explosive luck technique, Lin Moya could also sense that the luck bug's luck was indeed very strong, but under the explosive luck technique, it was more intuitive. While Lin Moya was observing, the value dropped from 90 to 89. Lin Moya knew it was predicting the future, foreseeing every move of the Great Sword Dao Sovereign and making preemptive judgments. Doing so was not without cost. The price was the consumption of its own luck. The luck bug predicted the future time and again, acting preemptively, always holding the upper hand. Fortunately, the Great Sword Dao Sovereign's realm was relatively high, able to respond in time, at most appearing somewhat embarrassed. If it were the Flame Tiger, it would have been defeated by now. Lin Moya stared intently at the rune on the luck bug's forehead, knowing that the key to mastering the art of predicting the future lay within that rune. This rune was very peculiar, different from Dao patterns and not quite like the runes prevalent today. Compared to the runes Lin Moya had studied, it was more concise but more powerful. Lin Moya was fascinated, wondering why such a concise rune was more powerful than those complex ones. Prehistoric runes seemed different from those of today, with many powerful runes lost to the river of history. With his familiarity with runes, Lin Moya quickly understood this special rune and connected it with the Tao of Luck. More and more insights grew in his heart, and his eyes became increasingly bright. This rune must have been specially created for this technique. To create a corresponding rune for a technique, that predecessor of the God-slaying sect was truly powerful. Not only did he comprehend the great Tao of Luck, but he was also deeply knowledgeable in the art of runes. Lin Moya felt a sense of admiration. If he could one day reach such a realm, how wonderful it would be. He could also interpret and pass on his various techniques through such methods. His understanding of runes deepened, and finally, Lin Moya raised his hand and began to draw runes in the void. His finger was the pen, and luck was the ink, outlining the rune. Drawing runes was something Lin Moya had done countless times, almost effortlessly. No matter how complex the rune, whether three-dimensional or varying in size, it was all incredibly natural and skillful. For him, the only difference was transforming soul power into the power of luck. Manipulating the power of luck was not as precise as soul power, which was the only issue in drawing luck runes. Fortunately, the previous rounds had significantly improved Lin Moya's control over the power of luck. The art of transforming luck also allowed Lin Moya to master the manipulation of weak luck. Soon, a somewhat imperfect luck rune appeared before Lin Moya. The rune glowed, looking about 70 to 80% similar to the rune on the luck bug's forehead. Though it had many shortcomings, it was sufficient for use. Lin Moya activated the rune with the power of luck, and the rune suddenly ignited. The scene before Lin Moya's eyes changed, with several images flashing by. The entire process was like an illusion, ending in the blink of an eye. Lin Moya immediately looked at the luck bug and the Great Sword Dao Sovereign. They were fighting fiercely, but their next actions were exactly as Lin Moya had seen earlier. This rune allowed Lin Moya to see what would happen 2 seconds into the future, with a time frame of about 2 seconds. Success! Lin Moya was delighted. Although the effect was average, it was a success. If it had been when he first mastered the art of gathering luck, with his extremely crude control over the power of luck, the rune would not have succeeded. The previous rounds of repetitive learning and continuous improvement had elevated his control over the power of luck to another level, allowing him to draw the rune in one go. Lin Moyo understood the painstaking efforts of the predecessor of the God-slaying sect and felt a sense of gratitude. Then he began to draw more runes. One by one, runes were born from his fingertips and activated, allowing Lin Moyo to see future events again and again. Lin Moyo's understanding of the Tao of Luck deepened. Not only the great Tao of Luck, but Lin Moyo also combined the abilities of other great Taos, comparing and distinguishing them. For powerful cultivators, there are many ways to see future events. The great Tao of Fate is one of them, but the future seen through the great Tao of Fate is a general situation, not so detailed. Similarly, the future seen through the great Tao of Fate is relatively far and can show multiple possibilities. The future is constantly changing, and the future seen through the great Tao of Fate will have various branches. The great Tao of Time can also see the future, but the future seen through the great Tao of Time is more distant and often shows the result. The process is not as important. Like the great Tao of Fate, the future results seen through the great Tao of Time are often singular. The process is ever-changing and hard to grasp. The future seen through the great Tao of Luck is very short and close, almost certain, and already determined future. Each method of seeing the future has its advantages and uses. Lin Moya's drawing of the luck rune became increasingly perfect. After drawing hundreds of runes, they were indistinguishable from the rune on the luck bug's forehead. The rune had reached perfection, and the next step was to solidify it. To make the rune no longer a one-time product but something that could be used continuously. To permanently solidify the rune, a carrier was needed. The most commonly used carrier is, of course, the origin crystal. Lin Moya tried it and found that the origin crystal could not become a carrier for the luck rune. The luck rune contained the power of luck, a virtual power. The origin crystal contained the power of origin, a solid power, and the two were opposed. Naturally, it could not become a carrier. Legend has it that there is a special type of origin crystal containing virtual power. But that is just a legend, and no one has ever seen it. Lin Moya naturally couldn't obtain it. Besides the origin crystal, other virtual objects could be used as carriers. For example, the spirit beast meat that Lei Pingping once ate, but spirit beast meat is not an ideal carrier because it is not pure. The spirit beast meat Lei Pingping ate was only semi-virtual, not purely virtual. Creatures like the tricolored phantom snake and the shadow mantis also belong to semi-virtual spirit beasts, but they also contain solid power. Unable to find the most suitable carrier for the moment, Lin Moyo had a sudden thought: since seeking externally doesn't work, why not seek internally? A somewhat crazy idea popped into his mind. With a thought, a soul avatar appeared beside his soul body. Since he couldn't find a suitable carrier externally, he would use his own soul as the carrier. To be safe, he decided to experiment with the avatar first. Chapter 2812. Chapter 2812, 2812. Chapter 2812, Deduction Symbol, the true usage of Tao patterns. The soul belongs to the virtual category. Lin Moyo always knew this. In the classification of virtual and real, the soul belongs to the virtual category. Sometimes the boundary between virtual and real is hard to distinguish, and often it is difficult to tell them apart. The soul is ethereal and intangible. Although it can interfere with reality, it belongs to the virtual category. Some things are even more ethereal, like some laws, which belong to the real category. Lin Moyo believed in his judgment but still needed to experiment to be sure. Using a soul avatar for the experiment should not cause any issues. After drawing the luck rune on his soul body, he sent it into the avatar. The luck rune smoothly integrated with the avatar, causing only a slight tremor, with no adverse reaction. After carefully sensing for a moment, Lin Moya discovered that the luck rune, after integrating with the soul avatar, was still slowly weakening. The power of luck within the rune was dissipating, and if not replenished, it would completely disappear soon. The avatar is safe, and the integration is successful. But why is the luck rune gradually dissipating? The soul avatar is not much different from my main body. Could it be that my idea is wrong? My soul can't be the carrier for the luck rune. No, if it couldn't be a carrier, the integration wouldn't have succeeded. Lin Moya was certain that the soul could indeed be the carrier for the luck rune. His idea was not wrong, but he couldn't understand why the luck rune was gradually weakening. He tried nourishing the luck rune with the power of luck, but it was still ineffective. If the soul carrier has this issue, then using other virtual items as carriers will likely have the same problem. There must be something I overlooked, something I missed. Lin Moya was confident in his idea and pondered to find out what he had missed. The soul body and the soul avatar stood face to face, looking almost identical except one was stronger and the other weaker. They could even share luck, except Lin Moya suddenly realized that the only difference between the soul avatar and the main body was the Tao pattern. When the soul advanced to the Tao sovereign realm, a Tao pattern was generated. This Tao pattern had always been within the soul, motionless. It seemed useless and was gradually ignored. Lin Moya now suddenly remembered that there was a Tao pattern within his soul. He recalled that in the illusion, when fighting with the disciples of the God-slaying sect, their spells were all activated using Tao patterns. This was different from the cultivators on the current origin continent, where Tao patterns were more of a status symbol. Apart from the true body of the great Tao, Tao patterns were almost useless. Or rather, the method of using Tao patterns had been lost. Let's give it a try. Even if it fails, I can just regenerate. With the mindset of treating a dead horse as if it were alive, and relying on his ability to not die, Lin Moya decided to take the risk. He dispersed the soul avatar and then meticulously drew a perfect luck rune. He then sent this luck rune into his own soul. The soul sensed a foreign object entering but felt no discomfort. The earthy yellow light bestowed by the soul gem also showed no reaction, and his spiritual sense did not send any warnings, proving that the luck rune posed no harm to the soul. Lin Moyo controlled the luck rune and sent it to the Dao pattern. At the moment of contact, the luck rune vibrated, and the Dao pattern also vibrated. Soon, their vibration frequencies synchronized, and they instantly fused together. The Dao pattern changed slightly, becoming simpler and less complex. At the same time, the Dao pattern now exhibited characteristics of the luck rune. Streams of luck power were drawn and injected into the Dao pattern. After merging with the Dao pattern, the luck rune not only did not weaken but grew stronger. Information flowed from the Dao pattern, and Lin Moyo instantly understood the nature of the luck rune he had fused. So this rune is called the deduction symbol. Using the power of luck to deduce the future, the stronger the luck, the longer the deduction time. With my current luck strength, I can deduce events up to 10 seconds into the future. Although it could only deduce events up to 10 seconds into the future, it was already very powerful. In 10 seconds, many things could happen, especially in a battle at the Dao Sovereign level, where even 1 second could determine life or death. Lin Moya now understood the true usage of Dao patterns. They needed to be combined with other elements to be effective. Things that could combine with Dao patterns included runes, spells, secret techniques, and even some special magical treasures. The role of Dao patterns was significant, very significant. Modern cultivators had been using Dao patterns incorrectly. However, Lin Moya found it strange that, given the importance of Dao patterns, so many cultivators over the years had not discovered their true usage. Although Lin Moya considered himself highly talented, he never thought he was unprecedented. There were many smart people in the world, and it was strange that no one had discovered this over countless years. Regardless, let's deal with the current situation first. Lin Moyo activated the deduction symbol, instantly deducing what would happen in the next 10 seconds. The result of the deduction symbol was instantaneous, allowing Lin Moya to know what might happen in the next 10 seconds. Lin Moya took command of the Great Sword Dao Sovereign, personally directing it in battle. The secret techniques for attacks were still executed by the Great Sword Dao Sovereign, with Lin Moyo only giving orders. He would tell the Great Sword Dao Sovereign to slash left or right, but the specifics of the attack were up to the Great Sword Dao Sovereign. Lin Moya used his consciousness to command, almost synchronizing with the Great Sword Dao Sovereign. The Great Sword Dao Sovereign's reactions became faster. Previously, it was always half a step behind the luck bug and constantly suppressed. Now, the Great Sword Dao Sovereign began to take the initiative. When it launched an attack, the luck bug would naturally appear where the attack landed. The luck bug also reacted quickly, as it could also predict the Great Sword Dao Sovereign's attacks, making it very agile in dodging. Both sides were continuously deducing, predicting what would happen next. The future became extremely chaotic, with countless possibilities. Lin Moya fully activated the deduction symbol repeatedly, and the luck bug did the same. For a moment, neither side could gain the upper hand. However, on the surface, the Great Sword Dao Sovereign still suppressed the luck bug, as its higher realm and greater combat power gave it an advantage. Through the explosive luck technique, Lin Moya saw the luck bug's luck value dropping rapidly, much faster than before. In just a few minutes, the luck value had dropped from 80 to 60, whereas it had taken half a day to drop by just over 10 points before. Clearly, the Great Sword Dao Sovereign was putting significant pressure on the luck bug. This isn't a sustainable way to fight. It will take a long time to wear it down. Lin Moya didn't want to waste any more time, and continuously using the deduction symbol would also deplete his own luck. Activating the explosive luck technique, the luck bug's luck value plummeted from 60 to 40. The luck bug began to scream uneasily, but it was too late. Lin Moya deduced the future, and the luck bug exploded. Chapter 2813. Chapter 2813, 2813. Chapter 2813, Seeking the Ultimate Path of the Tao, Standing Above the Great Tao. The explosive luck technique exploded, and an invisible force burst out from the luck bug's body. No matter how it tried to deduce the future, it was useless. There was no way to avoid it. The luck bug screamed as its aura rapidly declined, and its deductions were interrupted. The Great Sword Dao Sovereign's attack followed closely behind the explosive luck technique, giving the luck bug no chance to dodge. The incredibly sharp sword light fell on the luck bug, causing its body to explode and shatter into pieces. The attack from the explosive luck technique was interrupted, and the Great Sword Dao Sovereign's decisive strike was exactly as Lin Moyo had deduced earlier, flawless and without error. Being able to deduce luck can at least enhance one's combat power by a whole realm. If I continuously deduce, always taking the initiative, I will definitely become the enemy's nightmare. Lin Moya revealed a slight smile. He had won this battle again. Moreover, he had learned the deduction symbol from it, successfully fulfilling the requirements of the predecessor of the God-slaying sect. After the luck bug died, it transformed into a large amount of luck, gathering in the air to form a luck Tao. It was not the true Great Tao of Luck but the various insights left by the predecessor, merely appearing in the form of the Great Tao of Luck. The Tao turned into wisps of smoke, drilling into Lin Moyo and transforming into a large amount of insight for him to absorb. However, Lin Moyo keenly sensed that this wave of insights was different from the previous ones. The wisps of smoke gathered in the soul world, forming a human figure. This figure was blurry and indistinct. However, Lin Moyo knew that this was the predecessor who had left behind the inheritance of the Great Tao of Luck. Lin Moyo bowed to him. "Greetings, Senior. Thank you for the inheritance of the Great Tao." The figure did not respond to Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo also knew that this was likely just a message left behind, and the real person was long gone. Sure enough, a few seconds later, the figure's voice slowly sounded. Being able to comprehend the deduction symbol proves your excellent comprehension and qualifies you to inherit my Tao. Remember, the great Tao of luck is vast and boundless. What you have learned is merely the most basic application. Do not be complacent. You must continuously explore, seeking the ultimate path of the Tao, until you stand above the great Tao. With these words, the figure turned into smoke and disappeared. Lin Moya bowed again, not for any other reason but to show gratitude for receiving the inheritance. The ultimate path of the Tao, the end of the Tao, standing above the great Tao. Lin Moya repeatedly pondered these words, feeling their extraordinary meaning. Lin Moya thought of the scenes he had once seen, with brilliant great Taos, some standing within the Tao, others standing above it. This predecessor probably never stood above the great Tao. He was likely one of the Tao's members, striving to stand above it but failing. Standing above the great Tao, the three ancestors once slipped and mentioned the term Tao Master. Could it be that those who stand above the great Tao are the Tao Masters? Is Tao Master a realm or a title? Could it mean the Master of the great Tao? Is that old man in the green robe the Tao Master? Lin Moya thought of many things in an instant, each idea having its own possibility. However, now was not the time to ponder these questions. A surge of insights was already flooding in, and Lin Moya fully focused on absorbing them. His understanding of the great Tao of luck deepened, becoming increasingly clear. Above his soul, the purple luck rolled and moved, rendering his soul extremely noble. Repeatedly comprehending the great Tao of luck, learning and mastering the techniques of luck, gathering luck technique, luck conversion technique, and the three methods of deduction. These were the best evidence of Lin Moya's cultivation of the great Tao of luck. Lin Moya's understanding of the great Tao of luck finally reached a limit. This limit, pushed by the insights of the unnamed predecessor, exploded. A hazy yet brilliant great Tao appeared in the soul world. The great Tao of luck, Lin Moya finally touched it, which also meant that he truly touched the power of the void. Although he didn't achieve the status of a heavenly sovereign through the great Tao of luck like Xiao Wu, he comprehended the great Tao of luck while still in the heavenly sovereign realm. Now Lin Moya possessed four great Taos: immortality, space, time, and luck, spanning all realms of the void. The immortal Tao was real, space and time were between real and virtual, and luck was virtual. As for the starlight law comprehended in the great world, it couldn't find a corresponding Tao in the origin continent, so it had to be temporarily abandoned. The starlight law seemed to be unique to the great world, unrelated to the star systems in the origin continent. This wasn't a major concern. Lin Moya had long stopped thinking about it, letting everything take its course. Now he possessed four great Taos spanning the virtual and real, feeling both excited and somewhat troubled. How should I cultivate in the future? With each additional Tao, the cultivation speed slows down significantly. I don't even know what my current cultivation speed is. Lin Moya sighed inwardly. If others heard this, they would surely scold him harshly. A mid-level heavenly sovereign under 3,000 years old, on the verge of becoming a high-level heavenly sovereign, still complaining. But Lin Moya knew he wasn't pretending it was genuinely slow. If he had only one Tao, he would have already advanced, possibly even becoming a Tao sovereign. It's because of the four great Taos that his comprehension speed slowed down significantly. However, obtaining the great Tao of luck was a great blessing. He no longer needed to rely on Xiao Wu. He could enhance his own luck directly. Not only could he enhance his own luck, but he could also suppress others' luck, making it more effective than the explosive luck technique. After lowering someone's luck, using the explosive luck technique would surely yield excellent results. Thinking about the effects of the explosive luck technique, Lin Moya thought, I should thoroughly comprehend it and see if I can upgrade the explosive luck technique to a luck-based technique. Directly detonating someone's luck is much stronger than detonating their fortune. Calming his mind, Lin Moya continued to ascend. Now, there were less than 100 steps to the mountaintop, and victory was in sight. Step by step, Lin Moya ascended, and the divine light grew denser. Lin Moya felt his realm rising, faster than before. A surge of powerful energy emerged from every corner of his body. His thoughts were incredibly clear, comprehending the four great Taos simultaneously. Although this comprehension was not as deep as closed-door cultivation, it accompanied the increase in power. The divine light used a method Lin Moya couldn't understand to elevate his realm. Finally, as Lin Moya reached the 999th step, a powerful aura burst from his body, reaching the sky. The shackles of the mid-level heavenly sovereign were shattered, and Lin Moya officially stepped into the high-level heavenly sovereign realm. Powerful energy surged, and Lin Moya felt his undead army's combat power greatly enhanced. Especially the spell star representing the Summon Skeleton King spell, the aura emitted from the star had clearly reached the Tao Sovereign realm. Lin Moya didn't need to test to know that the Skeleton King had become a Tao Sovereign. With 1,000 Tao Sovereign Skeleton Kings, it was equivalent to 1,000 Tao Sovereign First Realm cultivators. If 1,000 Skeleton Kings appeared simultaneously, their combat power could increase several times. The first Tao Sovereign Undead army was finally born. Then Lin Moya's eyes narrowed, and a Tao pattern emerged from the Summon Skeleton King spell star. Chapter 2814. Chapter 2814, 2814. Chapter 2814. This time, I will definitely chop you off. The summoning spell for the Skeleton King revealed a Tao pattern, which Lin Moya had not anticipated. However, upon reflection, it made sense that since the Skeleton King had become a Tao sovereign, a Tao pattern would naturally appear. The bone law ascended, transforming into a grayish-white avenue. On this avenue stood countless skeletons made of white bones, with black-red blood dripping from their eyeless sockets, exuding a chilling aura. Even a single glance could cause cultivators below the supreme level to have their Tao hearts collapse. The skeletons on the avenue simultaneously raised their bone swords, seemingly performing a certain spell. The sword light was fierce, as if tearing through the heavens and earth, causing the entire soul world to rumble. These sword lights then converged onto the Tao pattern, causing it to change. The Tao pattern emitted a sharp aura, containing both death energy and a faint hint of blood. Lin Moyo observed and murmured to himself, this Tao pattern, when it first appeared, was identical to the one that appeared in my soul, with no difference. Only after accepting different spells did they each change their shape. The shape of the Tao pattern is related to the spells they merge with, which should be a characteristic of Tao patterns. After the Tao pattern absorbed the sword light, it imprinted itself onto the spell star and also onto each skeleton king. The spell star with the Tao pattern underwent some qualitative changes, becoming different from the others. Its level was clearly higher than other summoning spell stars, second only to Infinite Fusion and the two original spells. Lin Moya communicated with the spell star and saw the relevant information. Summon Skeleton King, current level, summons a Skeleton King with a Tao pattern. The Skeleton King's spells can be shared with other skeletons. The more Skeleton Kings summoned simultaneously, the stronger the Skeleton Kings and other skeletons will be. The Skeleton King can wield part of the power of the Bloodbone Avenue, and its attacks will carry the power of the avenue, causing damage to the enemy's soul. The Tao pattern will be shared by all Skeleton Kings, but the spells within the Tao pattern cannot be shared with other skeletons. Maximum number of Skeleton Kings that can exist simultaneously, 1000. Lin Moya saw the spell information of the Skeleton King. Indeed, some changes had occurred. The level of the Skeleton King's spells remained at the original level, but their power had significantly increased. The Bone Law of the Skeleton King had transformed into the Bloodbone Avenue, and its attacks now included soul attacks, which seemed similar to the Bone Law but were much more powerful. The Skeleton King now possessed a Tao pattern, which had absorbed a spell from the Bloodbone Avenue. This spell belonged to the Avenue spells and could not be shared with other Skeleton Kings. The number of Skeleton Kings that could exist simultaneously remained the same, still 1000. Lin Moya knew this was because his realm was not high enough. Once his realm reached the Tao Sovereign level, the number of Skeleton Kings would surely increase. It was his own limitations that held back the Skeleton Kings. After reading the spell information, Lin Moyo immediately summoned a Skeleton King to see what spell the Tao pattern had granted it. Accompanied by roaring flames, a throne appeared, and the Skeleton King sat upon it. The Skeleton King slowly stood up, and the throne transformed into an exquisite and luxurious bone sword in its hand. A crimson cloak fluttered, emitting countless blood threads. The blood threads covered the Skeleton King's entire body, as if it had donned a suit of blood armor. The crimson blood and the grayish undying flame fused together, creating a fearsome sight. The Tao Sovereign level Skeleton King had undergone significant changes, filled with the aura of killing and blood, just like the avenue it wielded. The information about the Skeleton King appeared in Lin Moya's mind. Skeleton King. Level, Tao Sovereign First Realm. Avenue spell, Blood Kill. Spell, Bone/God. Blood Kill burns the target's blood, using the power of the avenue to detonate it. The power depends on the target's blood strength. The stronger the blood, the more powerful the explosion. Bone/God locks onto the target, attacking both the body and soul. The locked target cannot dodge or use treasures for defense. It can attack multiple targets, and if the number of targets is less than 100, the damage will not be reduced. It can combine with other skeletons for a joint attack, further enhancing its power. The change in Bone/God lay in its group attack capability. When locking onto fewer than 100 targets, its power would be the same as a single target attack. This gave the Skeleton King strong group combat abilities. When 1000 Skeleton Kings combined, their combat power would be significantly enhanced. The newly added Avenue spell was named Blood Kill. Driven by the power of the Bloodbone Avenue, it burned the target's blood and detonated it. The stronger the target's blood, the more powerful the spell, making it a perfect technique for defeating stronger opponents. With this spell, the Skeleton King could even contend with stronger opponents. This time, the Skeleton King's advancement to the Tao Sovereign level and possession of a Tao pattern had greatly increased its combat power. This made Lin Moyo even more eager to see if his other summoning spells would also gain Tao patterns and new abilities upon advancing to the Tao Sovereign level. The Undead Legion had always been one of Lin Moya's greatest trump cards. In recent years, due to facing increasingly powerful opponents, the Undead Legion had been used less frequently. However, Lin Moya knew that in the end, he would still rely on the Undead Legion. Spells like Resurrection of the Dead and Corpse Explosion always had limitations and couldn't be relied upon forever. The upgrade of the Bone Hell was difficult, and advancing its realm was also challenging. Only the Undead Legion could improve as long as Lin Moya's realm improved. If one day he could stand atop the Great Tao, perhaps the Undead Legion could also stand on the Great Tao, which would be truly terrifying. Putting aside his lofty ambitions, Lin Moya took the final step and reached the mountaintop. Boom! The spear trembled violently, and divine light intertwined with death energy, shooting out in all directions. The mountain rocks rose and fell, and jade stones appeared before Lin Moyo. Then, a person appeared in the sky, looking down at Lin Moyo with a cold voice. "You are quite good. But this is the end. Take your reward and leave." Chapter 2815. Chapter 2815, 2815. Chapter 2815. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Lin Moyo looked at the figure standing in midair beside the spear. The clothes this person wore were familiar to Lin Moyo. They were the same as those worn by the personal disciples in the previous illusion. This was a personal disciple of the God-slaying sect, but his realm was very high, above the 4th realm of Tao Sovereign, possibly even reaching the 5th realm. Combined with the secret techniques of the God-slaying sect, his combat power might not be much weaker than that of a 6th realm Dao sovereign. Lin Moya withdrew his gaze and looked towards the front of the mountaintop. In the distance, where death energy and divine light intertwined, stood a grand hall. Earlier, the sect master of the God-slaying sect had promised him that he could ascend the divine mountain, enter the divine hall, and bathe in divine light. Clearly, the grand hall ahead was the divine hall. He hadn't reached it yet, so how could he retreat now? Lin Moya asked, "Are you a personal disciple of the God-slaying sect?" The personal disciple replied coldly, "It's good that you know. As a mere celestial sovereign, being able to ascend the divine mountain and bathe in divine light is already a grace from the sect master. You should now kneel in gratitude, take your reward, and leave." Lin Moya looked at the 5 jade stones in front of him. "Is this my reward?" The personal disciple said, "That's right." Lin Moya didn't hesitate and directly took the 5 jade stones into his storage ring. The personal disciple sneered, "Now you can leave." Before he could finish, Lin Moya had already started walking towards the divine hall, completely ignoring the personal disciple. "How dare you!" The personal disciple roared and struck towards Lin Moya with his palm. The great sword Dao Sovereign appeared beside Lin Moya and slashed out with his sword. Boom! The immense force collided, creating waves of energy. At this moment, the divine light at the mountaintop spread, and the waves of energy quickly subsided. The top of the divine mountain was shrouded in divine light, absorbing all attacks and preventing any disturbances. Lin Moya was extremely curious about the divine light, wondering what it was, but he could feel its marvelous nature. The divine light could transform into a heavy pressure, making it hard to breathe. It could also attract death energy, becoming a carrier of luck. It could enhance one's realm and break through bottlenecks. Now, it could absorb various attacks and protect the divine mountain. The divine light could be both tangible and intangible, playing various roles and being nearly omnipotent. As for the hostile personal disciple, Lin Moya didn't take him seriously. The people of the God-slaying sect were long dead, and this personal disciple was just another dead person. He was here to stop Lin Moya based on preset instructions. If Lin Moya were truly frightened and left with the reward, he would be a fool. If he continued towards the divine hall, the personal disciple would surely try to stop him. Since he would be stopped whether he took the reward or not, it was better to take the reward and then proceed to the divine hall. Lin Moya's strategy was to have it all. The personal disciple was furious, roaring as 20 Dao patterns appeared before him. A vast aura exploded, sending the great sword Dao Sovereign flying. The 20 Dao patterns interlinked, forming a whole, much stronger than a single Dao pattern. 3 Dao patterns flew out and exploded. A cage appeared in the air, instantly trapping the great sword Dao Sovereign. The cage was incredibly sturdy, and despite the great sword Dao Sovereign's furious attacks, it couldn't be broken in a short time. The personal disciple looked at Lin Moya, "Take one more step, and I'll kill you." Lin Moya smiled slightly and continued walking towards the divine hall. "You're courting death." The personal disciple was enraged, activating 2 more Dao patterns. The 2 Dao patterns collided in the air and exploded. In the next second, countless black spears rained down, aiming to pierce Lin Moya. Lin Moya smiled, his soul glowing brightly. He walked leisurely through the rain of spears, unaffected by the black spears passing by him. With the predictive rune, he knew exactly what would happen in the next few seconds, treating the spear rain as nothing. The personal disciple grew even angrier, his body surging with death energy. 5 more Dao patterns flew out, forming a large array in the air. At this moment, Lin Moya's fingers danced in the void, drawing several runes that flew towards the array. Just as the array was forming, the runes entered it. The 5 Dao patterns exploded, shattering the array. Through the predictive rune, Lin Moya had seen the formation of the array. Based on his judgment, the array should have reached the 7th level and was driven by Dao patterns, making it extremely powerful. For other cultivators, this array would be very strong, and even a 4th realm Dao sovereign might not survive it. As a celestial sovereign, Lin Moya wouldn't last long in the array. But Lin Moya was too familiar with arrays and runes. Although he couldn't set up a 7th level array due to his realm, his understanding of arrays had already reached the 7th level. Through the predictive rune, he saw the formation process of the array. With just a few runes, he disrupted the connections within the array, causing it to collapse. The 5 Dao patterns shattered, and the personal disciple's death energy wavered. Clearly, the shattering of the Dao patterns also harmed him. Lin Moya ignored this and continued walking towards the divine hall. In the time it took for the battle, he had already covered half the distance. The personal disciple roared in anger, sending out 4 more Dao patterns. The 4 Dao patterns transformed into 4 spirit beasts. The spirit beasts resembled tigers, covered in purple patterns, from which endless thunder erupted, forming a sea of lightning. The tigers roared, and lightning surged, leaving Lin Moya with no escape. However, Lin Moya remained calm, having seen this through the predictive rune. The space around him twisted, and Zhao Dongxing appeared beside him. The aura of a 6th realm Dao sovereign exploded, creating a space within the sea of lightning. Zhao Dongxing transformed into a thunder lion, opening its mouth to absorb the lightning, clearing a path for Lin Moya. At the same time, numerous spirit beasts emerged from the great Dao of all spirits, entangling the purple pattern thunder tigers. The personal disciple was stunned, not expecting Lin Moya to have a 6th realm Dao sovereign by his side. At this moment, Lin Moya said loudly, "It's only polite to reciprocate." Lin Moya flicked out a ball of undying flame, which exploded in the air, transforming into a sea of fire. From the flames emerged the throne of the Skeleton King. Thousands of Skeleton Kings appeared, each wielding a long sword. Spell, Bone Slash. Using first realm Dao Sovereign Skeleton Kings to deal with a fourth realm Dao Sovereign personal disciple might seem overconfident, but Lin Moya didn't care. He was just using the opponent as a test subject. The blood and bone great Dao appeared in the sky, with countless bloody skeletons slashing their swords alongside the skeleton kings. Sword light filled the air, engulfing the personal disciple. Lin Moya took this opportunity to rush towards the divine hall. Chapter 2816. Chapter 2816, 2816. Chapter 2816, strike when he is down. The sword light echoed with a roar, and the personal disciple charged out from the sword light. The death energy appeared more dispersed than before, indicating that the attacks of the 1,000 skeleton kings had indeed affected him. However, the impact was minimal. After all, the skeleton kings were only at the first realm of Dao Sovereign, and how could they truly harm him? Given the vast difference in realms, the effect of numbers was very limited. Quantity alone could not make up for the gap. The personal disciple charged out from the sword light, his anger boiling as he glared at Lin Moyo. At this moment, Lin Moyo was sprinting towards the divine hall at the fastest speed. He had already seen through the deduction symbol that the skeleton king's attacks were ineffective and would only make the personal disciple slightly disheveled. Next, the personal disciple would get angry, and his wrath would be unbearable. Naturally, Lin Moyo had to seize the opportunity to rush towards the divine hall. As long as he entered the divine hall, the opponent would be unable to do anything to him. As the personal disciple roared, the last 6 Dao patterns simultaneously radiated light. A great Dao emerged, and within it, numerous long spears protruded, their sharp aura seemingly tearing through space. He merged with the great Dao, transforming into the true form of the Dao. His comprehension was of the spear Dao, and at this moment, he was like a spear piercing through the heavens and earth, unparalleled in sharpness. He locked onto Lin Moyo, and the sharp aura swept over. Lin Moya's spiritual sense immediately issued a warning, telling him that he was in extreme danger. The deduction symbol continued to activate, and Lin Moya suddenly realized that he couldn't deduce the opponent's next move. Is it because of the realm difference? No, it's not the realm, it's the Great Dao. After transforming into the true form of the Great Dao, he is protected by the power of the Dao, causing the deduction symbol to fail. Lin Moyo had just comprehended the Great Dao of Luck and had weak control over it. Under the protection of the opponent's Dao power, he couldn't make accurate deductions. Block him. Lin Moyo gave the order, and the skeleton kings immediately charged forward, wielding their bone swords to intercept. They used their swords and bodies to shield Lin Moyo from the opponent. The skeleton kings knew no fear and were unafraid of death. As long as Lin Moyo gave the order, they would charge forward, even if it meant their deaths. Get lost. With a roar, the personal disciple charged towards Lin Moyo. It seemed as if a long spear appeared between heaven and earth, mirroring the spear at the mountaintop. The spear's power was unparalleled, touching it meant death. The skeleton kings collapsed one after another, but they continued to charge without hesitation. The skeleton kings swung their swords, producing clashing sounds, but it was of little use. The sacrificial tactic only managed to delay the personal disciple slightly. At this point, Lin Moyo was only a quarter of the way to the divine hall, but the skeleton kings couldn't hold out until he reached it. The divine light at the mountaintop limited Lin Moya's speed, preventing him from moving faster. At this point, he had to think of another way to stop the opponent and buy himself more time. Lin Moya's mind raced, and he gathered his luck. A short sword appeared in his palm. The sword of luck could cut through luck. Lin Moya didn't use the poison of luck, as it required time to take effect. Now, every second counted, and there was no time for the poison of luck to work. With a flick of his finger, the sword of luck vanished silently. At the same time, Lin Moya's eyes glowed, and the explosive luck technique was activated. The opponent's luck value was 80. Lin Moya saw the opponent's luck value, which was as high as 80. The sword of luck appeared in front of the personal disciple, silently stabbing forward. The sword of luck passed through the personal disciple's body without him noticing. The sword of luck only cut luck, not the flesh or soul, making it hard to detect unless one was paying close attention. Moreover, the personal disciple was busy breaking through the encirclement of the skeleton kings and didn't notice. In Lin Moya's eyes, the personal disciple's luck dropped from 80 to 60. The sword of luck successfully weakened his luck. Then came the second strike, reducing the luck value to 45. The third strike left the luck value at 35. After 3 strikes, the sword of luck disappeared. The sword of luck, while cutting others' luck, also caused damage to itself, previously only able to make 3 strikes. Gathering the sword of luck also consumed Lin Moya's own luck. This method was akin to harming the enemy by 1000 while damaging oneself by 200. Lin Moyo, relying on his abundant luck, didn't mind the self-damage. The explosive luck technique activated again, further reducing the personal disciple's luck value from 35 to 25. In Lin Moya's eyes, the opponent's luck value turned gray, indicating a state of extreme misfortune. The personal disciple finally noticed something was wrong. He felt his strength inexplicably weakening. It seemed as if the great Dao was becoming distant, and his true form of the Dao was becoming unstable. His breakthrough speed significantly slowed, and he couldn't break through the encirclement of the skeleton kings for a while. What did you do? The personal disciple angrily demanded. Lin Moyo ignored him and silently chanted, "Explode." With a boom, the personal disciple's body exploded from within, and Lin Moya seemed to hear his screams. Lin Moyo could feel the personal disciple's aura weakening significantly. Strike when he is down. Lin Moya snapped his fingers, and a golden lion appeared beside him. This was the Golden Lion clan of the demon race, named Jin Dizong. During an operation by the Eastern Spirit Empire, Jin Dizong was killed by Thunderlight, and his fragmented body was brought back and became Lin Moya's resurrected being. Jin Dizong roared, covered in golden light, and transformed into the true form of the Great Tao, charging forward. He comprehended the Golden Light Tao, which combined the sharpness of metal from the 5 elements and the speed of light. Jin Dizong, like lightning, charged into the encirclement of the Skeleton Kings, madly attacking the personal disciple. Lin Moya no longer just wanted to enter the divine hall, he wanted to kill. If you can kill me, then I can kill you. Lin Moya never knew what it meant to show mercy to an enemy. As long as there was a chance, he would surely strike to kill. After years of fighting in the great world, Lin Moya's killing intent had grown, and he never hesitated. The personal disciple, weakened by the explosive luck technique, activated the last 2 Dao patterns. The 2 Dao patterns transformed into protective light, shielding him. However, under Jin Dizong's frenzied attacks, the Dao patterns couldn't hold for long. In just 1 minute, the protective light shattered, and the personal disciple was fully exposed to Jin Dizong. At this moment, a beam of light shot from the tip of the divine spear at the mountaintop, landing on the personal disciple. The personal disciple turned into a stream of light and flew into the divine hall, disappearing. Escaped. Lin Moya's eyes showed a thoughtful expression. The personal disciple didn't escape, he was likely saved. The only one who could save him here was the mysterious sect master. The mountaintop was now calm, and Lin Moya walked alone towards the divine hall. He reached the entrance of the divine hall, and the mist gradually dissipated, revealing the true appearance of the door. The door was exquisitely crafted, with a plaque in the center inscribed with the words Godslaying Sect in dragon and phoenix calligraphy. The characters should have been resplendent, but time had worn them down. The door exuded an ancient and vast aura. As Lin Moya approached, the door opened automatically, and an even more ancient aura emanated from behind it. Lin Moya took a deep breath and disappeared through the door. Chapter 2817. Chapter 2817, 2817. Chapter 2817, called you here to ask for a favor. As soon as Lin Moya entered, the door slammed shut. Lin Moya had anticipated this and was not disturbed, continuing to walk towards the interior of the temple. Behind the door was a huge garden. At this moment, the garden was already in decline, the entire garden exuding death and lifelessness. Lin Moya could still see that this garden must have once been filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers, with pavilions and terraces. The garden was very large and must have once been a beautiful, even extraordinary, sight. A sect like the Godslaying sect naturally wouldn't just arrange ordinary storms. Divine light emerged from all directions, like a large net, enveloping the entire palace. Without this divine light, the palace might no longer exist. The power of time is extremely terrifying, and few things can withstand its erosion. At the end of the garden, there was another large hall, and Lin Moya knew that this was his destination. From the distant hall, Lin Moya could feel a mysterious power. It seemed that this was the core of the entire Godslaying sect. Not long after stepping into the garden, divine light suddenly blossomed. Countless divine lights gathered above the garden, transforming into various wondrous scenes. Peaks and ridges appeared in the divine light. On these peaks were exquisite houses and countless caves. It was imaginable that countless people once lived and cultivated here. The Godslaying sect was once a great sect, with at least 1 million disciples. Looking at the current origin continent, no holy land or sect could have such a number of disciples. The divine light kept changing, and among the peaks were countless rare and exotic beasts. Large spirit beasts roamed the peaks, and disciples of the Godslaying sect fought with these spirit beasts, clearly trying to tame them. The scenes displayed by the divine light brought a touch of life to the dead garden. As Lin Moya walked, he watched the constantly changing scenes in the divine light, as if being told how prosperous and powerful the Godslaying sect once was. Comparing the former Godslaying sect with the current one, jagged rocks and graves everywhere. Such a change inevitably made one sigh. I wonder what happened to the Godslaying sect back then. What was the real reason for the prehistoric break? What kind of war could cause the collapse of the 9 continents? Without personal experience, it's hard to imagine the level of power involved. Continuing to walk forward, the divine light changed again. The divine light suddenly became distorted, as if some power was interfering with its operation. Lin Moya realized that the divine light was demonstrating an extremely powerful force, so strong that the divine light couldn't easily interpret it. The divine light became 3 points blurred, and the scenes were no longer so clear. In the divine light, a sharp peak appeared, with a huge spear inserted into it, the spear tip pointing straight at the sky. Lin Moya was suddenly shocked. This peak was the very one he was on, the one referred to as the Sacred Mountain by the sect master of the Godslaying sect. On the Sacred Mountain, a great Tao stretched across the sky. This great Tao seemed to exist eternally, displayed openly. The great Tao signifies mystery and rarely appears. Whether heavenly sovereign or Tao sovereign, they only summon the great Tao in great battles, borrowing its power. The great Tao usually flashes briefly, existing for a very short time. But this great Tao had always existed, for countless years. Any disciple of the Godslaying sect could observe the great Tao and comprehend it. However, observing is one thing, truly comprehending it depends on personal aptitude. Some things, even if placed before you, you wouldn't know how to use them. But being able to eternally display the great Tao was beyond the capability of an ordinary Tao sovereign. Perhaps after surpassing the Tao sovereign, one has the ability to display the great Tao. The Godslaying sect once had this ability, allowing disciples to cultivate. They could even use this method to select the most qualified successors. Lin Moya's mind was filled with thoughts, realizing that this method surpassed any current force on the origin continent. Unknowingly, he reached the deepest part of the garden. The divine light disappeared, and Lin Moya saw the hall before him. From the divine light, he already knew that this hall was where the godslaying sect held meetings. The high-level members of the godslaying sect discussed matters here, and all orders originated from here. Godslaying Hall. A simple name, almost identical to the godslaying sect, just changing one word. Lin Moya was very curious why the godslaying sect chose this name. What does godslaying mean, which gods were slain, and what do these gods represent? Perhaps all the secrets were inside. Lin Moya walked into the godslaying hall, finding it grand and spacious, with rows of exquisite seats neatly arranged, numbering over 100. These seats belonged to the high-level members of the godslaying sect, each one a terrifyingly powerful existence. Unfortunately, the seats were now empty, with no one present. "You've come." A deep voice echoed in the hall. Finally, Lin Moya saw the main figure, the sect master of the godslaying sect, sitting at the head. The sect master of the godslaying sect was shrouded in divine light and death energy, his appearance unclear. Beside him stood another person. This was the personal disciple who had previously stopped Lin Moya from entering the temple. His gaze was solemn, showing no joy or sorrow. Lin Moya knew that both the sect master and this personal disciple had died countless years ago. What remained was not their true selves, just a thought, not even a remnant soul. But this made them even more terrifying, as a single thought possessed such combat power. If a remnant soul remained, how powerful would they be? Lin Moya bowed. Junior Lin Moya greets the sect master. The sect master waved his hand. "No need to be polite. You are not of our sect, no need to bow. My surname is Tu, you can call me Senior Tuesday." Lin Moya immediately corrected himself. Junior Lin Moya greets Senior Tuesday. He wondered if the name of the godslaying sect was related to the sect master's surname too. Sect master Tu suddenly said, "No need to guess, my name has nothing to do with the godslaying sect. The reason it's called the godslaying sect is because our sect once slew an extraterrestrial demon god." Extraterrestrial demon god. Lin Moya had never heard of it, but it sounded formidable. He honestly said, "Junior has never heard of the name extraterrestrial demon god." Sect Master 2 replied, "It's normal not to have heard of it." He didn't continue on this topic but said, "Are you wondering why I called you here?" Lin Moya replied, "Senior 2 must have a reason. Junior does not wish to speculate wildly." Sect Master 2 laughed, "You are very smart. Those who can comprehend the great Tao of luck are the smartest in the world, and your luck is also top-notch. You must have guessed, but you surely can't guess correctly. It's not important. When your realm reaches a certain level, you will naturally know. I called you here to ask for a favor. You don't need to rush to agree or refuse. Listen to what I have to say first." Chapter 2818. Chapter 2818, 2818. Chapter 2818, The Three Ancestors Are Deceiving Me. To comprehend the great Tao of luck, the conditions are very stringent. Not only do you need top-notch comprehension, but you also need an extremely strong soul. In addition, you must have top-notch luck. Only with top-notch luck can you resonate with the great Tao of luck. Once all three are met, there is a chance to touch the great Tao of luck. Touching is not the same as comprehending. The world is vast, and many people possess all three, and some have even touched the great Tao of luck. However, those who can truly comprehend the great Tao of luck are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Sect Master 2 was very sincere when he first mentioned what he hoped Lin Moya could help him with. "I hope you can help me find a person. This person could be male or female. Could be a cultivator or an ordinary person. Could be an elderly person nearing the end of their life, or a newborn baby. No matter what kind of person it is, you must find them for me." Lin Moya was bewildered and couldn't help but mutter to himself, "How am I supposed to find someone like that? It seems like any random person could meet these conditions." Lin Moya almost wanted to ask if it was possible or not. Obviously, it wasn't that simple. After Sect Master 2 finished speaking, a divine light rose from the main hall. Within the divine light, a complex and mysterious Tao pattern was clearly visible. Sect Master 2 continued, "This person will have this Tao pattern somewhere on their body. The pattern could be on any part." Lin Moya asked, "Is this Tao pattern innate?" Sect Master 2 nodded, "Indeed, it is innate." Lin Moya was puzzled. If it's an innate Tao pattern, it would surely be considered a sign of a prodigy. How could it be an ordinary person? If it wasn't an ordinary person, then the previous premise would be incorrect, wouldn't it? Sect Master 2 said, "Although it is innate, it is likely hidden and may only appear when the person reaches adulthood, or it may never appear in their lifetime." Lin Moya's brow furrowed deeply. This made the search range extremely broad, akin to finding a needle in a haystack. The only certainty was that Sect Master 2 was looking for a human, most likely living in the southern continent. Of course, apart from the northern continent, the other three continents also had human inhabitants, so they couldn't be completely ruled out. Lin Moya whispered, "This task is very difficult. Is there no other information?" Sect Master 2 shook his head, "No, only this Tao pattern." Lin Moya pondered for a moment and then said, "All right, I agree to help you, but I don't know if I can find them. I can only say that I will do my best." Sect Master 2 said, "That's acceptable. Our sect believes in you, the successor of Elder Meng." Elder Meng? Lin Moya realized that the Meng mentioned by Sect Master 2 was likely the predecessor who had passed on the great Tao of luck to him. So his surname is Meng. Lin Moya murmured to himself, realizing that Sect Master 2 considered him the successor of Elder Meng. In fact, this was true, he had indeed inherited the great Tao of luck from Elder Meng. Lin Moya asked, "What should I do after finding them? Should I bring them to see you?" Sect Master 2 said, "No need. You just need to give them something. I will give you this item later. Next, I will reward you. When you ascended the Divine Mountain, you obtained 5 jade stones. These 5 jade stones are actually the keys to unlocking an Origin secret vault. This Origin secret vault contains numerous treasures and lost inheritances. Our sect knows that your intention is to find a way to break through to the Dao Sovereign Realm. I can tell you that there is indeed a way, but you cannot achieve it. Lin Moyo was stunned. There was a way, but it couldn't be achieved? A few seconds later, Lin Moyo asked, why can't it be achieved? Sect Master 2 said, because you are missing something called the Great Dao Foundation Stone. The Great Dao Foundation Stone? Lin Moyo had never heard of such a thing. Sect Master 2 said, in the Origin secret vault where you found the 5 jade stones, there is a Great Dao Foundation Stone. The Great Dao Foundation Stone is a product of the Great Dao, and it has always been extremely rare. There were more of them in the past, but now they are very few. Although they are rare, they are not non-existent. In the depths of the Origin Spirit Vein adjacent to our sect's ruins, there are 10 wood-type Great Dao Foundation Stones. Lin Moyo asked, if they exist, why can't we achieve it? Sect Master 2 let out a low laugh, because you don't recognize them. This answer left Lin Moyo dumbfounded. It was because they didn't recognize them. This reason was very real but also somewhat laughable. However, Lin Moyo suddenly realized that it was normal for him not to recognize them. It was possible that the old ancestors didn't recognize them either, but how could the 3 ancestors of the Lufeng Merchant Association not recognize them? Recalling the questions the 3 ancestors had asked him earlier, Lin Moyo realized that the 3 ancestors seemed to have seen the Great Dao and the people within it. Moreover, the 3 ancestors referred to someone within the Great Dao as the Dao Master. Later, this title was confirmed here. From this, it could be inferred that the 3 ancestors should know about the Great Dao Foundation Stone. Moreover, the Lufeng Merchant Association controlled a 9th Great Origin Spirit Vein, which contained a Great Dao Foundation Stone. Lin Moyo was 100% sure that the 3 ancestors recognized the Great Dao Foundation Stone and also possessed one. Since that was the case, the 3 ancestors must also know how to surpass the Dao Sovereign Realm and ascend to a higher level. That's why they confidently said that he would definitely come back to find them because they knew everything. Sect Master 2 said, the Great Dao Foundation Stone looks very ordinary. Only through special methods can you sense it. And this method has been lost in the present day, just like how you no longer use Dao patterns. However, our sect can teach you this method. With your top-notch luck, you might be able to find the Great Dao Foundation Stone in the vast world. Lin Moyo suddenly asked, Senior 2, I would like to know if breaking through to the Dao Sovereign Realm requires a 9th Great Origin Spirit Vein. Lin Moyo now doubted the words of the 3 ancestors. He didn't know if the 3 ancestors had simply concealed information about the Great Dao Foundation Stone or if there were other things they had hidden. He needed to ask some questions to verify his view of the 3 ancestors. Sect Master 2 said, a 9th Great Origin Spirit Vein is indeed necessary. In the past, with the guidance of people from the Great Dao, a 9th Great Origin Spirit Vein was not essential. But now, a 9th Great Origin Spirit Vein is a must. Lin Moyo nodded, it seems the 3 ancestors didn't completely deceive me. Sect Master 2 seemed to guess Lin Moyo's thoughts. The 3 ancestors you mentioned, are they the masters of that 9th Great Origin Spirit Vein? Lin Moyo nodded, yes, it's him. Sect Master 2 smiled, although he is shrewd, those who cultivate that path are all shrewd. But as far as I know, he is not a sinister person, and some of his words can be trusted. Lin Moyo was taken aback, you have had contact with the 3 ancestors. Sect Master 2 said, our sect's ruins are connected to his Origin Spirit Vein. As the master of the Origin Spirit Vein, do you think there would be no contact? Lin Moyo finally understood. With the ability of the 3 ancestors, they must have completely controlled the 9th Great Origin Spirit Vein over countless years. If he really wanted to, he could sever the connection between the Origin Spirit Vein and the ruins of the Godslaying sect. Lin Moyo believed that the 3 ancestors had this ability. But he didn't do so, which indicated that there was some unknown transaction between him and the Godslaying sect. And this transaction was unknown to the old ancestors of those forces. The 3 ancestors were the biggest players behind this grand event, the true orchestrators, without a doubt. Chapter 2819. Chapter 2819, 2819. Chapter 2819, The Realm Above Dao Sovereign. Why did the 3 ancestors do this? What was their purpose? Given his status and position, he could obtain anything available on the Origin continent. It couldn't be for wealth, so it must be for profit. Lin Moyo believed that everyone must have a motive for doing anything. The 3 ancestors had the Great Dao Foundation Stone and a 9th Great Origin Spirit Vein, so logically, he wouldn't lack the method to break through to the Dao Sovereign Realm. But why didn't he break through to the Dao Sovereign Realm? Why did he hide in a time-disordered space and refuse to come out? Yet he also said that if he wanted to kill someone, not even the King of the Boundary Sea could protect them. This showed that the 3 ancestors had absolute confidence in his strength, enough to surpass the King of the Boundary Sea. Lin Moyo couldn't understand and blurted out, as far as I know, the 3 ancestors should be able to break through to the Dao Sovereign Realm, but why hasn't he done so? Sect Master 2 chuckled softly, with a hint of meaning in his laughter, he has other things to do. Lin Moyo asked, what things? Sect Master 2 shook his head, I don't know. He didn't tell our sect, but it doesn't matter. You just need to know that he won't harm you. Lin Moyo didn't fully believe Sect Master 2's words. He could sense that Sect Master 2 clearly knew what the 3 ancestors were up to but wouldn't say. Both the 3 ancestors and Sect Master 2 had their secrets. Fine, if they didn't want to say, they didn't have to. Perhaps the answer would be revealed in the future. Lin Moyo said, sorry for interrupting, Sect Master Tuesday. Sect Master 2 replied, "It's alright. Our sect will teach you how to find the Great Tao Foundation Stone, and also tell you the method to break through to the Tao Sovereign Realm. Additionally, we will teach you the correct use of Tao patterns and how to walk the right path. The method to break through to the Tao Sovereign Realm can be shared, and our sect does not restrict it. However, our sect does not recommend that you use this method. If you break through using this method, there will be no possibility of further advancement in the future." Lin Moyo understood the meaning behind Sect Master 2's words. "You mean, I can tell this method to those old ancestors?" Sect Master 2 nodded. "Their paths have gone astray, and their lifespans have reached their limits. It's almost impossible for them to correct their paths. You are different, you shouldn't follow their old path. Moreover, if they can break through to the Tao Sovereign Realm using this method, they can achieve immortality, which is all they seek. As for whether they can advance further, it doesn't matter much to them." Lin Moyo asked, "According to what you said, if I tell them the correct cultivation method, can I help them get back on the right path?" Sect Master 2 replied, "You can say it, but our sect advises you not to say it now, at least not until you have the power to protect yourself." Lin Moyo quickly understood the implication of Sect Master 2's words. It's not that he couldn't say it, but he shouldn't say it now. If he revealed the method now, those old ancestors would realize they had taken the wrong path and would be filled with regret. They would then think that Lin Moyo wasn't telling them everything and would suspect he was hiding secrets. These people were too deep and complex, and many were extremely selfish. For the human race, this method might be a blessing, but for Lin Moyo, it would be a curse. So, until he had the power to protect himself, he shouldn't reveal it. Lin Moyo nodded. "Thank you for the reminder, Senior 2. I understand." Sect Master 2 chuckled and clapped his hands lightly. Divine light surged in the hall, converging into a cluster, and finally forming a piece of jade stone glowing with divine light. "Everything our sect has said is in here. The information is vast and may be difficult to accept. Our sect will assist you, so don't worry." Lin Moyo nodded. His soul was already holding the scourge staff, and the world tree was ready for battle, prepared for any unexpected events. The world tree wrapped around the divine cauldron, treating it as a weapon. This method was something Lin Moyo had thought of not long ago. The divine cauldron once suppressed the 9 continents, so using it as a weapon to smash people would surely be effective. Lin Moyo was prepared for any unexpected events. He didn't fully trust Sect Master 2, but he was eager for the information in the Jade Stone, so he could only be prepared for the worst. Lin Moyo believed that no matter how strong Sect Master 2 was, he had been dead for many years. If he tried to do something to Lin Moyo, at least in the soul world, Lin Moyo wouldn't be afraid. The scourge staff was not to be trifled with. Anyone who came would be dealt with. After making preparations, Lin Moyo connected his soul to the Jade Stone. In an instant, a vast amount of information flooded in. This was the inheritance of a prehistoric sect, with an unprecedented amount of information. Even the inheritance of the Rune Heavenly Sovereign in the Great World was not as extensive as this. However, Lin Moyo's soul was now much stronger than before. Although the information was vast, he could still receive it. At this moment, Sect Master 2 waved his hand, and countless divine lights enveloped Lin Moyo. In an instant, Lin Moyo felt his soul lighten. Lin Moyo knew that Sect Master 2 was helping him, so he immediately focused on digesting and accepting the information. Not only was he receiving the information himself, but he was also synchronizing a copy of the information to pass on to others. Lin Moyo entered a state of complete immersion, fully absorbed in the sea of information. At this moment, the black-clothed person who had been silent behind Sect Master 2 suddenly spoke. "Master, do you think he can find it?" Sect Master 2 replied, "Maybe he can, maybe he can't. He is not the first, and he might not be the last." The black-clothed person said, "But what if he finds it? It's been countless years, he might have already been lost forever." Silence. Sect Master 2 snorted, "The Tao Master will not be lost, no matter how many years pass. That realm is beyond our understanding. As long as we can find the Tao Master, we still have hope. Not just us, perhaps everyone in the Godslaying sect has hope." His words carried a hint of hope and a strong belief. He believed that what he was doing was right and that hope always existed. The black-clothed person said no more and continued to stand silently like a statue. Sect Master 2 sighed, "This child's luck is unprecedented. Even the dreamer didn't have such luck. He might truly have a chance to find the Tao Master." Half a day later, Lin Moyo finally woke up. After receiving the vast amount of information, Lin Moyo quickly skimmed through it and learned some key points. The people of the origin continent had indeed taken the wrong path. Tao patterns were not meant to be used that way. Fortunately, the path was only slightly off and could be corrected. He didn't need to worry, as he hadn't reached the Tao Sovereign Realm and hadn't started down that path. For someone like Gu Hanyu, who had reached the 6th realm of Tao Sovereign, she was still young and could be corrected. The more troublesome case was the Thunder Deist, who had reached the 9th realm of Tao Sovereign and had a severely damaged soul. Breaking through to the Tao Sovereign Realm was already difficult, and correcting his path was nearly impossible. Lin Moyo had no solution for this. However, there was good news. Using the method given by Sect Master 2, the Thunder Deist had hope of breaking through to the Tao Sovereign Realm. Although future progress would be difficult, at least he could achieve immortality. Lin Moyo finally learned about the realm above the Tao Sovereign, the Great Tao Realm. Lin Moyo slowly came back to his senses and bowed to Sect Master 2. "Thank you, Senior, for the teachings. I have one more question. Is there a rebirth route in the Origin Secret Vault?" Chapter 2820. Chapter 2820, 2820. Chapter 2820, One must pay a price. Sect Master 2 looked at Lin Moyo. "The rebirth route should exist. I remember it being there, but I can't be certain. Lin Moya said, as long as you remember it being there, that's enough. Sect Master 2's tone was slightly strange. The rebirth root, although rare, has limited uses and many restrictions. What do you need it for? Lin Moya explained the current state of the human emperor. After listening, Sect Master 2 remained silent for a long time. After a while, he finally spoke. The rebirth root is indeed the best method to save your friend. As for the other one, it's even more troublesome. He is the embodiment of magical talent and has no attributes of a living being. Turning him into a living being is extremely difficult. It requires a truly heaven-defying treasure, not something ordinary. Although the rebirth root is rare, in his words, it was merely rare. In terms of levels, it belongs to ordinary items. To make the human emperor a living being, the rebirth root is enough because the human emperor was originally a living being, once having flesh and soul. According to Sect Master 2, the human emperor once had a significant presence in the world and now has temporarily lost these things, but they can be restored. Xing Lao is much more troublesome. He is a creation of Xiao Zantian's supreme will, fused with a trace of world power, forming a special being. Xing Lao is akin to the spirit of the great world, more like an artifact spirit than a living being. To make Xing Lao a living being, the difficulty is extremely high. Lin Moya thought of Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu was once an artifact spirit and later became a living being. Sect Master 2's answer left Lin Moya feeling helpless. Xiao Wu's situation was still different from Xing Lao's. Xing Lao is fused with a trace of world power and carries countless human beliefs. If he were to reincarnate like Xiao Wu, he would have to choose a human from the great world. However, humans in the great world are beings of the great world and cannot bear the world power and countless beliefs. This creates a paradox. Xing Lao cannot reincarnate like Xiao Wu to become a living being. However, Xing Lao and the human emperor's existence forms have their corresponding advantages. Their lifespans are nearly infinite. As long as the great world isn't destroyed, they won't die. Lin Moya frowned. What kind of heaven-defying treasure is needed to make Xing Lao a true human? Sect Master 2 said, I don't know either. Those heaven-defying treasures are too high level and won't exist on the origin continent. With your strength, you can't see them. Even if you find them, you won't be able to use them with your strength. Lin Moya said sincerely, please guide me, senior. Sect Master 2 said, actually, telling you is useless, but since you want to know, perhaps only a few can save your friend. One is the Tao Master of the Great Tao of Life. Another is the Tao Master of the Great Tao of Soul, or the Tao Master of the Great Tao of all spirits. Besides these three, there are a few others who can save him, but they are too mysterious. Whether they exist or not is uncertain, so there's no point mentioning them. Lin Moya had already noted down the Great Tao of Life, Great Tao of Soul, and Great Tao of all spirits. If these three Tao Masters take action, combined with the corresponding level of treasure, there is a chance to make Xing Lao a true human. Although difficult, it is not impossible. As long as he doesn't give up and climbs step by step, he will eventually meet them. Those heaven-defying treasures will naturally be within reach. Sect Master 2 gathered divine light in his hand, which then appeared in a bead. The bead absorbed a large amount of divine light, becoming crystal clear. Sect Master 2 said, you now know where the divine light comes from and its purpose, so I don't need to explain further. When you find that person, give them this bead. You don't need to say anything, they will understand. Lin Moya now knew where the divine light came from. The divine light they referred to is also called the light of the Great Tao, a power that can only be used after surpassing the Tao sovereign realm and entering the Great Tao realm. The divine light comes from the Great Tao, ever-changing, traversing the virtual and real, and is almost omnipotent. The entire God-slaying sect is filled with divine light, created by the sect master using his own Great Tao. Now, he used the divine light to carry countless things, which Lin Moya couldn't understand. Ultimately, all the divine light would converge into this bead, which could only be activated by the corresponding person. To others, this bead is just a beautiful piece of jade, useless. Moments later, the divine light dissipated, and Sect Master 2 threw the bead to Lin Moya. I'm not forcing you, just do your best. Lin Moya nodded and put away the bead. I will do my best. Sect Master 2 waved his hand. Go now, it's about time for you to leave. Lin Moya nodded. Junior takes his leave. Enveloped in divine light, the hall disappeared. When his vision cleared, he was already at the mountainside. Lin Moya looked at the spear standing on the mountaintop, pointing to the heavens, as if he had experienced a dream. He had once fantasized about taking the spear, but now he realized how laughable that was. A treasure of the Great Tao realm, was it something he could touch now? This trip to the God-slaying sect, although he didn't obtain any treasures, he gained more than any treasure. Lin Moya learned how to walk the future path and avoided going astray. He also learned many secrets, things that the holy lords and old ancestors longed for but he could easily obtain. Additionally, he had a set of keys that could open a mysterious origin secret vault. These things were more precious than any treasure and worth seeking. Even if he had to trade everything, it would be worth it. After a few glances, Lin Moya turned around. In front of him was a path. This path was filled with death energy, and at the end was the exit. The God-slaying sect was shrouded in divine light, covered with death energy, and supported by the power of the origin spirit vein, making the sect immortal for millions of years. The death energy was transformed from the million disciples of the God-slaying sect, containing their will to protect the sect. Lin Moya felt that although the God-slaying sect was destroyed, it was not truly dead. They were dormant, waiting for hope. Lin Moya sighed and walked away. He was very clear that Lu Fenjiao would be fine. With the relationship between Sect Master 2 and the three ancestors, Lu Fenjiao would be safe. Regardless of the process, she would be fine in the end. As for the Saintess of the Immortal Lotus and the other two, that was not his concern. Most likely, they would be fine. If something did happen, it would be their bad luck. Lin Moyo walked step by step, leaving footprints behind. With each step, his aura weakened. As the footprints increased, his aura became weaker, and his face paler. He looked as if he were severely injured but still persevering. Lin Moyo had to act, showing everyone how difficult it was to obtain what he had inside, but it was something he got with his life on the line. Those holy lords and old ancestors, if they wanted such precious information, they would have to pay a price. The more pitiful he acted, the higher the price they would have to pay. Chapter 2821. Chapter 2821, 2821. Chapter 2821. With Lin's intelligence, it's not impossible. Lin Moyo is not unwilling to suffer losses, but he can only suffer visible losses, not hidden ones. Sometimes, suffering a visible loss can be beneficial, as it might lead to greater gains. Moreover, those old ancestors care about their reputation. For example, if one person gives 10 origin crystals, another person would be embarrassed to give only 9. It's not just about giving 9, even giving 10 would be insufficient. They would at least have to give 11, or even more. The face of an old ancestor is very valuable. Lin Moya's aura grew weaker and weaker, his face pale as gold paper with no trace of blood. His realm also appeared to be shaky, extremely unstable, as if it could fall at any moment. Coincidentally, his realm had just advanced, from mid-level Heavenly Sovereign to high-level Heavenly Sovereign. Having just advanced, the instability caused by his injuries made it reasonable for his realm to fall. The fallen realm made Lin Moyo look extremely pitiful. Step by step, he walked towards the end of the path. At the location of the 9th Great Origin Spirit Vein, Dongfang Liuvan and Tian Huanshenzi had already returned. They were the first to return, and both had some gains from this trip, but not much. Dongfang Liuvan obtained a treasure from the God-slaying sect, but it was only a Heavenly Sovereign level treasure. Its only value was for researching the refining techniques of prehistoric sects and comparing them with current techniques. Over the years, they had already harvested many treasures from the God-slaying sect, shared among several forces. Dongfang Liuvan's gain this time was just average. Tian Huanshenzi's gain was slightly better. He obtained a technique. The technique was at the Dao Sovereign level, but only the first realm of Dao Sovereign, not very strong. The probability of obtaining a technique is higher than that of obtaining a treasure, and its value is also higher. According to the rules, the treasure Dongfang Liuvan obtained was his own and did not need to be handed over. The technique obtained by Tian Huanshenzi needed to be copied. The originally calm death energy on the path began to churn, and the three ancestors said in a low voice, "Someone else is coming out." Everyone present looked up simultaneously, and through the rolling mist, Saintess Alien and Lu Fengjao walked out one after the other. The two came out almost simultaneously. Seeing that Lu Fengjao was safe, the three ancestors seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. The three ancestors had been tense before, and anyone could see that he was very worried about Lu Fengjao. Now that Lu Fengjao was safe, the three ancestors were finally at ease. In the eyes of others, this was a reasonable reaction. An old ancestor worried about his descendant. If Lin Moyo were present, he would surely think, "You're acting, keep acting." He already knew about the dealings between the three ancestors and the sectmaster of the God-slaying sect, so he understood that Lu Fengjao would definitely be safe. Even those who had accidents before were just part of their plan, merely for show. Another person had a similar reaction to the three ancestors. Among the three old ancestors from the Holy Lands, one was the old ancestor from the ancient Lotus Holy Land. When he saw that the Saintess of the Immortal Lotus was safe, he also visibly relaxed. Although he didn't say anything, everyone could clearly feel it. The three ancestors asked, "Did you gain anything?" The Saintess of the Immortal Lotus said, "My gains are not much, just a technique, an ancient treasure at the 4th realm of Dao Sovereign, and a diary left by a disciple of the God-slaying sect." These words made Dongfang Liuvan and Tian Huanshenzi feel a burning sensation on their faces. "What do you mean not much, just these? If you say that, what about us?" The Saintess of the Immortal Lotus took out her gains. After examining the treasure, the three ancestors returned it to her. "According to the rules, you can keep this treasure. The technique and diary need to be copied." As he spoke, the three ancestors began copying the technique and diary. For these old ancestors, such information was shared. The Saintess of the Immortal Lotus gracefully bowed. "Thank you, senior three ancestors." The three ancestors quickly finished copying the technique and diary and returned the originals to the Saintess of the Immortal Lotus before looking at Lu Fengjao. Before the three ancestors could speak, Lu Fengjao had already said, "I obtained a bottle of prehistoric elixir, but I don't know if it's still effective. Besides that, I also obtained a Dao Sovereign level treasure, but I can't tell which realm it belongs to. I didn't obtain any techniques this time, but I did get a pill recipe from the alchemy room." Lu Fengjao took out her gains and handed them to the three ancestors. Lu Fengjao had entered the alchemy room of the God-slaying sect and obtained a prehistoric elixir and a pill recipe. The pill recipe recorded the methods for refining several elixirs, all of which no longer existed. But that was secondary. The real value lay in researching the alchemy techniques of prehistoric sects. Additionally, Lu Fengjao obtained a Dao Sovereign level treasure from the alchemy room, but she couldn't tell which realm it belonged to. After examining it, the three ancestors confirmed that the treasure was at the 6th realm of Dao Sovereign. However, it was somewhat damaged, and whether it could be restored to the 6th realm after repair was uncertain. The three ancestors sighed. "Although we didn't get what we wanted, your gains are still good." "Was there any danger?" The Saintess of the Immortal Lotus said, "There were some scares, but thanks to Lin Moyu, we took the right path and made these gains." Lu Fenjiao added, yes, without Lin Moyu, we wouldn't have been able to enter the core area of the godslaying sect. The three ancestors showed some surprise. Tell me more. Lu Fenjiao said, I saw a map in the alchemy room, a map of the godslaying sect. That's when I realized that the godslaying sect is divided into the outer area, the core area, and the central area. Only by following the correct method can one enter the core area. Otherwise, one can only stay in the outer area, where the gains are naturally less. Lu Fenjiao explained how she entered the core area, and everyone finally understood. One of the old ancestors exclaimed, so that's how it is. It seems most of the time, we've been operating in the outer area. Another old ancestor said, it appears so. Dongfeng Wuven and Tianhuan Shenzi looked displeased. They hadn't expected that in their haste to be the first, they had taken the wrong path. It turned out that the path they took shouldn't have been walked. They hadn't noticed such a detail. If they had been a bit slower, they might have followed Lin Moyu into the core area and gained more. The Saintess of the Immortal Lotus said, not necessarily. Some people enter the core area by luck, even if they make mistakes. She had also gained some insights inside and knew something about the godslaying sect. She shared what she knew, which corroborated with what Lu Fenjiao had said. The three ancestors said, the rules of the godslaying sect are ever-changing. This time's rules might not apply next time. But this also shows a problem. We haven't been thorough enough. Many things can't be achieved just by having a high realm. Everyone agreed. If a high realm alone could achieve everything, they would have succeeded long ago and wouldn't need the talents. Lu Fenjiao suddenly asked, has Lin Moyu not come out yet? The Saintess of the Immortal Lotus said, Lin Moyu hasn't come out yet. Could he have entered the central area? The old ancestors' auras fluctuated. Entering the central area meant that their goals might be achievable. Lu Fenjiao said, with Lin's intelligence, it's not impossible. The three ancestors said, perhaps, it really is possible. Chapter 2822. Chapter 2822, 2822. Chapter 2822, who tells you to always shout and kill? As time passed second by second, every second felt long for the old ancestors. These old monsters, who had lived for countless years, were starting to become unsettled. Years of wishes and expectations might finally be realized this time. How could they not be excited? The aura enveloping them rolled like waves, reflecting their current mood. The third ancestor observed everything, with a hint of an inexplicable smile in his eyes. It seemed to mock and also carried a bit of sarcasm. Finally, after a short while, the death energy on the path began to roll again. Here it comes. 3 pairs of eyes lit up amidst the rolling aura, and the 3 old ancestors stared intently at the death-filled path, unblinking. Lin Moya's figure appeared in the death energy, becoming clearer and closer. Their gaze was as if they wanted to devour him. If they didn't maintain their status, they might have already rushed over to drag Lin Moyu out. Lu Fenjiao's face changed drastically. Lin Moya's walking posture was off, stumbling as if he could fall at any moment. She rushed to Lin Moya's side and supported him. At this moment, Lin Moya's face was like gold paper, devoid of blood. Although his realm was higher than before, having become a high-level heavenly sovereign, the aura emanating from him told everyone that this realm could fall at any moment. Not only was his aura depleted, but even his soul was extremely weak. Lu Fenjiao anxiously asked, how did this happen? Lin Moya showed a slight bitter smile. It's nothing, just a small injury. A small injury, yet even his realm was about to be lost, and he still called it a small injury? Lu Fenjiao immediately took out a pill and, without saying a word, stuffed it into Lin Moya's mouth. The pill was of high grade and valuable. Lu Fenjiao didn't care at all and directly gave it to Lin Moyu. The third ancestor's eyelids twitched, revealing a heartache expression, clearly indicating that this pill was extraordinary. At the same time, he looked at Lin Moyu with a thoughtful gaze, full of meaning. After taking the pill, Lin Moya's aura slightly improved, but not by much. Lu Fenjiao wondered, why is this happening? Why didn't the longevity pill work? It shouldn't be like this. She was about to take out a second pill, but Lin Moya softly stopped her. Sister Fenjiao, don't waste the pill. My injury is special, and the pill won't work. Lu Fenjiao couldn't help but ask, what kind of injury did you suffer? Why didn't the longevity pill work? Lin Moya replied, it's a long story. He muttered in his heart, I'm not injured, so of course, the pill won't work, not to mention I didn't even take it. Look at the third ancestor's expression. If I take a second one, he might flip out. This longevity pill must be very precious. Sister Fenjiao truly cares for me, giving me such a precious pill without hesitation. The third ancestor probably saw through my act, but he won't expose me because he's also afraid I'll expose him. Let's just act together and see who's better at it. Lin Moya softly said, Sister Fenjiao, please help me over there to sit down, I can't stand anymore. Lu Fenjiao nodded and immediately helped Lin Moya over, taking out a chair for him to sit on. She thought Lin Moya was so weak that he couldn't even take things out of his storage ring. Lin Moya slumped in the chair and said to the old ancestors, Seniors, forgive me for being rude, I really can't stand. The third ancestor said in a deep voice, it's fine, tell us what you gained this time. Lin Moya said, I was fortunate to pass the godslaying sex test and enter the core area. In the core area, I barely walked the divine path up the mountain and reached the top. At the top, I obtained some things, but regrettably. Someone immediately couldn't help but ask, what did you get? What's regrettable? Lin Moya weakly said, regrettably, I couldn't get that spear. What I got? I obtained the method to break through to the Dao Sovereign Realm. As soon as these words came out, the aura of the 3 old ancestors exploded, terrifying and powerful, sweeping through the space. They were excited and thrilled after countless years of waiting. They finally got the result today. The powerful invisible pressure swept through, and Lu Fenjiao and the others were pushed back by the pressure. Lin Moyu, who was originally slumped in the chair, was also blown away, and after falling to the ground, he passed out without a sound. The third ancestor shouted, "Calm down." Only then did the three old ancestors react, quickly retracting their aura. Looking at the unconscious Lin Moyu, they exchanged glances, not expecting to lose control like this. The old ancestor of the cold water holy land, Gutsang, said softly, "Alas, my Dao heart is still not strong enough." The old ancestor of the ancient Lotus holy land also shook his head. "It's not about the Dao heart, it's about waiting too long. What should we do now?" The third ancestor waved his hand. "Anyway, this kid has already got the method. You don't need to rush, I'll take him to heal first, and when he recovers a bit, I'll call you. You know your own situation, keep your Dao heart steady and don't get so excited again." The third ancestor's words were indisputable, and the three of them believed in him, each nodding in agreement. After sending them away, the space was left with only the third ancestor, the unconscious Lin Moyu, and the worried Lu Fenjiao. Lu Fenjiao said to the third ancestor, "Grandpa Third, will he be okay?" The third ancestor smiled, "Don't worry, Yaoer, this kid's life is as tough as a dog's, he'll be fine. You go back first, leave this to Grandpa." Lu Fenjiao also trusted her third grandpa. "Then I'll trouble you, Grandpa Third." The third ancestor opened a passage and sent Lu Fenjiao back using the origin spirit vein. The space became extremely quiet, with only the third ancestor and the unconscious Lin Moyu. The third ancestor took out a chair and sat comfortably. "Kid, stop pretending." Lin Moyu's body trembled slightly, then he stood up and stretched lazily. Imitating the third ancestor, Lin Moyu also took out a chair and sat down steadily, even his posture was similar. The third ancestor smirked. "Kid, you acted well." Lin Moyu laughed, still far from the third ancestor. The third ancestor said, "Aren't you afraid I'll expose you?" Lin Moyu said, "I believe the third ancestor won't do that after all, no matter how I act, it doesn't harm the third ancestor." The third ancestor said softly, "You're doing this to ask for benefits, right?" Lin Moyu nodded, "Of course, after working so hard to get these things, how can I hand them over easily? I must get some benefits." The third ancestor said, "Hand over that longevity pill." Lin Moyu feigned confusion. "That pill melted as soon as it entered my mouth, it's long digested." The third ancestor snorted, "Do you think I believe you?" Lin Moyu thickened his skin. "Believe it or not, it's up to you. Anyway, I don't have the pill, just my life, do as you see fit." The third ancestor's killing intent rose. "Do you think I don't dare to kill you?" Lin Moyu said, "You can kill me, but the task you want me to do will have to be done by someone else." The third ancestor laughed in anger. The task he gave Lin Moyu had become a bargaining chip against him. Fine, you're the first to dare talk to me like this." Lin Moyu chuckled, "No choice, you're always shouting and killing, I was forced. Sect Master 2 is much gentler than you, everything can be discussed." Chapter 2823 2023. Chapter 2823 2023. Chapter 2823. You kid, you're really smart. Upon hearing the word Sect Master 2, the third ancestor's expression suddenly changed. What did he say? This change made Lin Moyu realize that things might not be as he thought. Normally, if the third ancestor had contact with Sect Master 2, he shouldn't react this way. There are two possibilities for this reaction. 1. The third ancestor and Sect Master 2 are very familiar, like old friends, hence the question. 2. They aren't familiar, just had contact, which could also lead to such a question. Lin Moyu said, "He asked me to find someone for him." The third ancestor tapped his finger, and a Dao pattern appeared in the void. "Is it this person?" Lin Moyu nodded, "Yes, but the world is vast, how can I find them? I can only promise Sect Master 2 to do my best." The third ancestor also produced a bead identical to the one in Lin Moyu's hand. However, the bead in the third ancestor's hand was somewhat dim. "I too have searched before, but unfortunately, I never found them. Time flies so fast, in the blink of an eye, so many years have passed. Time is truly terrifying, even the light of the great Tao cannot resist it. Soon, when the light of the great Tao is exhausted, the bead in my hand will be useless." Lin Moyu said, "Yes, time is terrifying, which is why those old ancestors all pursue immortality beyond the Tao sovereign realm." The third ancestor suddenly laughed heartily. "What immortality? Where in the world is there true immortality? If there were true immortality, why would old 2 end up like this, and why would the person he's looking for end up like this?" His laughter carried a sense of release, mixed with a bit of desolation. Lin Moyu realized that the third ancestor knew more than he could imagine. He also realized that the third ancestor should know Sect Master 2 of the God-slaying sect and be quite familiar with him, making the third ancestor's previous reaction understandable. Lin Moyu asked, "Can you tell me?" The third ancestor snorted, "Old 2 didn't tell you, why should I?" Lin Moyu sighed, "Alright, then I won't ask." The third ancestor exclaimed, "You're not asking, I want to tell you." Lin Moyu said, "You don't have to, I know my realm is not enough, and there are things I'm not worthy of knowing." The third ancestor said, "No, you already have the qualification because you are like us." Lin Moyu frowned slightly, wondering what he meant by being like them. However, in the next second, he understood that the third ancestor was referring to the path he was on, which was the same as theirs. Lin Moyu had long suspected that the third ancestor's cultivation path was the same as Sect Master 2's. Although Lu Fenjiao's current path was no different from the cultivators on the origin continent, it was just to hide her true intentions. When Lu Fenjiao reached a certain realm, the third ancestor would surely guide her onto the right path. As for the others, their paths were actually skewed, and their future prospects were not great. Perhaps one day, Lin Moyu would reveal the correct cultivation path to the world. But now was not the time, it would have to wait until he had enough power to protect himself. Lin Moya perked up his ears. If the third ancestor really wants to speak, I can only listen. The third ancestor snorted. Before I speak, let me ask you, have you obtained the inheritance of the Great Tao of Luck on your trip to the God-slaying sect? Lin Moya nodded and snapped his fingers, and the Great Tao of Luck appeared beside him. There was nothing to hide, it would be known sooner or later. The third ancestor said, very good, being able to comprehend the Great Tao of Luck means your luck is top-notch, and you're also extremely smart. With your luck, listening to these words won't harm you. Listen, the realm above the Tao Sovereign is the Great Tao Realm, a legendary realm on the current origin continent. Those old ancestors call this realm the Immortal Realm. Immortal my foot, where in the world is there true immortality? It's all nonsense. The third ancestor couldn't help but curse before continuing. Once you enter the Great Tao Realm, you indeed have no worries about lifespan, but the price is leaving the origin continent. Haven't you seen the Great Tao before? Those guys in the Great Tao are in the Great Tao Realm. They can't leave the Great Tao for long. Once they do, their lifespan decreases. They are protected by the Great Tao, can live forever, but that's only if nothing happens. If disaster strikes, they can still die. Those in the Great Tao Realm face 3 disasters. If they can't withstand them, they die. Even if they withstand the 3 disasters, other things can still cause their demise, so the immortality of the Great Tao Realm is not true immortality. Lin Moya's eyes lit up, and he interjected, like the extraterrestrial gods. The third ancestor sighed, yes, like the extraterrestrial gods. The God-slaying sect is named so because they slew an extraterrestrial god. They weren't originally called the God-slaying sect. You can guess what they were called before. Lin Moya shook his head. How could he guess that? The third ancestor laughed heartily. You'd never guess the God-slaying sect was originally called Two Family Village. Lin Moya was stunned. He never expected such a name. Two Family Village, God-slaying sect. Just from the names, there seemed to be a difference. The third ancestor continued laughing. Old Two must have told you his surname Two has nothing to do with the God-slaying sect. It's because they slew an extraterrestrial god that they are called the God-slaying sect. He's just afraid of losing face. Next time you see him, you can boldly ask if they were once called Two Family Village. Lin Moya thought to himself, you dare say it, but I wouldn't dare ask. That would be asking for trouble. Mentioning Two Family Village seemed to be like revealing a scar, and the third ancestor was gloating. He continued, now you should understand, immortality is fake. Not to mention the Great Tao Realm, even the Tao Masters don't dare claim immortality. Those Tao Masters only dare say they are hard to kill. For example, the person Old Two wants you to find is his Tao Master. His Tao Master is reincarnating in the world, perhaps already lost, or perhaps not. If he can find the Tao Master and bring him back, with the Tao Master's ability, Old Two might be able to revive, and with good luck, the entire God-slaying sect might revive. Lin Moya found this fascinating, so that's how it was. Finding the Tao Master to revive himself, even the entire sect. Lin Moya asked, does the Tao Master have such power? When the Tao Master was mentioned, the third ancestor became serious. Don't underestimate the Tao Master. If one day you reach that realm, you'll understand. Some things can't be understood without personal experience. Lin Moya nodded. Indeed, many things require personal experience to understand, just listening isn't enough. He looked at the third ancestor. What about you? The third ancestor said, I know you've guessed my identity. I never intended to hide it. I came here for my own reasons. The power struggles on the origin continent have nothing to do with me. I just want to accomplish my own goals. Lin Moya said, like the task you gave me before, that's one of them, right? The third ancestor said, exactly. Lin Moya muttered to himself, so the king of the Boundary Sea might be like you. The third ancestor laughed again, you kid, you're really smart. Chapter 2824. Chapter 2824, 2824. Chapter 2824, you might not get the chance. The third ancestor's words essentially provided an answer. No wonder the king of the Boundary Sea made the same request as the third ancestor. Once I reach the Tao Sovereign Realm, they want me to do something for them. This task probably won't be easy, and what they both want might not be too different. The origin continent isn't as simple as it seems. It holds many secrets, and the depths are unfathomable. Lin Moya asked, are there many beings like you? The third ancestor replied, many, my foot. Lin Moya was taken aback. Can you not speak with such suspense? The third ancestor said, no suspense, what I said is the truth. Whether you understand it or not is your business. Could there be a deeper meaning in these words? Lin Moya thought it over but couldn't figure out the meaning behind them. Lin Moya curiously asked, how did the Tao Master of the God-slaying sect fall? The third ancestor showed a mysterious smile and finally said, you guess. Lin Moya thought for a moment, it should be related to that extraterrestrial god. The third ancestor chuckled but didn't answer directly, only saying, there are some things you aren't qualified to know yet. When you break through the limits of the Tao Sovereign and step into the Great Tao Realm, you'll naturally understand. The same words again. Lin Moya was already tired of hearing them, but since the other party wouldn't say, there was nothing he could do. Lin Moya murmured in his heart, the Great Tao Realm requires no illness or disaster to achieve immortality, but this immortality is not what I seek. Tao Masters and Great Tao Masters can fall, so it seems ordinary beings in the Great Tao Realm can't easily avoid illness and disaster either. But even if those old ancestors know immortality is difficult, when faced with life and death, they will surely choose to take that step without hesitation, just to survive. The second ancestor said, you don't need to think too much. Even if those old ancestors know their path is wrong, they will still walk it without hesitation. If they stand still, they will die. As long as they keep moving forward, there might still be a chance. Miracles are not uncommon in this world. Lin Moya nodded. Since you knew all along, why didn't you tell them? The third ancestor snorted. Why should I tell them? I'm not some kind-hearted person, there's no need to do such good deeds. When successful, help the world. When in distress, focus on oneself. I don't have the ability to help the world, so I can only focus on myself. Lin Moya didn't believe the third ancestor's words, suspecting he had his own plans. The third ancestor's plans weren't important, and Lin Moya didn't need to care. Their conversation reached a point where they were half honest with each other. An old and a young fox, each revealing part of the truth, but neither saying everything. Lin Moya asked, what kind of conditions should I propose? The third ancestor laughed, his eyes narrowing with a sly smile. That depends on what you want. This reminded Lin Moya of what the third ancestor had said before. His essence is that of a businessman. Businessmen seek profit. Everything in their eyes can be seen as a transaction. The third ancestor's demeanor clearly showed he was ready to ask for a lot. Lin Moya shook his head. What I want, they probably don't have, like the root of rebirth. The third ancestor's smile froze. You dare say that? Can't you ask for something practical? Lin Moya said, actually, I don't know what's most suitable. Could you help me think? The third ancestor's eyes turned. How about this? If you trust me, let me speak for you. And we need to make some preparations. These two foxes began to discuss how to exploit those old ancestors. In the third ancestor's words, those old ancestors of the Holy Land sects are all wealthy. If they don't take the opportunity to get a good sum from them, they'll miss out. But given Lin Moya's status, they can't go too far. If those old ancestors lose face, it could be troublesome. So it's best for the third ancestor to speak on his behalf. They treated this harvest as a business, turning the method to break through to the Tao Sovereign into a commodity to sell. After a long discussion, they reached a conclusion. The third ancestor said, all right, let's go back then. You stay at my place for a while, wait 2 days outside, then call them over. You should also recover a bit, don't look like you're about to die. Lin Moya chuckled, and his aura instantly improved significantly. Although he still looked a bit weak, his life was no longer in danger, and his realm was firmly at the high-level heavenly sovereign. The third ancestor gave Lin Moya a sidelong glance. Lin Moya had used this trick to get a longevity pill. In a certain origin secret vault, Lin Mohan wielded a longsword, slashing out countless sword shadows. The sword shadows numbered in the millions, dense and numerous, and countless enemies were slaughtered in the sword energy. These enemies weren't living beings but some mysterious force transformed. Then the millions of sword shadows merged into one, forming a giant sword. The giant sword was infinitely high, seemingly about to cleave the galaxy. One sword, cleave the mountain. Lin Mohan shouted, and the giant sword fell at an astonishing speed, the sword light exploding. In a place tens of thousands of meters away, a high mountain collapsed, countless shattered trees vaporized in the sword light. From within the mountain, a massive flesh ball with a diameter of over 100 meters flew out, with an eye on it, looking extremely ferocious. The eye shot out beams of light at Lin Mohan, each beam capable of collapsing the earth and overturning mountains and rivers. The ground where Lin Mohan stood shattered, forming a bottomless pit. Lin Mohan was undeterred, flying into the air and slashing out another sword. One sword, cleave the sky. This sword was even more powerful than the last, the sword light sweeping and completely engulfing the flesh ball. The flesh ball let out a terrified scream, but the scream couldn't save its life. It turned to dust in the sword light, and something fell from the flesh ball, which Lin Mohan caught. It was a scale, with a Tao pattern on it, very peculiar, emitting amazing power. Lin Mohan glanced at it and put it away. The sixth piece, 12 more to go. Almost there. She smiled beautifully, turning into sword light and flying into the distance. Lin Moya stayed at the third ancestor's place for a while. In the third ancestor's space, time was chaotic. 2 days passed outside, but only a few hours had passed in the third ancestor's space. Under his control, Lin Moya's aura was much better than before. The third ancestor suddenly said, it's about time. They're getting impatient. Xiao Lian, call them over. Lu Lian's voice immediately responded, all right. Lu Lian went to bring people, and the third ancestor said, I've already asked Lu Lian to notify the other old folks who haven't arrived yet. They should receive the message soon. You know what to do, right? Lin Moya said, how would I know what to do? I've told the third ancestor everything. You decide. At this moment, Lin Moya looked innocent. The third ancestor gritted his teeth. You kid, if you dare to deceive Yaoer again, I'll skin you. Lin Moya said, you might not get the chance. Moments later, Lu Nan brought 3 people over. They were the 3 old ancestors from before, but now they no longer hid themselves. In the third ancestor's space, they didn't need to do so. Chapter 2825. Chapter 2825, 2825. Chapter 2825, The Old Fox Who Lies Without Blinking. The 3 old ancestors came together, revealing their true forms here. According to the third ancestor, when outside, they needed to use a special secret method to seal themselves, reducing the impact of time on them. These people have lived for countless years, and as they approach the limit of their lifespan, every second is precious to them. The longer they live, the less they want to die. Among the 3, Lin Moyo had met Gutsang from the Cold Water Holy Land. The other 2, Lin Moyo had not seen their true forms. One appeared to be a middle-aged woman, with a beautiful appearance and a dignified and noble demeanor, a mature beauty. However, Lin Moyo could still sense her age no matter how she looked. The aura of time was hard to hide. Most female cultivators, no matter when, care about their appearance. The other was a spirited old man. Although his hair was white, he still exuded an aged aura, but his vitality was still intact. Kutsan laughed loudly. It's still good here with you, no need to seal ourselves. The other old man followed. Unfortunately, such a treasure place, there are only a few on the entire origin continent, can't be envied. The third ancestor chuckled, no need to envy, if you can kill me, you can become the master of this space. Gutsan's smile froze slightly, then he laughed even louder. Third ancestor, you must be joking. The old ancestor of the ancient Lotus Holy Land also said, this joke is not funny at all. The third ancestor laughed and said to Lin Moyo, let me formally introduce you to the old ancestor of the Cold Water Holy Land, Gutsan, Dao Sovereign Ninth Realm. The old ancestor of the ancient Lotus Holy Land, Fire Lotus Ancestor, Dao Sovereign Ninth Realm. Back then, Fire Lotus Ancestor was the most beautiful in the southern continent, pursued by countless geniuses. When the third ancestor said this, it wasn't exaggerated, as if stating a fact. Not only the third ancestor, but the other two old ancestors also showed no surprise. Lin Moyo could see that Fire Lotus Ancestor was indeed extremely beautiful back then, perhaps due to time, her appearance had changed somewhat, but traces could still be found. Fire Lotus Ancestor said, it's a pity that among those who pursued me back then, there was no second ancestor, otherwise I wouldn't be alone, only seeking the great Tao and ignoring the mundane. The third ancestor chuckled but didn't respond to Fire Lotus Ancestor's words. He continued to introduce, this is the old ancestor of Duantian City, the Dongfang family, Wooding Ancestor, Dao Sovereign Ninth Realm. Lin Moyo greeted the three old ancestors. The third ancestor's introduction seemed simple, but it conveyed a lot of information to Lin Moyo. The most important thing was that all three were Dao Sovereign Ninth Realm, purely from the realm, they were the highest decision makers of the three forces. Gutsan laughed, it seems Lin Xiao's injuries have improved a lot. Lin Moyo said, thank you, Senior Gu, for your concern. After the third ancestor's treatment, my injuries are no longer serious. With some rest, I will recover. Gutsan said, the third ancestor's methods are naturally reliable. If Xiao needs anything, feel free to ask me. The third ancestor teased, old Gu, do you think I wouldn't have what you have? Gutsan laughed, of course, as long as it's something on the origin continent, the third ancestor can surely obtain it. He was thick-skinned, not denying that he was trying to win over Lin Moyo, for no other reason than that Lin Moyo himself was worth winning over. If Lin Moyo could truly join the Cold Water Holy Land, then the Cold Water Holy Land might have another Dao Sovereign Ninth Realm ancestor in the future. For a Holy Land, this was an irresistible temptation. Fire Lotus Ancestor said, since Lin Xiao has recovered, can you tell us the method this time? Of course, we won't let Lin Xiao suffer. Lin Moyo bowed to Fire Lotus Ancestor, for this matter, Senior might need to discuss it with the third ancestor. After saying this, he glanced at the third ancestor. The meaning was clear, he couldn't make the decision, the third ancestor could. The third ancestor chuckled, three of you, I need to mention something first. According to our agreement, each time two geniuses can enter, as the host, I can also have one designated spot. This time, Lin Xiao went in, and I paid a certain price for this spot. I mentioned before that if Lin Xiao gained anything, I would have the right to handle it first. You haven't forgotten this, have you? The three nodded simultaneously, and Wooding Ancestor said in a hoarse voice, that's right, it was indeed agreed upon at the time. The three of them had guessed what was going on, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. At that time, the third ancestor proposed to add a person, and to get their agreement, he paid a price. But the third ancestor never did a losing deal, and naturally, there would be corresponding demands. The demand was that Lin Moya's gains, he would have the right to handle them first. Of course, it also meant that if the method to break through was obtained, it would be shared with them. But this sharing wasn't free. The third ancestor chuckled, given your status, you wouldn't go back on your word, right? The method to break through to the Dao Sovereign was obtained by Lin Xiao and has been handed over to me. If you want to obtain this method, you'll have to come to me. Fire Lotus Ancestor said, the third ancestor is indeed a businessman, we can't match him in doing business. Kutsang said, just name your price. The third ancestor continued, I haven't finished speaking, don't be impatient. The item is already in my hands, and it won't go anywhere. We've known each other for many years, and you know my temperament. Besides me, Lin Xiao also knows the method to break through, but the part he knows is sealed by me. When Lin Xiao reaches the Dao Sovereign Ninth Realm, the seal will naturally be lifted. Before that, no method can break the seal. If anyone tries to forcibly break the seal, not only will they fail to get the method, but it will also lead to Lin Xiao's death, and I will naturally sense it. You know my methods. The third ancestor's tone remained calm, but for some reason, it carried an invisible killing intent, chilling to the bone. The third ancestor wasn't joking, he was serious. The three old ancestors present had no doubt about the third ancestor's words. With their understanding of the third ancestor, if he said it, he would do it. Although they were all old ancestors, they knew there was a gap between them and the third ancestor, and they didn't want to offend him. As long as they could get what they wanted by paying a price, there was no need for conflict. Lin Moya knew the third ancestor said this to protect him. This was what they had discussed earlier, allowing him to extricate himself. If not said this way, those old ancestors would surely trouble him later, trying to get the method from him. Now he was relatively safe, not absolutely, but generally not a problem. Fire Lotus Ancestor said, we naturally won't trouble Lin Xiao. Given our status, we wouldn't do such a thing. The third ancestor laughed, Fire Lotus sister naturally wouldn't, but some people are hard to say. Lin Moya knew the third ancestor was implying someone else, not the three present. The third ancestor said, that's the first thing, now for the second. He took out a large gemstone, with distinct edges, no specific shape. Its shape seemed to be constantly changing, initially with distinct edges, then suddenly becoming smooth and translucent, very peculiar. But when the three old ancestors saw this gemstone, their expressions changed slightly. Chapter 2826. Chapter 2826, 2826. Chapter 2826, Rare goods can command high prices, profitable business. Fire Lotus ancestor's expression changed slightly. Third ancestor, what are you doing with that Tao stone? The third ancestor chuckled. The Tao stone is naturally for making a great Tao oath. If you want to purchase the method to break through to the Tao sovereign realm from me, you must make a great Tao oath with the Tao stone. And the great Tao oath isn't just made casually, it must be made according to my requirements. Everyone, I know this is a bit difficult, but there's no choice. This method is too important. For countless years, countless people have sought it in vain. It's considered a rare commodity, so I must sell it at a good price. The third ancestor spoke with a smile, fully embodying the appearance of a businessman who would do anything for profit. In fact, the third ancestor's words were not pleasant to these proud old ancestors. It was akin to coercing them at their level. How could they easily make a great Tao oath? A great Tao oath is not like a soul oath, which is sworn on one's soul and can be broken by various methods. A great Tao oath must be made with the aid of the great Tao, and it is an oath on one's Tao. If the oath is broken, the great Tao will retaliate, leading to the destruction of one's Tao and death. Therefore, a great Tao oath should not be made lightly. But now, the third ancestor was forcing them to make one. The three of them were clearly displeased, but facing the third ancestor, they did not act out. Flames rose from Fire Lotus ancestor. Third ancestor, must it be this way? The third ancestor nodded. It must. No room for negotiation. None. The third ancestor's answer was firm, with no room for compromise. With their understanding of the third ancestor, they knew this matter was settled. They had to either make a great Tao oath and pay the corresponding price to obtain the method to break through to the Tao sovereign realm from the third ancestor, or leave now and wait to die. As for turning against the third ancestor, that idea never crossed their minds. Choosing between pride and the hope of continued life was actually a simple choice. After all, making a great Tao oath, as long as it wasn't broken, would not result in any loss. Fire Lotus ancestor took a deep breath. Fine, I'll make a great Tao oath. The third ancestor smiled and looked at Gutsang and Wooding ancestor. What about you two? Gutsang chuckled. It's just a great Tao oath, what's so difficult about it? Wooding ancestor also spoke in a hoarse voice. Making a great Tao oath is not difficult, I just hope the price afterward won't be too high. The third ancestor laughed. I conduct business with integrity, all transactions are worth the price, and I won't overcharge. He told them the words of the great Tao oath, which were the same for all three. The purpose of the great Tao oath was to prevent them from leaking the method to break through to the Tao sovereign realm in any way. In other words, the method they purchased could only be used by themselves. If their descendants wanted to break through to the Tao sovereign realm, they would have to purchase the method from the third ancestor again. The third ancestor planned to make this business long-lasting. The three placed their hands on the Tao stone and made the great Tao oath one by one, with the Tao stone glowing and leaving their imprints. The Tao stone, born of nature, can contain the power of the great Tao and resonate with countless Taos. Anyone cultivating any Tao who makes a great Tao oath through it will face retaliation from the great Tao if the oath is broken. The Tao stone's function is singular, and it is not a particularly precious item, but it is extremely rare and hard to come by. The third ancestor chuckled and put away the Tao stone. Well done, who wants to go first? Among the three, the impatient Fire Lotus ancestor said, I'll go first. A ball of light enveloped the third ancestor and Fire Lotus ancestor, making it impossible for those outside to hear their conversation. This was a single transaction, and each required private negotiation with the third ancestor. The third ancestor had full freedom to set different prices for each person. Even if the third ancestor wanted to give the method away, no one could interfere. With the method exclusively in his possession, even Lin Moyo was excluded. Wooding ancestor looked at Lin Moyo. Lin Xiao, regardless of the outcome, I must thank you. Lin Moyo feigned surprise. Senior, you must be joking, I only did what I could. Wooding ancestor said, with your wisdom and talent, your future achievements will surely surpass ours. I think the third ancestor will give you a substantial reward this time. Lin Moya said, perhaps, but even if the third ancestor doesn't, just obtaining the method to break through to the Tao sovereign realm is the greatest reward. Wooding ancestor said, your mindset is excellent, but we all know the third ancestor is a true businessman, and a very honest one at that. What he sells, though not cheap, is always worth the price. Helping him is a transaction for him, and the third ancestor will surely reward you according to your contribution. Lin Moya smiled, I hope so, but I'm not expecting much. Gutsang continued, the third ancestor clearly intends to sell this method as a rare commodity. In the future, anyone among the human race who wants to break through to the Tao sovereign ninth realm will have to buy it from the third ancestor. This thing can be sold many times and will bring enormous profits to the Lufeng Merchant Association, truly a profitable business. Lin Moya said, what you say makes sense, but there shouldn't be many who can reach the limits of the Tao sovereign on the origin continent. Gutsang said, indeed, not many, but not few either. You'll see, the third ancestor will soon spread the word. It won't be long before those old folks in seclusion will unseal themselves and come to the third ancestor. If this method can also be used by the demon race, they might come too. The Lufeng Merchant Association doesn't just do business with humans, they also trade with the demon race. This method will bring astronomical profits to the Lufeng Merchant Association. Lin Xiao, do you think I'm right? Lin Moya naturally understood that Gutsang was trying to get information from him. With the seal placed by the third ancestor, he shouldn't know these things. If he slipped up in his response, it would lead to endless trouble and danger afterward. Old fox. Lin Moya cursed inwardly and then feigned contemplation, shaking his head after a few seconds. I don't know that part of my memory is sealed. The third ancestor said the seal will naturally lift when I reach the Dao Sovereign Ninth Realm. Gutsang chuckled, the third ancestor is right before reaching the Dao Sovereign Ninth Realm, this method is indeed useless. And the third ancestor is also protecting you otherwise, those who come out of seclusion would surely trouble you. Lin Moya nodded, the third ancestor did say that. Now no one should trouble me, or the third ancestor will avenge me. Gutsang laughed, the third ancestor indeed has that ability, you should be safe. Lin Moya and Gutsang exchanged words, with Gutsang's words being half true, half false, only to be taken with a grain of salt. Lin Moya's acting was excellent, and Gutsang didn't seem to suspect anything. Moments later, the light surrounding the third ancestor and Fire Lotus ancestor disappeared. Fire Lotus ancestor's face was filled with a bright smile, and before Gutsang and Wooding ancestor could ask, she said, the method is fine. Chapter 2827. Chapter 2827, 2827. Chapter 2827, what pill did you say? Fire Lotus ancestor uttered a few short words, but they excited ancestor Gutsang and ancestor Wooding. Not only them, but if you looked closely at Fire Lotus ancestor's expression, there was also an uncontrollable excitement in her eyes. Years of wishes finally had a chance to be realized. How could Fire Lotus ancestor not be excited? At this moment, she seemed not like an ancestor of a holy land, but like the genius who constantly broke through and advanced in the past. Lin Moya sighed inwardly. If she knew that after entering the Great Dao Realm with this method, she could no longer advance, he wondered how she would feel. Perhaps she already knew that in the face of eternity, some things might no longer matter. Perhaps the ceiling she pursued was just the Great Dao Realm. Fire Lotus ancestor looked at Lin Moyo, Lin Xiao, if the ancestor can break through, you deserve credit. This is for you, and you're welcome to visit the ancient Lotus Holy Land. She tossed a lotus flower to Lin Moyo. The lotus seemed neither jade nor metal, neither gold nor iron, very peculiar. The lotus was only palm-sized, vivid and lifelike, with what seemed like a flame burning fiercely inside, extremely beautiful. Fire Lotus ancestor seemed afraid Lin Moyo wouldn't understand and explained, this is my token. If you show this in the ancient Lotus Holy Land, you will be an honored guest, and it has other uses. You can ask the third ancestor for details. Lin Moya knew this item was extraordinary and accepted it without hesitation, bowing to Fire Lotus ancestor, thank you for your generous gift, senior. Fire Lotus ancestor waved her hand, no need to be polite. Third ancestor, I'll leave first and come back when I truly break through. The third ancestor said, I wish you success, Fire Lotus sister. Fire Lotus ancestor left, in a bit of a hurry, eager to return and cultivate after obtaining the breakthrough method. The third ancestor said, next, who? Ancestor Gutsang and ancestor Wooding exchanged glances, seemingly a bit modest. Since it's right in front of them, everyone has a share, so there's no rush. Finally, ancestor Wooding went first to negotiate with the third ancestor. The two discussed the price, and no one knew if they paid more or less. Just like how they didn't know what price Fire Lotus ancestor paid, nor would they ask. During the transaction, Gutsang continued to chat with Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo was long used to chatting with such old foxes, and every answer and word in the conversation was watertight. Gutsang also realized he couldn't get any useful information from Lin Moyo. He also believed that the third ancestor had indeed sealed Lin Moyo, blocking this part of his memory. Otherwise, how could a little guy who had lived for thousands of years pass through him? He didn't know that in these 2 days, Lin Moyo and the third ancestor had discussed a lot, simulating many scenarios. Soon, ancestor Wooding also completed the transaction with the third ancestor. From his expression, it was clear the transaction went smoothly. With Fire Lotus ancestor and ancestor Wooding both satisfied, ancestor Gutsang was completely at ease. Before leaving, ancestor Wooding also tossed a token to Lin Moyo. This token was a symbol of the Dongfang family in Duantian domain, with functions similar to what Fire Lotus ancestor gave. Gutsang was the last to negotiate with the third ancestor, and the transaction didn't take long. They reached an agreement in just a few minutes. Gutsang paid the corresponding price and was satisfied to obtain the breakthrough method from the third ancestor. However, he didn't give Lin Moyo a new token, as he had already given one before, and giving more wouldn't be useful. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Gutsang left. After Gutsang left, Lin Moya said, congratulations, third ancestor, on a profitable business. The third ancestor snorted, don't think a few nice words will get you more benefits. Lin Moya laughed, how could I? But I believe the third ancestor will have accounted for everything clearly. The third ancestor said, of course, I do business with integrity, never cheat anyone, never break promises. What I promised you, I will do. Lin Moyo and the third ancestor also had an agreement. The method would be sold in the third ancestor's name, and the proceeds would be split 70-30 between them. The third ancestor would take 70, and Lin Moyo would take 30. The higher the selling price, the greater the third ancestor's profit. Lin Moyo wasn't greedy when the third ancestor proposed the 70-30 split. He agreed without bargaining. He even made the third ancestor feel like he had offered too low and could have gone for an 80-20 split. Lin Moya smiled at the third ancestor, as if to say it was time to split the profits. The third ancestor snorted, what's the rush? Then he asked the void, Xiaolian, have they left? Lulian's voice followed, Fire Lotus ancestor, ancestor Wooding, and ancestor Gutsang have all left the city and headed towards the southern continent. Having obtained the breakthrough method, the three top ancestors naturally wanted to return and cultivate. They were eager to return, leaving behind their own geniuses. Time was precious to them, and they wouldn't waste a second. Seeing they had all left, the third ancestor continued, in 3 days, pass this message to the remaining 6 forces, only let those old folks know, no need for outsiders. Lu Lian's voice replied, understood. The third ancestor then said to Lin Moyu, according to our agreement, I've converted those things into corresponding origin crystals and deposited them into your merchant account. You can use the origin crystals in your account for future purchases at the Merchant Association. For future transactions, I'll do the same. Of course, if you want to withdraw the origin crystals, that's fine too, whatever you prefer. This is something I specifically requested for you, consider it a gift, no charge. As he spoke, the third ancestor tossed a prism-shaped crystal to Lin Moyu. The crystal was icy to the touch, and Lin Moyu immediately knew where it came from. This is something from the Cold Water Holy Land, what is it used for? Lin Moyu asked. The third ancestor chuckled, this is called the Cold Water Ice Crystal, issued by the Cold Water Holy Land. With this Cold Water Ice Crystal, you can make a request to the Cold Water Holy Land. As long as it's not too excessive, the Cold Water Holy Land cannot refuse. This is a promise made by that old guy Gutsong, and even he generally has to abide by it. Lin Moyu was puzzled, didn't Ancestor Gutsong already give me a token? The third ancestor snorted disdainfully, interrupting Lin Moyu, the token from that old guy Gutsong is useless. At most, it makes you an honored guest of the Cold Water Holy Land, lets you walk around Cold Heaven Lake, take a swim, and that's it. The Cold Water Ice Crystal is different, it can make that old guy Gutsong do something for you, like you and Gu. The third ancestor gave a knowing look. Lin Moyu's heart trembled, and he whispered, did you know through the red scarf? The third ancestor said, the red scarf was bought from me by that cold jade girl, and now it's in your hands, no need for me to say more. At this point, there was no need to say more, everyone was smart, you understand, and I understand. Lin Moyu accepted the Cold Water Ice Crystal, then I thanked the third ancestor. The third ancestor chuckled, how about returning the longevity pill to me? Lin Moyu feigned confusion, what pill did you say? Chapter 2828. Chapter 2828, 2828. Chapter 2828, the quota for the Origin Secret Vault. Lin Moyu pretended to know nothing, and no matter what the third ancestor asked, he wouldn't give back the longevity pill. However, when Lin Moyu suddenly inquired about the use of the longevity pill, the third ancestor remained silent, not revealing anything. Lin Moyu didn't mind if the third ancestor wouldn't say, he could ask Lu Fenjiao later, and she would surely tell him. After chatting for a while, Lin Moyu left. Not long after Lin Moyu returned to his courtyard, Lu Fenjiao came looking for him. Accompanying Lu Fenjiao was the Saintess of the Immortal Lotus. Lin Moyu wasn't surprised that Lu Fenjiao came, but he was surprised that the Saintess of the Immortal Lotus came along. Lu Fenjiao looked Lin Moyu up and down, you seem to have recovered well. Lin Moyu smiled and flattered, thanks to the pill you gave me, Sister Fenjiao, I recovered so quickly. Lu Fenjiao was puzzled, didn't it not work at the time? Lin Moyu said, maybe my injuries were more complex, so the pill took a while to work. It only took effect after the third ancestor treated me. Without this pill, I couldn't have recovered so quickly. Lu Fenjiao seemed to believe Lin Moyu, I guess so. The longevity pill is a divine pill personally refined by the third ancestor, very effective. As long as there's a breath left, it can save a life. Unfortunately, the pill is hard to refine, mainly because the materials are hard to find. The third ancestor has only managed to refine a few over the years. Lin Moyu agreed, such a good pill must be hard to refine. Besides healing, it must have other uses, right? From Lu Fenjiao's words, Lin Moyu already knew the main use of the longevity pill was healing. But just for healing, it wouldn't be so precious, and from the name, it seemed to have other uses. Lu Fenjiao said, besides healing, the longevity pill can also extend lifespan by 10,000 years. Lin Moyu murmured, no wonder it's called the longevity pill, it can extend lifespan, truly magical. He finally understood why the longevity pill was so precious. It not only healed but also extended lifespan by a full 10,000 years. No wonder it dared to bear such a name. The Saintess of the Immortal Lotus, who knew the use of the longevity pill, showed no surprise. Seeing Lin Moyu safe and sound, Lu Fenjiao was completely relieved. Lu Fenjiao said, since you're fine now, do you want to attend the gathering in 3 days? Lin Moyu asked curiously, didn't we just have the Heavenly Pride Conference? Lu Fenjiao said, the Heavenly Pride Conference was organized by the old ancestors. The gathering I'm talking about is organized privately by us, with only about 10 people attending. Lin Moyu guessed it would be the top 10 from the Heavenly Pride Conference. In other words, the gathering of the contemporary heirs of Lufeng Merchant Association and the 9 top forces. Thinking deeper, it's a gathering for the future leaders of the human race. Lin Moyu quickly understood, I probably don't qualify to attend, right? Lu Fenjiao blared, whether you qualify is up to me. When the young lady gets temperamental, who dares to oppose her in the merchant city, except for the third ancestor? The Saintess of the Immortal Lotus said, it's a private gathering among us, so there's no need for formalities. And there's something else after the gathering. Lin Moyu heard the underlying meaning in the Saintess's words. The event after the gathering was the main focus. Lin Moyu wasn't in a hurry to ask and waited for them to continue. Lu Fenjiao said, after the gathering, we're going to an Origin Secret Vault. But the quota is limited, only 6 people can enter. Another purpose of our gathering is to choose which 6 will go in. Lin Moya was puzzled if it was based on the Heavenly Pride Conference rankings, the top 6 would most likely get the spots, but judging by Lu Fenjao's demeanor, it seemed she could go in too. Lu Fenjao sensed Lin Moya's gaze and glared at him. What, do you think your sister doesn't qualify to go in? Lin Moya immediately said, of course not, Sister Fenjao naturally qualifies. The Saintess of the Immortal Lotus explained, this Origin's secret vault belongs to the Lufeng Merchant Association. Lin Moya understood as the young lady of the Lufeng Merchant Association, Lu Fenjao naturally had the qualification to enter. Lu Fenjao said, actually, it's not really our merchant associations, we're just managing it. The Origin secret vault is jointly owned by us. By us, Lu Fenjao meant the Lufeng Merchant Association and the 9 top forces. Currently, these 10 are the strongest forces of the human race. Lin Moya thought, so this Origin secret vault has been around for a long time, but it seems unrelated to me since I don't qualify to enter. Lu Fenjao said, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. We plan to give one of the spots to you. Lin Moya exclaimed in surprise. The Saintess of the Immortal Lotus said, we've explored this Origin secret vault many times, but the gains haven't been great. After the Godslaying sect trip, Lin Daiao's abilities impressed us all, and we feel inferior to Lin Daiao. So we discussed and decided to give one of the spots to Lin Daiao. Perhaps with Lin Daiao accompanying us, we can gain more. The Saintess of the Immortal Lotus was straightforward about their intentions. The ones discussing this were Lu Fenjao, the Saintess of the Immortal Lotus, Dongfang Liuvan, and Tianhuan Shenzi. The top 3 from this Heavenly Pride Conference all agreed, and Lu Fenjao also agreed. Of the 6 spots, the 4 of them were basically confirmed. If Lin Moya got a spot, only 1 spot would remain, and Lin Moya would have to replace someone. Lin Moya asked, I don't have a problem, but what about the person who originally had the spot? Lu Fenjao waved her hand, interrupting Lin Moya, just give them enough compensation. The underlying message was that she had plenty of money. Lin Moya chuckled, it was practically a forced buy. The other party was a Heavenly Pride, a contemporary Holy Sun. Was this really okay? The Saintess of the Immortal Lotus said, as long as Lin Daiao agrees, we'll handle the rest. Lu Fenjao said, the gathering is in 10 days. You stay here and recover, don't wander outside. I'll come to get you then. The 2 of them didn't give Lin Moya a chance to refuse. After they left, Lin Moya muttered to himself, this is like being forced to go, they don't care if I want to or not. The Origin secret vault, which the old ancestors aren't interested in and is jointly managed by several forces, is probably a training ground for the Heavenly Prides. The danger shouldn't be too high, the old ancestors have probably checked it out. If that's the case, it wouldn't hurt to take a look. He began organizing and thinking about the information he got from the Godslaying sect. The information included future directions and preparations he could start now. For example, his soul was already at the Dao Sovereign Third Realm, qualifying him to condense Dao patterns. Chapter 2829, Chapter 2829, 2829, Chapter 2829, The Right Path and the Wrong Path. The cultivation methods before the Dao Sovereign Realm in prehistoric times are not much different from now, and the paths taken are basically the same. Even if there are some minor differences, they do not affect the entire path of cultivation. However, after the Dao Sovereign Realm, the prehistoric cultivation methods and the current cultivation methods become 2 almost non-intersecting paths. Apart from having the same names for the realms, there are fundamental differences between them. Lin Moya spent a day comparing the 2 cultivation methods in detail. Finally, he determined that the prehistoric cultivation method is the true path to the Great Tao. The prehistoric cultivation method is closely related to the Great Tao at every step, living up to the title of Tao Sovereign. The term Tao Sovereign does not mean the supreme of the Great Tao. In the eyes of cultivators at that time, the Tao Sovereign Realm referred to the supreme among those pursuing the Great Tao. Among countless cultivators pursuing the Great Tao, the Tao Sovereign Realm is the highest realm. One step further is the Great Tao Realm. The Great Tao Realm refers to those who have already attained the Great Tao, truly entering the Great Tao, a different level compared to the Tao Sovereign Realm. After understanding the meaning of the Tao Sovereign Realm, Lin Moya finally understood which path was correct. In the current cultivation system, each advancement in the Tao Sovereign Realm is not very closely connected to the Great Tao. The true body of the Great Tao can be considered the closest connection between them. As for Tao patterns, they do exist but do not play any significant role. Tao patterns are more of a symbol, representing the level of the realm. However, in the prehistoric cultivation method, Tao patterns are the closest connection between the cultivator and the Great Tao. Why do Tao patterns appear? They are the Great Tao's recognition of the cultivator, a mark on the path of pursuit. Cultivators should comprehend Tao patterns, use them to perceive the Great Tao, and ultimately integrate into the Great Tao, breaking through the Tao Sovereign and stepping into the Tao Sovereign Realm. In Lin Moya's view, the cultivation method using Tao patterns is like a broad avenue leading directly to the Great Tao. In contrast, the current cultivation method, when reaching the end, finds itself separated from the Great Tao by a sea of fire. This sea of fire is not impossible to cross, but crossing it leaves one battered and damages the foundation. Although one can eventually step into the Great Tao realm, they find it difficult to move within it. Fortunately, this skewed path can still be corrected. However, those old ancestors have little time left and cannot afford to take the detour. Their only choices are to jump over or wait to die. The longer they live, the less they want to die. Lin Moya believes that those old ancestors will surely choose to jump over. They might fantasize that once they enter the Great Tao realm and gain immortality, everything else is trivial. They do not understand that true immortality is never dying. Lin Moya was grateful to the third ancestor because this trip to the god-slaying sect showed him the correct path for the future, preventing him from going astray from the start. He also learned why his soul produced a Dao pattern after stepping into the Dao sovereign realm. It was the great Dao's recognition of him, but unfortunately, he did not know how to use the Dao pattern at the time. Fortunately, it's not too late now. His true realm has not yet reached the Dao sovereign, and his path has not truly begun. What he needs to do now is prepare for the future path. The more prepared he is, the broader the future path will be. Many prehistoric cultivators began preparing for themselves while still in the heavenly sovereign realm. Lin Moya carefully thought about his future path, murmuring to himself, comprehend the great Dao, condense Dao patterns, merge, connect, and strengthen them. In the same realm, the number of Dao patterns, although not the absolute factor determining combat power, is one of the most important factors. The God-slaying sect's sweeping disciples have only one Dao pattern, outer disciples have 2, inner disciples have 3, and personal disciples can reach 4. Even with just one Dao pattern, the combat power of an outer disciple can rival some of today's heavenly bridges. In the Dao sovereign first realm, the weakest can condense one Dao pattern, while the strongest can condense 6, a difference of several times. And as the realm increases, the difference in Dao patterns multiplies, with the gap widening as the realm grows. At this point, Lin Moya suddenly smiled. 6 Dao patterns are indeed strong, but are 6 the strongest? Perhaps not. The great Dao has no end. The so-called strongest is not the limit of the great Dao but the limit of human power. Lin Moya doesn't know if he can break this limit, but he will try, and perhaps he has a chance to break it. He never confines himself if others can only reach 6, he refuses to believe it. Over thousands of years, Lin Moya has learned that his path is different from anyone else's. After understanding this, Lin Moya began to comprehend the great Dao and condense Dao patterns. His previous insights into the great Dao began to converge. First, he focused on the undying great Dao, which he understood the most. As his life Dao, Lin Moya's understanding of it far surpasses other Daos, and many of his spells are related to it. The undying great Dao is Lin Moya's foundation, its position unshakable. A large amount of insights into the undying great Dao came flooding in, not new insights but the fundamental truths he had previously acquired. These truths are all illusory, invisible, and intangible. But in the eyes of the soul, even illusions are real. The transformation between illusion and reality is indescribable and can only be understood personally. Soul power spread, filling the entire soul world. Lin Moya gathered his insights into the great Dao, using soul power as a carrier to merge them. Gradually, an illusory Dao pattern slowly emerged. First, the outline of the Dao pattern appeared, and Lin Moya felt a slight joy. It seems it's not as difficult as I thought. Just as this thought arose, urgent knocking sounded outside the courtyard, and the formation in the courtyard roared, interrupting his insights. Lin Moya awoke to find Lu Fenjao standing outside the courtyard. Opening the courtyard door, Lin Moya asked curiously, Sister Fenjao, why are you back? Lu Fenjao rolled her eyes at him. 10 days are up, I'm here to pick you up. Lin Moya was taken aback, blurting out, the gathering is today. Lu Fenjao replied irritably, what else? Lin Moya realized he had lost track of time while condensing the Dao pattern. Condensing Dao patterns really takes time. Even the outline hadn't formed, and 10 days had passed like that. Lu Fenjao looked Lin Moya up and down. You seem to have recovered well. Lin Moya's aura was now intact, with no sign of injury. He thick-skinnedly said, thanks to the longevity pill you gave me, Sister Fenjao. Lu Fenjao patted his shoulder, stop flattering, it doesn't work on me. Let's go, the gathering is about to start. Lin Moya nodded, lead the way, Sister Fenjao. Lu Fenjao took Lin Moya out of the merchant city, then threw out a flying boat, taking Lin Moya to the gathering place. The gathering wasn't held in the merchant city but in a small town outside it. Outside the merchant city, there are 4 small towns, distributed at its 4 corners, like 4 small cities guarding it. Each town is 1,000 kilometers from the merchant city and is also managed by the Lufeng Merchant Association. Though called towns, they are actually larger than many cities in the eastern continent. The town they were heading to housed 300,000 cultivators, and with the ordinary people they brought, the total population exceeded 600,000, making it a medium-sized city. Chapter 2830. Chapter 2830, 2830. Chapter 2830, since that's the case, then I'll go. Lu Fenjao piloted the flying boat over 1,000 kilometers to the edge of the town. The town, named Rising Sun, is located east of the merchant city. Rising Sun Town also has city walls, with patrols from the Lufeng Merchant Association, and is filled with formations. Here, Lin Moya felt a sense of killing intent. Lin Moya knew that the town was likely built on an origin spirit vein, and the formations inside were also controlled by Lu Lian. In case of danger, Rising Sun Town would serve as a forward base, the first line of defense in the entire defense system of the merchant city. The strong individuals in the merchant city could teleport through the origin spirit vein to provide support. By keeping the battle outside, the merchant city could be kept away from the battlefield. Such an arrangement is perfectly reasonable, as the merchant city is the headquarters of the Lufeng Merchant Association, and tight defense is necessary. Lu Fenjao's flying boat flew directly into Rising Sun Town. As the young lady of the Lufeng Merchant Association, such privileges were naturally not an issue. In a corner of Rising Sun Town, there was a beautifully landscaped courtyard with pavilions, terraces, and flowing water. The gathering was to be held here. Although it was just a private gathering, the arrangements were still exquisite. In the center of the courtyard, there was a clear small lake. A winding path was built over the lake, connecting 2 pavilions, one large and one small, the main and the secondary. The two pavilions were separated by several dozen meters, connected by a long corridor. Lu Fengjiao led Lin Moya along the winding path to the Lakeview Pavilion. From a distance, Lin Moya saw some familiar faces. The Saintess of the Immortal Lotus, Dongfang Yuan, and Tianhuan Shenzi were all there. In addition, there was the Rainbow Saintess from the Seven-Star Holy Land, who ranked 5th in the Heavenly Pride Conference. There was also the Saintess of the Cold Water Holy Land, Gu Baishuan, who ranked 6th in the Heavenly Pride Conference. Lin Moya was a bit puzzled. Why isn't the 4th ranked Wang Tianling here? Lu Fengjiao said, that guy doesn't like participating in such things and has already left. Wang Tianling gave Lin Moya the impression of being low-key, silent, and speaking very little. He was indifferent to the surrounding matters and didn't care much about winning or losing. Lin Moya felt that the Heavenly Pride Conference was just a formality for Wang Tianling, and the ranking didn't matter much, so it was normal for him not to attend the private gathering or be interested in the Origin Secret Vault. Perhaps that's his way. Lin Moya felt that Wang Tianling had his own path, one not swayed by external things. Because Wang Tianling left, Gu Baishuan was invited to participate in this gathering. Otherwise, with her 6th place ranking, she wouldn't have qualified. The Heavenly Prides were already seated in the main pavilion, while the followers were seated in the secondary pavilion. Lin Moya followed Lu Fengjiao, just like when attending the Heavenly Pride Conference. Lin Moya joked, "Sister Fengjiao, it feels like we're attending the Heavenly Pride Conference again." Lu Fengjiao chuckled, "This time, you're the main character. But Gu Baishuan and Rainbow Saintess might have some opinions about you, so be careful." She explained the situation to Lin Moya. Previously, when discussing the quota with the Saintess of the Immortal Lotus, Dongfang Yuan, and Tianhuan Shenzi, they didn't know Wang Tianling wouldn't come. At that time, they planned to give Rainbow Saintess's spot to Lin Moya. However, they would also compensate Rainbow Saintess, essentially buying the spot from her, though it seemed a bit forceful. Of the 6 spots to enter the Origin Secret Vault, Lu Fengjiao would definitely take one, and the top 5 from the Heavenly Pride Conference usually occupied the rest. They had already agreed, and Rainbow Saintess agreed to give up her spot, as she didn't want to offend these Heavenly Prides. But an unexpected event occurred. Wang Tianling gave up his spot. So Rainbow Saintess's ranking moved up 1, and the original 6th place Gu Baishuan suddenly got the spot. Thus, Rainbow Saintess was a bit unwilling, feeling that Gu Baishuan's spot should be given up instead. But Gu Baishuan, being cold and indifferent, refused to give up her spot. No matter how much the Saintess of the Immortal Lotus and the others persuaded her, she wouldn't budge, and the matter was at an impasse. After hearing this, Lin Moya couldn't help but laugh. If you hadn't let Gu Baishuan know earlier, this wouldn't have happened. Lu Fengjiao said, "It's not that simple. The spots weren't decided by us but by the old ancestors of those sects. If someone gives up, the next in line takes over. Many people are eyeing these spots, and they can't be easily changed." Lin Moya said, "If they can't be changed, why can I come in?" Lu Fengjiao said, "The Saintess of the Immortal Lotus and Dongfang Yuan used their connections and asked their seniors to intervene, persuading the other sect's seniors. Of course, they also paid some price." Lin Moya felt that things weren't as he thought. This exploration of the Origin Secret Vault seemed unusual. The Origin Secret Vault wasn't as simple as he thought. Perhaps there were some secrets inside. Lin Moya asked, "What's in this Origin Secret Vault?" Lu Fengjiao said, "Some old matters. Once it's confirmed you can go in, you'll naturally know. I can't say now." Lin Moya said, "Can I choose to give up?" Lu Fengjiao paused, her beautiful eyes glaring at Lin Moya, her voice rising, "You want to give up? Why?" Lin Moya felt something was off. Why was Lu Fengjiao suddenly so agitated? But he still expressed his thoughts. "The more secrets you know, the faster you die. I haven't lived enough yet." Lin Moya realized that this trip to the Origin Secret Vault wasn't simple, and it might involve some things. These things were likely related to the top forces and the Lufeng Merchant Association. Although he wasn't afraid, there were things he didn't need to get involved in. Upon hearing Lin Moya's response, Lu Fengjiao's eyes suddenly became a bit moist, her voice softening. "If you really don't want to go, then don't." Lin Moya sensed that Lu Fengjiao's tone was off. "Sister Fengjiao, is the secret in the Origin Secret Vault related to you?" Lu Fengjiao hesitated for a few seconds before softly saying, "It's related to my father." Lin Moya roughly understood. "Since that's the case, then I'll go." Lu Fengjiao's eyes showed joy. "Really?" Lin Moya nodded. "If I can help Sister Fengjiao, taking some risks is nothing." Lu Fengjiao smiled. "Thank you." Lin Moya smiled. "If Sister Fengjiao is so polite, then we're strangers. Let's go. We shouldn't keep them waiting." The two walked along the winding path over the water. One large, one small, one main, one secondary, 2 Lakeview pavilions. In the smaller secondary pavilion sat a few people, followers of Dongfang Yuan, Tianhuan Shenzi, Rainbow Saintess, and Gu Baishuan. The Saintess of the Immortal Lotus was alone without followers. Gu Baishuan's follower was an old acquaintance of Lin Moya, Gun Yanbing. Gun Yanshui watched Lin Moya from afar, her eyes filled with complex emotions, which even she couldn't understand. Seeing Lin Moya, the followers began to chat. "Lin Moya is here too. Isn't that normal? He's Fengjiao Fairy's follower. Since Fengjiao Fairy is here, he naturally has to come too. Although his performance at the Heavenly Pride Conference was excellent, he's still in the Heavenly Sovereign realm. Without reaching the Tao Sovereign, he can only be a follower. When he comes over, I want to chat with him. He might become a future bridge." "I think so too. His future achievements will surely be high." The three discussed, but Gun Yanshui said nothing. She felt that Lin Moya didn't seem like a follower, it seemed like Lu Fenjiao was asking him for something. Chapter 2831. Chapter 2831, 2831. Chapter 2831, he's just a follower. Lu Fenjiao and Lin Moya walked through the winding waterway to the main pavilion. The Saintess of the Immortal Lotus, Dongfang Yuvan, and Tian Huan Shenzi almost simultaneously stood up, looking at Lu Fenjiao as if paying their respects. The Rainbow Saintess and Gu Baishuan also stood up, looking over. However, the two of them were a bit puzzled. Although Lu Fenjiao was the heir of the Lufeng Merchant Association, they were also saintesses of top forces. Moreover, everyone present was in the Dao Sovereign Second Realm, while Lu Fenjiao was only in the Dao Sovereign First Realm. Why did it seem like they were showing respect to Lu Fenjiao? Until Lu Fenjiao entered the pavilion, the Saintess of the Immortal Lotus smiled. Lin Daiyu, Sister Fenjiao, you finally arrived. Dongfang Yuvan and Tian Huan Shenzi also cupped their fists. Congratulations, Lin Daiyu, on your recovery. Lin Moyo also smiled. Thank you, fellow Daiists, for your concern. I'm fine now. It was then that the Rainbow Saintess and Gu Baishuan realized that it wasn't because of Lu Fenjiao but because of Lin Moyo. What qualities did Lin Moyo possess to receive such treatment from them? When they heard that their spot was to be given to Lin Moyo, both were strongly opposed and unwilling. Unfortunately, their words didn't carry much weight. The decision was ultimately made by the elders of the sect. They were indeed heavenly prides, but the elders in the sect were once heavenly prides too. Their status as heavenly prides was of no use when facing their elders. Both had previously speculated whether Lin Moyo had a special relationship with Lu Fenjiao, but now this speculation was completely overturned. The reactions of the Saintess of the Immortal Lotus and the others indicated that Lin Moya's spot wasn't due to any relationship with Lu Fenjiao. There must be another reason. Both were quick to react and immediately greeted Lin Moyo. Lin Moya smiled and returned the greeting, still addressing them as fellow deists. At this moment, Lin Moyo already regarded them as peers, no longer as humble as before. As everyone sat down, the Saintess of the Immortal Lotus, Teet like Ike Taxum, D+, swept across the table, and exquisite dishes appeared on the table. For a moment, the aroma filled the courtyard. The aroma seemed to contain a certain power of the great Tao, enticing everyone's appetite. Each dish was a spiritual food, and a very high-end one at that, not something those below the heavenly sovereign realm could eat. Eating it wouldn't be beneficial and might even be harmful. Dongfang Yuvan laughed. I've been longing for the spiritual food of the ancient Lotus Holy Land for a long time. Tian Huan Shenzi also laughed. The spiritual food of the ancient Lotus Holy Land is the best in the southern continent. Today, I must enjoy it. Lu Fenjiao also laughed. I haven't had it in a long time. Sister Xianlian is thoughtful. The Rainbow Saintess and Gu Baishuan also knew that the spiritual food of the ancient Lotus Holy Land was unparalleled, but ordinary people couldn't taste it. They didn't expect the Saintess of the Immortal Lotus to prepare spiritual food today, showing how much she valued this gathering. The Saintess of the Immortal Lotus smiled. Fellow deists, please eat first. We'll talk after eating. In the secondary pavilion, the table was also set with food, but it was much inferior to that in the main pavilion. The four people there stared at the main pavilion, unable to believe it. Why is Lin Moya sitting there? What qualifies him to sit with the heavenly prides? When they greeted, it was all directed at Lin Moyo. Does that mean Lin Moyo has an extraordinary status? He's clearly just Fenjiao Fairy's follower. Why is this happening? It's really strange and puzzling. They were filled with doubts, unable to explain it. Gu Nianshui's beautiful eyes sparkled. Lin Moya surprised her time and again, leaving her behind each time. She once thought that with the inheritance of the Star Lord, she would surely become a heavenly pride, shining in her era. But compared to Lin Moyo, she was still far behind, and the gap was widening. The desire to compete with Lin Moyo was diminishing, almost extinguished. What kind of person are you? They enjoyed the high-end spiritual food of the ancient Lotus Holy Land, praising it repeatedly. At this moment, the saint sons and saintesses didn't seem to care much about their image. At their level, ordinary spiritual food was no longer appealing, and their desire for food had long diminished. Only this kind of spiritual food containing the power of the great Tao could stimulate their appetite. They chatted while eating, gradually becoming familiar with each other. Lin Moyo could clearly feel that the Rainbow Saintess and Gu Baishuan looked at him with an unusual gaze, with a hint of defiance. After enjoying the spiritual food, the Saintess of the Immortal Lotus waved her hand to clear the table, replacing the food with spiritual tea. The spiritual food of the ancient Lotus Holy Land was excellent, and naturally, the spiritual tea wouldn't be inferior. The Saintess of the Immortal Lotus also prepared some pastries and personally brewed tea for everyone. Lin Moya didn't feel much, but the others were a bit flattered. After brewing the tea, the Saintess of the Immortal Lotus slowly said, Sister Fenjiao, you know the most about the Origin Secret Vault. Would you like to tell us about it? Lu Fenjiao said, Of course, but as you know, only those who are going can know. And those who go must make a great Tao oath not to disclose it. Clearly, this matter was important, and in short, unrelated people were not entitled to know. Everyone's expression became more serious, especially the Rainbow Saintess and Gu Baishuan, who showed slight changes in their expressions. Given the current situation, one of them would not be able to go and thus would not be entitled to know. Although knowing or not knowing didn't matter much, it was a matter of face. Lu Fenjiao suddenly continued, Originally, everyone was qualified to go, but there was a small accident this time. I think it's okay to tell everyone, but the Great Tao Oath must still be made. That's the rule. Is everyone okay with that? Lu Fengjiao's sudden turn made the Rainbow Saintess and Gu Baishuan's faces look better. Gu Baishuan's voice was cold, rules must be followed. The Rainbow Saintess said, before coming, the elders in the sect already told me, and I understand. Lu Fengjao smiled, since that's the case, let's all make the oath. She took out a Dao stone, slightly smaller than the one the third ancestor had. For others, Dao stones are rare, but for the Lufeng Merchant Association, taking out a few is not a problem. Lu Fengjao said, please join me in making the oath not to disclose any information about this origin secret vault, not even a little. Everyone communicated with the Dao stone to make the oath, and no one dared to take shortcuts. Including Lin Moyu, a soul oath might have loopholes, but a great Dao oath made with a Dao stone has none. Even a Dao sovereign 9th realm old ancestor couldn't find a loophole, let alone him. While making the oath, Lin Moyu felt as if he was facing a great Dao directly, with the pressure of the Dao overwhelming his soul. In this state, no one could lie, and no one dared to deceive the great Dao. After making the oath honestly, Lu Fengjao confirmed it and put away the Dao stone. She snapped her fingers, activating the formation in the pavilion, isolating them from the outside. Chapter 2832. Chapter 2832, 2832. Chapter 2832, I'll just make a bold guess. From the Great Dao Oath to now using formations for soundproofing, everything indicates the importance of this matter. Lu Fengjao said, what I'm about to say concerns the information about this Starwind secret vault, but there's one thing that needs to be clarified first. After I finish speaking, you can choose whether to go or not. If you decide to go, you might need to make another Great Dao Oath. No one reacted much, but the atmosphere grew more serious. Layer by layer, the more it was like this, the more they felt the unusual nature of this origin secret vault. Since everyone had already made a Great Dao Oath, Lu Fengjao didn't need to have too many concerns. This origin secret vault is called the Starwind Secret Vault, discovered about 20,000 years ago. Based on the power it emitted when it appeared, the Starwind Secret Vault is a very high level, possibly left by an extremely ancient force. Whether it's prehistoric is hard to say. At that time, in the eastern continent, a fierce battle broke out between humans and demons over the Starwind Secret Vault, with even the Buddhist race involved. Later, we humans gained control of the Starwind Secret Vault, and after discussion, it was decided that the Lufeng Merchant Association would be responsible for guarding it. At this point, everyone understood. The Starwind Secret Vault is in the eastern continent, and since the Lufeng Merchant Association's base is also there, they are naturally the best choice to guard it. Not only guarding, but management is also handled by the Lufeng Merchant Association. Without their permission, no one can enter the Starwind Secret Vault. Lu Fengjao continued, after gaining ownership of the Starwind Secret Vault, the 9 major forces in our merchant association sent top experts to explore it. Here, Lu Fengjao paused again. This pause made everyone's heart skip a beat, knowing something must have happened. Lu Fengjao said, the first group that went in never came out. The Rainbow Saintess couldn't help but exclaim, so many people, and not one came out. How is that possible? Lu Fengjao said, it's a fact. 20 strong individuals went in, 2 from each force, all above the Dao Sovereign 7th realm, and none came out. This result indicated that the Starwind Secret Vault is extremely dangerous. Tianhuan Shenzi asked, so the Starwind Secret Vault is very dangerous. If even such strong individuals couldn't come out, what can we do if we go? Dongfang Weovan said, that's a silly question. If we were useless, why would they want us to go? Our sects aren't lacking in old gods. Tianhuan Shenzi realized he had indeed asked a foolish question. Lu Fengjao said, at that time, the old ancestors didn't expect the Starwind Secret Vault to be so dangerous. They were planning to go themselves, but the old ancestors found they couldn't get in. Not only could they not get in, but even those who could go in before, the Dao Sovereign 7th realm, couldn't get in anymore. Everyone was stunned, not understanding why this was happening. Why could they get in before but not later? Lin Moya said, the Starwind Secret Vault must have weakened. The people who went in before weakened its power. Lu Fengjao nodded, the old ancestors judged the same. Later, they sent 20 Dao Sovereign 6th realm experts in. Lin Moya said, if I'm not mistaken, these 20 also didn't come out, and the Starwind Secret Vault's aura weakened again. Lu Fengjao nodded, you're right, that's exactly what happened. Lin Moya said, then there should have been a third group, and they also didn't come out. Then the Starwind Secret Vault weakened again, probably allowing only those below the Dao Sovereign 4th realm to enter. After that, the Starwind Secret Vault became inaccessible. It sealed itself. Lu Fengjao widened her eyes, her mouth agape, how do you know? Lin Moya said, I guessed. Lu Fengjao clearly didn't believe it, nor did anyone else. Lin Moya, somewhat helpless, said, alright, let me explain my reasoning. I once entered an Origin Secret Vault. Of course, that Origin Secret Vault wasn't high level, but the essence of Origin Secret Vaults should be similar. It's an independent real world, with rules set by the creator of the Origin Secret Vault. But the creator's power is limited and can be consumed. When the first group went in and the Starwind Secret Vault weakened, I guessed that the creator's power was limited and would be consumed. So the second group went in, and it weakened again. The third group went in, and it weakened further, showing that its power was significantly consumed. Gu Baishuan suddenly asked, then why did it seal itself after 3 times? Lin Moya smiled, an old senior once said, 3 times is the limit. I guess the Starwind Secret Vault is the same, limited to 3. It's like you and me, spiritual food is good, but refining it consumes some power. Eating too much makes it hard to refine, causing backlash. The 3 groups going in were like 3 meals for the Starwind Secret Vault. It got full and needed to digest. If I'm right, after a period of self-sealing, it should reopen, with fewer restrictions on entry, though not back to the original level. Lu Fengjiao nodded, that's correct. The Rainbow Saintess asked, if, as you say, it refined the food, shouldn't it return to its original state? Lin Moya said, that's easy to explain. The food it consumed resisted. In the resistance, it got hurt and couldn't easily return to its original state. There's even a possibility that the food isn't dead, still resisting inside, just unable to get out. I'll make another bold guess, the Starwind secret vault has been gradually weakening since it appeared. And recently, although still dangerous, people have been able to return alive. In recent times, most people have been able to come out unscathed. Lin Moya's words seemed reasonable, with no apparent flaws. Everyone looked at Lu Fengjiao, wanting to get confirmation from her. Lu Fengjiao, also shocked, showed through her expression that Lin Moya was right. Lu Fengjiao composed herself, you're basically right. The old ancestors' guesses are similar to yours. Her words further confirmed Lin Moya's statements. The Saintess of the Immortal Lotus couldn't help but ask, Lin Daiao, how did you make these later guesses? Lin Moya said, it's simple. If the Starwind secret vault was just consuming and refining, it should gradually recover, not weaken. Continued weakening means something's wrong inside, besides the strong individuals who went in. On the other hand, if nothing's wrong, what's the point of us going in? I'll make another bold guess, there might not be many more chances to enter. If it's not resolved, the Starwind secret vault might collapse. Lu Fengjiao couldn't help but gasp, once again proven right. Chapter 2833. Chapter 2833, 2833. Chapter 2833, why has he become the core? Upon hearing that the Starwind secret vault was about to collapse, everyone gasped. They might not have entered an Origin secret vault before, but they knew the related knowledge. Once an Origin secret vault collapses, its power will explode all at once, turning everything inside into nothingness. If there are any living beings inside, there's almost no chance of survival. There have been similar incidents in the history of the Origin continent, and no one, regardless of their realm, has ever survived the collapse of an Origin secret vault. Lu Fengjiao took a deep breath to suppress her inner shock. You're right, the power of the Starwind secret vault is weakening, and it might collapse in a few thousand years. We don't know the situation inside the Starwind secret vault, nor do we know whether those sect elders are alive or dead. What was said before was just speculation, whether from the old ancestors or Lin Moya, it was all speculation and couldn't be confirmed. Lin Moya continued from Lu Fengjiao's words, if they're dead, their remains become the greatest treasure. Now, fellow deists should understand why we need to make an oath. Even if such powerful beings are dead, their remains might still be left behind. Moreover, their personal belongings and other items might not be destroyed. These old ancestors carry the heritage of their holy land sects, and this heritage can be inferred from their remains or other items. Heritage is the fundamental thing of a force, the true foundation. If someone else obtains these things and deduces their secret techniques, it's something no sect can accept. If those who went in are dead, their remains must be retrieved by their sect's disciples and not fall into the hands of other forces. The people present weren't fools, they understood upon hearing this. They also understood why Lu Fengjiao said they had to make another Great Dao Oath before going in. Needless to say, the content of the second Great Dao Oath is that they are only allowed to retrieve the remains of their sect's elders and not occupy the remains of other sect's elders. Everyone watched Lin Moya speak eloquently and realized that Lin Moya was not only perceptive but also incredibly smart. These heavenly prides, in front of Lin Moya, seemed like fools. Lu Fengjiao said, Lin Xiaodai is basically correct, that's the current situation. As the number of entries into the Starwind secret vault increases, it's continually weakening, and the more entries, the faster it weakens. The old ancestors judged that if this continues, the Starwind secret vault will collapse. Especially in the last 5,000 years, the Starwind secret vault has not only limited the realm of entrance but also the number of people. So in the last 5,000 years, we've greatly reduced the frequency of entries, but it's still weakening, just at a much slower pace. But the good news is that most people who go in can come back safely, meaning the safety of the Starwind secret vault has greatly improved. Dongfang Liuvan, who hadn't spoken much, suddenly asked Lin Moya, Lin Daiao, what do you think? Lin Moya said, good news often corresponds with bad news. Since the good news is increased safety, the bad news should be that there's not much gain. Lu Fengjiao said, that's what I was about to say. Recently, there haven't been significant gains. Lin Moya asked, Sister Fengjiao, why don't you tell us about the situation inside the Starwind secret vault? Lu Fengjiao nodded slightly and began to describe the general situation inside the Starwind secret vault. In the first 3 entries, the strongest went in, and none returned, so the situation inside the Starwind secret vault was unknown. In recent entries, most people returned, and although there weren't significant gains, they learned something about the Starwind secret vault. Overall, the Starwind secret vault is dangerous, but not overly so. With caution, it can be managed. After Lu Fengjiao finished speaking, everyone focused on Lin Moya again, wanting to hear his thoughts. At this moment, Lin Moya seemed to have become their backbone. Lin Moya didn't hold back and continued to share his thoughts. Although I've only entered an Origin secret vault once, I've been to similar places many times. If I'm not mistaken, the Starwind secret vault has inner and outer regions. The elders trapped inside probably entered the inner region, while those who went in later and returned safely probably only operated in the outer region. So, if we want to find the sect elders, we must enter the inner region. But the inner region is dangerous, and once in, we might not come out. Lin Moya's words made several people's faces change, and they felt Lin Moya was likely right. If even their sect elders were trapped inside, what use would they be going in? In the secondary pavilion, although the four followers couldn't hear Lin Moya and the others' conversation, they could glean some clues from their expressions. However, they noticed that besides Lu Fengjao, the one who spoke the most was Lin Moya, and when Lin Moya spoke, the others were clearly very attentive. Anyone who wasn't a fool could see that Lin Moya had become their core. Several Dao Sovereign Realm heavenly prides were centered around a high-level heavenly sovereign. What was going on? What exactly is happening? Why does it seem like Lin Moya has become the leader? Yeah, it's really strange. This situation reminded Gun Yenshui of when Lin Moya was in the Origin secret vault of the Star Lord, speaking eloquently. Facing powerful beings, he was fearless, as if he was the protagonist of the world. Now, it seemed to be happening again. These heavenly prides paled in comparison to Lin Moya. Gun Yenshui suddenly felt disheartened and murmured to herself, "One of my dreams is to become a heavenly pride, surpass others, and ultimately become someone like the Cold Jade Lord. But why do I feel that Lin Moya's future achievements might surpass even the Cold Jade Lord?" Gun Yenshui couldn't understand her thoughts, and a jumble of ideas kept surfacing, which was somewhat strange. Lin Moya shared his guesses and finally concluded, "Actually, everything I've said is just speculation. The real situation can only be known once we go in. But since the Starwind secret vault is no longer that dangerous, there's no need to worry too much. We can treat it as a trip, look around, and if things go south, we can retreat and let the old ancestors worry." These words brought some relief to the group. Only Lu Fengjao didn't look too good. Lin Moya comforted her, "Sister Fengjao, don't worry too much. If there's a chance, I won't give up." Lu Fengjao nodded, taking a deep breath to calm herself. "Next, we need to decide on the candidates." She looked at the Rainbow Saintess and Gu Baishuan. Only one of them could go. At this moment, Lin Moya suddenly spoke, "Wait a moment, before that, I have something to discuss with the third ancestor." Chapter 2834. Chapter 2834, 2834. Chapter 2834, "Don't be afraid, I'm here to protect you." Under the puzzled gazes of the others, Lin Moya left the pavilion and said to the void, "Miss Lu Lian, please find the third ancestor for me. I have something to discuss with him." Lin Moya knew that Lu Lian was there and that she had a way to contact the third ancestor. Sure enough, Lu Lian's voice quickly came through, "Please wait a moment." A few seconds later, a beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping Lin Moya. In the eyes of the others, Lin Moya's figure became ethereal, as if he wasn't there. All sound disappeared at that moment. Lin Moya looked up at the sky, as if seeing something. Only Lu Fengjao knew that Lin Moya was speaking with the third ancestor. The third ancestor's phantom appeared in Lin Moya's vision. "Boy, what do you need from me?" The third ancestor's way of addressing himself varied, sometimes calling himself old man, other times this ancestor, and occasionally old guy. Lin Moya was used to it. It was just the third ancestor's casual nature. Lin Moya said, "Third ancestor, I just heard about the information regarding the Starwind secret vault and made some guesses." The third ancestor said, "Your guesses are basically the same as ours. Do you have any other insights?" Lin Moya said, "I do have some thoughts, but before I say them, I want to ask, what is the ultimate goal of entering the Origin secret vault?" The third ancestor was silent and did not speak. Lin Moya continued, "I guess the initial goal was to obtain some things from the Starwind secret vault. You old ancestors must have known roughly what was inside through some special means." The third ancestor remained silent, still not speaking. Lin Moya didn't mind and continued, "Now there's an additional goal, which is to rescue those trapped inside. I guess those people aren't all dead, at least not completely. Am I right? If both goals can't be achieved, third ancestor, what would you ultimately want?" After speaking, Lin Moya closed his mouth and said no more. After a moment of silence, the third ancestor said, "Fengjio's father is inside, his life or death unknown. Naturally, I hope he can return safely." Lin Moya smiled, "Third ancestor, you know that your position determines your perspective. Your thoughts are different from the other ancestors, right?" The third ancestor said, "They want everything, but if both can't be achieved, it's not up to them." Lin Moya said, "In that case, I boldly suggest that I go into the Starwind secret vault alone this time." The third ancestor said in a deep voice, "Do you think they will hold you back?" Lin Moya said, "Not in the outer region, but the outer region is useless. We definitely need to go into the inner region, and they might not be up to it. With them around, I can't act freely. I can't just kill them all, can I? What about Sister Fengjao?" The third ancestor was silent again, knowing part of Lin Moya's strength. If Lin Moya really went on a killing spree, these heavenly prides might not be able to stop him. He didn't doubt Lin Moya's willingness to kill. The killing intent around Lin Moya wasn't something ordinary slaughter could achieve. Even the Star Lord, who mastered killing, didn't have as strong a killing intent as Lin Moya. In the eyes of the third ancestor, Lin Moya was an unyielding killing star. Lin Moya continued, "Going in alone would give me more freedom and flexibility. Sister Fengjao and the others wouldn't have to take risks, and you wouldn't have to worry. I can also make a great Dao oath that if I find the remains of other elders inside, I'll bring them back intact and won't keep them for myself. You know that I'm not interested in those things." The third ancestor said, "It's no use if I know others don't think that way." Lin Moya said, "I'm just making a suggestion. Whether you agree or not doesn't matter to me. I'll just treat it as a trip to the secret vault, sightseeing and relaxing." The implication was that he could choose not to exert himself since he wouldn't lose anything. The third ancestor couldn't miss the meaning. If Fengjao knew you thought that way, she'd be heartbroken. Lin Moya replied, if it weren't for Sister Fenjao, I wouldn't bother going. Do you think the Starwind's secret vault is a good place? So, yes or no, just give me a straight answer. The third ancestor said, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You just want some things from the Starwind's secret vault, don't you? Lin Moya said, no, you're underestimating me. I am interested in the things in the Starwind's secret vault, but only because even you old ancestors are interested. The third ancestor said, alright, I can agree to your request, but I have one condition, you must let us know what you find inside. If it's something useful to us, we can buy it from you. Of course, you set the price, but don't make it exorbitant. Lin Moya laughed, sure, no problem. He would set the price, and the third ancestor would negotiate, leading to a mutually acceptable outcome, a win-win situation. The beam of light disappeared, and Lin Moya returned to the pavilion. Lu Fenjao asked, what did you talk about with the third ancestor? Lin Moya smiled, you'll know in a moment, no rush. He smiled mysteriously, leisurely sipping his spiritual tea, and sighed, after all this talking, I'm thirsty. The spiritual tea from the ancient lotus is really good. I'll have to visit the ancient lotus holy land for some tea leaves in the future. The saintess of the immortal lotus smiled, Lin Daiyu is always welcome. After a few seconds of waiting, Lu Lian's voice suddenly sounded in their ears, the teleportation array is about to activate, please do not resist. With the reminder, a large amount of origin energy surged from the origin spirit vein, enveloping everyone. They felt an invisible force fall upon them. With Lu Lian's prior warning, no one resisted. Their vision blurred as the origin spirit vein transported them. The range of the origin spirit vein controlled by the Lufeng Merchant Association is vast, spanning millions of miles, with the merchant city being just a small part of it. This teleportation lasted 10 seconds, covering a considerable distance. When their vision cleared, they found themselves in a wilderness. Here, green grass stretched into the distance, boundless and endless. Lin Moya could sense that the origin power here was already quite weak, indicating they were at the edge of the origin spirit vein. As I thought, the third ancestor has fully refined this origin spirit vein. Without complete refinement, they couldn't have been transported here. A shadow appeared in the sky, and a giant flying boat stopped above them. Come aboard. A dignified voice called out. They all recognized the voice, it was Xia Hayuan. Upon entering the flying boat, they indeed saw Xia Hayuan standing at the bow. Once everyone was aboard, he said nothing, only lightly stomped his foot. The flying boat immediately transformed into a stream of light, shooting into the distance. A huge and terrifying power surrounded the flying boat, with Xia Hayuan standing at the bow, looking into the distance. The heavenly pride seemed somewhat afraid of Xia Hayuan and didn't get too close, standing obediently in place. Only Lin Moya was fearless, approaching Xia Hayuan, Senior Xia, long time no see. Xia Hayuan nodded slightly, your performance in the godslaying sect was quite impressive. Lin Moya said, I was just lucky. Xia Hayuan said, no need for modesty, strength is strength. Thanks to what you gained in the godslaying sect, I have hope of breaking through that barrier. I hope you can gain something in the Starwind secret vault as well. If those old guys have any objections, don't be afraid, I'm here to protect you. Chapter 2835. Chapter 2835, 2835. Chapter 2835, his strength, no need to worry. Xia Hayuan spoke directly, and Lin Moya knew he and the third ancestor were likely on the same side, and he seemed to dislike the old ancestors of the sects. The third ancestor is a businessman who likes win-win situations and is generally not so domineering. But Xia Hayuan is different, he cultivates the great Tao of soul and acts according to his heart, doing whatever he feels like. Lin Moya smiled, with your words, Senior, I feel at ease. This time, Ancestor Gutsong, Fire Lotus Ancestor, and Ancestor Wooding aren't here. Who came instead? Xia Hayuan said, those old guys got the news and rushed over as fast as they could. Lin Moya said, the third ancestor must have told you about my situation. Xia Hayuan said, he did. Your idea is correct. One useful person is enough, having more useless ones is just a burden. Lin Moya's mouth twitched. His words were too straightforward and didn't consider others' feelings. With Xia Hayuan's status, he indeed didn't need to consider others' feelings. He said whatever he wanted. Even if he faced someone like Ancestor Gutsong, he would still speak his mind. He was all about not backing down. Lu Fenjao and the others were a bit puzzled at this moment. Especially Lu Fenjao, the process wasn't what she knew. Normally, she should inform the others about the Starwind secret vault, then one of Gu Baishuan or Rainbow Saintess would give up their spot to Lin Moya. Finally, she would lead those entering the secret vault to it. But after Lin Moya talked with the third ancestor, things changed. They went directly to the secret vault without deciding on the spots. Watching Lin Moya talking with Xia Hayuan, Lu Fenjao bit her silver teeth. What exactly did he say to Grandpa Third? The flying boat crossed the vast grassland at an astonishing speed, and a lake appeared in view. The lake was vast, like an ocean. The flying boat flew directly towards the lake, crashing into it and stirring up huge waves. The flying boat, enveloped in a faint light, sped through the water without slowing down. Countless fish and beasts in the lake were startled and fled in all directions. The lake was deep, over 10,000 meters, and the flying boat rushed to the bottom at an incredible speed, then passed through again. There was no imagined collision. The flying boat seemed to pass through a thin membrane, entering another world. An independent space, artificially set at the lake's bottom. The space was not small, and several people were already standing there. Xia Hayuan put away the flying boat and said softly, "We're here." Lin Moya glanced around and saw two old ancestor-level figures, shrouded in black energy, in a special self-sealed state. Their appearance is unclear. The third ancestor wasn't there, but it didn't matter, Xia Yuan was enough. At this moment, Xia Yuan was the third ancestor's spokesperson, and Lin Moya knew the third ancestor must have a way to know everything happening here. If anything happened, he would naturally come. Xia Yuan casually said, "These two old guys are Wang Hong from the Dao-seeking sect and Wu Jian from the Heavenly Sword sect." Everyone immediately saluted. "Greetings, ancestors." Ancestor Wang Hong waved his hand. "No need for formalities." Ancestor Wu Jian just snorted and said nothing. Xia Yuan said, "You've both received the third ancestor's message, right? What do you say?" Ancestor Wang Hong said, "As long as a great Dao oath is made, I have no objections." Ancestor Wu Jian also said in a low voice, "I trust the third ancestor." Xia Yuan nodded. "In that case, let's do it." He took out a Dao stone and said to Lin Moyo, "Come here." Lin Moyo approached and communicated with the Dao stone with his soul. "I, Lin Moyo, swear by the great Dao that whatever I obtain in the Starwind's secret vault will not be kept for myself. If I break this oath, I shall perish." The Dao stone glowed and then thundered, confirming the great Dao oath was established. Ancestor Wang Hong looked at Lin Moyo. "Are you Lin Moyo?" His tone carried a hint of peculiarity. Lin Moya's heart skipped a beat, and he became vigilant. Ancestor Wang Hong was from the Dao-seeking sect, with which Lin Moyo had some conflicts. If this guy wanted to harm him, it could be troublesome. Xia Yuan snorted. "Wang Hong, matters among the young should be resolved by the young. We old folks shouldn't interfere." Ancestor Wang Hong let out a low laugh. "I naturally won't interfere with the young. I'm just curious." "Indeed, a young genius, a high-level heavenly sovereign under 3,000 years old. I see you're not far from the Dao sovereign. If you can become a Dao sovereign before 3,000, your future achievements." Lin Moya smiled. Many young talents eventually fade into the crowd, while some who seem less remarkable end up shining. Wang Hong laughed. "What kind of person do you think you'll be, Lin Xiaowa?" Lin Moya shook his head. "The future is unknown, and I can't say for sure." Wang Hong chuckled twice and said no more. Lin Moya remained vigilant. Although he said he wouldn't interfere with the young, who knew? It could just be empty words. Xia Yuan said to Lu Fenjiao, "Take out the key and open the secret vault." Lu Fenjiao was still in a daze but instinctively took out the key to the secret vault. The key was a jade stone embedded with runes, extremely exquisite. The jade stone left Lu Fenjiao's palm and floated in mid-air, glowing brighter and brighter, illuminating most of the space. Then it shot a beam of light into the darkness ahead. In the darkness, a portal appeared, pitch black like a beast ready to devour. A gust of wind blew from the portal, carrying a faint scent of blood. Xia Yuan said to Lin Moyo, "Be careful, and retreat if necessary." Lin Moya nodded slightly and walked towards the Starwind secret vault. Seeing this, Lu Fenjiao immediately asked, "Grandpa Xia, what's going on?" Xia Yuan said, "Lin Xiao and the third ancestor discussed it. He'll go into the Starwind's secret vault alone this time." Lu Fenjiao said anxiously, "How can that be?" Xia Yuan said, "There's nothing wrong with it." The third ancestor agreed, and no one else has any objections. The Saintess of the Immortal Lotus and the others looked puzzled. They weren't fools and had already guessed what was happening. Lin Moyo had already reached the entrance and turned to Lu Fenjiao, "Wait for my good news." With that, he stepped inside and disappeared. Xia Yuan said, "Don't worry about him. His survival ability is much stronger than yours." Although these words seemed directed at Lu Fenjiao, they were actually meant for the other heavenly prides. Dongfang Wuyuan smiled bitterly. "It seems we've become a burden to Lin Daiyo." The Saintess of the Immortal Lotus also smiled bitterly. "Indeed, Lin Daiyo is much better than us in this aspect." Tianhuan Shenzi said softly, "Lin Daiyo is observant and smart, but in the secret vault, that's not enough. Can he handle the danger?" Xia Yuan laughed. "His strength is nothing to worry about." Chapter 2836. Chapter 2836, 2836. Chapter 2836, Starlight Too Fast to Dodge. The Starwind's secret vault exudes an indescribable mystery. When the secret vault first appeared, nearly 100 powerful Dao sovereigns fell into it, their fates unknown. Since then, the secret vault has stopped weakening, and its collapse is drawing near. Once the secret vault completely collapses, all its power will erupt at once, annihilating all treasures, living beings, and items within. Yet the old ancestors couldn't think of a better solution, and now the secret vault only allows those below the Dao Sovereign Third Realm to enter. The Saintess of the Immortal Lotus and others are all in the Dao Sovereign Second Realm. With their combat power, they are comparable to the Dao Sovereign Third Realm. Not only them, but heavenly prides have also entered before, and the results were disappointing, having no effect on breaking the situation. Solving the mystery of the Starwind's secret vault requires more than just strength. Letting Lin Moyo enter alone is considered the last effort. Lin Moyo appeared on a vast grassland, and upon entering the secret vault, he stood still, observing his surroundings. Where he stood was an endless grassland. But strangely, the grass here wasn't green, it was a purplish-black. On the purplish-black grass blades were countless light spots, and when the wind blew, the grass swayed like waves, bringing forth millions of starlights. The sky was also filled with starlight, and a brilliant galaxy ran through it. A gentle breeze blew, and the starlight grass swayed continuously, reflecting the galaxy in the sky, forming an indescribable beautiful scene. Is this how the Starwind's secret vault got its name? Lin Moyo withdrew his gaze, and the divine light in his eyes gradually faded. He used the eye of the undead but found nothing around. Within 100,000 meters, there were no living beings. The next second, a sea of skeletons flew out, pouncing in all directions. Lin Moyo released 1,000,000 skeleton generals in one breath with no one else present. He didn't need to hold back. The million skeleton generals scouted the way, and a map quickly formed in his mind. Lin Moya stretched lazily, admiring the starry grassland. It's been a long time since I felt like this. It feels like I'm back to the days of raiding dungeons and exploring secret realms. It's quite nostalgic. I didn't expect that in just a few years, I'd start missing the old days. Lin Moya showed a slight smile. This nostalgia was pleasant. The skeleton generals moved quickly and flew a great distance in an instant. The grassland was vast and boundless, with no end in sight from any direction. Suddenly, Lin Moya's spiritual sense issued a warning. In his awareness, several skeleton generals died. A faint light shot towards him, and Lin Moya only had time to step half a step to the left before the light pierced through his body. The light was so fast that even his undying golden body didn't activate. A massive force exploded inside him, sending Lin Moya flying hundreds of meters. Although he wasn't injured, as the damage was shared by the undead army, Lin Moya was a bit disheveled. Not because the attack was too strong, but because it was too fast. It was so fast that the warning from his spiritual sense came just as he was attacked, too fast for the undying golden body to activate. Most importantly, the attack wasn't aimed at him but at the skeleton generals. It first killed the skeleton generals and then followed the connection between him and the skeleton generals to reach him. After landing, Lin Moya's expression was slightly serious. Being tracked through the skeleton generals was something that had never happened before. If he could be attacked directly through his summons, his safety would be greatly compromised. Moreover, Lin Moya thought further, if the rules in the secret vault could attack him directly, then those old ancestors above the Dao Sovereign 7th realm could probably do it too. When facing them, he would have to be extremely careful, or he might be caught off guard. Do I have to be the meat shield again? Lin Moya mocked himself and continued to let the skeleton generals explore while recalling what had just happened. The killed skeleton generals had already been resurrected by the power of the Undying, and Lin Moya received complete information. The attack came from the sky, with a point of starlight falling from above. Because of the full sky of stars and the grassland filled with starry grass, the starlight didn't attract attention. As the starlight fell, it accelerated continuously, becoming so fast that he couldn't react. From the starlight's descent to the final strike on the skeleton generals and then hitting him, the whole process took about 3 seconds, with the actual attack completed in the last 0.01 seconds. In other words, the starlight completed its descent and acceleration in the first 2.99 seconds. If I could spot it from the start, maybe I could dodge it. Lin Moya thought to himself. He ordered the skeleton generals to watch the starry sky in case more starlight fell. Just as the order was given, his spiritual sense issued another warning. Lin Moya tensed up, seeing a point of starlight, and a massive force exploded on his head, sending him flying again. It was too fast for Lin Moya to react. Fortunately, the attack wasn't too strong, comparable to the Dao Sovereign First Realm, which Lin Moya could handle. After being attacked twice, Lin Moya's vigilance increased. The skeleton generals continued to explore while closely monitoring changes in the starry sky. Finally, more starlight fell, and this time they caught the change. As the starlight fell, its speed suddenly increased, becoming faster and surpassing the skeleton general's limits. The starlight disappeared from view, not because it vanished, but because it was too fast to see. The skeleton generals suddenly collapsed. It's here. Just as the thought arose, a massive force exploded in front of him, and Lin Moya was blasted away again. Even though he saw it, the speed was too fast to dodge. Is it really unavoidable? Lin Moya remained calm. Although he hadn't dodged the first 3 times, he didn't give up. He continued to try, looking for the right way to respond. Currently, the attack was only at the Dao Sovereign First Realm, within his tolerable range. If he didn't take this opportunity to figure it out, it would be more troublesome if the attack became stronger later. There was a way, using the bone hell to block the attack from all angles. But that's not the right method, it's just brute force. If the attack gets stronger, the bone hell might not hold. He had to find the correct response. More starlight fell, and Lin Moya didn't stand still. With the wings of the undead, he turned into a stream of light, circling around. At the same time, the skeleton generals targeted by the starlight also circled at the fastest speed. The starlight accelerated to the extreme, disappearing from sight. The rapidly circling skeleton generals collapsed without warning, and Lin Moya's spiritual sense issued a warning. Boom! Lin Moya was blasted away hundreds of meters again, and his previous actions were useless. Is it a coincidence, or is it impossible to dodge once locked on? Lin Moya continued to try. After being blasted away several more times, he finally confirmed that once locked on by the starlight, it was unavoidable. So far, Lin Moya still didn't know how the starlight locked onto him through the skeleton generals. Let's try another method. Chapter 2837. Chapter 2837, 2837. Chapter 2837, The True Meaning of the Great Dao Lock. After several attempts, Lin Moya gave up on dodging the starlight attacks through his own movements. He confirmed that once locked by the starlight, it was impossible to dodge. The frequency of the starlight falling was increasing, and Lin Moya knew he didn't have much time left. Currently, the skeleton generals had flown out 10,000 kilometers, yet the grassland's end was still nowhere in sight. Lin Moya had to suspect that even if he solved this puzzle, he might not be able to leave the grassland. This situation was somewhat similar to a secret realm, requiring unraveling puzzles step by step, otherwise, he would be stuck in place. Lin Moya decided to try the second method. As more starlight fell, Lin Moya immediately recalled the skeleton general. The starlight, which was continuously accelerating, suddenly lost its target, but the acceleration continued. The starlight accelerated to its limit but, without a target, didn't know where to attack. It fell into the grassland like a meteor. Boom! The grassland exploded, and the purple grass was blown into the air, dancing in the breeze. A seemingly insignificant starlight, when accelerated to the extreme, possessed astonishing destructive power. A crater 5 or 6 meters in diameter and 10 meters deep was blasted into the grassland. This also made Lin Moya realize that this grassland was extraordinary. The power of the starlight was equivalent to the Dao Sovereign First Realm, enough to collapse a city and cause countless casualties in the outside world. But here, it only created a small pit. Soon, more starlight fell, and Lin Moya used the same method, recalling the skeleton general immediately. The starlight once again turned into a meteor and crashed, creating a small pit. After several attempts, Lin Moya confirmed that this method was feasible. However, he still felt it wasn't enough, sensing that he hadn't grasped the essence, at least not the way to solve the puzzle. When the starlight fell again, Lin Moya didn't recall the skeleton general but instead cut off the connection with it. The skeleton general stood motionless, and the starlight accelerated rapidly, shattering the skeleton general, and then Lin Moya was blasted away again. Lin Moya muttered to himself, cutting off the connection with the skeleton general doesn't work. The starlight can lock onto me through the skeleton general, not by soul or aura, but by using the great Tao. The skeleton general's spell, the stars, carries my Tao, so the starlight can lock onto me through the great Tao. Unless I can sever the great Tao, once locked, I can't dodge. Lin Moya finally understood how the starlight locked onto him, which was crucial. Today, the starlight can lock onto him through the great Tao, meaning those powerful beings can also lock onto him through the great Tao. However, severing the great Tao is not impossible, just extremely difficult. Without severing the great Tao, he could only endure such attacks. When he discovered the mystery of the starlight, Lin Moya suddenly thought of something. His corpse explosion spell might also lock onto the opponent through the great Tao. The great Tao is omnipresent, ignoring spatial distance, so corpse explosion can also ignore spatial distance. I understand now. If it can lock onto me through the great Tao, why can't I lock onto it through the great Tao? Find clues and learn to master the great Tao lock. For a moment, Lin Moya felt enlightened, knowing what he needed to do. He didn't know if his idea would solve the puzzle, but if he could comprehend this method, it would greatly enhance his combat power. Previously understanding that the starlight used the great Tao lock was like an appetizer, now it's the main course. If he could master it, he wouldn't need the bone hell to mark targets, he could lock onto them directly with the great Tao. As long as the opponent couldn't sever the great Tao, they would find it hard to evade. The frequency of the starlight falling was gradually increasing, and Lin Moya knew time was limited. He didn't hesitate to use the great Tao of luck to temporarily boost his luck. The great Tao of luck appeared, merging with him, and before him, purple light sword, and the dragon of luck roared incessantly. This was the first time Lin Moya used the great Tao of luck, and his soul power was rapidly depleting, but it was still within the world tree's replenishment range. If Lin Moya wished, he could even maintain this state for a long time. Then he consumed a drop of tree sap, becoming closer to the great Tao, and his comprehension increased sharply. As starlight fell and accelerated, it killed the skeleton general and shot towards Lin Moya along the great Tao. Lin Moya was blasted away, flying hundreds of meters before stabilizing himself. He closed his eyes slightly, continuously sensing the starlight's formation, descent, acceleration, and final explosion on him. With his keen soul, he didn't miss a single detail of the entire process. Lin Moya sensed clearly, and after just a few times, he gained some insights. He discovered that when the starlight fell, a wisp of great Tao power appeared among the myriad stars in the sky. This wisp of great Tao power was very faint, almost without any attributes, like a barely visible wisp of dust, falling with the starlight. When the starlight killed the skeleton general, this wisp of great Tao power, transformed into dust, always followed closely. Lin Moya sensed it repeatedly, each time detecting the presence of this wisp of dust. As the attempts increased, the sensing became clearer. The dust, at the moment the starlight shattered the skeleton general, locked onto the connection between him and the skeleton general, a connection belonging to the great Tao. This connection is the most fundamental, the carrier between the spell and the great Tao, and it's a connection Lin Moya couldn't sever. The great Tao power carried by the starlight, like smoke and dust, locked onto him through his great Tao, allowing the starlight to hit him accurately. The dust was also a wisp of great Tao power, without attributes, light as nothing. It was like an extremely light insect landing on his great Tao, not alerting his great Tao at all. Lin Moya found the key point. The most important part was this wisp of great Tao power, like smoke and dust. He began to study the great Tao power attached to the starlight. The starlight struck repeatedly, and Lin Moya was blasted away continuously. Although uninjured, he was a bit disheveled, but his eyes grew brighter, and he finally began to understand. All great Tao powers have their attributes, and when they land on any great Tao, they clash. To be like this dust, not causing a reaction, two things are needed. First, the great Tao power used must be extremely small, almost undetectable. The precision required to control the great Tao power is so high that ordinary people can't achieve it. Perhaps those above the Tao Sovereign 7th realm could do it more easily. Below that, it's extremely difficult. Second, all original attributes of the great Tao must be stripped away, leaving only pure great Tao power. Only then will there be no conflict. In other words, his great Tao power must be as harmless as possible, so other great Taos don't perceive a threat, avoiding a reaction. The power of a Tao Sovereign comes from the great Tao. If the great Tao isn't alerted, the Tao Sovereign won't notice either. Lin Moya fully understood how to use the great Tao to lock onto an enemy, more accurately and harder to break than soul locking. Knowing is one thing, but doing it is another. Chapter 2838. Chapter 2838, 2838. Chapter 2838, Just Waiting for the Starlight. After understanding the true essence of the Great Tao Lock, Lin Moya began to experiment repeatedly. The Great Tao Lock can be applied to any Great Tao, because ultimately, the attributes of the Great Tao must be stripped away, leaving only the purest Great Tao power, which must also be made extremely small. It is used only for locking onto enemies, without any offensive capability. For most people, there is no choice. The vast majority of cultivators focus on refining only one Great Tao throughout their lives. They might dabble in several Great Taos, but they usually refine only one. Lin Moya was different. He has 4 Great Taos to choose from. Among the 4 Great Taos, there are both tangible and intangible, each with its own benefits. After some thought, Lin Moya first abandoned the time and space Great Taos. The Undying Great Tao is his life Tao, the one he manipulates most skillfully. The Luck Great Tao belongs to the power of the void, elusive and least likely to be detected. Since the Great Tao can lock onto enemies, those truly powerful must have countermeasures, and they might have ways to sever one's connection with the Great Tao, rendering the lock ineffective. The Luck Great Tao, with its void characteristics, is less likely to be discovered, and if undiscovered, naturally harder to sever. After consideration, Lin Moya decided to use the Luck Great Tao to lock onto enemies. He separated strands of Great Tao power from the Luck Great Tao, but each strand failed to satisfy him, as they were too coarse and enough to alert other Great Taos. Lin Moya's ability to manipulate multiple Great Taos played a significant role at this moment. He could let the separated Great Tao power be tested with his other Great Taos, and success or failure was immediately apparent. This greatly improved efficiency. Lin Moya knew his control over the Luck Great Tao was far inferior to the Undying Great Tao. There was no other way but to keep trying and improving. He believed that with repeated attempts, he would become more proficient. The frequency of starlight falling increased. Previously, it took 7 or 8 seconds for a point of starlight to fall. Now, almost every 2 or 3 seconds, a point of starlight would fall. Lin Moya still ignored it, as the undead army could withstand it, so it wasn't a big deal. Within the spell of the stars, the undead were constantly injured and recovering at an astonishing speed. Lin Moya appeared disheveled, but he wasn't injured at all. It was just an appearance. If you looked closely at his energy and spirit, you'd find that Lin Moya was in better shape than when he first entered the secret vault. In fact, Lin Moya was excited. With the dual effects of enhanced luck and the world tree's silvery sap, his comprehension had reached its peak. With each attempt, he made rapid progress. The Luck Great Tao he condensed became increasingly small and weak. Finally, Lin Moya separated a strand of Luck Great Tao that was tens of thousands of times smaller than a hair, completely invisible to the naked eye. Next, he had to strip away the luck power from this strand of the Great Tao, leaving only its void characteristics. He could condense weapons with the power of the Luck Great Tao, and by reversing the process, he could disperse the power within the Luck Great Tao. Lin Moya controlled it precisely, and after several trials, he quickly met his requirements. Lin Moya was grateful to the dreamer who passed on the Luck Great Tao to him, as the repeated learning and mastery played a significant role at this moment. Returning from his insights, a point of starlight exploded in front of him, blasting him away again. Then, starlight continued to attack, and Lin Moya floated like a kite in the air, uncontrollably. Now the frequency of starlight had increased to twice per second, exploding continuously. Lin Moya remained calm, sensing that he had been in the Starwind's secret vault for more than a day. The comprehension speed is not bad. No rush, I can try now. Lin Moya separated a strand of Great Tao power. Although the Luck Great Tao was stripped of all attributes, it still retained its void characteristics, making it hard to detect. At the moment the starlight was generated, Moya wrapped the separated Great Tao power around it. If you can lock onto me, I can naturally lock onto you. Lin Moya's Great Tao power instantly attached to the Great Tao power behind the starlight, completing the lock. The skeleton general swung its bone sword, and the sword light swept out, accurately hitting the accelerating starlight. The starlight was shattered by the sword energy and dissipated. Lin Moya had tried before. The acceleration of the starlight was too fast, and unless it was a wide area coverage, it was impossible to hit the target. Moreover, as the starlight's speed increased, so did its power. After 2 seconds, the skeleton general's sword energy couldn't break it. Now, the starlight was locked by the Great Tao after only 1 second of acceleration and was shattered by the sword energy. Useful. Lin Moya was delighted. It was more effective than expected. The Great Tao is omnipresent, and using Great Tao power, he could instantly lock onto enemies, ignoring distance. Once locked, any attack could hit accurately. This effect was similar to the bone hell's marking. The main advantage was its flexibility and variability, without the need for complex calculations. Next, let's use you to practice proficiency. Having mastered the Great Tao lock, the next step was to practice proficiency, using the starlight to lock on repeatedly and shatter it each time. Lin Moya's proficiency was continuously improving, becoming more adept. In the next half hour, no starlight could complete its acceleration, let alone hit Lin Moya. The frequency of starlight falling continued to increase, from 2 per second to 3 per second, and it wasn't the end. Lin Moya's use of the Great Tao lock also increased in frequency, rapidly increasing proficiency. Gradually, Lin Moya discovered that at the moment the starlight fell, a Great Tao appeared among the stars. Not the dust-like Great Tao power, but a complete Great Tao. This discovery allowed Lin Moya to grasp the key point. He realized that the key to breaking the situation lay here. That Great Tao only flashed for a moment when the starlight appeared. The location and direction of the starlight's appearance were unpredictable. In response, Lin Moya chose an old-fashioned method, casting a wide net. He used all his soul power to distribute as much Great Tao power as possible, trying to capture that fleeting moment. The great sword Dao Sovereign appeared beside him, ready to strike. Finally, a few minutes later, a point of starlight appeared right at the edge of the net. Lin Moya manipulated the great Dao power, attaching it at the moment the starlight flashed. At the moment the great Dao flashed, the luck great Dao power was already attached to it. Instantly, through this great Dao, Lin Moya locked onto the existence behind the great Dao. The great sword Dao Sovereign moved swiftly, raising its sword, and a giant sword appeared in the void, slashing down. With a loud bang, the entire starry sky trembled, the galaxy quaked, and countless starlights fell. Starlight filled the sky, numbering in the billions, impossible to count. As the starlight appeared, it entered an accelerated state, like countless meteors streaking across the sky, making the earth resplendent. Lin Moya's spiritual sense warned him of extreme danger. The great sword Dao Sovereign's attack had struck the main body, causing an unpredictable qualitative change. At this moment, Lin Moya had no choice. Attack with all your might. The great Dao lock remained, and the great sword Dao Sovereign launched a fierce attack. The bone hell appeared, enveloping the surroundings, swallowing countless starlights before they could accelerate. The area was instantly cleared, and 1,000 skeleton kings emerged, surrounding it tightly. The Dragon Cavalry Corps' captains all acted, summoning a massive number of dragon cavalry. Layer upon layer of defenses were set up, just waiting for the starlight. Chapter 2839. Chapter 2839, 2839. Chapter 2839, Severing the Great Dao. Countless starlights fell, rapidly accelerating into numerous meteors, dazzling and beautiful. Lin Moya instantly completed his defense, multitasking, using the luck great Dao to separate strands of great Dao power, combined with previous arrangements, covering the sky. Before the starlights finished accelerating, the undead army had already launched an attack. Spell, Bone/God. With the Skeleton King present, the Skeleton Generals shared the Skeleton King's spell. Countless sword lights lit up, shattering many meteors on the spot. The Skeleton King also swung its sword, and the bloody bone great Dao appeared, transforming into a sea of bones, shattering countless starlights again. 1,000 miles around were cleared, but that was only a small part of the vast starlight. The starlight completed its acceleration, sweeping over like a flood of stars. The undead army was continuously shattered by the starlight, turning into white bones. The starlight shattered the undead and quickly locked onto Lin Moya, turning to shoot at him. Along the way, countless skeletons blocked the path, all shattered by the starlight. After shattering several undead, the starlight's power weakened. Each point of starlight didn't carry much power and exploded after shattering several skeletons. Lin Moya used the undead army as a shield, continuously weakening the starlight. Under the endless starlight's impact, the bone hell twisted sharply, on the verge of breaking. Lin Moya's heart moved, and the bone hell contracted, stabilizing again. The attack came and went quickly from acceleration completion to attack end. It took less than a millisecond. The undead army's defensive circle mostly collapsed, and many skeletons shattered after the attack ended. Fortunately, it was finally blocked, and the dead ones were resurrected. Lin Moya breathed a sigh of relief, finally blocking it. If there were more starlights, it would have been much more troublesome. The main issue was the speed, too fast to react. The sword light flickered, and the great sword Dao Sovereign suddenly stopped. The great Dao lock disappeared, and the great sword Dao Sovereign lost its target. Lin Moya wasn't anxious, he roughly understood what was happening. Countless skeleton generals were summoned, numbering over 10 billion. The world was filled with skeleton generals, almost one every few meters. After summoning the skeleton generals, Lin Moya spread countless strands of great Dao power, like a giant net, covering the surroundings. After waiting for a while, starlight finally appeared again. As the starlight appeared, the skeleton generals swung their swords, and the white sword energy blasted in all directions, covering the sky and ground. At the same time, the great Dao power followed closely, trying to attach to the great Dao behind the starlight. Neither the skeleton general's sword energy nor the great Dao power was 100% reliable. Lin Moya used both methods for insurance. The newly appeared starlight was immediately shattered by the sword energy, and a large amount of sword energy attacked the starry sky. The starry sky shook like waves, swallowing all the sword energy. All attacks missed. The skeleton general's sword energy couldn't hit the hidden presence in the sky. Lin Moya's eyes flickered, as expected. Without understanding the great Dao power, it's impossible to lock onto and hit the opponent. The skeleton general's attacks failed, but the great Dao power successfully attached to the great Dao behind the starlight. The great Dao successfully locked onto the enemy again. The great sword Dao Sovereign swung its sword, and the skeleton generals also attacked simultaneously. In an instant, the starry sky was filled with sword light. All attacks, guided by the great Dao lock, hit the target. Boom! The starry sky shook continuously, and Lin Moya seemed to hear the sound of something breaking. The starry sky trembled endlessly, the galaxy shimmered, and countless starlights fell, more than before. Good timing. Lin Moya's thoughts surged, and the 10 billion skeleton generals swung their swords simultaneously, covering the world. Countless starlights were shattered by the sword energy, without even having a chance to accelerate. Lin Moya smiled. This time is different from the last. Last time, it was too rushed to stop the starlight from accelerating. This time was completely different. Now there were 10 billion skeleton generals, plus billions of dragon cavalry, and the attack could instantly cover every corner. The second batch of starlights didn't even have a chance to accelerate before being destroyed. For others, this situation would be extremely difficult, but for Lin Moya, it was effortless. I wonder how those heavenly prides would handle it. So many starlights, while not strong in attack, are fast enough to give them a headache. Lin Moyo imagined that those heavenly prides would rely on protective treasures to withstand the starlight, and take the opportunity to find a way out. There must be an exit on this grassland, but he hadn't found it. Lin Moyo believed those heavenly prides couldn't use starlight to comprehend the Great Tao Lock like he did. Although that method could also leave the grassland, it would miss an opportunity. Moreover, Lin Moyo felt his method was the correct one. If I'm not mistaken, even if you leave the grassland, you're still on the outskirts of the Starwind secret vault. To enter the inner vault, you must break through the grassland. He thought of the dungeons and secret realms he had raided before, which were like this. The wrong method might yield rewards but not the ultimate prize. The starlights that had just fallen existed for only a moment before being shattered by the infinite sword energy. As the starlights perished, the Great Tao Lock also suddenly disappeared. Lin Moya's eyes flashed with understanding. I see, only when the starlight appears can you be attacked. In that case, let's wait and see how many rounds you can endure. Severing the Great Tao Lock is quite interesting. Discovering the opponent severing the Great Tao Lock twice, Lin Moya couldn't help but be curious. The Great Tao Lock is a method to control the enemy, while severing it is a self-preservation method. Now that I control the Great Tao Lock, if I can also master severing the Great Tao, my combat power could rise another level. In that case, let's take it slow, no need to rush. Previously, he wanted to solve the opponent quickly and move to the next area, but now he wasn't in a hurry. Waiting for the starlight to appear again, Lin Moya completed the Great Tao Lock, then had a Skeleton General attack. The Skeleton General's attack was the weakest of Lin Moya's methods, and he thought weakening the attack might allow more opportunities. Unfortunately, the result wasn't as he expected. When the Skeleton General's attack hit, Lin Moya heard the sound of breaking again. Just like when the Great Sword Dao Sovereign attacked before, and the starry sky shook even more violently. Lin Moya suddenly understood that the opponent's ability to withstand attacks wasn't based on attack strength but on the number of attacks. From the current situation, it could withstand at most 10 more attacks, no more. After the sword energy hit the opponent, countless starlights would fall from the starry sky, attacking him. Unfortunately, these starlights didn't last half a second before being destroyed. As the starlights perished, the Great Tao Lock was severed. Lin Moya was waiting for this moment. With luck and comprehension at their peak, Lin Moya focused all his efforts on sensing. After 5 consecutive rounds of sensing, Lin Moya finally smiled. Chapter 2840. Chapter 2840, 2840. Chapter 2840, The position of Star-Lord is not worthy of you. The sound of cracking grew louder, and the shaking in the starry sky intensified. Lin Moya knew that the starry sky was about to collapse. Wave after wave of starlight fell, increasing in number and difficulty, but posed no threat to Lin Moya. No matter how much starlight there was, none had the chance to accelerate, as all were instantly swallowed by sword energy. Beneath the starry sky was Lin Moya's domain. Finally, after the 8th wave of starlight was extinguished, Lin Moya's eyes shone brightly. I understand now. The repeated insights were not in vain. Lin Moya finally comprehended the method to sever the Great Tao. Once comprehended, he realized the method was indeed simple. At that moment, Lin Moya even felt a bit foolish. Severing the Great Tao uses the same method as separating the Great Tao. Simply expel the strand of Great Tao power that locks onto you from your own Great Tao. It's very simple, with no difficulty. The challenge lies in finding the strand of Great Tao power from the opponent. While challenging for others, it was not difficult for Lin Moya. His soul was too keen, and with some focus, he could easily find it. Knowing the method, the next step was experimentation. Lin Moya allowed a point of starlight to fall and complete its acceleration. The starlight shattered the Skeleton General, and Lin Moya immediately sensed a strand of Great Tao power locking onto him. The moment he was locked, Lin Moya's Great Tao roared, expelling it. The starlight, which had been flying towards him, suddenly lost its target and stopped in mid-air. Without speed, the starlight lost all its power. Lin Moya leisurely pinched the starlight with his fingers, discovering that its true form was merely a speck of dust. By continuously accelerating the dust, it gained powerful strength, ultimately unleashing an attack not weaker than a Dao Sovereign. With his fingers pinching the starlight, Lin Moya muttered to himself, this way, it won't be so easy for others to lock onto me through the Great Tao. With a gentle pinch, the starlight shattered on the spot. Lin Moya looked up at the starry sky. You're useless now. The role of the starry sky on this grassland had been fully understood by Lin Moya, losing its value. 2 minutes later, with a thunderous sound, the starry sky shattered. The world hidden behind the starry sky was revealed. It was a pitch-black world, like a starless, lightless night sky, with a broken bow hanging high, shining brightly. Lin Moya sensed a familiar aura from this broken bow. It's the bow of the Falling Star Lord. Could this be the origin secret vault of the Falling Star Lord? The thought was dismissed almost instinctively. Lin Moya felt this was definitely not the origin secret vault of the Falling Star Lord. If the Star Lord had left an origin secret vault, it would likely be to select a successor. Usually, successors are at the Heavenly Sovereign Realm, and it couldn't be so dangerous. To trap old ancestors above the Dao Sovereign 7th Realm, Lin Moya thought, unless the Falling Star Lord himself acted, it couldn't be done. Looking at the bow, it was already broken. Although still powerful, its broken state was a fact, no longer at its peak. As the bow of the Falling Star Lord, how could it be easily broken? There's only one possibility, the Falling Star Lord perished here. Lin Moya's thoughts raced, and he considered many things in an instant. This origin secret vault, capable of causing the Falling Star Lord's demise, was indeed very dangerous. For a secret vault that could cause a Star Lord to perish, trapping several old ancestors seemed normal. As Lin Moyo pondered, the bow of the falling Star Lord slowly drew back. A terrifying pressure descended from the sky, and Lin Moyo felt as if he were bearing a mountain, his feet sinking into the grass. The bow of the falling Star Lord emitted a strong light, illuminating the entire grassland. The countless starlights on the purple-black grass detached, flying backward into the bow, forming a long arrow. Lin Moyo knew this would be the final arrow. If he couldn't withstand it, he would perish. If he could withstand it, he could enter the next area. In Lin Moyo's view, the danger level of the Starwind secret vault was greater than that of the Godslaying sect. In fact, the Godslaying sect wasn't particularly dangerous, at most yielding little reward. There must have been an agreement between the third ancestor and the sectmaster of the Godslaying sect, making it more of a training ground and part of the third ancestor's plan. Lin Moyo didn't know why the third ancestor did this or what the long-term plan was. But Lin Moyo was sure the third ancestor had a purpose, including the task he wanted Lin Moyo to do. Compared to the Godslaying sect, the Starwind secret vault was much more dangerous. The pressure increased, but Lin Moyo remained calm. The great sword Dao Sovereign slowly rose, shielding Lin Moyo. Whoosh! The arrow flew out, lighting up the night sky like day. At that moment, Lin Moyo felt as if a star were falling, ready to crush him. His great Dao, his body, his soul, all seemed on the verge of shattering. This arrow relied not on speed but on sheer power. The great sword Dao Sovereign swung its giant sword, meeting the arrow. Like stars colliding, the arrow burst into dazzling light and exploded. Lin Moyo frowned. He felt himself locked by the great Dao, with a sharp aura shooting towards him. In his vision, a light pierced through the explosion, heading straight for him. The great sword Dao Sovereign struck again, but the light suddenly accelerated, evading its block. This arrow was the true threat, first overpowering with force, then hiding a second attack. Lin Moyo remained calm, his great Dao roaring, directly dispersing the heavenly Dao power locking onto him. In an instant, the formidable arrow lost its target, stopping motionless in mid-air. Its true form was revealed, a golden and silver arrow. Lin Moyo reached out and grasped the arrow. Indeed, it has the same aura as my broken arrow. It is indeed the treasure of the Falling Star Lord. With the Star Lord's treasure broken here, it seems the Falling Star Lord truly perished here. I wonder if this arrow can merge with the Star Arrow Lich. It should be possible. After holding the arrow for a few seconds, a whirlwind arose, humming. In the dark night sky, the broken bow shone brightly again, and a dignified middle-aged man appeared. This man had sharp eyebrows and eyes, and his gaze was piercing. Lin Moyo felt a slight sting on his skin under that gaze. "Young one, you're quite good." The middle-aged man's voice was gentle and kind. "Junior Lin Moyo greets the Falling Star Lord." Lin Moyo bowed respectfully, knowing the man's identity as a remnant soul of the Falling Star Lord. By now, Lin Moyo was sure the Falling Star Lord had perished. The Falling Star Lord sighed. "No need for such courtesy. I'm just a remnant soul, no longer a Star Lord." Lin Moyo said, "Though I don't know why you perished, you once reached the position of Star Lord, a senior of the human race. My courtesy is deserved." The Falling Star Lord chuckled. "Young one, you're quite good. Let me ask you, would you like to accept my inheritance?" Lin Moyo shook his head. "I appreciate the offer, but I have other aspirations." The Falling Star Lord's voice remained gentle. "Indeed, with your talent, the position of Star Lord is not worthy of you." Chapter 2841. Chapter 2841, 2841. Chapter 2841. My personality is a bit stubborn. Star Lords are very powerful, especially the 28 Star Lords represented by the most famous constellations on the Origin continent, each one a pinnacle powerhouse. However, becoming a Star Lord is very difficult. Although the position of Star Lord is not fixed, the positions of the 28 most powerful Star Lords have never changed. Some new Star Lords have emerged over time, but none have reached the heights of the 28 Star Lords. The Falling Star Lord is one of the 28 Star Lords, a top-tier Star Lord, on par with the Horned Dragon Star Lord. On the Origin continent, countless people dream of inheriting his legacy and becoming the new Falling Star Lord. But now, the Falling Star Lord says that his position is not worthy of Lin Moyo. At this moment, Lin Moyo felt a bit awkward and couldn't help but ask, "Do you really think that highly of me?" Lin Moyo humbly said, "You flatter me. I am just a heavenly sovereign with aspirations but have not yet achieved the great Tao. Perhaps one day, I might regret it and want the position of Star Lord." The Falling Star Lord suddenly laughed heartily. "Well said. You are courageous and diligent, yet know when to stop at the edge of a cliff. You are even more outstanding than I thought. A genius like you, who can comprehend the great Tao lock at the heavenly sovereign realm, is indeed rare. In the future, you may achieve the great Tao. If not, you can seek other methods later. But I am still a bit unwilling. After so many years, I finally found someone who meets my standards, but it turned out like this." Lin Moyo was not shy. "If you don't mind, Senior, you can pass the Star Lord's legacy to me, and I will find a suitable candidate for you. I will not disgrace your legacy. If I can't find anyone, or if I reach a dead end, I can still use it." The Falling Star Lord laughed and scolded, "You little rascal, you're treating my legacy as a backup." Lin Moyo spoke honestly, "Star Lord, you should sense that I am sincere." The Falling Star Lord looked at Lin Moyo without speaking. Lin Moyo's eyes were clear and bright, and everything he said was true. He genuinely intended to find a suitable successor for the Falling Star Lord. At the same time, he was also taking a gamble, betting that the Falling Star Lord would trust him. After all, this Origin secret vault was about to collapse, and the Falling Star Lord's legacy would be completely lost to history. The 28 constellations of the Origin continent would become 27. After a moment, the Falling Star Lord sighed, "It seems this is the only way." The Falling Star Lord clearly understood what would happen next in the secret vault, and after much consideration, he made his final decision. From his eyes, Lin Moya could feel that he didn't want Lin Moya to become his successor, but he also knew that it wouldn't benefit him, and he wouldn't agree. What he sought was the Great Tao, not the position of Star-Lord. In the past, Lin Moya didn't understand what the position of Star-Lord meant. He only knew that Star-Lords were high and mighty, the pinnacle of the origin continent. Later, he obtained a lot of information, and after the human emperor organized it, he finally understood the true meaning of the position of Star-Lord. Those who had reached the Great Tao 7th realm but saw no hope of further breakthrough ultimately became Star-Lords. The weakest Star-Lord is equivalent to a strong Great Tao 7th realm, and the Star-Lords of the 28 constellations can rival the Great Tao 9th realm. Moreover, Star-Lords have one advantage: although their combat power is equivalent to the Tao Sovereign realm, they transcend the origin continent and are closer to the Great Tao. Influenced by the power of the Great Tao, the lifespan of Star-Lords far exceeds that of ordinary Tao Sovereigns. A top-tier Star-Lord like the Falling Star-Lord can easily live for 3 million years. In contrast, a Tao Sovereign 9th realm's lifespan is far less unless they use special means like self-sealing. But that's just a temporary solution. The Falling Star-Lord can maintain peak combat power throughout his 3 million year lifespan. A Tao Sovereign, at the end of their time, would not dare to act lightly, as the more power they use, the more it affects their lifespan. Lifespan is the advantage of Star-Lords, but Tao Sovereigns have the Great Tao ahead of them, while Star-Lords have no path forward, which is their disadvantage. Someone like Lin Moyu, who seeks the Great Tao, naturally does not want to become a Star-Lord. The Falling Star-Lord lightly tapped his finger, and the broken bow flew to Lin Moyu. "This is my Star-Lord legacy treasure, the Falling Star Bow. But it is damaged. If you have the chance, you can repair it." Lin Moyu asked, "Alright, how can it be repaired?" The Falling Star-Lord said, "Use a treasure with the power of the sun's origin or the moon's origin to repair it." Lin Moya thought for a moment and took out a piece of sunstone. "Can this be used?" The Falling Star-Lord's eyes lit up. "Sunstone, yes, just place them together, and the Falling Star Bow will naturally absorb the sunstone and repair itself." "I didn't expect you to have a sunstone. Truly, you are blessed." Without further ado, Lin Moya placed them together, and the Falling Star Bow emitted a gentle light, enveloping the sunstone. Lin Moya could feel the sunstone softening, slowly melting, and merging into the Falling Star Bow. The originally broken Falling Star Bow began to slowly restore itself. The whole process was slow and would take some time. Lin Moya watched for a while and sighed. "It truly is magical." The Falling Star-Lord said, "All Star-Lord treasures come from the sun's origin and the moon's origin. The sunstone also comes from the sun's origin, so they can merge. My legacy is within the Falling Star Bow. If you find a suitable candidate, please pass on the legacy for me." Lin Moya nodded. "Rest assured, Senior, I will diligently search." He thought of Jiang Ruoxu from the Jiang family in Floating City. He had promised her that if he obtained the Falling Star-Lord's legacy, he would make a copy for them and prioritize selling the Falling Star Bow to them. He would keep his promise but also assess the Jiang family's situation to see if there was a suitable candidate for the legacy. If not, he wouldn't give it away lightly. It's not breaking a promise, as he didn't specify a time in his commitment. The Jiang family might not have a suitable candidate now, but that doesn't mean they won't in the future. He could wait, no rush. The promise to prioritize selling the Falling Star Bow to them was made, but he had no intention of selling it now, so it wasn't breaking a promise. That's how it is. Lin Moyo always leaves himself a way out and rarely speaks definitively. Just like his promise to the Falling Star Lord, all promises are genuine and will be fulfilled, but how they are fulfilled is up to him. After passing on the legacy to Lin Moyo, the Falling Star Lord seemed relieved, as if his mission was complete. He looked around this world, finding nothing worth lingering for. He had long been dead, his remnant soul existing for who knows how many years, just to ensure the legacy wasn't lost. Lin Moyo said, "Senior, can you tell me why you perished?" The Falling Star Lord chuckled. "Some things don't matter whether you know them or not. When this Origin secret vault collapses, everything here will be completely destroyed." Lin Moya shook his head. "That's not entirely true. Perhaps for you, everything has ended, but not for me. I have a friend whose father is trapped here. Maybe he's dead, maybe he's alive. I promised my friend I would do everything I could to find her father, dead or alive. My personality is a bit stubborn. If I promise something, I will find a way to do it." Chapter 2842. Chapter 2842, 2842. Chapter 2842. If that's your path, I won't stop you. The latter half of Lin Moya's words was actually meant for the Falling Star Lord. He was telling the Falling Star Lord that he would do everything possible to fulfill his promises to others, even if it meant facing danger, and he wouldn't easily back down. Hearing this, the Falling Star Lord's eyes flickered with a faint light, and he sighed softly. "Very well then. This Origin secret vault was constructed by me, the Cold 9 Star Lord, and the 2 Wind Star Lord, combining the power of our lifelong cultivation as Star Lords. Its purpose was to trap an enemy." Lin Moya was suddenly shocked. The Cold 9 Star Lord and the 2 Wind Star Lord were both among the 28 constellations, top-tier Star Lords. Each of them was no weaker than a Tao Sovereign 9th Realm expert. What kind of enemy would require the combined efforts of all three to trap? Lin Moya immediately thought of two possibilities. Is the enemy at the Great Tao Realm? Or an extraterrestrial god? The Falling Star Lord said, "It seems you know quite a bit. In that case, it's easy to explain. It's not a Great Tao Realm expert. Such an existence couldn't be trapped even if the three of us risked our lives. Nor is it an extraterrestrial god. Extraterrestrial gods are no weaker than the Great Tao Realm and are also beyond our ability to handle. The three of us managed to trap only a pet of an extraterrestrial god, also known as a divine pet. And it was this divine pet that caused the three of us to fall here. The Falling Star Lord spoke with a hint of bitterness. Lin Moya was dumbfounded. He understood that the Great Dao Realm and extraterrestrial gods were strong. Back when the god-slaying sect was still called Two Family Village, they renamed it after slaying an extraterrestrial god. One can imagine how difficult it is to kill an extraterrestrial god, no less challenging than a Great Dao Realm expert. But he never expected that just a pet of an extraterrestrial god could cause the downfall of three top-tier Star Lords. The Falling Star Lord continued, and what he said next shocked Lin Moya even more. Lin Moya even felt as if he had misheard. The Falling Star Lord's bitterness deepened. The divine pet was severely injured in a previous battle and was healing. When we discovered it, its injuries hadn't fully recovered. Even so, the three of us paid a heavy price to trap and kill it. Lin Moya was speechless. The cost was indeed heavy. 3 Star Lords fell, just to kill a wounded pet of an extraterrestrial god. Lin Moya was curious, what exactly are extraterrestrial gods? The Falling Star Lord shook his head. We don't know their origins, or even what they look like. But their combat methods, spells, and so on are about 70 to 80% similar to ours. They have a distinct aura, and once you see it, you won't mistake it. We don't know where they come from. When an extraterrestrial god appeared, a great battle ensued. This divine pet was likely injured in that battle, later hiding to heal, and was eventually discovered by us. The Falling Star Lord couldn't clearly explain the origins of extraterrestrial gods, only mentioning their unique aura, unmistakable once seen. Knowing he couldn't get more information, Lin Moya asked about the Starwind Secret Vault. The Starwind Secret Vault was formed by the fusion of the 3 Star Lords' powers. The outer area was controlled by the Falling Star Lord and the 2 Wind Star Lord, while the Cold 9 Star Lord was responsible for the core area. Among the three, the Cold 9 Star Lord was the strongest, and together they injured the divine pet again, with the Cold 9 Star Lord ultimately sacrificing his life to trap it. Lin Moya asked, 8,000 years ago, the secret vault was discovered on the Origin continent, and many people entered. Did the Star Lord know? The Falling Star Lord seemed to recall and said after a moment, although that creature was trapped by us, it never gave up and kept resisting. At that time, its resistance was most intense, and the defenses we set up were nearly breached, revealing the secret vault to the world. Fortunately, it was ultimately contained, but the secret vault couldn't hide again, attracting many people. Because of that creature, a rift opened in the core area controlled by the Cold 9 Star Lord, allowing those people to enter the core area. But we should thank them, for their arrival weakened that creature's power significantly, giving us an opportunity. Lin Moya asked curiously, what opportunity? The Falling Star Lord smiled slightly, the opportunity to kill it. Lin Moya was suddenly startled, realizing what the Falling Star Lord meant by opportunity. Back then, the combined power of the three could only trap the divine pet, not truly kill it. Later, they thought of a way to destroy the entire secret vault, using the power generated by its collapse to kill it. It was the only method they could think of. Lin Moya asked, couldn't you release them before killing that creature? The Falling Star Lord shook his head slightly. It's not that we didn't want to, but we couldn't. To truly trap that creature, the Cold 9 Star Lord severed the connection between the inner and outer vaults. They can't get out, and we can't get in. Lin Moya asked solemnly, are you sure they can't get out? The Falling Star Lord nodded, they can't. If they could, that creature would surely find an opportunity. If it escaped, all our years of effort would be in vain. I know you want to save them, but you can't. Lin Moya's eyes glowed slightly. So, are they all alive? The Falling Star Lord said, some should be dead, but the rest are still alive. I can feel that creature's power weakening. Lin Moya said, heaven never seals off all paths. I believe there's a way to save them. Please guide me, Senior. The Falling Star Lord said, there's only one way, kill that creature. But it's unlikely to be killed. The three of us tried and failed. If you go in now, you'll just be another trapped person. It's better to leave immediately. You have a bright future, it's not worth it. Lin Moya's eyes moved slightly, and he sighed, some things can't be measured by worth. Please tell me how to kill that creature, or at least severely injure it. I want to try. Lin Moya knew the 3 Star Lords had fought it for so long and had injured it. They must know some information, and if he were to go, the more information he had, the better. Besides his promise to Lu Fangio, Lin Moya had a vague feeling. If he could kill the pet of the extraterrestrial god, it would benefit him. As for what benefits, he didn't know. But the purple light of luck and the dragon of luck roaring in his ears told him that killing it would be beneficial. The Falling Star Lord asked, are you sure you want to go in? Lin Moya nodded, I'm sure. If I fail, I'll have to disappoint your good intentions. The Falling Star Lord waved his hand, no matter. I was already resigned. Finding a successor was just a luxury, it doesn't matter if it's gone. Since you've made your decision, that's your path, and I won't stop you. Chapter 2843. Chapter 2843, 2843. Chapter 2843, hope you succeed. The Falling Star Lord actually didn't know how to kill the divine pet. He recounted to Lin Moya the battle with the divine pet from years ago. The 3 Star Lords gave it their all, and even then, they barely managed to injure the divine pet. To be precise, they didn't severely wound the divine pet, they exploited its already unhealed injuries. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to harm the divine pet at all. Soul attacks are ineffective, physical attacks are ineffective, and various spells are ineffective. All attacks could only repel the divine pet but couldn't truly harm it. However, the battle with us consumed a lot of its energy, causing its old wounds to flare up. If there's a way to kill it, it would be to drag it out until the divine pet's energy is exhausted. But we couldn't do it, the divine pet's recovery ability was too strong. If we dragged it out, we would be the ones exhausted to death first. Lin Moyo asked about the current state of the divine pet, but the falling star lord said he didn't know. The cold 9-star lord had severed the connection between the inside and outside, and there had been no contact with the falling star lord for thousands of years, so he didn't know the exact situation inside. He could only faintly sense that besides the cold 9-star lord and that creature, there were others in the central area. Those people were the ones who had entered before and were also trapped inside. The falling star lord asked again, "Are you sure you want to go in?" Lin Moyo took a deep breath. "Yes, I want to go in. Please guide me, Star Lord." The falling star lord sighed, "Since you insist." The falling star lord suddenly waved his hand, and a large number of purple-black grasses flew up from the grassland, forming an arrow in mid-air. The arrow whistled away, disappearing into the night sky. Moments later, Lin Moyo felt a wind blowing from afar. This wind was strange, alternating between cold and hot. Lin Moyo immediately realized the two-wind Star Lord was coming. The two-wind Star Lord, known as the Yin-Yang Two Winds, used Yang Wind for battle and Yin Wind for healing. The two-wind Star Lord's combat power was also top tier, using wind to form the Dao, with a Dao wind that was incredibly sharp. The cold and hot, Yin and Yang, two completely different breezes converged in the air, forming a human figure. This figure twisted in the air, seemingly ready to disappear with the wind at any moment. Although it was just a remnant soul, with features indistinct, Lin Moyo recognized it as the divine pet of the two-wind Star Lord. After arriving, the two-wind Star Lord asked in a low voice, "Falling Star, why did you call me?" Falling Star said, "Two-wind, I want to ask you to help send someone into the center of the secret vault." Two-wind glanced at Lin Moyo, a little guy at the heavenly sovereign realm. "What's the use of sending him in, to be eaten?" Falling Star said, "Lin Xiao is not an ordinary person. He comprehended the great Dao lock at the heavenly sovereign realm and also learned how to sever the lock." Two-wind Star Lord showed surprise. "You comprehended the great Dao lock before reaching the Dao sovereign realm?" Lin Moyo said, "I was just lucky." Two-wind Star Lord finally took a serious look at Lin Moyo, his gaze like the wind, penetrating everywhere. "Not bad, not bad, a high-level heavenly sovereign under 3,000 years old, a once-in-a-million years genius. To comprehend the mysteries of the great Dao at the high-level heavenly sovereign realm, your perception is also top-notch. But so what?" Two-wind's tone shifted. "Falling Star, do you think he can deal with that creature?" Falling Star Lord shook his head. "I don't think so, but he insists on going in, and I can't stop him." Two-wind looked at Lin Moyo, his tone slightly stern. "Do you know going in is like sending yourself to death? With your talent, you could likely surpass the Dao sovereign in the future and step into the great Dao. Why rush to your death?" Lin Moyo knew the two-wind Star Lord was concerned for him and bowed. "Thank you for your kindness, Star Lord, but I have reasons I must go. Moreover, in my cultivation journey, I've faced life and death dangers many times and always survived. I believe this time will be no different." Two-wind remained unmoved. "Unless you give me a reason, I won't let you go." Lin Moyo thought for a moment. "Falling Star told me earlier about the battle with that creature, and they couldn't harm the divine pet. I thought perhaps I found some reasons." Two-wind Star Lord said, "Let's hear it." They had fought for so many years and hadn't found the divine pet's weakness. He didn't believe Lin Moyo could. Lin Moyo uttered two words, reality and illusion. The expressions of the two-wind Star Lord and the falling Star Lord changed suddenly, and Lin Moyo's words made them think of a possibility. Falling Star Lord said, "You mean using the power of illusion to kill the divine pet?" Lin Moyo spoke honestly, "I'm not sure." Two-wind Star Lord said, "Even if it requires the power of illusion, we don't understand it, and we don't have such treasures." Lin Moyo smiled, "I might as well give it a try." He opened his palm, and an invisible force gathered, gradually forming a purple short sword in his hand. The sword of luck, condensed from luck, materialized from the void. What could be seen was only its exterior inside, it was still pure void power. The two Star Lords' eyes widened, and they spoke in unison, "You actually mastered the great Dao of luck." Falling Star Lord immediately corrected, "No, what you used before wasn't the great Dao of luck." Lin Moyo smiled, "I have mastered multiple great Daos, and one of them happens to be the great Dao of luck." The two Star Lords looked at each other. Even for them, it was rare to see someone achieve the heavenly sovereign realm with the great Dao of the void. Normally, ordinary cultivators need to comprehend reality and illusion at the supreme realm. Comprehending reality and illusion means knowing the world has both real and illusory aspects. At this time, it opens a crack for cultivators, and those with the ability can pass through it to see the world of the great Dao of illusion. But most people can't see it. When reaching the heavenly sovereign realm, most people achieve it through the real heavenly Dao. There's no way around it. The great Dao of the void is not only invisible and intangible but also impossible to sense, let alone comprehend. Those who achieve the heavenly sovereign realm through the great Dao of the void are truly rare. At least the three Star Lords weren't capable of it. Falling Star Lord murmured, "I think we should let Lin Xiao try. What if it works?" Two-wind Star Lord persisted, "What if it doesn't?" Falling Star Lord said, "We have to try." Two-wind Star Lord shook his head, "We can't afford to lose such a genius." The two argued, neither willing to yield. Lin Moyo could see that the two-wind Star Lord was somewhat stubborn, even as a remnant soul. He said, "Star Lord, I believe that the path of cultivation should be pursued with courage and diligence. If one is timid, it's hard to reach the peak. A true strong person is not made through cultivation but by standing up again and again from the blood of life and death and standing until the end. I have comprehended the great Dao of luck, and my luck is at its peak. I believe I can return safely. His words were firm and irrefutable. If he could return safely, then the divine pet would be the one to die. Two Wind hesitated for a long time and finally said with resignation, "Since you insist, then go. Hope you succeed." Chapter 2844. Chapter 2844, 2844. Chapter 2844, I open the way with wind, creating a clear sky. The two Wind Star Lord finally agreed to open the path for Lin Moyo. Since the cold 9-Star Lord sealed the central area, entering it requires the combined efforts of the Falling Star Lord and the two Wind Star Lord to open the passage. The two Wind Star Lord waved his hand. "Wind, come." In an instant, a fierce wind howled, and two completely different winds blew from different directions. One cold, one hot, one yin, one yang. The two winds collided, forming a storm that shot straight into the sky. The Falling Star Lord drew a bow made of origin power. The bow was fully drawn, and an arrow appeared on it. The wind on the grassland didn't stop, and all the purple-black grass stood upright, pointing to the sky. "I use this arrow to open the way for you. The opportunity is but a moment, seize it." Lin Moyo clasped his fists toward the Falling Star Lord. "Thank you, Senior." He knew that both the two Wind Star Lord and the Falling Star Lord were only remnants of their souls, and using their power would consume them significantly. With gratitude in his heart, the wings of the undead spread. Soul power surged, infusing the wings of the undead. Whoosh! The arrow's light shone, piercing the sky. Lin Moyo followed closely, using all his strength to stay right behind the arrow. The two Wind Star Lord shouted, "Wind, rise, I open the way with wind," creating a clear sky. The fierce wind in the sky tore through the night, revealing a clear blue sky. Lin Moyo felt a bone-chilling cold from afar, and even before approaching, he felt as if he would freeze. This was the domain of the cold 9-Star Lord, one of the 28 constellations, master of the Great Tao of Ice. 9 is the extreme number, signifying the cold 9-Star Lord's coldness reaching its limit, capable of freezing everything. The Falling Star Lord's arrow struck the blue sky, creating a rift. The rift wasn't large, just enough for one person to pass through. The moment the rift appeared, Lin Moyo rushed into the glacier. Half a second after he entered, the rift closed as if it had never been there. The fierce wind disappeared, and the clear sky was gone. The two Wind Star Lord said softly, "I hope he succeeds." The Falling Star Lord nodded slightly. "I hope so. I really want to see that creature die." The two Wind Star Lord laughed heartily. "If it succeeds, I'll treat you to a meal." The Falling Star Lord smiled. "What will we eat?" The two Wind Star Lord said, "Northwest wind." The cold 9 glacier stretched endlessly across the land. Everything here seemed frozen, the earth sealed in ice, the cold reaching the sky. Suddenly, the ground exploded, and Lin Moyo emerged from the glacier, shaking the wings of the undead. After he left the glacier, it quickly returned to normal, and looking back, there was no trace of the path he had taken. Lin Moyo entered the core area of the Starwind's secret vault. It was a desolate place, with glaciers as far as the eye could see. Starwind's secret vault, I think calling it the Ice Secret Vault would be more fitting. A secret vault centered around ice, yet named Starwind, seems unfitting. Skeleton generals flew out, a full 10,000 of them, starting to search for the correct path. The Falling Star Lord had told Lin Moyo that the central area managed by the cold 9-Star Lord was vast. How vast, he didn't know, just that it was very large. Lin Moyo didn't underestimate the glacier and directly used tens of thousands to explore the path. A map of the glacier quickly formed in his mind. Where there were mountains, where there were cliffs, everything was clear. Unlike the flat grassland, this place was filled with cliffs and precipices, very numerous. An hour later, the skeleton generals had flown far and finally reached the end of the glacier. Ahead lay endless ice mountains, and snowflakes began to fall from the sky. "It's snowing." Connected to the skeleton general's vision, Lin Moyo saw snowflakes falling, but only in gray and white, very monotonous. In the undead's vision, the world lacked vitality, a feeling Lin Moyo was long accustomed to. But in this pure white world, he felt a similar sensation. The skeleton generals left the glacier and continued forward in the snow. Unknowingly, a layer of white covered the skeleton generals. They were originally as white as jade, and the snow covering them didn't enhance their appearance. Lin Moyo frowned slightly. Something's wrong with this snow. He noticed the skeleton general's speed was slowing, not just speed but movement, as if burdened with immense weight. "This snow is heavy." Lin Moyo's heart moved, and the skeleton generals rolled in the air, trying to shake off the snow. But the snowflakes clung tightly to the skeleton generals, refusing to fall no matter how they rolled. This made Lin Moyo realize the snow was indeed unusual. The skeleton generals burst with power, shaking off the snowflakes, but in the next second, they returned as if time had reversed, landing back on the skeleton generals. The moment the snowflakes were shaken off, the skeleton general's speed increased again. This confirmed to Lin Moyo that the problem was indeed with the snowflakes. The snowflakes increased weight and restricted speed. Lin Moyo signaled a few skeleton generals to return to the glacier, entering an area without snow. As soon as they entered the glacier, the snowflakes began to melt, disappearing in less than 2 minutes, and the skeleton generals regained their agility. Lin Moyo pondered, "It seems the rules of the two areas are different. Let's see what happens. I don't know if this direction is correct." The skeleton generals flew in all directions, with only one direction leading out of the glacier, encountering heavy snow. In other directions, the skeleton generals continued to fly over the glacier, not yet reaching the edge. Lin Moyo wasn't in a hurry, waiting patiently. After half a day, the skeleton generals that flew into the snow could no longer fly. The snow had completely covered them, making them indistinguishable from the snowmen they had become. The skeleton generals stopped, standing motionless. Not because they didn't want to move, but because they couldn't. Each snowflake weighed 1,000 pounds, pressing them down completely. Then, the view was obscured by snowflakes, and in the icy world, a pile of skeleton snowmen appeared. This is the weight of the Great Tao of Ice. The Great Tao can be light or heavy, manifesting in various forms. The Cold Nine-Star Lord uses weightless snowflakes to demonstrate the weight of the Great Tao. It seems the Cold Nine-Star Lord's control over the Great Tao has reached the level of making the light heavy. Lin Moya knew his keen perception and control over the Great Tao were delicate, but compared to the Cold Nine-Star Lord, he was far behind. Which was normal, he was only a heavenly sovereign, not even a Tao sovereign. The Cold Nine-Star Lord could rival the Tao sovereign Ninth Realm, a vast difference. Lin Moya's heart moved, and the skeleton generals covered in snow collapsed and died. As soon as the skeleton generals died, the snowflakes lost their target and, with a gust of wind, flew up weightlessly, dancing in the air. The dead skeleton generals revived, like new, flying off to explore further, meeting new snowflakes. Using the power of the Undying, Lin Moya could ignore the snowflakes, exploring further. On the other side, more skeleton generals finally left the glacier. An ice river fell from the sky, transforming into waves rushing through the ice mountains and snowy peaks. Suddenly, a roar came from within the ice mountain, and the ice river exploded, sending a 10,000-meter water column into the sky, transforming into an ice dragon, roaring and circling as the glacier trembled and cracked. Chapter 2845. Chapter 2845, 2845. Chapter 2845, Disdain from the Great Tao. The seemingly eternal glacier cracked under the dragon's roar, with spider-web-like fissures covering the vast land. The next second, the glacier returned to normal, as if the previous scene had never happened. The ice dragon circled, its dragon eye scanning the land and mountains as if searching for something. Suddenly, it found its target. With a roar, the ice dragon charged forward like a meteor crashing to the ground, directly hitting its mark. Boom! The 10,000-meter glacier shattered, countless ice shards shooting in all directions, and several mountains crumbled in the impact. Lin Moya, through the vision of the skeleton generals, witnessed this shocking scene from various angles. The ice dragon should be the transformation of the Cold Nine-Star Lord, and what it's attacking should be that divine pet. What exactly is this divine pet? The ice river exploded again, several ice dragons emerging from the river, crashing into the ice mountains. One after another, the ice mountains collapsed, as if a great battle was unfolding within. The ice dragons roared incessantly, the cold chill spreading across the world, growing ever colder. The ice river fully exploded, transforming into an ice dragon over 100,000 meters long. In an instant, the world was frozen, and the nearby skeleton generals were immobilized, covered in thick ice. The ice contained the power of the Great Tao, and the skeleton generals, frozen inside, were as good as dead. Lin Moya could feel the skeleton generals moving toward death. Yet all of this was brought about by the massive ice dragon. The ice dragon joined the battle, and the remaining ice mountains collapsed. Suddenly, a light appeared in the undead vision, the glow of a soul flame. Lin Moya's heart tightened. The pet of the extraterrestrial god had finally appeared. In the undead vision of the glacier world, there was no color, making the soul flame extremely conspicuous. The soul flame rapidly approached, enlarging in the undead vision. So strong. Lin Moya was moved. The soul flame in the undead vision was extremely powerful. At the same time, Lin Moya felt an intense sense of disgust. This feeling emanated from the depths of his soul, natural and uncontrollable. Lin Moya finally understood why the falling Star Lord said that once seen, it couldn't be mistaken. Such an intensely repulsive aura couldn't be mistaken. Even without knowing it, the repulsion toward the divine pet could only mean one thing: it was despised by the Great Tao. Extraterrestrial gods are despised by the Great Tao, and this manifests in every living being as an innate sense of disgust, impossible to resist. The two sides are mortal enemies, with no possibility of reconciliation, not even a word exchanged. When they meet, the only thing to do is kill the divine pet, reducing it to dust. This is a rule set by the Great Tao, not to be violated. If you dare to defy this will, all the Great Taos you cultivate will abandon you, turning you into a cripple in an instant. What follows is death. Lin Moya fully understood not only would it not be mistaken, but there was only one choice. I suppose it feels the same way when it sees us. Every living being on the origin continent is its enemy, without exception. What exactly are extraterrestrial gods? The soul flame enlarged rapidly in the undead vision, escaping the pursuit of the ice dragon and fleeing the frozen world. Its speed was incredibly fast, flashing through the glacier world. Lin Moya stopped thinking and focused on tracking the divine pet. The divine pet's speed was too fast. The skeleton general's vision only caught a stream of light, impossible to discern. Go! Lin Moya spread the wings of the undead, flying in the direction the divine pet fled. The divine pet's speed was so fast that it wouldn't take long to cross the glacier land. Lin Moya needed to intercept it with all his might. Lin Moya continuously urged the wings of the undead, pushing his speed to the limit. But the divine pet's speed kept increasing, still accelerating. No, at this rate, I can't intercept it. Lin Moya's mind moved, and Zhao Dongsheng appeared beside him. An idea was transmitted simultaneously: take me there as fast as you can. The Great Tao of all spirits appeared, and Zhao Dongsheng transformed into a slender, lizard-like spirit beast. The lightning lizard, a spirit beast with ordinary combat power but astonishing speed. Its speed was nearly 10 times that of spirit beasts of the same realm. Lin Moya landed on the lightning lizard, which carried him forward, its speed several times faster than the wings of the undead, even faster than a Tao sovereign 6th realm. The distance to the divine pet shortened, and the repulsive aura became more pronounced, causing Lin Moya to frown. He didn't resist the soul-deep disgust, knowing it wasn't from his soul but the great Tao. Resisting the disgust would offend the great Tao, leading to abandonment. The disgust served as the best guide, allowing Lin Moya to easily find the direction even from miles away. Gradually, the divine pet came into view, a light in the distance, flying close to the glacier. Lin Moya adjusted his direction, closing the gap. It was enveloped in light, its true form obscured. Judging by the size of the light, Lin Moya thought it wasn't very large. The divine pet also noticed Lin Moya and suddenly changed direction, flying straight at him. Lin Moya felt locked on, a wave of killing intent sweeping over him. It thinks I'm an easy target. While he detested the divine pet, the feeling was mutual. As a high-level heavenly sovereign, he was naturally seen as an easy target. Even a fool knows to pick the soft targets. 10,000 kilometers. 5,000 kilometers. The distance between them continued to close, 10,000 kilometers covered in the blink of an eye. Lin Moya still couldn't clearly see the divine pet's form, but that didn't hinder his actions. A strand of the Luck Great Tao separated, following the divine pet's locking aura, completing the Great Tao lock. The Great Sword Tao Sovereign appeared before him, swinging its sword. The sword light followed the Great Tao lock, and Lin Moya simultaneously acted, the Bone Hell appearing, the Eye of Hell opening, sweeping with soul-cleansing power. Lin Moya also pointed. Origin level spell, Time Curse. Using multiple methods, Lin Moya believed that even if he couldn't harm the divine pet, he could at least make it pause. The curse's light flickered, and the divine pet suddenly paused, its speed slowing. Then, a wave surrounded it, the Bone Hell enveloping it, the Eye of Hell passing over, slowing it further. Next, the Great Sword Tao Sovereign's attack arrived, the sword light accurately striking it, slowing it again. Lin Moya vaguely saw its form, but it was still unclear. Lava churned, and the fiends of hell lunged, opening their jaws to bite. Suddenly, a scream rang out, and the hellish fiend shattered like glass. The scream shook the soul, and Lin Moya groaned, his soul world violently impacted, twisting and deforming. The soul world seemed to suffer a calamity, many stars at the edge shattering. Fortunately, those stars were barren, uninhabited. The world tree stretched, firmly supporting the soul world. Chapter 2846. Chapter 2846, 2846. Chapter 2846, You've actually met Ancestor Gutsong. The world tree firmly stabilized the soul world, its branches stretching wildly, spreading to every corner of the soul world, including the former rule world, all covered by the world tree. The 10-colored dragon soul crystal opened its mouth, emitting dragon roars, weakening the external impact layer by layer. Together, they finally stabilized the soul world. The soul world was impacted, and Lin Moya was momentarily lost. When he regained his senses, he found that the Bone Hell had already collapsed. Just a single scream shattered the Bone Hell. The divine pet's power was terrifyingly strong. His well-prepared series of attacks could only slow the divine pet slightly, completely unable to stop it. So strong. Lin Moya was mentally prepared. He knew what kind of enemy he was facing. This was a terrifying existence that could cause the fall of 3 top-tier Star Lords and hold off many powerful beings. Even though it was severely injured, it was still incredibly formidable. A light appeared before him, and after breaking through the encirclement, it charged straight at Lin Moya. The Great Sword Tao Sovereign transformed into the true form of the Great Tao, becoming a giant sword, blocking in front of Lin Moya. With a bang, the Great Sword Tao Sovereign was knocked away, and the divine pet charged like lightning. In the clash, the Great Sword Tao Sovereign was slightly inferior. However, it wasn't injured and charged at Lin Moya again. Lin Moya realized that the divine pet wasn't lacking in intelligence. It knew that he was the leader and aimed to kill him first. Zhao Dongsheng continued to retreat rapidly, trying to widen the distance. Lin Moya's mind moved, and Zhao Dongsheng took Lin Moya with him, retreating swiftly. Although his speed was not as fast as the divine pet, he could still buy some time. The Luck Great Tao gathered, quickly forming a small flying sword in Lin Moya's hand. The condensed flying sword was very small, not even as big as a palm, more like a flying needle than a sword. Time is short, this will have to do. The flying sword flashed silently, flying out and piercing the divine pet's body along the Great Tao lock. The divine pet let out a scream, with a hint of fear in its voice, and suddenly turned, flying into the distance. It worked. Lin Moya gathered the power of the Luck Great Tao again. This time was even shorter, and the luck sword he condensed was even smaller, no bigger than a needle, and weaker. Then the luck sword vibrated slightly, turning pitch black as ink. The luck sword became the luck poison sword, capable of corroding luck. Lin Moya didn't care whether it worked or not. He shot the sword while the Great Tao lock was still active. The luck poison sword flickered and disappeared, appearing on the divine pet in the next instant. Another scream filled with terror, and the divine pet fled even faster. Lin Moya saw the divine pet's luck tainted with a layer of black. Its luck was poisoned. You're going to have a lot of bad luck, Lin Moya said softly, suddenly frowning. Why does that sound familiar? After thinking for a moment, he realized it was something Xiao Wu had said, and he had unconsciously picked it up. Watching the direction the divine pet fled, Lin Moya didn't pursue it. There was no rush to hunt down the divine pet now. He knew how to deal with it. Moreover, given the divine pet's speed, it would be difficult for him to kill it alone. He needed to rely on others' strength. The skeleton generals in the snow, through repeated death and rebirth, had traveled far. Finally, they saw some different scenery. Beyond the snowy world, a lake appeared in view. Due to the skeleton general's vision, which was only in shades of gray and white, they couldn't discern the lake's color. However, in the undead vision, Lin Moya could see soul flames flickering in the world beyond the lake, and there was more than one. Found them. Lin Moya was delighted. He had finally found the people who had come here. He gradually began to understand the role of the snowflakes, which contained the power of the great Tao, were very heavy, and could accumulate infinitely, making them unavoidable. No matter how fast the divine pet was, it couldn't avoid being touched by the snowflakes. Once there were enough, the divine pet's speed would inevitably decrease significantly. Speed was the divine pet's advantage, and the snowflakes were meant to limit this advantage. So it made sense for those people to hide beyond the snowy world. Without the snowflake's obstruction, the divine pet could easily attack or retreat at will. It seems that after holding on for so long, the cold 9-star lord has found a way to deal with it. This method is simple and crude, yet very effective. Lin Moya withdrew Zhao Dongxing and the great sword Dao Sovereign, crossing the glacier alone into the world of snowflakes. The snowflakes fell densely, filling the air. The bone hell had recovered, and Lin Moya unfolded it to see if the hellfire could melt the snowflakes. The hellish fiends could indeed devour the snowflakes, but the process was very slow. Each fiend took a long time to digest a single snowflake. The snowflakes contained the power of the cold 9-star lord, very high level, beyond the bone hell's limits. The bone hell lasted only a minute before collapsing under the snowflake's weight. Lin Moya put away the bone hell, not disappointed. If the snowflakes were so easy to deal with, the divine pet would have charged through long ago. He released a large number of skeleton generals, weaving them into a net around him, using them as an umbrella to shield himself from the snow. Once a batch was overwhelmed, he replaced them. There was no shortage of numbers. Using this simple method, Lin Moya passed through the cold 9-star lord's snowy world without issue. A lake appeared in view, clear and green, full of life. By the lake, there were clusters of grass, bringing a touch of vitality to the icy world. The cold, dead world of ice and snow was separated from the lively lake by a thin line, forming a unique scene. Lin Moya didn't cross the lake, he walked along its edge to the other side. The lake wasn't particularly large, surrounded by the icy world, like a patch of green in the white, beautiful and mysterious. Gradually, Lin Moya saw houses and sensed the presence within them. They were human cultivators, his senses couldn't be wrong, numbering about 3,000. Lin Moya released his aura, like a greeting, signaling his arrival. Sure enough, an aura rose in response, as if greeting Lin Moya. Then, a person flew through the air, landing in front of Lin Moya. He moved quickly, his aura strong and obscure. Lin Moya knew the person's realm, at least Dao Sovereign's 7th realm. The Dao Sovereign's 7th realm and the Dao Sovereign's 6th realm were fundamentally different. Especially in terms of soul level, it was a step up, easily distinguishable. Lin Moya first saluted, Junior Lin Moya greets Senior. The other person looked at Lin Moya, high-level heavenly sovereign. How did you get here? Lin Moya smiled slightly, the falling star lord and the 2 wind star lords sent me in. May I know your name, Senior? The other said, I am Guloaquan. Lin Moya's eyes lit up, are you from the cold water holy land, Senior? Guloaquan nodded, that's right, do you know someone from the cold water holy land? Lin Moya said, I met Ancestor Gutsong not long ago. You've actually met Ancestor Gutsong. Guloaquan was immediately surprised. Chapter 2847. Chapter 2847, 2847. Chapter 2847, hasn't the cold 9-star lord already fallen? To prove his words, Lin Moya took out the token given by Ancestor Gutsong. Seeing it, Guloaquan's expression immediately became serious. It really is Ancestor Gutsong's token. For you to have obtained it, you must be extraordinary. Because of the token, Guloaquan's address for Lin Moya changed to little friend, and his demeanor shifted to one of equal standing. Lin Moya asked, may I ask if among the survivors, there is someone named Lu Shudao? Of the more than 100 who entered, only 30 or so remain, and the rest have undoubtedly perished. With so many fallen, Lin Moya wasn't sure if Lu Shudao was still alive. Guloaquan immediately replied, Lu Dao is still alive. Although he was injured initially, his life is not in danger, but his cultivation has suffered some damage. Lin Moya asked curiously, is his foundation damaged? Guloaquan nodded, indeed, his foundation is damaged. Is Lin Xiao here to find Lu Dao? Lin Moya didn't hide it, that's one of the purposes. I was entrusted by the 3rd ancestor to bring Senior Lu back. He spoke frankly, not expecting to gain everyone's favor. He was there for Lu Shudao, and others were secondary. Mentioning the 3rd ancestor's name, Guloaquan was even more surprised. I didn't expect even the 3rd ancestor would entrust you. Lin Moya said, please, Senior Gu, lead the way. I wish to see Senior Lu. Guloaquan quickly gestured, please, Lin Xiao. Guloaquan led Lin Moya to the houses, and as they approached, Guloaquan took out a jade token. The jade token glowed, illuminating the void, and the scenery before them changed. Like a curtain being pulled back, the true scene was revealed. There were more houses than initially seen, numbering 7 or 8,000. Each house looked the same, and they were built from origin crystals. Lin Moya sensed the power of formations from the houses. Each house contained a formation. Lin Moya glanced and shook his head slightly. It's not a formation, it's a formation eye. Constructing houses with origin crystals, built on formation nodes, allows cultivators within to control the formation, greatly enhancing its power. This formation must have reached the 8th level. Guloaquan showed surprise in his eyes. I didn't expect Lin Xiao to be so proficient in formations. Lin Moya humbly said, I only have some knowledge, not proficiency. Guloaquan didn't believe Lin Moya's modesty. Being able to see through the formation's mysteries at a glance couldn't be mere dabbling. The formation they set up back then required considerable effort, led by an 8th level formation master and completed by dozens of people working together. The formation indeed reached the 8th level, and Lin Moya saw through it at a glance. As they entered the formation, dozens of seniors with varied appearances and deep auras were already waiting there. Their eyes showed curiosity. Lin Moyu was the first person in thousands of years to come here. Seeing Lin Moyu, they were all surprised. Why is it a young heavenly sovereign? The young one is indeed youthful, not even 3,000 years old, yet already a high-level heavenly sovereign. It seems he might achieve Dao Sovereign before 5,000. Not even 3,000? He's only in his 2000s. I think he'll achieve Dao Sovereign before 3,000. Such a heavenly pride is rare in a million years, but why is he here? Didn't the cold 9-star Lord say the inside and outside were isolated? How did he get in? Why wonder so much? Just ask. Guloakwan brought Lin Moyu over, and before they could ask, he introduced, this is Lin Xiaowa. His address of Lin as little friend surprised everyone. On the origin continent, titles aren't casually used. Calling him little friend meant Guloakwan saw Lin Moyu as an equal. It also told others that Lin Moyu was qualified to be their peer. Lin Moyu saluted them. Junior Lin Moyu greets the seniors. Because of Guloakwan's address, everyone was polite. How did Lin Xiaowa get here? Lin Moyu said, the Falling Star Lord and the 2 Wind Star Lords sent me. As he spoke, his eyes scanned the crowd and landed on someone. This person bore some resemblance to Lu Fenjiao and the third ancestor. He was clearly injured, his aura unstable, likely Lu Shudao. Lin Moyu immediately addressed him. May I ask, are you Lu Shudao, Senior Lu? Lu Shudao nodded. Yes, that's me. Lin Moyu said, I was entrusted by the third ancestor and sister Fenjiao to come here and bring you back. Lu Shudao was shocked. You've met the third ancestor and Fenjiao? How are they? Lin Moyu smiled. The third ancestor is as always, and Miss Fenjiao recently achieved Dao Sovereign, ranking 10th in the Heavenly Pride Conference. Hearing that Lu Fenjiao became a Dao Sovereign, Lu Shudao showed a relieved and gratified expression. As long as Fenjiao is safe. As a father, as long as Lu Fenjiao was safe, he was at ease. Lin Moyu looked at Lu Shudao, whose injuries seemed more severe than described by Guloakwan, not as lightly as portrayed. His foundation was damaged, his realm unstable, threatening to fall at any moment. Such injuries were life-threatening for a cultivator. Lin Moyu asked solemnly, Senior Lu seems to be severely injured. Lu Shudao waved it off, my life is not in danger. At this moment, someone nearby said, Lu Daio had a chance to heal, but he gave his only longevity pill to the cold 9-star Lord, leaving himself with difficult-to-heal injuries. Lu Shudao quickly said, don't say that. Giving the longevity pill to the cold 9-star Lord was much more useful than taking it myself. If not for the Star Lord's protection, we might have died long ago. Lin Moyu asked curiously, hasn't the cold 9-star Lord already fallen? Lu Shudao replied, indeed, he has fallen, but the longevity pill allowed him a semblance of life after death. He explained, and Lin Moyu finally understood. Though the cold 9-star Lord was dead, his body remained, encased in ice. With only a remnant soul, the cold 9-star Lord struggled to hold off the divine pet, otherwise, they wouldn't have been breached back then. Later, Lu Shudao gave his only longevity pill to the cold 9-star Lord, and under its influence, his body and soul partially recovered. Though not resurrected, he could maintain peak combat power for a long time. This time was enough for them to destroy the secret vault, taking the divine pet with them. The 3-star Lords concentrated their power to create the secret vault, trapping the divine pet. The cold 9-star Lord continued to pursue the divine pet, unable to kill it but preventing its recovery. Apart from the old injuries from the great battle long ago, they couldn't harm the divine pet, only suppress it and trigger old wounds. They, along with the cold 9-star Lord, seized opportunities to try to suppress the divine pet. Unfortunately, they never succeeded, and those who entered before died one by one. Lu Shudao was injured by the divine pet in one of these battles, damaging his foundation. At this point, Lin Moyu took out a jade bottle and handed it to Lu Shudao. Senior Lu, this is for you. Chapter 2848. Chapter 2848, 2848. Chapter 2848, absolutely unprecedented. Lu Shudao opened the jade bottle with suspicion, and a strong vitality surged out. Lu Shudao shivered. The longevity pill. Lin Moyu said, yes, Senior Lu, please take it and quickly repair your foundation. Lu Shudao seemed hesitant and did not immediately take it. The people around said, Lu Daio, what are you waiting for to take it? Exactly, you've delayed long enough, you shouldn't delay any longer. This is fate. Lu Daio gave his longevity pill to the cold 9-star Lord, and now someone has brought another longevity pill. Their words were filled with envy. They all knew the value and effect of the longevity pill, equivalent to a life. Even someone like the cold 9-star Lord, who was already dead, could live another 10,000 years with the longevity pill. Lin Moyu asked, is there something else you're worried about, Senior Lu? Lu Shudao whispered, I was thinking, if I give this longevity pill to the cold 9-star Lord, could it help him recover a bit more? If I take it. Lin Moyu understood Lu Shudao's concern and couldn't help but laugh. There's no need. Even if the cold 9-star Lord recovers to his peak, he can only hold off the divine pet, which doesn't change the current situation. In the end, it would only delay until the secret vault collapses, and they perish together with the divine pet. I came here with the third ancestor and sister Fenjiao's instructions to bring you back, Senior Lu, and to uncover the true situation of this secret vault. Now that we know the situation, it's just that divine pet. We just need to find a way to kill it. Lin Moyu spoke lightly, but his words made everyone frown. They were a group of Dao Sovereign's 7th realm experts, along with the cold 9-star Lord, and they couldn't do anything about the divine pet. How could a mere heavenly sovereign speak such arrogant words? However, because of Lu Shudao and Gulo Aquan, they didn't say it directly. but their perception of Lin Moyo had changed. Guluokwan asked, Lin Xiao, did you bring some powerful treasure with you? Hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. If Lin Moyo brought a powerful treasure, perhaps there was indeed a chance. Lin Moyo shook his head. I didn't bring any powerful treasures. On the way here, I encountered the divine pet, and I have already injured it. If my judgment is correct, I should be able to kill it. No powerful treasure. Encountered it halfway and injured it. Relying on his own strength? No one would believe this if it were said out loud. The doubts that had just subsided surged again. However, as Dao Sovereign's 7th Realm experts, they maintained their composure. Their eyes showed that they didn't believe Lin Moya's words. At this moment, the lake suddenly boiled, water columns rose, and snowflakes danced in the center of the lake, naturally forming an ice figure. The ice figure emitted a powerful aura, cold air rushing forth, and Lin Moyo immediately knew that this ice figure was the Cold 9-Star Lord. The crowd greeted the Cold 9-Star Lord. Having been together for nearly 10,000 years, they were obviously familiar and didn't need much formality. The Cold 9-Star Lord looked at Lin Moyo. Was it you who injured the divine pet? Lin Moyo nodded. Yes, Star Lord, it was I who injured the divine pet. Wow! Everyone's eyes widened. Lin Moyo was telling the truth. He actually injured the divine pet, something none of them could do, yet a heavenly sovereign did it. The Cold 9-Star Lord asked, Can you tell us how you did it? Lin Moyo said, It's simple, using the power of luck. Guluokwan's eyes lit up. So it was the power of luck? How did we old folks not think of that all these years? Lu Shudao smiled wryly. It seems we all got stuck in a rut, living so long yet forgetting the existence of both reality and luck. Guluokwan sighed. That's our limitation. We've been immersed in our own great Tao for too long, forgetting about others. The people here weren't fools. Once Lin Moyo mentioned it, they realized it was indeed possible. They always thought they were too weak, not strong enough, never considering that they might have been using the wrong method. They truly went down the wrong path and stayed there. The Cold 9-Star Lord asked, Did you use some treasure of luck power? Lin Moyo shook his head. I have comprehended a great Tao of luck and don't need to rely on a treasure of luck power. Their eyes widened in shock once more. My goodness, a heavenly sovereign achieved through the great Tao of luck. The great Tao of luck is incredibly difficult. Achieving heavenly sovereign at just over 2,000 years old through the great Tao of luck is absolutely unprecedented. Perhaps not in ancient times, but at least in the current origin continent, such a genius has never been heard of. It seems we have hope now. The Tao sovereigns present were all very pleased. They realized they had hope, that they wouldn't perish with the secret vault. If they could live, who would want to die? Lin Moyo looked at Lu Shudao. Senior Lu, you can take the longevity pill now. This time, Lu Shudao didn't refuse and took the longevity pill. The longevity pill immediately took effect, enveloping Lu Shudao in a gentle light, similar to divine light. Lin Moyo could feel Lu Shudao's damaged foundation gradually recovering, his aura stabilizing. The longevity pill's effect wasn't immediate, it would last a long time. Even after Lu Shudao's injuries completely healed, the longevity pill would extend his lifespan. This pill wasn't just a healing elixir, it was also a longevity elixir. Currently, it seems even more miraculous than my power of life. But in the future, it's hard to say. Lin Moyo had confidence in his undying great Tao, believing that the future effects of his power of life would not be weaker than the longevity pill. Congratulations, Lu Dao, on restoring your great Tao and having a bright future. Lu Dao's fortune is deep, surely there will be future blessings. Once the divine pet is destroyed and we leave this place, Lu Dao will surely soar to the heavens, straight to the heavenly Tao. Everyone congratulated Lu Shudao, who was also very happy. Lu Shudao sincerely thanked, Thank you, Lin Xiao, for your help. When I get out, I will surely repay you. Lin Moyo joked, No need for anything else, just another longevity pill will do. Lu Shudao immediately said, Of course, one is not enough. Lin Moyo raised an eyebrow. One is enough if there are more, the third ancestor will be angry. Lu Shudao laughed heartily. Don't worry, I'll handle the third ancestor. After a round of congratulations, Lin Moyo looked at the Cold 9-Star Lord. Star Lord, can we now discuss how to kill the divine pet? The Cold 9-Star Lord said, Previously, we struggled to harm the divine pet. Now that Xiao has found a way, there's just one problem left, how to catch it. The Cold 9-Star Lord had already identified the core issue. Besides being able to harm it, they needed to restrain it. After all, Lin Moya's realm was still too low. Unless the divine pet stood still for him to kill, it couldn't be killed. The divine pet was too fast. If it avoided Lin Moyo, it would be hard to kill. Lin Moyo thought for a moment and said, If we can restrain it for 5 minutes, I'm confident I can kill it. By myself, I can't restrain it, but I have a way. If everyone believes in me, perhaps we can hold it. Chapter 2849. Chapter 2849, 2849. Chapter 2849, Found it, Follow me. Lu Shudao was the first to express complete trust in Lin Moyo. After his expression, the others also expressed their willingness to trust Lin Moyo. The Cold 9-Star Lord said, I naturally trust you, but you need to tell us the specific method. Lin Moyo said, The method is simple. Just follow my command when the time comes, as the battle situation is ever-changing and requires real-time response. I will create a formation, and through this formation, my thoughts can be transmitted to you immediately, which is faster than verbal commands. I will assign numbers to each of you, including the Cold 9-Star Lord, making a total of 32 people. I will refer to you as numbers 1 to 32. Lin Moyo didn't disclose too many details of the plan, and everyone understood that things indeed needed to be adaptable. Lin Moyo positioned himself as the commander and them as subordinates. But as long as they could kill the divine pet, no one had any objections. Being subordinates was no big deal. After some thought, Lu Shudao was the first to express, "I am willing to follow Lin Xiao's command." With him taking the lead, the others also expressed their willingness to follow Lin Moya's arrangement. Over the millennia, they had come to understand Lu Shudao's character and were willing to give him face. The Cold Nine-Star Lord also expressed no problem with temporarily following Lin Moya's command. Lin Moya said, "There is one thing to say up front, although there is confidence in besieging the divine pet, unexpected events may occur, and danger is inevitable. All of you must follow my command completely, without any mistakes. The divine pet is injured now, and its combat power is not much stronger than yours. It cannot kill you in a short time." Lin Moya talked about some of his plans. Killing the divine pet is not easy and requires careful planning. If even one of the Dao Sovereign 7th Realm experts disobeys, it could lead to the failure of the entire plan. Everyone expressed their absolute obedience to Lin Moya's orders. Trapped in the secret vault for nearly 10,000 years, watching their former companions die one by one, they thought they would perish with the vault. Now, with hope, they naturally wouldn't let it go. After explaining the requirements, Lin Moyo asked the Cold Nine-Star Lord about the changes in the divine pet over the past 1,000 years. From the repeated battles with the divine pet, he analyzed its behavior patterns to further refine his plan. Back then, when the 3-star lords besieged the divine pet, its combat power was above the Dao Sovereign 9th Realm. Even with all their might, the 3-star lords were not the divine pet's match, only managing to fight it to a standstill, all suffering severe injuries. Their attacks were ineffective against the divine pet, but in the repeated battles and clashes, the divine pet's injuries flared up, greatly reducing its combat power. The 3-star lords seized the opportunity, sacrificing their lives to concentrate all their power to create the secret vault, trapping the divine pet and continuously depleting its power. Using the secret vault, the 3-star lords trapped the divine pet for many years. Later, the divine pet had an outburst, tearing a rift in the vault, attempting to escape. The Cold Nine-Star Lord fought with all his might to prevent the divine pet from escaping. If the divine pet escaped, all their efforts would be in vain. At that time, the secret vault was revealed to the world and discovered by several old ancestors of the origin continent. Sensing the powerful aura leaking from the vault, they thought there were treasures inside and organized people to enter and search for them. In the end, they found no treasure but instead trapped Lu Shudao and others inside. The first few batches of over 100 people suffered heavy casualties, but they didn't die in vain. Their battles with the divine pet further weakened its power. Now, the divine pet's power is slightly above the Dao Sovereign 7th Realm, actually weaker than the Cold Nine-Star Lord. It was only because the Cold Nine-Star Lord couldn't find a way to deal with the divine pet that the stalemate continued. Through the conversation, Lin Moyo understood the whole story. He also analyzed the divine pet's behavior pattern. It was indeed a pet, with some intelligence but not much. It didn't use any tactics, mostly acting on instinct. Over the years, it had been chased by the Cold Nine-Star Lord, repeatedly escaping with its incredible speed. It wasn't afraid of the Cold Nine-Star Lord's attacks, knowing that if the Cold Nine-Star Lord prepared well, it could be trapped. So it had to escape, and in the process, it was always looking for an opportunity to recover. If it could recover to its peak, it could counterkill the Cold Nine-Star Lord. The Cold Nine-Star Lord asked, "How confident are you?" Everyone present awaited Lin Moya's answer. Lin Moya thought for a moment, "If nothing unexpected happens, I am 90% confident." Everyone's eyes lit up. 90% was almost a certainty. The Cold Nine-Star Lord said, "What if something unexpected happens?" Lin Moya said, "If something unexpected happens, we'll surround it again. As long as you follow my lead, you shouldn't be in danger." The Cold Nine-Star Lord nodded slightly, "Then let's do it. I'll go find it first, and you prepare the formation." The Cold Nine-Star Lord's figure turned into green water, re-entering the lake. Lin Moya took out 33 origin crystals and used himself as the formation eye to set up the formation. The formation was simple, not complex, and was completed in no time. This formation, in terms of level, was only a second-level formation. The formation doesn't need to be the highest level. Practicality is most important. Then Lin Moya began to inscribe runes, combining device formation and talisman formation, even though it was just a second-level formation. The origin crystals used were the most ordinary third-level origin crystals. Lin Moya integrated runes into the formation, and the origin crystals serving as nodes gradually transformed, becoming tokens. Until all 33 tokens were refined, Lin Moya waved his hand, distributing 32 tokens to the others. These 33 tokens were identical except for the numbering. He kept the 0-numbered token for himself and prepared the 1-numbered token for the Cold Nine-Star Lord. The others were numbered from 2 to 32. They refined the tokens, and in this battle, they had no names, only numbers. Testing showed that Lin Moya's thoughts could be transmitted directly to their minds through the tokens. This was faster than verbal commands. Dealing with the divine pet required every second. Even a difference of 0.01 seconds could mean the difference between success and failure. Through the earlier conversation, Lin Moya already knew each Dao Sovereign's great Dao, strength, specialties, and powerful treasures, all clear in his mind. Everything was ready, just waiting for the Cold Nine-Star Lord to find the divine pet's whereabouts. It was clear that everyone was a bit excited and nervous. The divine pet was too strong, and even though they were old monsters, they were still nervous. Only Lin Moya remained unmoved, waiting quietly. Half a day later, the lake water surged, and the Cold Nine-Star Lord's figure appeared. "Found it, follow me." Chapter 2850. Chapter 2850, 2850. Chapter 2850, Simulating the Future, a Trap. The wind and snow howled, and snowflakes danced in the air. Amidst the swirling snow, a passage appeared where no snowflakes fell. Everyone advanced rapidly along the passage. Although the rules within the secret vault were set by the Star Lords, once established, even the cold 9-star Lord couldn't easily change them. He couldn't remove the snowflakes immediately, it required time. He could only alter the structure of the snowflakes to form a passage. Soon, everyone passed through the snowy world and entered the glacier. Cracks appeared on the glacier, guiding the way for everyone. Lin Moya discerned the direction, realizing it was no longer the direction the divine pet had fled. The divine pet was intelligent and had changed its escape route. However, this was the cold 9-star Lord's domain. No matter how well it hid, it would eventually be found. Following the cracks on the glacier, everyone arrived at another area. Here lay a vast ocean with countless white ice islands. The ice islands floated in the ocean, drifting slowly and aimlessly. Some ice islands would collide and then separate, repeating the cycle. This area was originally a glacier, shattered and melted into an ocean. A powerful force prevented the ocean from refreezing. Lin Moya frowned slightly. Is this where the battle with the divine pet took place? The cold 9-star Lord said, yes, a great battle erupted here before. Even after tens of thousands of years, the divine pet's power still lingers. The presence of the divine pet's power was undeniable, felt by all. This repulsive power was entirely different from the origin continent, despised by the great Tao. Lin Moya said, perhaps it thinks the most dangerous place is the safest. Though intelligent, not very much so. Everyone, please prepare. We'll proceed according to plan. The cold 9-star Lord nodded, then I'll begin. Lin Moya said, thank you, Star Lord. Everyone spread out, each person several meters apart, scattered in various locations. The cold 9-star Lord waved his hand, and in an instant, countless cold currents formed into white mist, drifting from all directions, enveloping the ocean. Cold Star descends. With a soft command, countless cold starlights flew from the mist, falling into the ocean. In an instant, the ocean boiled, stirring cold currents. The starlight struck the ice islands, causing them to rumble and explode with tremendous force. These ice islands were formed from the cold 9-star Lord's power, now turned into explosive barrels, with the starlight as the fuse. The ocean was thrown into chaos, water columns shot skyward, merging into the mist, turning into more starlight raining down. Starlight fell like rain, densely packed, continuously impacting the entire ocean. Finally, amidst the cold 9-star Lord's carpet bombing, a faint light appeared. Simultaneously, everyone frowned, the faint light evoking intense disgust. Though the lingering power here was also repulsive, it was far less so than now. Lin Moya's eyes narrowed. The divine pet's luck poison had weakened significantly. In a while, the luck poison would dissipate. Lin Moya realized that the difference in realm and power between him and the divine pet greatly reduced the effectiveness of the luck poison. It's here, everyone prepare and follow my command. Everyone heard Lin Moya's voice in their minds. As previously stated, they didn't need to respond or ask why, just execute Lin Moya's orders. Mist appeared in Lin Moya's eyes, luck sublimated, an invisible purple energy sword. Lin Moya became ethereal, enveloped in an indescribable void power. The luck great Tao rose, Lin Moya burned luck, and the luck simulation talisman constantly danced, simulating future events. The divine pet was strong, simulating its actions consumed a lot of luck. Number 5, advance 100 meters to the left, block the divine pet. Number 5 received Lin Moya's command without hesitation, quickly advancing 100 meters to the left, unleashing all his power. Just as he reached the position, the divine pet suddenly burst with power, fleeing in a direction. That direction was precisely where number 5 was. Boom! With a loud noise, number 5 was pushed back several meters, and the divine pet was also pushed back. In terms of power, the divine pet was slightly stronger, but not by much. Number 5 was a Tao Sovereign 7th realm, holding his ground wouldn't be a problem. Number 18, 40 meters to the right, block it. Number 18's Tao Sovereign immediately moved 40 meters to the right, unleashing all his power. As he reached the spot, a flash of light appeared, and the divine pet was there. Without thinking, he swung his sword, colliding with the divine pet. Boom! He was pushed back several meters, and the divine pet was also repelled. The divine pet changed direction again, moving in another direction. But another Tao Sovereign appeared on its escape path, blocking it again. Number 6, come here. Number 28, 72 meters to the left. Number 19, 31 meters to the right rear. Lin Moya's commands were issued one after another, growing faster, and all the commanded Tao Sovereigns appeared at the required positions immediately. They repeatedly blocked the divine pet's path, leaving it nowhere to escape. No matter which direction the divine pet chose, someone would block it. Moreover, Lin Moya's command speed kept increasing, gradually shrinking the divine pet's range of movement. The divine pet was gradually surrounded, with people on all sides, above and below. Lin Moya continuously simulated the divine pet's every move, ordering the Tao Sovereigns to intercept in advance, forming a net, leaving the divine pet with no escape. The Tao Sovereigns, like puppets, followed Lin Moya's orders, blocking everywhere. They no longer questioned how Lin Moya did it, they just followed orders, no need to ask why. The divine pet's range of movement shrank, the encirclement forming, the divine pet becoming a stream of light, crashing around the encirclement. The Tao Sovereigns gritted their teeth, enduring the collisions, not having an easy time. But in this situation, they could only grit their teeth and hold on. The encirclement grew smaller until it was less than 100 meters, and the cold 9-star Lord finally received Lin Moya's command. Number 1, act, freeze it. The cold 9-star lord had been ready for a long time. He hadn't been involved in blocking the divine pet's escape. His task wasn't to stop the divine pet from escaping but to freeze it. The smaller the range, the stronger the freezing effect, so Lin Moya kept shrinking the encirclement until it was only 100 meters before letting the cold 9-star lord act. The cold 9-star lord pointed one hand to the sky, the other to the ground, drawing a circle. Eternal freeze. A terrifying cold emerged from the encirclement. The divine pet screamed, crashing more violently. The scream impacted the soul world, but fortunately, the Dao Sovereign's soul worlds were strong enough to withstand it. With them blocking in front, Lin Moya didn't bear much pressure. At this moment, everyone received Lin Moya's command. Hold on a little longer. All the Dao Sovereigns gave their all, holding on with all their might. The white cold air froze the space, the eternal freeze finally reaching the divine pet. The divine pet's speed rapidly decreased, slowing down, and finally stopping. Chapter 2851. Chapter 2851, 2851. Chapter 2851. The last thing I'm afraid of is soul possession. The cold 9-star lord's most powerful spell, Eternal Freeze. The absolute power of the great Tao of ice, freezing everything, including spells and the great Tao. Even the light surrounding the divine pet was frozen, rendering it immobile and finally revealing its true form. Lin Moya looked astonished. The divine pet was actually a cat, entirely snow white. But upon closer inspection, it wasn't a cat, just resembled one. Its appearance was somewhat peculiar, with thin, pointed ears, and beneath its white fur, faint bloodlines flowed like streams under its fur. Its tail wasn't like a cat's tail under the fur, there were scales. Its forehead also had scales. On the scales of its forehead, there was an organ resembling a vertical eye. It had 18 sharp fangs. Its foreclaws were extremely sharp, comparable to any Dao Sovereign realm treasure. It exuded an aura of repulsion from its very bones. Although sealed by eternal freeze, it was clearly struggling desperately. The cold 9-star lord continuously increased his power. I can only seal it for a few minutes. Lin Moya nodded. Everyone, maintain the encirclement. Be cautious. Then Lin Moya condensed the Sword of Luck. This time, he had enough time to condense a sufficiently powerful Sword of Luck. A Sword of Luck formed in his hand, and the next second, it suddenly disappeared, and everyone heard a scream. The Sword of Luck had pierced into the divine pet's body. Eternal freeze couldn't freeze the Sword of Luck. Lin Moya controlled the Sword of Luck, stabbing 3 times in succession. After 3 stabs, the Sword of Luck dissipated, and the divine pet's aura decreased significantly. Everyone could feel the change, and each Dao Sovereign's face showed joy. Before they could celebrate for half a second, Lin Moya's voice sounded in their minds, "Don't relax, stay alert." The Dao Sovereigns immediately put away their smiles, maintaining vigilance. Lin Moya once again condensed the Sword of Luck. Dealing with the divine pet, one attack with the Sword of Luck might not be enough, so he had to continue. The Sword of Luck not only weakened its luck but also truly harmed it with the power of illusion. He summoned the Sword of Luck again, 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords. Lin Moya could feel the divine pet's luck decreasing, but not by much. He felt it was far from the bottom, with room to decrease further. The lower the luck, the more powerful the explosive luck technique. The Sword of Luck merely reduced luck. The real killer move was the explosive luck technique. The third time he condensed the Sword of Luck, it transformed into a poisonous sword. The Dao Sovereigns were shocked at the sight of the poisonous sword. Though they couldn't understand it, they could feel its terrifying nature. If they were struck by it, it would be troublesome. The poisonous sword flashed, deeply piercing the divine pet. The divine pet screamed, its body shaking violently. Its body expanded, terrifying power emerging, and eternal freeze began to crack. The cold 9-star lord's face changed slightly. "It's desperate, I can't hold on for long." Lin Moya said, "Hold on a bit longer, it's almost done." The divine pet's power grew immense, and eternal freeze was cracking. Lin Moya condensed another Sword of Luck. The Sword of Luck, harming the enemy 1,000, harms oneself 200. Condensing the Sword of Luck 4 times in a row was a huge strain on Lin Moya, consuming a lot of luck. Plus, simulating the divine pet's movements had already consumed a lot of luck, making this loss significant. The 4th Sword of Luck shot out like lightning, striking in an instant. The next moment, a peculiar aura rose from Lin Moya. Explosive luck technique. The divine pet's body exploded, the explosion sudden and inexplicable. With a boom, the divine pet's rising aura abruptly stopped, its aura becoming extremely weak. Blood burst from its body, freezing on the ice. The divine pet's body was riddled with wounds, severely injured in an instant. "It's really injured. How did it suddenly explode, like it self-destruct? How was it done? Silent, invisible, intangible, this is the power of the great Tao of illusion, truly unpredictable. It seems the divine pet is doomed this time. I said there couldn't be an unkillable existence, we just didn't find the right method. Even if we found the right method, so what? Do you have the power of illusion?" The Dao Sovereigns began to discuss again, very pleased. Lin Moya shouted, "Quiet, stay alert." All the Dao Sovereigns instantly fell silent, looking at each other. At that moment, they felt a sense of authority from Lin Moya. For a Dao Sovereign 7th realm, an elder of a top force, to be scolded by a heavenly sovereign, there was probably no second example on the origin continent. The divine pet was severely injured by the explosive luck technique, its desperate demeanor gone, its aura plummeting to Dao Sovereign 4th realm. It was infected by the cold, unable to move. The cold 9-star lord said, "I feel like I can kill it now." Lin Moya raised an eyebrow, "Then you can try." He instructed all the Dao Sovereigns to remain vigilant, preparing to simulate luck again. If it couldn't be killed, they couldn't let the divine pet escape. The cold 9-star lord let out a low shout, and eternal freeze emitted a piercing crack. The cracks rapidly increased, and Eternal Freeze shattered. Along with Eternal Freeze, the Divine Pet shattered into countless pieces, without a drop of blood spilled, all frozen. Lin Moyo activated the Eye of the Undead, his gaze narrowing. It's not completely dead yet. He saw that the Divine Pet's soul still existed, severely injured, only a remnant, but not completely dead. As the thought arose, the Divine Pet's remnant soul let out a scream. Another wave of soul impact, much fiercer than before, directly initiated by the soul. Everyone present, including the Cold Nine Star Lord, was momentarily lost. Lin Moyo wasn't spared. The scream contained some unknown great Dao power, irresistible. Fortunately, it was brief, just a moment. When Lin Moyo regained his senses, he found the Divine Pet's remnant soul had entered his soul world, exuding an intense aura of disgust. The soul's perception was sharper, the disgust more intense. Trying to possess me. The Divine Pet's remnant soul invaded his soul, its purpose clear. Lin Moyo's soul smirked. Possession? The last thing I'm afraid of is soul possession. The Divine Pet charged as a stream of light, and Lin Moyo shouted, "In my domain, who do you think you are?" The great Tao of time and space activated simultaneously, making time and space chaotic. The Divine Pet lost its sense of direction. On the Origin continent, Lin Moyo's great Taos of time and space had limited effect, but in his domain, the great Taos of time and space could easily exert powerful might. As the Divine Pet lost direction, Lin Moyo's soul cheerfully snapped his fingers. A massive gray flame rose, the long-unused world-burning fire appearing in the soul world, and the next moment, the Divine Pet's remnant soul was engulfed by it. The Divine Pet's remnant soul screamed in pain. Meanwhile, the world-burning fire grew rapidly as it consumed the Divine Pet's remnant soul. This is really something. The world-burning fire hadn't grown in a long time, unable to find suitable nourishment. The Divine Pet's remnant soul entered, and Lin Moyo had a sudden idea, which proved effective. If he didn't use the world-burning fire, he could have used the Calamity Scepter to crush it, but that would have been wasteful. Chapter 2852. Chapter 2852, 2852. Chapter 2852, The Reward of the Great Tao, Living Again. The Divine Pet's remnant soul was quickly burned to ashes, and the world-burning fire grew significantly stronger. The world-burning fire was once recognized by Xiao San as the heavenly punishment fire. Xiao San's knowledge comes from bloodline inheritance, suggesting that the world-burning fire is very similar to the heavenly punishment fire, at least in appearance, or it wouldn't have been mistaken. Lin Moyo felt that the world-burning fire had great potential yet to be tapped, and its effects were definitely not limited to what they were now. He just hadn't been able to fully explore its capabilities. In the future, if the opportunity arises, he should study it more thoroughly. But before that, he must find a way to enhance the world-burning fire whenever possible. Currently, the world-burning fire is still too weak to be of great use. Lin Moyo returned to his senses and found that all the Dao sovereigns, including the Cold Nine Star Lord, were looking at him with questioning eyes. Lin Moyo knew what they wanted to ask. The Divine Pet's remnant soul has been destroyed. The Cold Nine Star Lord said, "We know." Now it was Lin Moyo's turn to be puzzled. How did they know? What happened in his soul world was not visible to them. Lu Shudeo reminded Lin Moyo, the aura. Lin Moyo suddenly understood the Divine Pet's remnant soul carried an aura of disgust. After entering his soul world, that aura naturally emanated from him. Now that the Divine Pet's remnant soul was destroyed, that aura disappeared. From this, they could tell that he had killed the Divine Pet's remnant soul without needing any explanation. The Dao sovereigns were evidently curious about how he managed to kill the Divine Pet's remnant soul. Even weakened, it wouldn't be weaker than a Dao sovereign fourth realm. And no matter how strong he was still just a high-level heavenly sovereign. Soul battles are extremely dangerous, yet he was able to kill it so easily, naturally arousing their curiosity. However, they were tactful enough not to ask. One of the Dao sovereigns said softly, "The Divine Pet is dead. We finally don't have to be buried with it." He used the term buried with, which, though not entirely appropriate, was quite accurate. They weren't voluntarily going to be buried with it, they were forced into it. The Cold Nine Star Lord was about to speak when a powerful aura descended. The sky above the Origin secret vault suddenly changed, and everyone saw the starry sky. Someone exclaimed, "These are the great Dao stars of the Origin continent." On the Origin continent, there are great Dao stars, each representing a Star Lord, and beyond that, the Great Dao. The Great Dao is above the stars, rarely visible, yet now it appeared voluntarily. The Cold Nine Star Lord was the most knowledgeable about the Great Dao among them, having seen the Great Dao stars several times. He said, "We killed the Divine Pet, and the Great Dao will grant us a reward." The Dao sovereigns were shocked. "There's a reward." The Cold Nine Star Lord said, "The Great Dao is just, it punishes wrongdoing and rewards merit. Extraterrestrial gods are despised by the Great Dao, so killing the pet of an extraterrestrial god naturally earns a reward. Though the reward won't be as great as killing an extraterrestrial god, it shouldn't be too little." Someone asked, "Star Lord, what will the reward be?" The Cold Nine Star Lord shook his head. "I don't know. The Great Dao has its own arrangements." At this moment, 3 stars in the sky lit up. These stars represented the Falling Star Lord, the Two Wind Star Lord, and the Cold Nine Star Lord. Then, the remnant souls of the Falling Star Lord and the Two Wind Star Lord appeared simultaneously. Both were clearly surprised, unaware of what had happened or why they suddenly appeared here. The Two Wind Star Lord asked, "Cold Nine, what's going on?" The Cold Nine Star Lord said, "No need to ask, you'll know soon." As he spoke, 3 beams of light descended from the distant stars, landing on the 3 of them. Their auras changed immediately, and the remnants of their souls suddenly showed signs of life. The Falling Star Lord's eyes shone. "I actually have a chance to be reborn." The Two Wind Star Lord was also stunned. "Me too, I don't have to die." The Cold Nine Star Lord said, this is the reward of the great Tao. We can live again, though we'll lose our positions as Star Lords and all our memories, but our talents will be retained, allowing us to cultivate rapidly. He looked at the falling Star Lord and the two-wind Star Lord. Are you satisfied with this reward? The falling Star Lord laughed. For someone about to die, living again is more than enough. Even if I return as a mortal, I would be willing. The two-wind Star Lord said, of course, living again is all that matters. I didn't expect you all to actually kill the divine pet. I'm impressed. As he spoke, his gaze swept over, finally landing on Lin Moyo. No need to say, it must have been Lin Moyo's doing. If it were the Dao sovereigns, they would have done it long ago. At this moment, strands of the great Dao appeared in the sky, corresponding to each Dao sovereign. The great Dao each Dao sovereign comprehended was different, so the great Daos that appeared were naturally different. Without exception, these great Daos bestowed rewards, and all the Dao sovereigns benefited. My realm has loosened. I won't take long to break through to the 8th realm after returning. I feel the same after years of hard work. I can finally break through. This is the reward of the great Dao. It's truly wondrous. Indeed, the great Dao reward enhances one's realm, and my path will surely be smooth. Having killed the divine pet, everyone contributed, so everyone received a share of the reward. After receiving their rewards, they realized that Lin Moyo, who contributed the most, should receive the greatest reward. They all looked at Lin Moyo, eager to see what reward he would get. Lin Moyo was also a bit expectant, curious about what reward he would receive. After everyone else received their rewards, it was finally Lin Moyo's turn. The gray and white undying great Dao appeared, followed by the space great Dao and the time great Dao, almost simultaneously. Lin Moyo cultivated several great Daos, so several great Daos appeared. The appearance of 3 great Daos already left everyone astonished. Lin Xiao actually cultivates 3 great Daos. Not just that, Lin Xiao also has a great Dao of illusion, making it 4 great Daos. For great Daos cultivated together, a high-level heavenly sovereign at just over 2,000 years old. This isn't just genius, it's monstrous. Throughout history, there's never been a monster like Lin Xiao. Unprecedented and unparalleled. Amidst everyone's exclamations, a 4th great Dao appeared. It wasn't the luck great Dao but a very unfamiliar great Dao. Lin Moyo had never seen this great Dao and was puzzled as to why he had it. When this great Dao appeared, the cold 9 Star Lord, the falling Star Lord, and the two-wind Star Lord all showed shock. The two-wind Star Lord said, I feel an urge to kneel. The falling Star Lord said, I feel it too. What is this great Dao? It feels so noble. The cold 9 Star Lord shook his head. I don't know, I've never seen it before. This great Dao was pitch black, without any luster, and its reality couldn't be discerned. Lin Moyo remained silent, not knowing what this great Dao was or why it appeared here. Then, a 5th great Dao appeared. This time, it was the luck great Dao, shrouded in mist, faintly visible. 5 great Daos suddenly emitted light, falling on Lin Moyo. Chapter 2853. Chapter 2853, 2853. Chapter 2853, I don't know you. Under the illumination of the great Dao's light, Lin Moyo felt his power beginning to increase rapidly. At the same time, countless insights flooded in, whether he wanted them or not, as if forcefully stuffed into him. Lin Moyo's soul was fully occupied, absorbing and digesting everything. Having just reached the high-level heavenly sovereign realm, his level began to rise again, advancing toward the peak heavenly sovereign. Insights came in waves, one after another, surging in. Lin Moyo's understanding of the great Dao deepened, and finally, he realized what that dark great Dao was. It turns out to be the 1,000-star great Dao. Lin Moyo had seen the 1,000-star great Dao mentioned in the data, but it was only mentioned briefly, without explaining what the 1,000-star great Dao actually was. Even now, Lin Moyo only knew that this great Dao was the 1,000-star great Dao, but not what it meant or why it appeared here, delivering insights directly to him. During the process of killing the divine pet, Lin Moyo contributed the most, especially in the end when he personally killed the divine pet's remnant soul. So Lin Moyo received the most rewards from the great Dao. His aura grew stronger and stronger, reaching its peak within a few minutes, and then his realm shattered, advancing him to the peak heavenly sovereign level. But the advancement stopped there, and he didn't continue to break through. Breaking through again would mean becoming a Dao sovereign, and breaking through to Dao sovereign isn't that easy, and even if he could, Lin Moyo didn't want to. So Lin Moyo voluntarily stopped his breakthrough. He began his own clever maneuver. Taking advantage of the great Dao's reward, Lin Moyo seized the opportunity to start condensing Dao patterns. Previously, condensing Dao patterns only resulted in an outline, taking several days, as the difficulty of Dao patterns was higher than expected. Moreover, the more Dao patterns there were, the harder they were to condense. Most importantly, he was still just a heavenly sovereign. If he became a Dao sovereign, the difficulty of condensing patterns would decrease significantly. But that's not what Lin Moyo wanted. He aimed to condense at least 6 Dao patterns before becoming a Dao sovereign. Of course, this was just the basic goal. If possible, Lin Moyo wanted to condense even more Dao patterns. The more Dao patterns, the more powerful. To achieve his invincible ideal, he must continuously break limits, defy conventions, and forge a path unique to himself. With the help of the great Dao's reward, Lin Moyo became incredibly close to the great Dao, and the speed of condensing Dao patterns increased significantly. The power of the great Dao formed the outline of the Dao pattern, and Lin Moyo infused his insights into the great Dao, forming the core of the Dao pattern. In just a few minutes, a Dao pattern successfully appeared and automatically flew into his soul. This was Lin Moyo's second Dao pattern, the first having merged into the luck talisman, becoming a luck rune. What should I do with the second Dao pattern? It's not the right time yet. The power of the great Dao is still present, and I can continue to condense. Just as he thought this, all the power of the great Tao retreated like a receding tide. It was as if the great Tao noticed what he was doing and left disdainfully. Lin Moya smiled wryly. Do you have to be so realistic? I was just borrowing a bit of your power. He was helpless if the great Tao didn't give it, he couldn't force it. Congratulations, Lin Xiao, on advancing to the peak Heavenly Sovereign. The Tao Sovereign realm is just around the corner. Voices of congratulations reached his ears, as the Tao Sovereigns congratulated Lin Moyo. At this moment, he appeared different in their eyes, no longer just an ordinary Heavenly Sovereign. Over 2,000 years old, mastering 5 great Taos, and on the verge of entering the Tao Sovereign realm. A Tao Sovereign under 3,000 years old, with 5 great Taos, one of which is the great Tao of illusion. Any one of these accomplishments would be enough to overshadow contemporary heavenly prides. Moreover, these almost impossible feats were concentrated in one person. Such a prodigy, they didn't know how to evaluate. Lin Moya returned the greetings, as they were all seniors, and proper etiquette was necessary. The cold 9-star lord looked at Lin Moyo. I am about to be reborn. I want to entrust my Star Lord legacy to you, to find a suitable successor. The 2 Lin Star Lord also said, I entrust my legacy to you as well. You must help with this. The falling Star Lord's legacy was already in Lin Moya's hands, and now the cold 9-star lord and the 2 Wind Star Lord also wanted to give theirs to him. Lin Moyu, being accustomed to many obligations, readily agreed, no problem, I will definitely find suitable successors. If not, I'll take it on myself. The cold 9-star lord said sternly, no, you must walk the great Tao, not follow our path. The 2 Wind Star Lord said, indeed, taking our path would be too wasteful. If you can't find a successor, wait for us to be reborn and find us. All the Tao sovereigns gave him a surprised look, thinking he was keeping it in the family. Lin Moya joked, you're being reborn with the power of the great Tao, why follow the old path? The 2 Wind Star Lords said, the path of the great Tao is not easy, but I will try. If it doesn't work, and you can't find a suitable successor, remember to find me. The cold 9-star Lord and the falling Star Lord both turned their heads, speechless, as if saying, I don't know you. The cold 9-star Lord said, if there's nothing else, we 3 are ready to be reborn, and the secret vault will dissolve. Lin Moya clasped his fists, I wish the 3 of you success in attaining the great Tao in this life. The cold 9-star Lord waved his hand, and all the cold water shattered. The cold air turned into white mist, boiling up, and the cold 9-star Lord's body glowed, condensing into a white ice crystal that flew into Lin Moya's hand. The cold 9 ice crystal, this was his Star Lord legacy, equivalent to the falling Star Lord's falling star bow. The 2 Wind Star Lord laughed, may the gentle breeze always accompany you, watching over the 9 heavens. A cold and a hot wind swept up the 2 Wind Star Lord, shooting into the sky. At the same time, a leaf fell from the sky into Lin Moya's hand. The green wind leaf, this was the 2 Wind Star Lord's legacy. The falling Star Lord chuckled, young friend, may we meet again in the future. As he spoke, he turned into a point of starlight, disappearing into the sky. The entire secret vault shook and trembled, beginning to dissolve. It wasn't collapsing due to the great Tao's rules. The 3 Star Lords had simultaneously withdrawn the secret vault. The aura of the origin continent surged in, and the secret vault quickly disappeared, shattering like dust and foam. A familiar scene entered his vision, and Lin Moya found himself back at the lake bottom. With him were 31 Tao sovereigns, while the 3 Star Lords had been reborn, their whereabouts unknown. This was a benefit granted by the great Tao, something ordinary people could never enjoy. We're finally back. We really made it back, it's nostalgic. I thought we'd die in there, thanks to Lin Xiao. Not far away, Xia Yuan and others stared in disbelief. Xia Yuan, he actually succeeded. Ancestor Wujian said, we sent so many Tao sovereigns and heavenly prides in, yet none compared to him. Wang Hongdao squinted slightly, this boy is truly a prodigy. His tone was somewhat peculiar, and Xia Yuan glanced at him. Wang Hongdao, don't get any ideas, or the 3rd ancestor and I will personally visit you. Wang Hongdao chuckled, I'm just expressing admiration, Xia Hideo, don't misunderstand. Father. Suddenly, a clear voice called out, and Lu Fenjiao rushed over with joy. Chapter 2854. Chapter 2854, 2854. Chapter 2854, can hide my own matters anymore. Lu Fenjiao, a Tao sovereign, at this moment, acted like a child, throwing herself into Lu Shidao's arms. Tears fell uncontrollably. Everyone could see that the two had a very deep bond. Lin Moya walked towards Xia Yuan and the others, greeted by complex looks, especially the Saintess of the Immortal Lotus and others. During the time Lin Moya was inside, they learned a lot about the Starwind secret vault. Many heavenly prides had returned in defeat, some losing their lives, perishing, with over 100 Tao sovereign 7th realm experts falling. They never expected Lin Moya to bring anyone back. It was already impressive if Lin Moya could return safely himself. Yet he appeared so suddenly, not only returning safely but also bringing people back. How did he manage to do it? What exactly happened inside the secret vault? How did he accomplish what even Tao sovereign 7th realm ancestors couldn't? Is he really that smart, or just lucky? Amidst their complex gazes, Lin Moya approached Xia Yuan. Senior, I did not fail in my mission. Xia Yuan squinted, his old face breaking into a smile. Very good, very good. Ancestor Wujian asked, Young one, how did you do it? Lin Moya took out a jade plaque and handed it to Xia Yuan. The situation inside the secret vault is all here, please take a look. Xia Yuan took the jade plaque, quickly scanning its contents with his soul power. His old eyes sparkled with surprise, so that's how it is. He handed the jade plaque to Ancestor Tianjian and Wang Hongdao, you two take a look as well. Both looked at the jade plaque, learning the situation inside the Starwind's secret vault, and couldn't help but show shock. They exchanged a glance, making a decision through their silent exchange. Zaya Yuan addressed the Dao sovereigns. Congratulations on returning safely. The Dao sovereigns all saluted Zaya Yuan. Greetings, senior. Zaya Yuan took out a Dao stone. Everyone, please make a great Dao oath not to disclose anything about the Starwind's secret vault. These ancestors understood the gravity of the situation and immediately made the great Dao oath. The matters of the Starwind's secret vault would remain a secret within them. After they made their oaths, Zaya Yuan said, "Please wait here for a moment, we have some matters to discuss, and then we'll return together." After speaking, he returned, looking at Lin Moya with a complex expression. Lin Moya chuckled, "I understand the rules, it's just a great Dao oath, I'll make it." Zaya Yuan thought for a moment, then shook his head, "Forget it, you don't need to." Lin Moya was slightly surprised, "Such preferential treatment for me." Zaya Yuan snorted, "You know too much if you had to make a great Dao oath for everything, who knows how many you'd have to make." Indeed, Lin Moya knew too much. Zaya Yuan even suspected that Lin Moya might know more about some things than they did, and whether the jade plaque Lin Moya handed over truly contained all the details was uncertain. Zaya Yuan kept this in mind, considering it a gesture of goodwill to Lin Moya, not requiring him to make a great Dao oath. Perhaps there might be a chance to learn more from Lin Moya. The same tests of the Immortal Lotus and others were itching with curiosity, their desire for knowledge exploding. They knew there must be big secrets inside the Starwind's secret vault, but those ancestors were all required to make a great Dao oath, preventing them from revealing anything. Now, their only source of information was Lin Moya. Sensing their gaze, Lin Moya immediately said, "Don't think about getting anything out of me, I won't say a word. Listen to me, those secrets inside, while secrets, won't help your cultivation. When you reach the Dao Sovereign's 7th or 8th realm, you'll naturally know." Lin Moya knew his words might not quell their curiosity, but he spoke the truth. Whether they listened or not was up to them. Zaya Yuan said, "The Starwind's secret vault has disappeared, we should head back. Let's go, back to the merchant city, then everyone can return home." A large boat sped across the land of the eastern continent. Soon, the boat arrived at a location. Lin Moya keenly sensed the presence of an origin spirit vein here. The aura was faint, likely a small branch of the origin spirit vein extending here. In the distance, a city could be seen hundreds of kilometers away. This city was located on the origin spirit vein, a human city, though whether it belonged to the Lufeng Merchant Association was unknown. The eastern continent was vast, and Lin Moya's understanding of it was still far from complete. The flying boat landed, and Zaya Yuan said, "Wait a moment, the third ancestor will take us back." He had already contacted the third ancestor, who, as the master of the origin spirit vein, had the ability to teleport them all back, saving a lot of travel time. Half a minute later, the ground shook, and origin power surged from the ground like a spring, quickly enveloping everyone. The world shifted, and vision blurred. When their sight cleared, they found themselves outside the merchant city. Zaya Yuan said, "All right, everyone can disperse now, remember your oaths." Everyone saluted Zaya Yuan and thanked Lin Moya. Their words were simple but sincere, each inviting Lin Moya to visit their sect. After all, they were the ancestors of their respective sects, and if Lin Moya visited, he would be an honored guest. Lin Moya had saved their lives, a debt not easily repaid. Zaya Yuan looked at Ancestor Wujian and Wang Hongdao. "Are you two planning to see the third ancestor now?" Ancestor Wujian nodded. "With the Starwind's secret vault matter concluded, we should see the third ancestor." Wang Hongdao also said, "This matter shouldn't be delayed." If not for the Starwind's secret vault, they would have sought the third ancestor earlier to discuss the Dao Sovereign method. Now that the Starwind's secret vault was resolved, they naturally wanted to see the third ancestor as soon as possible. As for their sect members, they didn't need to worry. These people were ancestor-level figures, free to choose whether to stay or go. Ancestor Wujian handed Lin Moya a small wooden sword. "You're welcome to visit our heavenly sword sect, this is my token, please keep it." Lin Moya accepted it without hesitation. "Thank you, Ancestor Wujian, I'll visit when I have the chance." Wang Hongdao chuckled and also handed over his token. "Feel free to visit the Dao-seeking sect, our scenery is quite nice, suitable for both short and long stays." Lin Moya accepted it politely, not refusing any invitations. The two left to see the third ancestor. Zaya Yuan said quietly, "The Heavenly Sword sect is worth visiting, but forget about the Dao-seeking sect. Wang Hongdao is cunning, and the Dao-seeking sect isn't peaceful." Lin Moya smiled. "Thank you for the reminder, Senior Zaya, I know." He had a grudge with the Dao-seeking sect. Zhao Dongxing was killed by him, and the Great Sword Dao Sovereign also died because of him. Not only did they die, but they also became his resurrected followers. Although the Cold Water Holy Land took the blame, he didn't believe the Dao-seeking sect was unaware. If he went to the Dao-seeking sect, he might not come out again. Lu Fenjiao and Lu Shudao approached, and Lu Fenjiao handed 2 jade bottles to Lin Moya. "These are your longevity pills." Seeing Lu Fenjiao's gaze, Lin Moya knew that his matters couldn't be hidden anymore. Chapter 2855. Chapter 2855, 2855. Chapter 2855, Who comprehended the thousand-star Great Tao. The previous longevity pill was actually coaxed from Lu Fenjiao, and Lin Moya didn't take it himself, even though he pretended he did. When he gave the longevity pill to Lu Shudao, Lin Moya knew it would be exposed, and he didn't intend to hide it. He was mentally prepared and even thought of an explanation. "Sister Fenjiao, karma is truly fascinating. The implication was that if he hadn't kept the longevity pill, Lu Shudao wouldn't have been able to take it. That's karma. The cause and effect are indeed fascinating. Lu Fengjao, being clever, followed Lin Moya's words. It is indeed fascinating. Keep these 2 longevity pills safe. Lin Moya smiled. How could I refuse? He said he was embarrassed, but his hands were honest, already taking the jade bottles. Lu Fengjao gave Lin Moya a look. Thank you for bringing my father back. I'll go home with him first and come find you in a few days. Everyone dispersed, leaving only Xia Haiyuan. Xia Haiyuan said cheerfully, do you have time for a cup of tea? Lin Moya replied, I couldn't ask for more. Xia Haiyuan took Lin Moya to his residence in the merchant city, where he had a large estate. Xia Haiyuan didn't belong to any sect or holy land, but he was close to the third ancestor and could be considered part of the Lufeng Merchant Association. He didn't usually go to the southern continent, spending most of his time in the eastern continent, handling many matters for the third ancestor. Some even considered Xia Haiyuan the third ancestor's spokesperson. Xia Haiyuan led Lin Moya to a beautifully crafted tea pavilion, took out tea utensils, and began brewing tea. Xia Haiyuan moved slowly, meticulously performing each step, as he had a particular passion for tea. While brewing, Xia Haiyuan said, I don't like using those automatic tea-making treasures. They make tea convenient but lose the essence of tea. Drinking tea is like life. Many things must be personally experienced to understand the sweet and bitter. Lin Moya didn't flatter him. I don't have such refined tastes. As long as the tea is good and suits my taste, that's enough. It's like when someone says forcibly picking a melon makes it less sweet, but if I like that melon, I'll pick it regardless of sweetness. Xia Haiyuan laughed. Your thinking isn't wrong. As cultivators, we must have our own ideas when pursuing the great Tao. As they spoke, Xia Haiyuan finished brewing the tea and personally poured half a cup for Lin Moya. Try it. Lin Moya tasted it. Excellent spiritual tea, but if you want me to describe it in detail, I can't. Xia Haiyuan laughed. Good is enough. No need for all the details. I've heard enough flattery over the years, so we don't need to speak falsely. Lin Moya said, I can guess what you want to ask, and since you didn't make me swear a great Tao oath, I understand. Most of what happened in the Starwind secret vault is recorded in the jade plaque. There's only one thing not recorded, which is what I want to ask you about. Xia Haiyuan sipped his tea with a smile. Go on. Lin Moya said, after killing the divine pet of the extraterrestrial god, all participants received rewards from the great Tao. The 3 Star Lords were rewarded with reincarnation opportunities. Although they lost their positions as Star Lords, their future paths will be broader. I can feel that during their reincarnation, their luck is incredibly strong, and they will surely have smooth futures. The other Tao Sovereign ancestors also received rewards, with their realms loosening, likely allowing them to break through to the Tao Sovereign 8th realm upon returning. Since I was the one who killed the divine pet and its remnant soul, I received the most rewards. You know that I cultivate multiple great Taos, and this time, I gained an additional great Tao from the rewards. Now I have 5 great Taos. At this point, Lin Moya seemed a bit helpless. With each additional great Tao, the difficulty of cultivation increases significantly, and it's not just a simple multiplication. 5 great Taos mean the difficulty is far more than 5 times greater. Xia Haiyuan sipped his tea. I slightly narrowed with a smile. 4 or 5, what's the difference for you? Even if others have only 1 great Tao, at your age, they might just be supremes. Lin Moya said, but I've never seen this great Tao before. Have you heard of the 1,000-star great Tao? Xia Haiyuan paused, showing a puzzled expression. 1,000-star great Tao? I think I've heard of it somewhere. Lin Moya said, I also saw the 1,000-star great Tao mentioned in some data, but I don't know more specific information. I tried to comprehend the 1,000-star great Tao, but I couldn't find a way in. If I abandon this great Tao, it feels wrong. Lin Moya could abandon the 1,000-star great Tao, but his intuition told him it was better not to. He trusted his intuition but couldn't find a way to cultivate the 1,000-star great Tao. Seeing Xia Haiyuan's expression, it seemed he wasn't familiar with the 1,000-star great Tao either. Xia Haiyuan thought for a moment but couldn't find information on the 1,000-star great Tao. He called out to the void, Xiaolian, find all the information on the 1,000-star great Tao. In the merchant city, the one truly omniscient was the manager, Lu Lian. A few seconds later, Lu Lian provided the results, projecting the information in front of them. The 1,000-star great Tao is an ancient great Tao that has disappeared for many years. Its specific function wasn't in Lu Lian's database. Lin Moya felt a bit disappointed. If even Lu Lian didn't know, who else could? Xia Haiyuan frowned. The third ancestor is currently in a meeting. I'll ask him later. Have you ever practiced any techniques related to stars? From the name, the 1,000-star great Tao should be related to stars, and this great Tao is very ancient, rarely appearing. Lin Moya thought and suddenly remembered the Starlight Law he had long abandoned. After arriving on the origin continent, the Starlight Law never found a corresponding great Tao, and over time, it was abandoned. Lin Moya once thought the Starlight Law was a unique law of the great world, perhaps derived from a great Tao, but its connection had become very weak. He explained his past practice of the Starlight Law. Xia Haiyuan thought and said, it should be the Starlight Law. You can try to sense its current state. Lin Moya nodded, sensing his Starlight Law. His expression gradually changed. It really is it. I feel the stars I once condensed are now imbued with a wisp of great Tao power. Xia Haiyuan laughed. Everything has a cause. Nothing happens without reason. The appearance of the 1,000-star great Tao is because of your past practice of the Starlight Law. You can try starting with the Starlight Law. Perhaps you'll find the method to cultivate the 1,000-star great Tao. Lin Moya nodded. I'll give it a try. Xia Haiyuan asked Lin Moya more about the divine pet. He asked in detail, and Lin Moya could sense Xia Yuan's interest in the divine pet. Whatever Xia Yuan asked, if Lin Moya knew, he didn't hide it, and for things he didn't know, he added some of his speculations. After drinking tea for a while, an urgent voice sounded outside the tea pavilion, who comprehended the thousand-star Great Tao. Chapter 2856. Chapter 2856, 2856. Chapter 2856, naturally inclined to be a fixer. Space twisted, forming a simple spatial passage. The third ancestor's voice, tinged with urgency, came rushing out of the spatial passage. He had been trading with two other ancestors, and as soon as the transaction was complete, he received Xia Yuan's message and immediately opened the spatial passage. Hearing his voice, Lin Moya realized that the thousand-star Great Tao might be very unusual. The third ancestor was always calm, having lived for so many years and possessing a special status. Remaining unflustered had become second nature to him. No matter how big the matter, it was nothing to him. But now he seemed a bit anxious, indicating that the thousand-star Great Tao must be extraordinary. Xia Yuan also sensed the third ancestor's unusual behavior, realizing that the thousand-star Great Tao was not ordinary. The space twisted more violently, and powerful origin energy surged as the third ancestor directly opened a passable spatial passage. Come over here. Xia Yuan put down his teacup and joked, let's go see what our third ancestor has to say. Lin Moya also laughed as he stood up, let's see what the thousand-star Great Tao is, to make the third ancestor so unsettled. The two stepped into the spatial passage, and after a brief teleportation, arrived in the mysterious space where the third ancestor resided. Once again feeling the chaos of time, Lin Moya couldn't help but wonder, after all these years, aren't you bored? Staying here for countless years without leaving, it's worse than being in prison. At least in prison, you can get some fresh air. Lin Moya thought that in the entire origin continent, if anyone was the most reclusive, it would be the third ancestor. The third ancestor stared at Lin Moya. Did you comprehend the thousand-star Great Tao? Lin Moya shook his head. Let me clarify, I didn't comprehend it. It appeared on its own during the Great Tao reward. The third ancestor waved his hand. Whatever it is, summon it for me to see. Lin Moya waved his hand, summoning the thousand-star Great Tao. A dark, lightless Great Tao appeared beside him. It didn't look appealing at all, unlike other Great Taos that have their own characteristics, whether brilliant, hazy, or vibrant. It was just black, with no light, like a black ribbon, with nothing else. Lin Moya tried to sense it, but felt nothing, not even the origin energy. He even suspected that this Great Tao was dead, and what he had was just a corpse. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and the third ancestor appeared before him, his gaze deep and fixed on the thousand-star Great Tao. The thousand-star Great Tao, it really is the thousand-star Great Tao. His voice trembled, and not just his voice, his body also shook slightly. He was very excited, unable to contain himself. Lin Moya asked, Third ancestor, what exactly is the thousand-star Great Tao? Xia Yuan was also curious. Third ancestor, if you know, please tell us. The third ancestor's emotions gradually calmed, and he took a deep breath. The thousand-star Great Tao is a primordial Great Tao. First, you need to understand that the thousand-star Great Tao doesn't mean 1,000, it means infinite. Lin Moya fully understood this. In cultivation, numbers often don't represent their literal meaning. For example, the phrase 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, where 3 represents many or infinite. People often say 3,000 Great Taos, not meaning 3,000, but infinite Great Taos. Then you must know that Great Taos also have different levels. A simple distinction is between primordial Great Taos and ordinary Great Taos. Ordinary Great Taos are generally derived from primordial Great Taos, considered subdivisions, while primordial Great Taos are their rulers. For example, the 5 Great Taos of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth all originate from the 5 elements Great Tao. Through the third ancestor's explanation, Lin Moya began to understand the essence of the Great Tao. He hadn't realized that there was a distinction among Great Taos, always thinking a Great Tao was just a Great Tao. It's often said that there's no useless Great Tao, only useless cultivators. Whether a Great Tao is powerful depends on the cultivator. Now it seemed that wasn't entirely true. Primordial Great Taos naturally suppressed the ordinary Great Taos they derived. Not just Lin Moya, but Xia Yuan also seemed to be hearing this for the first time. Lin Moya asked, if primordial Great Taos are so powerful, why don't cultivators seek to comprehend them? And I see no one on the origin continent knows of their existence. The third ancestor snorted, do you think primordial Great Taos are easy to comprehend? Do you know how difficult it is? If everyone knew about them, they'd all chase after them. Needless to say, the number of current Tao sovereigns would drop by 90%. After speaking, the third ancestor glared at Lin Moya. Don't speak so lightly, just because you can comprehend it doesn't mean others can. Lin Moya chuckled awkwardly, I was just saying, why so worked up? Indeed, if everyone tried to comprehend primordial Great Taos, abandoning ordinary ones, what if they couldn't comprehend them? They'd be stuck at a certain realm, unable to progress. For the human race as a whole, it wouldn't be beneficial. Ordinary Great Taos, while less powerful, are still usable. As long as one's realm is high enough, they can still defeat cultivators of primordial Great Taos with ordinary ones. Xia Yuan asked, is the knowledge of primordial Great Taos exclusive to you, third ancestor? The third ancestor said, the king of the Sea of Realms knows, as does that guy from the demon race, the dragon god of the dragon race, the insect emperor of the insect race, and that immortal tree of the 100 Herbs Alliance, but they won't speak of it. It seems quite a few know, but none have spoken of it. Now, there are 2 more, Xia Yuan and Lin Moya. Lin Moya asked, what are the primordial Great Taos? The third ancestor said, many, like the sole Great Tao you comprehend, is a primordial Great Tao, though it hasn't evolved into ordinary great Taos. Besides the sole great Tao, there's time, space, causality, fate, yin-yang, and the 5 elements, all primordial great Taos. Some primordial great Taos evolve into several ordinary great Taos. Listening to the third ancestor, Lin Moya realized his time, space, and luck great Taos were all primordial great Taos. The undying great Tao, his life Tao, was no less than these, also a primordial great Tao. Lin Moya even suspected the life great Tao might have evolved from the undying great Tao. These great Taos were understandable, but the 1,000-star great Tao still puzzled him. If the 1,000-star great Tao is a primordial great Tao, why is it like this? The third ancestor said, it wasn't always like this, but due to some accident, it became this way. Previously, the 1,000-star great Tao was dormant, now it's awakened. You can try to repair it, restoring its former glory. Repairing a great Tao. Back in the great world, Lin Moya had to repair the divine path. Now he was tasked with repairing a great Tao, making him wonder if he was naturally inclined to be a fixer. Still, he asked, how do I repair it? The third ancestor said, the 1,000-star great Tao governs all constellations, and each star represents a Star Lord. You can collect Star Lord legacies to restore the constellations to the great Tao. You've obtained the legacies of 3 Star Lords, which can be used to repair the 1,000-star great Tao. Chapter 2857. Chapter 2857, 2857. Chapter 2857, Exchanging Star Lord Legacies for Star Lord Legacies. The 1,000-star Great Tao is actually the primordial Great Tao of all constellations. Each constellation in the starry sky, the coveted position of Star Lord by countless people, is merely a point of starlight within the 1,000-star Great Tao. Lin Moya muttered to himself, no wonder it's called the 1,000-star Great Tao. Xia Yuan, with some curiosity, said, try it. Lin Moya nodded, took out the legacy item given by the cold 9 Star Lord, and was about to try it when he suddenly thought of another issue. Third ancestor, if I integrate the legacy item into the 1,000-star Great Tao, what about the cold 9 Star Lord's legacy? He had promised the cold 9 Star Lord to find a suitable successor for him. A promise made cannot be broken. The third ancestor said, it won't have any effect. Lin Moya trusted the third ancestor's words and allowed the cold 9 Star Lord's legacy item to interact with the 1,000-star Great Tao. The legacy item smoothly integrated into the 1,000-star Great Tao without any hindrance. The sensation was quite magical. The 1,000-star Great Tao was merely a projection summoned by Lin Moya, and the actual Great Tao wasn't present. Yet the Star Lord's legacy item was real, a tangible object, and it seamlessly merged with the projection, despite being separated by millions of miles. Lin Moya thought, perhaps this legacy item originally came from the 1,000-star Great Tao, and now it's just returning. A point of light appeared on the 1,000-star Great Tao, flickering faintly, and the Great Tao was no longer entirely dark. As Lin Moya integrated the cold 9 Star Lord's legacy item into the 1,000-star Great Tao, the world of Great Tao stars outside the origin continent trembled. A dark Great Tao silently appeared among the myriad stars, and upon its appearance, it emitted a terrifying aura. The aura wasn't powerful but immensely noble, like a high king, weakened yet still full of regal presence. Within the Great Tao, countless people sensed the appearance of the 1,000-star Great Tao and turned to look. One by one, the Tao masters opened their eyes, their gazes materializing, crossing the starry sky, and landing on the 1,000-star Great Tao. The 1,000-star Great Tao has awakened. Someone has comprehended the 1,000-star Great Tao. Who is it? Does this mean the once 1,000-star Great Tao is returning? The 1,000-star Great Tao remained motionless, positioned at the center of all stars, becoming the king of all stars. Then, a star flew towards the 1,000-star Great Tao. This was the star representing the cold 9 Star Lord, and it automatically entered the 1,000-star Great Tao, bringing light to the dark Great Tao. The power of the 1,000-star Great Tao began to rapidly recover, growing stronger and gradually radiating throughout the origin continent. As the instigator, Lin Moya was the first to sense the power emanating from the 1,000-star Great Tao. The 1,000-star Great Tao was only truly activated at this moment. Waves of insights surged in, requiring no effort on his part to comprehend. The 1,000-star Great Tao delivered them directly, and he only needed to accept them. Lin Moya finally understood the strength of the 1,000-star Great Tao. It is the primordial Great Tao of all Star Lords, and before it, all Star Lord positions must bow. However, the true strength of the 1,000-star Great Tao lies beyond this. Lin Moya seemed to see a magnificent scene. The Great Tao trembled, countless Star Lords flew out from the Great Tao, forming battle formations under the command of the Tao Master, unmatched in combat power. When the 1,000-star Great Tao existed, those Star Lords were beings of the Great Tao realm. Later, the 1,000-star Great Tao fell asleep, and without the primordial Great Tao, the Star Lord positions could only be equivalent to the Tao Sovereign realm. Some weaker Star Lords could only be compared to the Tao Sovereign 8th or even 7th realm. But now, the 1,000-star Great Tao has returned, meaning the path for Star Lords can be traversed again. However, currently, the Star Lords cannot return to the Great Tao. Now, only Lin Moya comprehends the 1,000-star Great Tao, and only he can manipulate it to allow them to return. There's also the question of whether they are willing to return. If they wish to return to the 1,000-star Great Tao, they must obey Lin Moya. Regardless of Lin Moya's realm, he is now the sole comprehender of the 1,000-star Great Tao, leaving the Star Lords with no choice. Lin Moya then integrated the legacy items of the Falling Star Lord and the 2 Wind Star Lord into the Great Tao. The 1,000-star Great Tao gained 2 more stars, becoming brighter, and its power increased again. More waves of insights came, and Lin Moya's understanding of the 1,000-star Great Tao deepened. With 3 stars returning, Lin Moya's comprehension of the 1,000-star Great Tao reached the heavenly sovereign level. He estimated that with about 10 stars returning to the 1,000-star Great Dao, the insights gained would be enough for him to advance to the Dao Sovereign. He now had a goal, to collect Star Lord legacy items and restore them. Lin Moya's eyes shone brightly as he looked at the third ancestor. Third ancestor, I remember the Merchant Association has Star Lord legacy items, right? The third ancestor squinted at Lin Moya, and from his expression, Lin Moya knew he was definitely planning something. He probably wanted to set some other conditions. Just using origin crystals likely wouldn't be enough. After a moment, the third ancestor's voice slowly sounded, indeed, there are, but what do you plan to use to buy them? Star-Lord legacy items represent the position of Star-Lord, not something that can be bought with origin crystals. Lin Moya said, don't you already know what I have? Just tell me directly, and I'll see if I can get it. The third ancestor thought for a moment, didn't you just get 3 Star-Lord legacies? You can use them to exchange. Exchanging Star-Lord legacies for Star-Lord legacies, what a deal. Lin Moya quickly understood the third ancestor's intention. The Star-Lord legacies held by the Lufeng Merchant Association were not from the top 28 Star-Lords but from some weaker ones. Even if someone obtained the position of Star-Lord, it would only be equivalent to the Dao Sovereign 7th or 8th realm at most. To put it bluntly, the third ancestor wasn't interested. Only the top Star-Lord positions could catch the third ancestor's eye. That was the previous situation, but now it seemed different. Lin Moya feigned ignorance. With the return of the 1,000-star Great Dao, those Star-Lord legacies can eventually enter the Great Dao and become Great Dao realm. Why wouldn't you want them? The third ancestor chuckled. Even in the Great Dao realm, there's a difference. Those who took the wrong path, even if they become Great Dao realm, what then? Do they have a path forward? Lin Moya suddenly understood. You mean the top Star-Lord legacies still have a path forward? The third ancestor nodded. Though they can't become Dao masters, they can still go far. Immortality isn't true immortality. The further you go, the higher the possibility. Lin Moya understood. I can agree to your exchange terms, but I have a condition. Go on. I promised the Star Lords to find suitable successors, so I can't give you the legacy items directly. You can designate a successor, and if I find them suitable, I'll pass the legacy to them. And the falling Star Lord's legacy, I can't give it up. I still need it. If you agree, we can discuss further. If not, then forget it. Lin Moya laid it out clearly, waiting to see if the third ancestor would agree. The promises he made must be fulfilled. Chapter 2858. Chapter 2858, 2858. Chapter 2858, you truly are a businessman. Lin Moya was firm in his stance. If the third ancestor didn't agree, there was no need to continue the conversation. Even if he couldn't buy the Star-Lord legacy items from the Lufeng Merchant Association, Lin Moya wouldn't regret it. At worst, he would slowly search for them himself, believing that with his luck, he would eventually find them. If necessary, he could delay his advancement to Dao Sovereign. Lin Moya was confident that with his luck, he would find what he needed. If the third ancestor intended to use it as leverage, it would be useless. The third ancestor thought for a moment and said, since you have a promise with the Star Lords, I won't force you. Tell Xiaolian your requirements, and let her pick the people for you to see. The third ancestor decided to go along with Lin Moya's decision and let him choose. If he found satisfactory and suitable candidates, their transaction could proceed. Lin Moya thought for a moment and listed his requirements based on the cultivation attributes of the Cold 9-Star Lord and the 2-Wind Star Lord. He was meticulous, considering even the smallest details. Xiaolian, following Lin Moya's requirements, began the selection process. The Lufeng Merchant Association was vast, with at least 1 million members. Most were in the eastern continent, with some in the southern continent and other continents. Lulian had detailed records of all these members, from their birth to their growth, including every cultivation session, family, personality, and conduct. Based on Lin Moya's criteria, Lulian quickly selected suitable candidates. There were 12 candidates for the Cold 9-Star Lord's legacy. There were 6 candidates for the 2-Wind Star Lord's legacy. To inherit the Cold 9-Star Lord's legacy, one must be close to the Great Dao of Ice, and the purer, the better. Perception was secondary. The main requirement was purity and focus. For the 2-Wind Star Lord's successor, they needed strong perception to comprehend 2 types of wind. These winds were opposites, such as light and heavy, cold and hot, fast and slow. Lulian presented all the candidates' information to Lin Moya for selection. Xiaolian's selections were all geniuses, with strong qualifications and good perception. Lin Moya focused on their character. Those who met Lin Moya's requirements were already outstanding individuals. Character was analyzed from their daily words and deeds and attitudes towards matters. After analysis, Lin Moya found that these people had good character. The Lufeng Merchant Association's model was somewhat like the human race of the Great World, with Lulian similar to the human emperor, managing the entire association. In this model, everyone had to act according to rules, and those who didn't were eliminated early. Lin Moya reviewed them. These people are all fine. Are they in the eastern continent? If so, gather them for me to see. The third ancestor said, you want to see their luck, right? Lin Moya nodded. Yes, whoever has the strongest luck will get it. If it's just about luck, no need to gather them. Xiaolian, show the 2 with the best luck. The scene before Lin Moya changed, leaving only 2 people. One met the Cold 9-Star Lord's legacy requirements, the other met the 2-Wind Star Lords. The third ancestor said, every member of the Lufeng Merchant Association has their luck checked regularly. Are you satisfied with these 2? Lin Moya nodded. No problem. With the capabilities of the Lufeng Merchant Association, they could naturally obtain treasures to check luck. Lin Moya had no doubts about the third ancestor's words. He took out 2 legacy items from the 1,000-star Great Dao. Although the legacy items left the thousand-star Great Tao, the starlight within remained brilliant. The true starlight came from the Great Tao stars outside the origin continent, and outside the origin continent, 3 stars had already merged with the thousand-star Great Tao and would not separate again. What Lin Moya took out were merely the legacy items of the stars, which would no longer affect the thousand-star Great Tao. The third ancestor took the legacy items of the cold 9-star Lord and the 2 Wind Star Lord, smiling broadly, not bad, not bad. Once the thousand-star Great Tao revives, these top Star Lord legacies will be valuable. 2 Star Lords, if they could reach the end, would be 2 Great Tao realm powerhouses, far stronger than those wayward Holy Land ancestors. Then the third ancestor had Lu Lian deliver the Star Lord legacy items. There were 6 in total, but none were from top Star Lords, which was why the third ancestor hadn't used them. For him, quality was more important than quantity. Lin Moya was different, he wanted more, the more the better. Exchanging 1 for 3 was worthwhile in his view. Lin Moya didn't hesitate, summoning the thousand-star Great Tao and tossing all 6 legacy items into it. The thousand-star Great Tao gained 6 more stars, bringing the total to 9. However, these 6 stars were noticeably dimmer than the previous 3. That's the difference. Even if someone became a Star Lord with these 6 stars, reaching the Great Tao realm, their combat power would still be inferior to some top Great Tao realm beings. The gap within the Tao Sovereign realm was significant, and the gap within the Great Tao realm would be even greater. In the Great Tao stars above the origin continent, 6 more stars voluntarily flew into the thousand-star Great Tao. The stars rumbled and trembled, and the thousand-star Great Tao emitted more origin power. The origin power had a precise target, crossing space to land on Lin Moya. A flood of insights came, and Lin Moya's grasp of the thousand-star Great Tao deepened. Lin Moya couldn't help but think that with just a few words, he and the third ancestor had decided the fate of 2 people. The 2 chosen individuals would never imagine how they became Star Lord successors. They might think it was due to their hard work, but it was really just good fortune. In a moment of realization, Lin Moya felt he had reached another level, deciding others' fates with a few words. Unknowingly, he seemed to have become a higher-up in the origin continent. After the transaction, Lin Moya asked, "Third ancestor, I want to know if there are any Star Lord legacy items for sale." The third ancestor answered bluntly, "No, what are you thinking? If there were, I would have sent someone already, it wouldn't be your turn." Lin Moya laughed, "The third ancestor has high standards, some legacies might not be to your liking." The third ancestor said, "Though there are no definite leads, there are many rumors of origin secret vaults you can buy. You never know, those origin secret vaults might contain Star Lord legacies, like the Starwind secret vault." Lin Moya gave a thumbs up. "Third ancestor, you truly are a businessman." The third ancestor chuckled, "Of course, you can discuss this business with Lu Lian directly, I won't be involved." "Brother Zayaha, it's about time you started cultivating. Correcting the path you've strayed from will take time." Zayaha Yuan nodded, "I know, once you've finished this transaction, I'll start cultivating." Zayaha Yuan's path was similar to those wayward ancestors, but he was younger and had the third ancestor's help, giving him a chance to correct it. The third ancestor squinted at Lin Moya. "When you went to the Godslaying sect, did you get 5 jade stones?" Lin Moya knew the third ancestor must have spoken with the Godslaying sect's leader, as he hadn't mentioned it to the third ancestor. He didn't deny it. "Yes, I did get 5 jade stones." The third ancestor's tone became serious. "Keep those 5 jade stones safe, and remember, don't activate them until you reach the Great Tao realm. Otherwise, not only you but many others could die." Chapter 2859. Chapter 2859, 2859. Chapter 2859. Inheritance is also a form of wealth. Leaving the space where the third ancestor resided, Lin Moya was still contemplating the last words spoken by the third ancestor. At that time, the third ancestor's tone was very serious, a strong warning. "The sect master of the Godslaying sect told me that the secret vault contains wealth left by those at the Great Tao realm. But the third ancestor told me not to open them until I reach the Great Tao realm." Secret vaults, them. Lin Moya keenly grasped the difference in their words, which was the key point. Neither of them would lie. The secret vault must be a secret vault, but not just one. The 5 jade stones are keys to the secret vault, and there may be more than one vault they can open. In the third ancestor's words, regardless of which vault, they are extremely dangerous. If opened recklessly, not only would I die, but many others would too. This implies that the danger in the secret vaults might be related to the extraterrestrial gods. The sect master also mentioned that the secret vault contains much wealth left by those at the Great Tao realm. Wealth can take many forms, and inheritance is certainly one of them. Lin Moya gradually sorted out his thoughts. The third ancestor's warning not only served as a caution but also had life-saving implications, allowing him to consider many possibilities. Perhaps even the third ancestor didn't realize how useful his words would be. Originally, Lin Moya planned to open the secret vaults after reaching the Tao Sovereign 7th realm, but now it seemed he should wait even longer. Returning to his courtyard, Lin Moya began reviewing the information he purchased from Lu Lian. He bought information about secret vaults. There are many secret vaults in this world, and the Lufeng Merchant Association couldn't possibly explore every one. If they did, they would undoubtedly become the world's enemy. Many secret vaults are not located in the southern continent or the eastern continent but in the northern and western continents. For now, Lin Moya wasn't considering the vaults in those 2 places. He wasn't interested in the southern continent either. Lin Moya was currently looking at the secret vaults in the eastern continent. There are currently 8 known secret vaults in the eastern continent, scattered across various locations. 3 of these vaults are near the demon race's territory, with one in a closed state and the other 2 opening occasionally. Another vault is near the battlefield between the dragon and insect races. This one is open year-round, but few go there. If unlucky, encountering the dragon or insect races would be dangerous. The dragon race is very arrogant, looking down on everyone. In the human territory, there are only 2 vaults, with one not in a closed state. The last 2 vaults are currently open, but they are very far away. They don't belong to any race, rather, they are the territory of spirit beasts. Anyone entering risks being attacked by spirit beasts. Lin Moya frowned. Could it be the Eastern Spirit Empire? The map he had didn't mark the Eastern Spirit Empire. Probably only a few people knew the real location of the Eastern Spirit Empire. The Eastern continent is so vast, Lin Moya couldn't guess. After much consideration, Lin Moya decided to first visit the nearest secret vault. The vault is called the Thunder Vault, about 30 million kilometers from the merchant city. At the speed of an origin shuttle, it would take about 10 days of full-speed flight. Lin Moya thought of Zaya Yuan's flying boat. Incredibly fast 30 million kilometers might take just a day. But that was just wishful thinking. Even if given such a flying boat, he couldn't operate it. Putting aside unrealistic thoughts, Lin Moya refocused and began condensing Dao patterns. He had already condensed one Dao pattern and gained some experience. Even if interrupted midway, it wouldn't matter, it wouldn't affect him. With more practice, he could even use it in combat. Lu Fenjiao said she would come in 2 days. If not for waiting for her, Lin Moya could have left immediately. Sure enough, 2 days later, Lu Fenjiao and Lu Shudao arrived together. Lu Fenjiao was the happiest about Lu Shudao's safe return. Although the third ancestor was their ancestor, he didn't seem to care much about Lu Shudao. Instead, the third ancestor was very concerned about Lu Fenjiao. It made sense. The Lu family was large, and losing a Dao sovereign 7th realm like Lu Shudao wouldn't cause much of a stir. At most, it would be the loss of an ancestor, which might be painful but not crippling. Lu Fenjiao was different. She was the chosen successor of the third ancestor, who invested heavily in her, making her life the most important. Lin Moya welcomed them in, and Lu Fenjiao solemnly said, "Thank you, Lin Xiaodai, for helping me bring my father back." Lin Moya said, "Didn't you already thank me? No need to be so formal, Sister Fenjiao." Lu Fenjiao laughed. "Regardless, I must thank you." Serious for less than 3 seconds, Lu Fenjiao reverted to her usual self. Lin Moya asked, "Sister Fenjiao, you asked me to wait 2 days. Is there something you need?" Lu Fenjiao nodded. "Yes, yesterday the hurricane warship arrived from the demon race, and there's something on it I thought you might want, so I brought it for you." Lu Fenjiao, since becoming a Dao sovereign, had many privileges within the Lufeng Merchant Association. Her authority sometimes surpassed even the mid-level Dao sovereign 4th realm members of the Lu family. She had the right to know what was on the hurricane warship. Lin Moya was curious. What could the demon race have? Lu Fenjiao smiled mysteriously and handed something directly to Lin Moya. "See if you want it." What she handed over was a bone, silver in color, with golden lines flowing on its surface. Sensing it with his spiritual sense, Lin Moya felt the bone's intense spirituality and strong origin power. Lin Moya's heart skipped a beat. Lu Fenjiao had given him a spiritual material, and a high-grade one at that. Holding the spiritual material, Lin Moya said, "Thank you, Sister Fenjiao." Lu Fenjiao giggled, "I knew you'd want it." Lin Moya nodded, "I do need it. How much does it cost, Sister Fenjiao?" Lu Fenjiao said, "It's a gift, not for sale." Lin Moya said, "That doesn't seem right. Spiritual materials are valuable." Lu Fenjiao said, "No matter how valuable, is it worth more than my father's life?" Lu Shudao chuckled, "Lin Xiao, just accept it. It's just a piece of spiritual material." Lu Fenjiao said, "Exactly, I have that much authority." Lin Moya didn't stand on ceremony and accepted the spiritual material. Lu Fenjiao said, "I have a few more things you might want, but this time they'll cost you." Lin Moya laughed, "All right, name your price, Sister Fenjiao." Lu Fenjiao knew what Lin Moya needed, and next, she took out a remnant of a 4th-level origin spirit vein, valuable even as a remnant. Lu Fenjiao named her price, and Lin Moya didn't haggle. Having just received so much, he couldn't haggle. Of course, Lu Fenjiao's price was reasonable, at market value. Then Lu Fenjiao took out another 4th-level origin spirit vein, and Lin Moya bought it without hesitation. Spiritual materials, origin spirit veins, and remnants of origin spirit veins were all things Lin Moya needed. These items were rare and not easily found. Lin Moya was very grateful that Lu Fenjiao remembered him. The third ancestor, in his space, witnessed the transaction and sighed, "So generous." Chapter 2860. Chapter 2860, 2860. Chapter 2860, Why condensing Dao patterns is not difficult at all. After chatting with Lin Moya for a while, Lu Fenjiao left, but not before Lin Moya asked her to find suitable materials for him. Besides the 3 items mentioned, he also asked for a Star Lord's legacy item or related information. Although he knew it wouldn't be easy to obtain, it didn't hurt to ask. After Lu Fenjiao left, Lin Moya entered his soul world to start feeding. The spiritual material went into the mouth of Infinite Fusion, which digested it without any visible change in appearance. However, Lin Moya knew it had grown stronger, even if it wasn't needed for anything at the moment. The origin spirit vein was fed to the bone hell, which grew amid rumbling. Last time, the bone hell consumed a 3rd-level origin spirit vein, causing only minor changes. The hellish fiends remained at the Dao Sovereign First Realm, with a coverage range of 1,000 kilometers, and the patterns on the Hellgate became more refined, reaching a combat power equivalent to the Dao Sovereign Third Realm. The third-level Origin Spirit Vein hadn't caused a qualitative change in the Bone Hell, so Lin Moya didn't know what the fourth-level Origin Spirit Vein would do. He could only wait. After the Bone Hell swallowed the fourth-level Origin Spirit Vein, the magma boiled violently, erupting with columns of fire. The hellish fiends screamed in unison. The entire hellish world was in turmoil. The first change appeared at the Hellgate. The patterns on the Hellgate became clearer and more refined. About one-third of the Hellgate was covered in intricate patterns. The second change was in the Eye of Hell, which ignited with flames, growing stronger and emitting a dense origin power. This origin power came from the Origin Spirit Vein, very pure. Lin Moya carefully sensed it and found that the origin power emitted by the Eye of Hell seemed somewhat similar to the lunar origin. Though it burned with flames, it felt extremely cold, contrasting sharply with the hellish magma. Lin Moya couldn't understand this change, but it wasn't important. The Eye of Hell had indeed grown stronger, its powerful force surging. Lin Moya had no doubt that anyone at the Dao Sovereign First Realm would suffer greatly if swept by the Eye of Hell. Even if they survived, they'd be injured. Below the Dao Sovereign, it would be a massacre. The third change was in the nether black pool beneath the Hellgate. The nether black pool began to emit black gas, spinning several times faster, as if something was about to emerge. Lin Moya sensed it and knew the nether black pool was close to a breakthrough. The Origin Spirit Vein's power was strong, and the Bone Hell was being strengthened layer by layer, the magma boiling more fiercely, and the Bone Hell's range finally began to expand. The coverage range increased from 1,000 kilometers to 2,000 kilometers. The hellish fiends split continuously, increasing from 1 million to 2 million. After splitting, the hellish fiend's aura didn't decrease but instead rose, quickly breaking through to the Dao Sovereign's second realm. The Bone Hell's advancement was smooth, with significant increases in both range and combat power, except for the otherworldly flower and the 10 fireballs in the sky, which remained unchanged. Lin Moya felt that even a Dao Sovereign Fourth Realm would struggle to escape if surrounded by the Bone Hell, unless they had a powerful treasure or a particularly strong Great Dao True form. Within the same realm, the Bone Hell was almost invincible. The remnants of the fourth-level Origin Spirit Vein belonged to the World Tree. The World Tree took the Origin Spirit Vein remnants under its roots, using the remaining origin power as nourishment. The World Tree grew again, producing many world fruits and spiritual flowers. Lin Moya felt that the spiritual flowers' effects seemed to have increased again, but there was no qualitative change. The World Tree was still in its growth phase, not yet advancing to the next stage. The World Tree's growth was very slow, requiring high-level Origin Spirit Vein remnants and his own realm to improve. In Lin Moya's understanding, the World Tree was his talent tree and his companion tree. Without his growth, the World Tree couldn't truly grow. Only by becoming stronger could the World Tree grow with him. He was the true foundation of the World Tree. The World Tree extended a branch, gently rubbing against Lin Moya's waist, expressing its affection. In the eyes of the World Tree, Lin Moya was the closest person, without exception. 6 million kilometers from the merchant city, amidst the mountains, Lin Moya appeared at the foot of a mountain, accompanied by spatial distortion. After determining the direction, Lin Moya took out the Origin shuttle and flew towards the sky as a stream of light. He had the third ancestor use the Origin Spirit Vein to send him here, saving several days of travel. For such a small request, the third ancestor naturally agreed. Lin Moya controlled the Origin shuttle while multitasking, condensing Dao patterns. The third Dao pattern was gradually forming, and so far, Lin Moya hadn't felt any pressure. Everything seemed smooth. He didn't feel that condensing Dao patterns was difficult at all. It's really strange. Before reaching the Dao Sovereign Realm, the first Dao pattern is supposed to be very difficult, and each additional one exponentially increases the difficulty. But I don't feel anything. The first Dao pattern appeared naturally, the second formed almost instantly with the Great Dao reward. Now it's the third one, still no difficulty. At this rate, it should be done in 10 days. Compared to those who take hundreds of years, this is lightning fast. Lin Moya found it strange, wondering why this was happening. Even with multiple Great Daos, it wasn't a reason for this ease. Thinking again, even with a soul at the Dao Sovereign Third Realm, it wasn't a reason for such ease. Cultivation rules are not easily broken. Moreover, he could multitask, condensing Dao patterns with ease. This situation felt surreal to Lin Moya. He remembered his first encounter with runes in the Great World, where it seemed the same. What was difficult for others to master, he learned at a glance, achieving perfection after a few uses. The same happened with formations. What others studied for centuries, he grasped in hours. It seemed that whatever he learned, he mastered quickly. What is going on? Lin Moya thought for a long time but couldn't understand, so he set it aside. 5 days later, Lin Moya felt even more adept at condensing Dao patterns, requiring little effort. He began to multitask, dividing his attention to study formations. He studied device formations and rune formations together, continuing to explore how to merge them. His current formation skills allowed him to easily set up 6th-level formations. Whether device or rune formations, 6th level posed no problem. Even integrating runes into device formations wasn't an issue, though those runes couldn't form a standalone formation, merely enhancing the device formation rather than combining two types. Lin Moya continued his research, knowing that success would greatly enhance formation power. Merging two 6th-level formations could rival a 7th-level formation. Chapter 2861. Chapter 2861, 2861. Chapter 2861, Time Reversal, Waiting for Rain and Thunder. 12 days later, the Origin shuttle stopped in front of a city. Lin Moya slowly opened his eyes, and in his soul world, the third Dao pattern was shining brightly. In 12 days, multitasking, he successfully condensed the third Dao pattern. At the same time, he made progress in his research on merging two types of formations. With a little more time, he could succeed. Through the origin shuttle, Lin Moya saw the situation before him. In front of him was a ruin, and from the scale of the ruins, it was clear that it was once a medium-sized city. Lin Moya left the origin shuttle, personally sensing the lingering aura here. There must have been a great battle here, with lingering origin power. This origin power comes from the demon race. Lin Moya was 70% sure that the city was destroyed by the demon race. The lingering origin power was still strong. With a slight smile, he activated the Eye of the Undead and saw that many soul flames were still hidden within the city. Though they tried to hide their aura, they couldn't escape Lin Moya's perception. Just right, the bone hell needs feeding. Lin Moya snapped his fingers, space twisted, and the bone hell descended silently. Magma flowed everywhere, and the hellish fiends pounced like wolves. But they couldn't move faster than the Eye of Hell, which opened, sweeping with a powerful soul impact, shattering the soul flames hidden in the city. The corpses were then devoured by the hellish fiends, leaving nothing behind. In an instant, the entire ruin was leveled. The ground looked as if it had been plowed anew, perfectly flat. The hellish fiends truly devoured everything, regardless of what it was. Lin Moya even suspected that given enough time, they could devour the entire origin continent. And the Great Tao, could they even devour humanity? So far, Lin Moya hadn't found anything they couldn't eat, only a few things they couldn't yet chew through. The hellish fiends were indiscriminate eaters, accepting all. Lin Moya walked into the former city area, his gaze wandering around. The Thunder Vault should be here, so why can't I see it? The Lufeng Merchant Association's information shouldn't be wrong, so why? He trusted the Lufeng Merchant Association's information, but now even the ruins were cleared, and the ground was like a grey wasteland, with no sign of the Thunder Vault. Lin Moya wasn't in a hurry. He went to the center of the former city. Let me see. The Time Great Tao appeared beside him, its flow enveloping the surroundings, the power of the Great Tao vibrating, and time began to reverse. He wanted to see what had happened to the city, how it was destroyed, and where the origin vault was. Now that he had reached the peak heavenly sovereign level, he was much stronger than when he first arrived on the origin continent. His understanding of the Time Great Tao had deepened, allowing him to reverse time. His soul had also reached the Tao Sovereign Third Realm, an important foundation for time reversal. Under the Time Great Tao's influence, the time imprint of the city began to appear in his vision. First, the ruins appeared, leveled by Lin Moya using the Bone Hell. Then the ruins reappeared, and events that had occurred there began to unfold. Not long ago, human cultivators had arrived. 3 heavenly sovereigns came, all mid-level, clearly on a training mission. After arriving, they were ambushed by the demon race, and the 3 fled, their whereabouts unknown. Going further back, more humans were ambushed by the demon race, with several killed. Continuing back, human cultivators kept coming, some strong enough to counterattack after being ambushed. But after exploring for a while, they found nothing and left. Time kept rewinding, and in a year, dozens of battles occurred, almost one every few days. Many demons died, and human cultivators weren't spared either. Such battles were common across the eastern continent. Through a year's time reversal, Lin Moya had his answer. There must be something wrong here, or the demon race wouldn't keep coming. As time reversed further, the consumption of soul power increased. After just 2 years, the consumption of soul power exceeded the world tree's replenishment rate. 3 years should be enough in the Great World. I could reverse time for 1,000,000 years. But now, on the origin continent, I can only reverse 3 years. The gap is still vast. Lin Moya felt he was getting closer to the truth and continued the time reversal. Finally, at 2.5 years, it started to rain where the city stood. Over 2 years, it had rained many times, but this rain was different. This rain was a thunderstorm. And as the rain began, several demon Dao sovereigns appeared in the ruins, along with human Dao sovereigns. There weren't many, about 5 on each side. They faced off in the rain. The sky turned black, clouds covering the sun, and a thunderclap sounded. The origin vault appeared in the scene. In an instant, Lin Moya's soul power consumption skyrocketed, increasing hundreds of times. The time reversal abruptly stopped, and Lin Moya's face turned pale. In that moment, his soul power was nearly exhausted. The world tree worked to replenish Lin Moya's soul power, and his aura gradually recovered. What just happened? When the Thunder Vault appeared, my soul power consumption spiked. Could it be that my Time Great Tao, when reversing to the Origin Vault, causes a massive soul power drain? Ordinary Origin Vaults shouldn't do this, unless this one is unusual. The Origin Vault must involve the Origin Great Tao, making it difficult to reverse. That's the only explanation. There must be a secret in this Origin Vault. The Thunder Vault needs a thunderstorm to appear. If so, I'll have to wait. Lin Moya looked at the sky. It was clear with no clouds, so rain wasn't coming soon. He recalled the rains he saw during the time reversal, which started suddenly. One moment it was clear, the next it was pouring. But not every rain brought a thunderstorm. Ordinary rain couldn't reveal the Thunder Vault. If he had to wait, it might take some time. Lin Moya thought, why not try? He summoned the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger. The Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger controlled the Thunder Great Tao, and it followed Lin Moya's command, summoning the power of the Great Tao. In an instant, thunder rumbled in the sky, and light danced. But nothing happened around. The Thunder Vault didn't appear. Looks like I'll have to wait for a real thunderstorm. Who knows how long that will take? Lin Moya put away the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger and retreated over 1,000 kilometers. He casually set up a 4th level formation to hide his aura. He waited for the thunderstorm, multitasking by condensing the fourth Tao pattern and studying formation fusion. Chapter 2862. Chapter 2862, 2862. Chapter 2862. Why condensing Tao patterns isn't difficult at all. To others, one can only focus on one thing at a time. During cultivation, it's even difficult to pay attention to the outside world. But for Lin Moya, multitasking feels as simple as eating or drinking. Back in the great world, he discovered he had this ability. He could draw different runes with both hands simultaneously, or even create avatars to draw runes together. Lin Moyo himself doesn't even know the limit of his multitasking ability. Now, condensing Tao patterns and researching formations simultaneously poses no pressure for Lin Moyo. He even has the leisure to engage in simple conversations with the human emperor. From the human emperor, he learned that Udeo's city has been developing smoothly recently, with everything proceeding methodically. The human emperor has organized most of the information Lin Moyo obtained and started classifying and analyzing it, which is a huge task requiring considerable time. Mainly, the human emperor's realm is somewhat lacking. If his realm were like Lu Lian's, the processing speed would be much faster. 30 days later, the fourth Tao pattern was condensed. According to the classification method of the God-slaying sect, Lin Moya now qualifies as a direct disciple. However, Lin Moya doesn't feel he's reached his limit and believes he still has plenty of capacity to continue condensing Tao patterns. 100 days later, the fifth Tao pattern was formed, and Lin Moya still didn't feel he had reached his limit and could continue. The more Tao patterns there are, the higher the difficulty of condensing them, and the slower the speed. Lin Moya deeply felt this. The speed indeed slowed down, but the difficulty seemed not to have increased much, just taking more time. The first pattern formed automatically, the second with the help of the Great Tao reward, the third took about 10 days, the fourth 20 days. The fifth took 70 days, and the sixth took a full 300 days. On the 400th day of being here, the sixth Tao pattern was finally successfully condensed. 6 Tao patterns shone brightly in his soul, each pattern filled with the rich power of the Great Tao, constantly interacting with the Great Tao. The power of the Great Tao emanated from the Tao patterns, casting a hazy glow over his entire body. His physical body bathed in the glow of the Great Tao, gradually transforming. Lin Moyo could clearly sense his body growing stronger. From the appearance of the third Tao pattern, a magical connection formed between the patterns, making them like a whole, mutually amplifying and strengthening each other. The more Tao patterns, the greater the power of the patterns. This is exactly like the multi-star spell system. The whole formed by 6 Tao patterns makes each pattern at least twice as strong as the initial single Tao pattern. Lin Moya felt he still had the capacity to continue condensing more Tao patterns. The power of the Great Tao was abundant, and Lin Moya felt he was constantly bathed in the Great Tao. Were it not for the existence of the 1,000-star Great Tao, he could now step into the Tao Sovereign realm, becoming an extremely powerful first realm Tao Sovereign. In 400 days, he not only condensed Tao patterns but also made breakthroughs in the fusion of formations. Lin Moya finally understood how to fuse formations. One by one, origin crystals flew out, quickly forming the simplest first-level device formation. Then Lin Moya drew runes, creating a rune formation. This rune formation and device formation were almost identical in structure and of the same functional level. The only difference was that one was a rune formation, and the other a device formation. Then Lin Moya fused the two formations, and unsurprisingly, they fused smoothly, as if naturally. At this moment, the formation was infinitely close to a natural formation. Lin Moya sensed that after fusing two first-level formations, a new formation was formed, with greatly enhanced power, surpassing most second-level formations. Faintly, he saw a great Tao within the formation, a great Tao belonging to formations. 400 days of continuous insight, and I finally understand how to fuse formations. On the Origin continent, formation masters who can perfectly fuse device and rune formations are few and far between. At least Senior Lu Fengqing hasn't achieved this. He's only at the first step, using runes to enhance formations, not yet achieving true formation fusion. Formation fusion requires setting up the same formation separately using device and rune methods, then fusing them. The two formations must be identical for a successful fusion. Any flaw will cause failure. This is Lin Moya's advantage, as his strong spiritual sense allows him to set up perfectly identical formations, achieving perfect fusion. Lin Moyo exhaled deeply. He had Tao patterns and understood formation fusion. 400 days of cultivation and insight were not wasted. Next is to improve proficiency, a task requiring patience. Ultimately, he aims to multitask, setting up device and rune formations simultaneously, achieving fusion as the formation forms. In his soul world, he simulated repeatedly, constantly increasing proficiency. Condensing Tao patterns didn't stop, and the outline of the 7th Tao pattern was gradually forming. The 7th Tao pattern's condensation was increasingly slow, and Lin Moyo estimated it would take about 1,000 days to complete. On the 560th day of Lin Moya's stay here, a wave of great Tao power silently spread. Lin Moyo immediately sensed the great Tao power and its source, the location of the Thunder Vault. The Thunder Vault contained great Tao power, which is why time reversal consumed so much soul power. The great Tao power was rich in thunder attributes, connecting heaven and earth, and the sky gradually darkened. A sudden wind arose, and clouds appeared out of nowhere, as if a downpour was imminent. In over 500 days, it had rained before, but never with great Tao power. The Thunder Vault is about to appear. Its own power is the key to opening it. No wonder external lightning had no effect. Lin Moyo put away the formation, suddenly sensing several powerful auras flying in from all directions, entering the ruins. Seeing these arriving Tao sovereigns, Lin Moyo recognized them from the time reversal. 5 demon Dao sovereigns and 5 human Dao sovereigns that were here last time and have come again. Boom! With a clap of thunder, a torrential downpour fell. The rain was so heavy it seemed like the sky had collapsed, and it contained traces of great Dao power, enough to injure even a supreme. The rain turned into a waterfall, compressing visibility to less than 3 meters. Everything indicated that the vault was not simple. With the thunder, a faint light emerged from the ruins, and the thunder vault was slowly appearing. Lin Moya walked into the rain, taking out an umbrella to shield himself. The umbrella was a heavenly sovereign-level treasure, quite powerful, now used just to keep dry. If others saw it, they would call it extravagant. At the center of the former ruins, where the Thunder Vault was located, space was gradually twisting, and the Thunder Vault was slowly revealing itself. There was still some time before it fully opened. On both sides, the 5 demon Dao sovereigns and human Dao sovereigns faced off across the vault. They watched each other warily, eyes full of caution. Footsteps sounded as Lin Moya, holding an umbrella, walked through the rain. Chapter 2863. Chapter 2863, 2863. Chapter 2863, this way, there's a spot. The power of the great Dao in the rain suppressed perception. It wasn't until Lin Moya got close that they sensed him. The 5 demon Dao sovereigns all wore unfriendly smiles, with a mix of mockery and killing intent, staring intently at Lin Moya. The human Dao sovereigns also looked at Lin Moya, but their gazes held no killing intent. Being of the same race, they wouldn't easily resort to violence. Who are you? What are you doing here? One of the Dao sovereigns asked sternly. Lin Moya slightly cupped his fists. I wish to enter the Thunder Vault. He spoke plainly, without any pretense. As soon as he spoke, mocking laughter filled the air, full of disdain. The demon Dao sovereigns laughed loudly. This is one of your human fellows, you handle him. If you can't, we can help. The laughter was wild and arrogant, and it was clear what kind of help they meant. The human Dao sovereign's expressions changed slightly. No need for your help, we can handle it ourselves. Then he turned to Lin Moya. This vault only allows 10 people inside, and there's no spot for you. Another human Dao sovereign said, leave now, we're watching, and they won't do anything to you. Lin Moya could sense their goodwill, even helping him. With 5 of them facing off against 5 demon Dao sovereigns, Lin Moya could leave safely. Otherwise, a heavenly sovereign being targeted by demon Dao sovereigns would have no chance of survival. Lin Moya didn't leave, only 10 spots. The human Dao sovereign nodded. Yes, only 10, so you can't go in. Another Dao sovereign said, with your level, even if you went in, it would be a death sentence. Better not to go. Enough talk, leave quickly. The human Dao sovereigns urged Lin Moya to leave, but he stood there like a pillar, unmoving. The demon Dao sovereigns chuckled cruelly. Looks like this little guy doesn't plan to leave. If you can't persuade him, let us help. Lin Moya suddenly moved, but not to leave. He walked towards the demon Dao sovereigns. Only 10 spots, is that so? Under the slightly surprised gaze of the demon Dao sovereigns, Lin Moya lightly pointed a finger. The bone hell appeared silently, enveloping the 5. The eye of hell swept over them, and screams erupted as the 5 demon Dao sovereigns clutched their heads in agony. The intense soul impact rendered them unresponsive, drowning in endless pain. Magma surged, dragging them into the river of fire, where the hellish fiends pounced and bit. In the magma, flesh and blood flew, screams unending, and in an instant, the 5 were submerged in the river of fire. In just 2 seconds, Lin Moya retracted the bone hell, and the 5 demon Dao sovereigns were gone. Lin Moya turned back with a gentle smile, as if he had done something trivial. This way, there's a spot. The 5 human Dao sovereigns stared blankly at Lin Moya, the disappearance of the demon Dao sovereigns confirming that what they saw wasn't an illusion. In the blink of an eye, 5 demon Dao sovereigns were gone. They were Dao sovereigns, even if only at the first realm, still Dao sovereigns. How could they just disappear? One human Dao sovereign murmured, what did you do? Lin Moya replied, killed them and took a spot. He seemed not to believe it. They're all dead. Lin Moya nodded, dead. Devoured by the bone hell, leaving no trace, truly dead and gone. The 5 human Dao sovereigns, upon knowing the truth, stood there in shock. A heavenly sovereign casually killing Dao sovereigns, and 5 at that. Is this really a heavenly sovereign? How could such a terrifying heavenly sovereign exist? Crack! Lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating the scene for a moment. Lin Moya stood in the rain with an umbrella, his smiling face lit by the lightning. This image fell into the eyes of the Dao sovereigns, giving them an inexplicable chill. After the lightning came the rumbling thunder. Amidst the thunder vault slowly emerged, becoming clearer. Lin Moya said, Seniors, could you tell me about the inside of the vault? If I need to purchase the information, I can pay. Lin Moya's tone was calm, but to them, it felt entirely different. Someone immediately said, no need to buy, the information is here. He tossed a jade plaque over, his movements seemingly tense. Lin Moya caught it and quickly reviewed it. There wasn't much information, taking only a few seconds to read. Lin Moya said, thank you, seniors. I owe you one, and if there's a chance, I'll repay it. The man shook his head repeatedly. It's nothing, no need to repay. Lin Moya smiled and said no more. Silence fell around them, with only the sound of the rain continuing. Lightning flashed again, thunder roared continuously. In the sky, lightning danced wildly, and after a moment, a bolt of lightning struck down, hitting the Thunder Vault. The Thunder Vault opened with a flash of lightning. A strong aura of the Great Dao surged out from the vault, sweeping across the land. Lin Moya smiled. The vault is open, you can go in now, seniors. This time it was the Dao sovereigns who stood still until Lin Moya called again, and they finally reacted. Seeing this, Lin Moya smiled gently. In that case, I'll go in first. I hope you find what you're looking for. Lin Moya stepped into the vault, and after more than 10 seconds, the 5 Dao sovereigns entered. Their expressions were unnatural, as if they had witnessed something unbelievable, complex and hard to understand. Inside the vault, Lin Moya appeared by a stream. The stream flowed along the mountains, and he was in a valley. Boom! Thunder roared, the sky filled with dark clouds, lightning illuminated the forest, followed by deafening thunder. In the distance, a thunderstorm had formed, lightning falling like raindrops, densely packed. He stood on the storm's outer edge, minimally affected. According to the information, everyone enters at the storm's outer edge, and the location is random, different for each person. The center of the vault is the center of the storm. To reach it, one must pass through the storm. The process seems simple, the destination marked, but the challenge is facing the thunder monsters along the way. The thunder monsters are numerous, powerful, and have no physical form, making them extremely difficult to kill. Being attacked by thunder monsters causes paralysis, which accumulates, eventually immobilizing the body. If lucky, holding a thunder stone will transport you outside the vault. If unlucky, without a thunderstone, the thunder monsters will kill you. The vault's rules are simple, favorable for Lin Moyo. Previous Dao sovereigns failed, unable to approach the storm, let alone reach its center. But for Lin Moyo, there was no simpler way. The skeleton generals flew out, clearing the path ahead. Chapter 2864. Chapter 2864, 2864. Chapter 2864, he's courting death again. The storm skeleton generals also emitted the aura of peak heavenly sovereigns, just one step away from Dao sovereigns. When Lin Moyo advanced to peak heavenly sovereign, the skeleton generals and Dragon Rider Legion, including the Legion commanders, did not advance to Dao sovereign. Their combat power increased, but they remained within the heavenly sovereign realm, just one step short of Dao sovereign. Only the skeleton kings reached the Dao sovereign realm when Lin Moyo advanced to high-level heavenly sovereign, and even produced a Dao pattern. Lin Moyo naturally understood why this was the case. There was a huge gap between the heavenly sovereign and Dao sovereign realms. The reason the skeleton kings could cross over was that they concentrated the power of all the undead. It could be said that it was the power of hundreds of billions of undead that allowed the skeleton kings to cross that chasm. The other undead could only rely on their own power, unable to cross this chasm. After reaching peak heavenly sovereign, the undead's power continued to increase, just one step short of Dao sovereign. Sometimes, Lin Moyo had a strange feeling, wondering what exactly counted as peak heavenly sovereign. If he was a peak heavenly sovereign, then what were the skeleton generals and legion commanders? Could the gap within peak heavenly sovereign be so large? Did he really reach true peak heavenly sovereign? Lin Moyo couldn't figure out this question before, but now he had the answer. The answer came from the Dao patterns. When he condensed the third Dao pattern, Lin Moyo felt he could see the path ahead clearly. When the sixth Dao pattern was condensed, the answer was fully revealed. He had indeed reached the traditional peak heavenly sovereign, but not the true peak heavenly sovereign. His realm had reached it, but not the limit. The Dao patterns gathered the power of the great Dao, radiating onto his physical body, causing it to change. After entering the heavenly sovereign realm, the rate of physical body enhancement had fallen far behind the speed of realm advancement. The true limit of heavenly sovereign was not just spiritual power, but also physical body. He had once walked the path of physical body sainthood, but had forgotten it at some point. This time, the appearance of Dao patterns made him pick it up again. Lin Moyo realized that in the era of the God-slaying sect, every Dao sovereign had a very powerful physical body. The existence of Dao patterns would continuously strengthen the physical body. But in the current era, people don't know how to use Dao patterns, so Dao sovereigns' physical bodies only naturally strengthen as their realms increase. Therefore, in this era, the vast majority of cultivators cannot reach the true limit of each realm. This means that cultivators in this era don't have a solid foundation. Building a tall structure on a weak foundation means the higher you go, the harder it becomes. Lin Moyo was now laying a solid foundation for himself, using this as a base to advance to higher levels. The skeleton generals cleared the way for Lin Moyo as he followed the stream towards the center of the thunderstorm. The stream flowed down from the mountain, its direction coinciding with the storm center. The eye of the undead didn't see any soul flames, proving there were no living beings ahead. Still alert, Lin Moyo didn't know what the so-called thunder monsters looked like, and they might not necessarily be living beings. Crack! The secret vault world suddenly lit up, countless electric snakes dancing in the sky. Then, a large amount of lightning fell, exploding less than 100 meters from Lin Moyo. The ground cracked, with large fissures blasted open. The lightning was dense, and within it, monsters of various shapes appeared in view. Thunder monsters. The eye of the undead showed no soul flames in the thunder monsters. These things weren't living beings, but monsters composed of great Dao power. Hundreds of thunder monsters appeared before him. These monsters weren't very high level, only at the high level heavenly sovereign standard. Lin Moyo knew that they were still quite far from the storm center. The closer to the center, the more powerful the thunder monsters would become. The skeleton generals charged towards the thunder monsters, their long swords sweeping out, unleashing pure white sword energy. The sword energy cut through the lightning, engulfing the thunder monsters. The thunder monsters exploded with a bang and disappeared. Lin Moyo's brow tightened slightly as his spiritual sense warned him. He quickly retreated while skeleton generals appeared in front of him. A thunder monster suddenly appeared in front of Lin Moyo, colliding head-on with the newly appeared skeleton general. Boom! Lightning exploded, and the skeleton general was blasted away, countless lightning bolts invading its body. The blasted skeleton general was completely paralyzed, falling to the ground unable to move. The sound of lightning explosions continued endlessly, with many skeleton generals being blasted away, falling into a paralyzed state, unable to move. The thunder monster's attacks were suicidal. Each monster could only attack once. Lin Moyo could feel these skeleton generals being bound by the power of the Great Tao. Paralyzing opponents was one of the main abilities of the Thunder Great Tao. If this secret vault was artificially created, then its creator must be proficient in the Thunder Great Tao, and there might be related legacies here. If it formed naturally, there must be a treasure belonging to the Thunder Great Tao here. Either way, it made this secret vault extremely valuable. Lin Moyo hoped this would be a legacy site left by a Star Lord, which would have a Star Lord's legacy item, allowing him to complete the final link of his Star Great Tao. However, he also knew that this possibility was extremely small. Within the secret vault, he couldn't sense any power belonging to a Star Lord. Requesting flowers. One wave of thunder monsters incapacitated hundreds of skeleton generals, but Lin Moyo didn't mind. These skeleton generals were only temporarily immobilized and would recover soon. If nothing else, there were plenty of skeleton generals. He summoned another large group of skeleton generals to clear the path ahead. Walking over the ground blasted by lightning, the surface had completely cracked open, revealing many pits. Suddenly, Lin Moyo stopped. In one of the pits, he saw a stone. The stone was enveloped in lightning. With a thought, a skeleton general went to pick up the stone. The lightning on the stone didn't cause any harm to the skeleton general. Lin Moyo took the stone, and the lightning flowed over his palm like water, posing no threat. Thunder Stone. Lin Moyo knew this was a thunderstone. Once attacked by thunder monsters and paralyzed, the thunderstone could take you out of the secret vault, serving as a life-saving artifact. Lin Moyo examined the thunderstone, a life-saving artifact. Can it really only be used to save lives? Looking at the thunderstone in his palm, he had a vague feeling that its function wasn't limited to this. His soul power moved to envelop the thunderstone, which turned into a bolt of lightning and drilled into his palm. His palm felt a tingling sensation, but nothing else unusual. The thunderstone needed to be refined before it could exert its effect, otherwise, it was no different from an ordinary stone. Moreover, thunderstones weren't readily available, it depended on luck, and Lin Moyo's luck had always been good. His luck had already exceeded the range that the explosive luck technique could check, always above 100, which meant everything he did would become smoother. Continuing towards the storm center, after walking less than a kilometer, the sky again flashed with lightning and thunder, countless lightning bolts falling. Another batch of thunder monsters appeared, nearly double the number of the previous wave, but their power hadn't increased, still at the high-level Heavenly Sovereign level. This scene would be troublesome for Heavenly Sovereigns to deal with, but for Tao Sovereigns, it was effortless. There were many ways to deal with thunder monsters, the simplest being to use treasures to block them. Tao Sovereigns could easily block thunder monsters using their own Great Tao. Lin Moyo had an idea, activating his undying golden body to directly face the thunder monsters. The thunder monsters dispersed into lightning, some charging towards the skeleton generals, some towards Lin Moyo. Lightning exploded, repeatedly pushing Lin Moyo back, but the power of the lightning was firmly blocked by the undying golden body, not affecting his physical body. In the next moment, Lin Moyo withdrew the undying golden body, not letting the undead army share the damage for him. He was courting death again. Chapter 2865. Chapter 2865, 2865. Chapter 2865. The physical body can also enter the Tao Sovereign realm. Forcing himself to suppress the undying golden body, Lin Moyo used his pure physical body to confront the lightning. Though the undying golden body is strong, it is still a secret technique. As a secret technique, it has flaws and can be countered, even if the chances are slim. Only when the physical body is truly strong will there be no flaws. Moreover, the physical body is the foundation. As it strengthens, the undying golden body will also grow stronger. The Tao patterns radiate the power of the Great Tao, enhancing the physical body, not the undying golden body. It was through the Tao patterns that Lin Moyo realized he had overlooked the essence. He remembered how, in the great world, he had repeatedly risked himself to strengthen his physical body, enduring immense pressure and trying every possible way. Now it's the same. He sees the thunder monsters as a great opportunity to enhance his physical body. The thunder monsters collided with his body, launching suicide attacks. The lightning exploded, and the great Tao power within pierced his body like countless needles, bringing both pain and numbness. Lin Moyo's body surged with energy, blood boiling, constantly resisting the lightning. The great Tao power in the lightning made it extremely difficult to resist with just the physical body. But Lin Moyo insisted on doing it. The difficulty of strengthening the physical body far surpasses advancing realms, but the harder it is, the more determined he is. He was repeatedly blasted back, the numbness growing stronger, his movements becoming stiff and slow. If his body became completely paralyzed, the great Tao power of the Thunder King would invade his soul world. At that point, the Thunder Stone would activate, taking him out. His blood surged, muscles rippling, creating a booming sound. With sheer physical strength, he struggled against the lightning. The enhancement of the physical body was slow and couldn't be rushed, only achieved step by step. Gradually, his body began to adapt to the lightning, the numbness slightly receding. His previously paralyzed body slowly regained movement, starting with his fingers, then his wrists. Through sheer willpower, Lin Moyo overcame the lightning. But it was fortunate that there was only one wave of thunder monsters. If they came continuously, he wouldn't withstand it. Strengthening the physical body requires finding the right intensity, neither too weak nor too strong. Too weak is useless, too strong is unbearable. A few minutes later, the numbness completely subsided, and Lin Moyo felt his physical body had strengthened slightly. Though not much, any improvement was good. Lin Moya continued towards the storm, checking every pit in the lightning-battered area, but found no thunderstones this time. After walking about a kilometer, another wave of lightning struck amidst the thunder. This time, the number of thunder monsters didn't increase, but their power did, surpassing high-level heavenly sovereigns and reaching peak heavenly sovereign. Lin Moya's gaze became serious, though only a small realm apart. The difference was significant. I wonder if my body can withstand it. He prepared himself, with several skeleton generals behind him ready to shield him. The rest of the skeleton generals simultaneously unleashed sword energy to attack the thunder monsters. With hundreds of thunder monsters, Lin Moya couldn't take them all on alone. The skeleton generals had to share the burden. The thunder monsters turned into lightning, launching suicide attacks, mostly hitting the skeleton generals, paralyzing them instantly. This time, it wasn't just paralysis, their white bones were covered in cracks. The peak heavenly sovereign thunder monsters were enough to harm the skeleton generals. Lin Moya braced himself, continuing to meet the impact with his body. Boom! He was blasted away, lightning coursing over him, intense numbness invading his body, and he lost control of it again. His blood continued to boil, resisting the lightning. With the previous experience, Lin Moya had gained some skill, moving from a novice to a seasoned practitioner. Thunder monsters came one after another, and Lin Moya lay motionless on the ground, taking them all. The numbness grew stronger, but he remained calm, continuing to resist. In the ongoing confrontation, his physical body grew stronger, gradually shifting from defense to offense until the lightning's power was exhausted. Lin Moya slowly stood up, exhaling deeply, his body slightly stronger. The physical body is indeed getting stronger, even faster than with the double Dao pattern radiation. But if I continue, and the thunder monster's power increases, I might not withstand it. If only there were more waves. Lin Moya muttered to himself, unconsciously glancing back. The place where the thunder monsters appeared has recovered. He noticed that the area where the second wave of thunder monsters appeared, previously blasted into unevenness by the lightning, had unknowingly returned to normal. Thinking for a moment, Lin Moya turned around, choosing to retrace his steps instead of continuing forward. When he returned to the previous thunder monster location, lightning fell again, and a large group of thunder monsters appeared. There were over 1,000, at the high-level heavenly sovereign level, just like before. Sure enough, it works. Lin Moya smiled slightly, the situation exactly as he had imagined. In this secret vault, every 1,000 meters, a wave of thunder monsters would appear. The closer to the storm, the stronger the monsters. The locations where thunder monsters appeared were fixed, and if you returned after passing through, they would reappear. This rule was very similar to certain dungeons in the small world. Using his dungeon experience, Lin Moya discovered this pattern. This way, he could use this pattern to continuously enhance his physical body with the thunder monsters. Dungeons, small secret realms, origin vaults, they all have some commonalities. Lin Moya smiled, spreading his arms as if embracing a loved one, welcoming the charging thunder monsters. In the following time, he moved back and forth within this 1,000-meter range, continuously using the thunder monsters to train his body. Each time, the strength of his body increased slightly, accumulating over time, making him stronger. Half a day later, Lin Moya could ignore the high-level heavenly sovereign thunder monsters. Without relying on any secret techniques or the undying golden body, he could ignore them with just his physical body. Only then did Lin Moya continue forward. Besides strengthening his body, during this time, Lin Moya also collected many thunderstones. Thunderstones didn't appear every time, about once every 3 waves. In half a day, Lin Moya collected dozens of thunderstones, refining them all. Gradually, Lin Moya noticed a phantom Dao pattern forming in his palm. Lin Moya confirmed his suspicion thunderstones must have other uses besides saving lives. With the high-level heavenly sovereign thunder monsters no longer effective, Lin Moya continued forward, moving back and forth where the peak heavenly sovereign thunder monsters appeared. At this point, his body was filled with surging blood, containing immense power. In half a day, Lin Moya felt his body had more than doubled in strength. There are still many thunder monsters ahead. If this continues, my body could enter the Dao Sovereign Realm. Chapter 2866. Chapter 2866, 2866. Chapter 2866, the Sixth Great Dao, breaking all with force. In the third area where thunder monsters appeared, there were about 300 peak heavenly sovereign level thunder monsters. In the fourth area, also peak heavenly sovereign, the number reached 1,000. The fifth area was the same, but with even more, reaching 3,000. In these 3 areas where thunder monsters appeared, their power didn't change, the only difference was the number. Each wave had more thunder monsters, making it difficult for ordinary cultivators to handle. Especially in the fifth area, with 3,000 thunder monsters, even a Dao Sovereign would struggle. Lin Moya had lost count of how many times he had been here, not bothering to remember, only knowing he had walked back and forth between the fourth and fifth areas many times. Half a day later, his body had fully adapted to the impact of the peak heavenly sovereign thunder monsters. Letting the thunder monsters crash into him, the lightning exploded, but his body felt nothing. The peak heavenly sovereign thunder monsters were no longer effective, so Lin Moya passed through the fifth refresh point, picking up a thunderstone along the way. Refining the thunderstone, the Dao pattern on his palm became clearer. Looking at the storm ahead, he had advanced 5 kilometers since entering the vault, now close to the storm. To be precise, he had reached the storm's edge. Up ahead, there will be Dao Sovereign level thunder monsters. Those Dao Sovereigns only reached the edge and couldn't enter the storm. Some powerful Dao Sovereigns went in but never came out. At the storm's edge, there's a plant called Thunder Sword Grass, which is what those Dao Sovereigns came for. The information he had obtained recorded this. The five weren't here for the first time. Their goal wasn't the storm center, as they couldn't enter. They entered the Thunder Vault for the Thunder Sword grass growing at the storm's edge. Thunder Sword grass is a Dao Sovereign level material, useful for alchemy or crafting, with good effects. It only grows in areas covered by lightning. In the demon territory, there's a region constantly covered by lightning, with plenty of Thunder Sword grass. In the human territory, Thunder Sword grass is rare, making it valuable, especially high-grade Thunder Sword grass. After entering the vault, Lin Moya realized there was no Star Lord legacy in the Thunder Vault. He had come with a let-it-be attitude, unexpectedly gaining the joy of strengthening his body under the Thunder monster's attacks. Now, even if someone wanted him to leave, he wouldn't. After walking another kilometer to the storm's edge, the roar of thunder filled his ears. Endless lightning fell, striking the ground and creating pits. The ground constantly shattered and quickly recovered. Despite the countless years of lightning strikes, the ground still existed. The balance between destruction and recovery was perfect, representing the manifestation of illusion and reality, yin and yang, in Lin Moya's eyes. He didn't enter but stood on the periphery, watching. He saw thunderstones appear on the lightning-struck ground. But such areas were small, with thunderstones appearing in only one out of thousands of lightning strikes in pits. The location and time of thunderstone appearance were random. Once they appeared, they would disappear as the ground recovered. Lin Moya also saw Thunder Sword grass standing tall in the lightning, about half a meter high, sharp, and shaped like an inverted short sword. Thunder Sword grass absorbed the lightning's power, turning it into its nutrients. There was a lot of Thunder Sword grass, but it was scattered, each plant separated by some distance. Lin Moya looked deeper into the lightning, where it was denser, blocking his view. Vaguely, he saw the shadow of Thunder Sword grass. The deeper Thunder Sword grass was of higher quality but harder to obtain. The closer to the storm center, the stronger the lightning. Once trapped, without a thunderstone, death was inevitable. To Lin Moya, thunderstones were more valuable than Thunder Sword grass. There were no thunder monsters here, they only appeared after entering. After watching for a while, Lin Moya stepped in. A bolt of lightning exploded beside him, the ground shattered, and a thunder monster appeared. The Dao Sovereign level thunder monster was much stronger than the previous ones, exuding astonishing power. After appearing, the thunder monster quickly locked onto Lin Moya, launching a suicide attack. Lin Moya abandoned the undying golden body, suppressing damage transfer, and took it head-on with his body. Intense numbness spread through him, paralyzing his body. His blood surged, roaring like thunder, fighting the numbness. Lin Moya remained calm, having gained enough experience to use his blood to drive his body's power, washing away the numbness. Though the Dao Sovereign First Realm Thunder monster is much stronger, it's still bearable. I wonder how strong the thunder monsters at the Storm Center will be. I hope they're stronger, so my body can improve more. Boom! Another bolt of lightning exploded beside him, a thunder monster crashing into Lin Moya. The lightning shattered, and Lin Moya only swayed slightly before withstanding it. The numbness that had just receded surged again, leaving him unable to move. His blood roared even more fiercely, even overpowering the thunder. His body's power pushed to the limit, a series of confrontations unfolding within him. Gradually, Lin Moya's fingers moved, his body faintly glowing, his flesh and blood like jade and emerald. After standing still for a whole day, a powerful surge of blood erupted from Lin Moya's body, shooting into the sky. The storm above was shaken several times by the impact, the thunder within 100 meters around Lin Moya subsiding. His blood surged like a volcanic eruption, shooting into the sky, roaring louder than thunder, echoing endlessly. After a full minute, the blood returned to Lin Moya's body. His body radiated a captivating glow, exuding the aura of the heavenly Tao. At this moment, it seemed Lin Moya was the great Tao itself. So, the body has its own great Tao. The great Tao of strength, breaking all with force. This is an illusory great Tao, even more illusory than illusion, seemingly existing yet not. Unexpectedly, breaking through with the body brought the sixth great Tao. The great Tao of strength is also a complete great Tao. It doesn't have the mysterious effects of the luck great Tao, its illusion lies in its essence of power. In the face of the great Tao of strength, anything can be broken by force. As long as the power is strong enough, space, time, spells, secret techniques, even soul attacks, can be shattered. The great Tao of strength is an extremely powerful great Tao. Lin Moya didn't expect that by enhancing his body's realm, he would inadvertently gain the great Tao of strength. Moreover, the greatest benefit of the great Tao of strength is that it doesn't require comprehension. Just continuously enhancing the body in one's realm is enough. It's a simple yet extremely difficult special great Tao. Chapter 2867. Chapter 2867, 2867. Chapter 2867. After all, I am still just a heavenly sovereign. At the edge of the Thunder Vault, lightning fell densely. The thunder roared incessantly, echoing continuously. If a supreme were to come here, just the sound of the thunder would be overwhelming. Especially where the Thunder Sword grass grew, the lightning was incredibly dense. A Dao Sovereign was advancing towards a stalk of Thunder Sword grass, with lightning constantly exploding around him, and thunder monsters emerging from the lightning to crash into him. He was enveloped in a protective treasure, its light flowing like water, forming a sturdy defense against the thunder monster's impact. However, some of the lightning's power still seeped through, slowing his movements with each impact. With each collision, he slowly approached the Thunder Sword grass. The closer he got, the more lightning there was, and the more thunder monsters appeared, further slowing his progress. The protective light gradually weakened, and it was clear he was struggling. The Thunder Sword grass was within reach, almost his. This stock of thunder sword grass was of good quality and could fetch a high price, enough to exchange for a large amount of origin crystals. Not every Dao sovereign is wealthy. Many from 5-star forces don't have abundant resources. His movements grew slower, the protective light weakening, but fortunately, he was only a step away from the thunder sword grass. Suddenly, he saw an unbelievable sight, freezing in place as if his mind had stopped working. A person was walking through the lightning. Thunder monsters crashed into him, yet he was unaffected. He wasn't using any treasures, secret techniques, or spells. He blocked them purely with his physical body. Can it be done like this? Is he even human? What kind of physical body can achieve this? In the lightning, he saw the person who had instantly killed 5 demon Dao sovereigns, that fierce heavenly sovereign. He's that strong? How is that possible? He needed a treasure to fend off the thunder monsters, yet for him, it was child's play. Stunned, his mind was in chaos, unable to comprehend. Lin Moya strolled through the lightning, bending down as if picking something up, then continued walking. Is he picking up thunderstones? Why pick up thunderstones? In his confusion, the protective light suddenly shattered. Not good. His expression changed drastically. His momentary distraction had caused his protective treasure to break. Without the protective treasure, the monsters crashed directly into him. The thunder monsters wouldn't give him a chance before he could react. They had already struck him. Boom! The lightning exploded, and he was instantly paralyzed. The thunder sword grass was right in front of him, but his body couldn't move. Lightning fell, and more thunder monsters crashed into him, the paralysis growing stronger. In just 2 seconds, he was immobilized, unable to move anything but his eyes. Though he knew he wouldn't die, the thunder sword grass was slipping away. The paralysis spread through his body, quickly reaching his soul world, and he knew the thunderstone would soon activate, sending him out of the vault. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and the incoming thunder monster was blocked by someone. That terrifying heavenly sovereign suddenly appeared before him, smiling gently. Senior, what a pity, just a little short. Since we've met, let me help you this once. The heavenly sovereign spoke kindly, then reached out to pick the thunder sword grass and placed it in his hand. The thunder monster charged, the paralysis reached his soul world, and the thunderstone activated. Lin Moya watched him get sent out of the vault, as if it were a trivial matter, then turned back to his own tasks. The thunder monsters at the edge of the storm no longer affected him, and Lin Moya was collecting thunderstones. The Dao pattern in his palm was becoming more distinct, nearing completion. Lin Moya didn't know what awaited inside the storm, so he didn't enter yet, choosing to collect enough thunderstones outside first. This vault wasn't urgent. He could explore it slowly. He encountered the other Dao sovereigns, who all looked shocked upon seeing Lin Moya. They struggled through the lightning, using treasures and taking risks for a few thunder sword grass, while Lin Moya walked casually, as if strolling through a garden. If Lin Moya ventured deeper into the storm, those high-grade thunder sword grass would be within easy reach. They were envious. Those high-grade thunder sword grass deep inside were only dreams for them. Lin Moya circled the storm, collecting many thunderstones. He found fewer thunderstones, the efficiency dropping sharply. It seems to be guiding me inward. Well, I've collected enough. It's time to see inside. The Dao pattern in his palm was about 80% complete. Just as Lin Moya was about to head deeper, a voice called from behind, "Friend, it's dangerous inside." Lin Moya paused and turned. One of the 5 Dao sovereigns waved at him. He was protected by a treasure, standing in a relatively sparse area of lightning. They had been here several times and had some experience. Lin Moya quickly approached him, speaking warmly, "Senior, could you tell me more?" Lin Moya's respectful address startled the Dao sovereign. No, don't call me senior, just call me friend. My name is Jiang Ruobai. Jiang Ruobai. Lin Moya murmured, noting his resemblance to Jiang Ruoxiu. Not only did he resemble Jiang Ruoxiu, but the 5 of them shared similarities, likely from the same family. Jiang Ruobai felt uncomfortable under Lin Moya's gaze and couldn't help asking, "Friend, is there something wrong with me?" Lin Moya asked, "Are you from the Jiang family of Floating City?" Jiang Ruobai instinctively nodded. "How did you know?" Lin Moya said, "I once met Miss Jiang Ruoxiu, and you look somewhat alike, and both share the surname Jiang." Jiang Ruobai realized, "I see, so you're acquainted with Ruoxiu." Lin Moya smiled. "You mentioned danger inside, could you elaborate?" Jiang Ruobai quickly explained, "We've seen several seniors above the Dao Sovereign 4th realm enter the deepest part, but none have returned. Not only humans, but demons also went in, including the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger clan, and even they didn't return. Though you're strong, friend." Lin Moya finished for him. "After all, I'm still just a heavenly sovereign, right?" Jiang Ruobai quickly said, "No offense, just a suggestion." Lin Moya smiled, "No problem, anything else?" Jiang Ruobai added, "There was a great battle after a human Dao Sovereign 4th realm senior went in. We heard a spirit beast's roar, strange and sharp, piercing the soul." Lin Moya thought for a moment. "Understood, thank you, Jiang. If you 5 wait outside after leaving the vault, I might bring back some thunder swordgrass for you." With that, Lin Moya turned and headed deeper. Chapter 2868. Chapter 2868, 2868. Chapter 2868, The True Secret Vault, Half a Divine Pet. As Lin Moya gradually moved toward the storm's interior, with lightning everywhere, he noticed that the thunder monsters had disappeared. After leaving the storm's edge, the thunder monsters were gone. They were replaced by even more terrifying lightning. The lightning struck directly, without any warning, with stronger impact and more intense paralysis. The great Dao power within the lightning was extremely dense, far more powerful than that of the thunder monsters. Thunder monsters had a process from formation to attack, giving some preparation time, but now the lightning struck without warning, leaving no time to prepare. Each lightning strike stunned Lin Moyo for several seconds. His blood pushed the power of the Great Tao, quickly dissipating the paralysis brought by the lightning, and he continued forward. The strength of the Great Tao of Strength was gradually revealing itself. The mysterious power of the Great Tao of Strength, combined with luck, silently neutralized the invading lightning. Breaking all with one force was not only evident in attack but also now. Any spell or power, when faced with the Great Tao of Strength, would be weakened and neutralized. The Great Tao of Strength was not just an attack-type Great Tao, it was both offensive and defensive, with almost no weaknesses. The Great Tao of Strength didn't rely solely on physical power, it also gathered strength from realms, spells, and various powers. As long as the power was strong enough, breaking all with one force wasn't just talk. Lin Moya continued to adapt to the lightning, moving in circles while collecting thunderstones, and when he encountered Thunder Swordgrass, he picked it up. Although Thunder Swordgrass was useless to him, it was still valuable when obtained for free. Through repeated adaptation, his physical level continued to increase, gradually advancing toward the Dao Sovereign Second Realm. As Lin Moyo got closer to the storm's center, the lightning became denser. Unconsciously, his physical level reached the Dao Sovereign Second Realm and began moving toward the Dao Sovereign Third Realm. Progress slowed, no longer advancing as boldly as before. The method of improving the Great Tao of Strength was simple but also difficult. The difficulty lay in the later stages, where progress would slow. The same stimulus over time would create an immunity-like effect. Lin Moya was now experiencing this after reaching the Dao Sovereign Second Realm. The lightning no longer affected him. Even if the lightning grew stronger, his body was accustomed, and its effect diminished. Lin Moya knew that relying solely on the lightning in the vault couldn't push his body to the third realm. Though it was ineffective, Lin Moya continued walking through the lightning, not rushing into the storm's center. He hadn't fully collected the thunderstones, and the Dao pattern in his palm was over 90% complete, just a little more to go. The thunderstones have exceeded 900. It seems I need exactly 1000 thunderstones to complete the Dao pattern. What is the purpose of this Dao pattern? The uses of Dao patterns are endless, but only the creator knows their true purpose. Like the Dao patterns Lin Moyo condensed, he could integrate them with any spell, treasure, or even formation, and the final effect would vary. Just by looking at the Dao pattern's surface, nothing could be discerned. Lin Moyo collected and refined the thunder stones amidst the lightning. He completely ignored the lightning, it felt like rain hitting him, with no sensation. Finally, with 1000 thunder stones collected, the Dao pattern in his palm was complete. Lin Moyo looked at it and felt a peculiar power from the Dao pattern, though not strong. The Dao pattern in his palm released a faint power, pointing toward the storm center, as if guiding Lin Moyo. Following it, Lin Moyo walked toward the storm center. Moments later, the lightning ahead suddenly thinned, becoming less frequent. Lin Moya realized he had entered the eye of the storm. In the storm's center, there was no lightning, but it was filled with dense heavenly Dao power. The storm's power originated here. Roar! A roar echoed from the storm's eye, sounding like a warning, filled with cruelty. As Jianro Abei had said, there was a spirit beast in the storm's center. The roar filled Lin Moya's heart with intense disgust. It was a soul-level, Great Tao-originated disgust. Lin Moya frowned slightly. Extraterrestrial god. This disgust seemed to target only the extraterrestrial gods. The spirit beast in the storm's center was related to the extraterrestrial gods. Another divine pet. Lin Moyo muttered, stepping inside. In the storm's eye, the atmosphere was calm, with no lightning falling, only the pervasive Great Tao power. Lin Moyo walked for a while, following the Dao pattern in his palm, and finally saw the source of the disgust. A divine pet was bound by massive lightning chains, staring coldly at him. The chains of lightning formed a cage, firmly trapping it. Unexpectedly, the center of the Thunder Vault holds a divine pet. No, it's not a whole one, just half. Lin Moya saw that the divine pet's body was cut in half, with only one half visible. The divine pet resembled a lizard, likely with 4 legs, but now only 2 remained, the other half missing. Looking past the divine pet, Lin Moya saw a hazy space behind it, shimmering like a curtain. Within the hazy space, a Dao pattern appeared and disappeared. Seeing this, Lin Moya finally understood, his previous confusion suddenly clear. The Dao pattern obtained from the Thunder Stones was indeed a key to unlocking the true secret vault. The Thunder Vault was divided into 2 layers, and what he saw was only the outer layer. To enter the inner layer, 2 conditions must be met: collecting enough thunderstones to form a complete Dao pattern and killing the half-divine pet before him. This half-divine pet had become the guardian of the vault, and only by killing it could one truly enter the vault. The true Thunder Vault must be very dangerous. If even this half-divine pet couldn't be killed, going inside would be a death sentence. This half-divine pet's aura was only around the Dao Sovereign Fourth Realm, but divine pets have unique traits, like the one he killed last time, which required the power of illusion to deal with. He didn't know how to kill this one. Lin Moyo carefully observed the divine pet, missing no detail. The lightning chains bound it tightly, with lightning occasionally surging through, exploding on it. Every time the lightning exploded, its movements would pause, clearly affected by the lightning, similar to how Lin Moyo was paralyzed by lightning. The lightning's power was strong, at least reaching the Dao Sovereign Fourth Realm, yet it couldn't harm the divine pet, indicating its strong defense. The divine pet's body was covered in dense scales, shimmering with silver light, their tips sharp like arrows. Lin Moyo realized this might be the divine pet's attack method. The divine pet's gaze was venomous, fixed on Lin Moyo, and if not for the chains, it would have attacked. Let's test it first. After observing for a while and finding no weakness, he decided to try. With a thought, the great sword Dao Sovereign appeared beside him, slashing down with a sword. Chapter 2869. Chapter 2869, 2869. Chapter 2869 can injure but not kill. The great sword Dao Sovereign, a solid Dao Sovereign 6th realm expert, especially after becoming a resurrected being, stood at the forefront of the Dao Sovereign 6th realm in terms of power. His attack, even if not full force, far exceeded the Dao Sovereign 4th realm. The divine pet looked at the descending sharp sword with a sinister gaze, showing a hint of disdain in its eyes. It lay there motionless, seemingly casually enduring the great sword Dao Sovereign's attack. Boom! With a loud noise, the sword force condensed by the great sword Dao Sovereign shattered on the spot. The divine pet looked at Lin Moyu, its disdainful gaze now carrying a hint of ridicule, mocking Lin Moya's lack of strength. An attack from a Dao Sovereign 6th realm can't hurt it. It seems this creature's defense is indeed strong. If that's the case, let's see if the power of illusion works. Lin Moya used the previous method to deal with the divine pet, condensing the sword of luck. The luck great Dao appeared, with the hazy power of illusion spreading around. The divine pet, which had been lying there full of disdain, suddenly bristled, its fine scales standing on end. Lin Moya smiled. Looks like you're afraid of the power of illusion too. Roar! The divine pet roared, its roar turning into sound waves that stirred the space, sweeping over like waves. The sound wave attack was extremely strong, enough to injure even a Dao Sovereign 4th realm expert. The great sword Dao Sovereign stepped forward, blocking the sound waves for Lin Moyo. At that moment, the lightning chain suddenly erupted, the lightning exploding, and the divine pet's roar was abruptly cut off, leaving it paralyzed. The sword of luck flew out at this moment, silently landing on the divine pet, piercing it like tofu. A second later, a scream echoed. The divine pet, recovering from paralysis, roared angrily, its eyes fixed on Lin Moya with murderous intent. The sword of luck had hurt it, not physically, but it was very uncomfortable. Lin Moya didn't care, controlling the sword of luck to strike twice more. The divine pet roared repeatedly, appearing furious. But Lin Moya ignored it no matter how loud it roared, it was useless. The divine pet's body emitted a huge force, its scales standing up, shooting out sharply. The scales were extremely sharp, coming like a storm. The great sword Dao Sovereign swung both hands, forming 6 giant swords that turned into a sword shield to block the scales. The scales hitting the sword shield made a piercing sound, and cracks appeared on the giant sword formed by the great sword Dao Sovereign. Lin Moya observed, its attack power is close to the Dao Sovereign 7th realm, how fierce. Half of the divine pet was severely injured, its power greatly weakened, its aura at the Dao Sovereign 4th realm, yet it could unleash attacks close to the Dao Sovereign 7th realm. Clearly, at full strength, its power must have exceeded the Dao Sovereign 7th realm. Extraterrestrial gods are strong, and their divine pets aren't weak either. And whoever could trap the divine pet and use it as a guardian beast must be even stronger. It's quite strong, no wonder previous Dao Sovereign 4th realms died here. But the divine pet is chained. If those Dao Sovereigns didn't want to fight, they could have left, so why didn't they? Could it be the great Dao's aversion made them choose to fight to the death? Lin Moya thought this unlikely, suggesting the divine pet must have other tricks. The divine pet's scale attack was blocked by the great sword Dao Sovereign, but the scales didn't disappear. It glowed all over, its roar continuous. The sound has changed. The roar suddenly changed, forming a peculiar rhythm, rising and falling, like a melody. The soul world suddenly shook, influenced by some power, giving rise to thoughts of approaching the divine pet. The 10-colored dragon soul crystal emitted a dragon's roar, instantly restoring the soul to normal. Bewitchment. Lin Moya was startled. The roar entered the soul world, bewitching the soul. This situation was somewhat similar to the Buddhist clan's conversion, but in his soul world, with the 10-colored dragon soul crystal and the world tree, ordinary bewitchment had no effect. No wonder those Dao Sovereigns didn't escape, they were bewitched. This creature can't rush over but can lure others in. Bewitchment plus scales are enough to kill cultivators below the Dao Sovereign 6th realm. Let's try the great Dao of Strength's power to break all laws. Lin Moya's mind moved, his blood igniting in an instant. His blood roared, surging like a fountain, stirring the wind and clouds, whistling. In an instant, the divine pet's roar was completely neutralized. The blood contained the great Dao of Strength, which broke all laws, blocking the divine pet's bewitchment. At this moment, the great Dao of Strength wasn't very high level, and his body was only at the Dao Sovereign 2nd realm. But even so, it could resist the divine pet's bewitchment, breaking all laws, very powerful. Seeing Lin Moya unaffected by the bewitchment, the divine pet was puzzled. Lin Moya was unaffected, and neither was the great sword Dao Sovereign. The great sword Dao Sovereign only obeyed Lin Moya, so all bewitchment was useless against it. Lin Moya sneered, condensing the sword of luck again, striking 3 more times. The 3 strikes made the divine pet scream repeatedly. Then he condensed the sword of luck again, striking 3 more times. 9 consecutive strikes greatly weakened the divine pet's luck. Though it seemed unharmed, its luck was significantly reduced. Then the 4th sword of luck was condensed, turning into a poisonous sword. The inky black poisonous sword landed on the divine pet, further weakening its already diminished luck. As its luck weakened, Lin Moya felt its power declining. The scales could no longer threaten the great sword Dao Sovereign, with its attack power dropping to around the Dao Sovereign 5th realm. With weakened luck, everything it did was ineffective, and everything would be affected. The divine pet, bound by the lightning chains, couldn't move, roaring angrily. Lin Moya sensed the divine pet's luck, and seconds later, felt it had dropped as low as possible. The explosive luck technique suddenly activated, and the divine pet's body exploded, bursting with countless bloody wounds, blood gushing. The divine pet's aura rapidly weakened, dropping to around the Dao Sovereign's second realm. At this moment, the great sword Dao Sovereign swung another sword, and the divine pet weakly cried out, all its scales returning to its body. Its head retracted, not dodging, using its scales to block the attack. Clang! The great sword struck the scales, making a clear sound. The divine pet only trembled slightly, unhurt. The scales were too strong, rendering the great sword Dao Sovereign's attack ineffective. The divine pet glowed faintly, its aura quickly recovering. Lin Moya realized the divine pet had incredible recovery power. Though he had injured it, it wasn't fatal. Given time, it could recover. The explosive luck technique couldn't deliver a killing blow, and it couldn't be used consecutively, requiring intervals between uses. This is a bit troublesome. Lin Moya pondered he could injure the divine pet but couldn't kill it. The divine pet curled up, occasionally growling, its aura recovering rapidly. Chapter 2870. Chapter 2870, 2870. Chapter 2870, The Sublimated Explosive Luck Technique. Can injure, but can't kill. Lin Moya was a bit troubled. He thought of a few methods that might solve the current problem. For example, using the Great Dao's Immortal Pill to forcibly enhance his strength to the Dao Sovereign's 7th, 8th, or even 9th realm. Then, combined with the explosive luck technique, he might be able to kill the divine pet while it's injured. This is similar to how the cold 9-star lord couldn't hurt the divine pet before, but after it was severely injured and its realm dropped drastically, it could be killed by the cold 9-star lord. There are many ways to kill a divine pet, and a significant realm gap is one of them. The power of illusion is also a method to kill them. Besides that, there must be other methods, but Lin Moya doesn't know them yet. However, Lin Moya doesn't want to use the Great Dao's Immortal Pill. He only has 3, and using them on this creature isn't worth it. Unless there's no other way, Lin Moya doesn't want to use the Great Dao's Immortal Pill. Lin Moya thought for a moment, his eyes slightly brightening. Maybe I can try this. He retreated to the edge of the Storm's Eye and summoned Zhao Dongxing. He had the Great Sword Dao Sovereign and Zhao Dongxing protect him while he sat cross-legged, focusing his mind into his soul world. Within his soul, 6 Dao patterns glowed brightly. One of the Dao patterns had already turned into the luck simulation rune, different from the other 5. Lin Moya pondered the details of the explosive luck technique, aiming to sublimate it by integrating it with the Dao pattern, allowing it to ignite luck. Previously, it only ignited fortune, which, although belonging to the power of illusion, is just a letter away from luck. But that single letter difference meant the explosive luck technique was a level lower. He had previously thought about sublimating the explosive luck technique, and now he could try. If successful, integrating it with the Dao pattern, the explosive luck technique could ignite luck, greatly enhancing its power. This would elevate the practicality of the Luck Great Dao to a new level. The Luck Great Dao is mysterious and powerful, and he has only seen the tip of the iceberg. Continuous exploration is needed to truly harness its power. Lin Moya continuously comprehended the explosive luck technique, deconstructing it and verifying it with his understanding of the Luck Great Dao. Step by step, he analyzed and sublimated the explosive luck technique. Lin Moya was patient, taking his time. He knew he would succeed, but whether he could kill the divine pet afterward was uncertain. Regardless, he had to try. In just an hour, the divine pet, with its incredible recovery ability, returned to its peak state. It opened its eyes, looking at Lin Moya in the distance, a hint of confusion in its gaze, as if to say, "What is this guy doing?" Lin Moya sat there motionless, with 2 protectors beside him, also unmoving. The divine pet let out a sharp roar, the sound waves rushing forward, but before reaching Lin Moya, they were blocked, leaving him still. Sharp scales flew out again, rushing like a storm. The Great Sword Dao Sovereign and Zhao Dongxing blocked them together, still not affecting Lin Moya. After a few attempts, the divine pet seemed tired and lay down in confusion. The scene became strange, with only the sound of thunder. The Storm's Eye was eerily quiet. This time, Lin Moya didn't multitask. He focused entirely on sublimating the explosive luck technique. Without any special insight, he relied on his understanding of the Great Dao to forcibly elevate the explosive luck technique to a higher level. His soul raised a hand, beginning to draw runes. Using the Luck Great Dao as ink, he expressed the explosive luck technique in rune form. He abandoned the function of checking luck values, retaining only the ability to ignite luck, simplifying it. Even so, the rune remained incredibly complex, with multiple layers, each interlocking. Lin Moya drew slowly and carefully. To him, this rune's difficulty was no less than a 7th-level formation, perhaps even more challenging. The entire drawing process took 3 hours, making it the most complex rune Lin Moya had ever created. If not for his incredible control over runes, he couldn't have drawn it. The rune flickered in the soul world, as if telling the world it was composed of the noble power of illusion. After completing the rune, his soul took a deep breath, absorbing it. A Dao pattern was ready, merging with the rune. The Dao pattern shone, the Luck Great Dao naturally appearing, with infinite Great Dao power flowing into the pattern. The pattern's lines became more intricate, increasingly mysterious, and its contained power rapidly increased. The 6 Dao patterns glowed, resonating, interlinking, and enhancing each other's power. Lin Moya sensed the Dao pattern, knowing his idea had succeeded. The explosive luck technique had been sublimated and integrated with the Dao pattern. He only needed to activate the Dao pattern to use the explosive luck technique, now igniting luck instead of fortune. Needless to say, the power would be greatly enhanced. His soul felt the passage of time, knowing 30 hours had passed. His speed was fast enough, yet it still took a lot of time. After more than a day, Lin Moya slowly opened his eyes, looking at the divine pet again. The divine pet suddenly felt a chill. Lin Moya's gaze made it uneasy. Lin Moya smiled, forming a sword of luck. As before, the Sword of Luck struck 3 times, weakening the Divine Pet's luck. This time, the Divine Pet was displeased but didn't react. It had already experienced this once, resulting in injury, but it recovered. Doing it again would yield the same result, so what's the point? It could just recover again. Lin Moya found that the luck poison wasn't very effective on the Divine Pet, both last time and this time, not as good as directly slashing with the Sword of Luck. He didn't dwell on it, slashing 9 times before activating the Explosive Luck Technique Dao pattern. The Explosive Luck Technique Dao pattern activated, and Lin Moya felt his luck surge, accompanied by dragon roars. The Explosive Luck Technique elevated his luck to the extreme, maximizing the gap with the Divine Pet's luck, enhancing the technique's power. In an instant, the Divine Pet sensed danger but couldn't pinpoint it. It growled uneasily, watching Lin Moya warily. Boom! An explosion erupted, the Divine Pet suddenly bursting apart, shattering into countless pieces. The Divine Pet was killed, very decisively. Lin Moya was momentarily stunned. Is the power that great? He hadn't expected the sublimated Explosive Luck technique to be so powerful. It directly killed the Divine Pet, with unexpectedly good results. If this hadn't worked, Lin Moya planned to use the Great Dao's Immortal Pill. Now it seemed he saved one. The eye of the undead scanned the surroundings, confirming the Divine Pet was truly dead, and Lin Moya breathed a sigh of relief. The lightning chains lost their target, falling to the ground motionless. The shattered flesh was turning into black smoke and disappearing. Divine Pets are despised by the Great Dao, and their corpses can't remain, being purified. Lin Moya sighed. The Great Dao's reward should come now. Chapter 2871. Chapter 2871, 2871. Chapter 2870, Great Dao Reward, Battle King Star-Lord. After waiting for a moment, the power of the Great Dao descended, and several Great Daos appeared. The Undying Dao, Time Dao, Space Dao, Thousand Star Dao, Luck Dao, and Power Dao. 6 Great Daos appeared simultaneously. Among them, the Undying Dao and the Thousand Star Dao belonged to the real type. The Luck Dao and Power Dao belonged to the illusory type. The Time and Space Daos are between reality and illusion. This time, he killed the Divine Pet alone, even if it was only half, he did it by himself. The Great Dao reward doesn't need to be shared, one person can receive all the rewards, and the reward scale should be larger than before. I wonder what the Great Dao reward will be this time. The last Great Dao reward was all insights, but now his situation is somewhat special. The Thousand Star Dao is still lacking, and he doesn't want to abandon the Thousand Star Dao to ascend to Dao Sovereign. Although it can be remedied later, Lin Moya feels that this is not good. If only I could directly receive some Star Lord inheritance items. Lin Moya felt that this idea was somewhat far-fetched and obviously unrealistic. Moreover, the Great Dao reward is not something you can choose, you can only passively accept whatever is given. So, everything depends on luck. Luck. Lin Moya suddenly realized that if he could enhance his luck, could it influence the Great Dao reward? Although he knew the possibility was small, it wouldn't hurt to try, as there would be no loss. While the Great Dao reward had not fully arrived, Lin Moya silently used the Luck Dao to enhance his luck. Luck is a higher level than fortune. The stronger the luck, the stronger the fortune. After Lin Moya did all this, the Great Dao reward suddenly descended. Lin Moya's vision blurred, and he found himself in a strange environment. All around was pitch black, seemingly empty. There was no insight appearing, and Lin Moya was puzzled about what the reward would be, as it seemed very mysterious. Then, a point of light appeared in his vision. In the dark world, a light point suddenly appeared, naturally attracting Lin Moya's attention. This light point was very distant, as if separated by millions of miles, and Lin Moya could barely see it with his eyesight. Lin Moya instantly recognized the true identity of the light point. It was a star. Then, a second light point, a third light point. One light point after another appeared, each a star. The light points varied in strength and brightness, but without exception, they were all ancient. Although separated by infinite distance, the ancient and vast aura still passed through without hindrance. Lin Moya, comprehending the Time Dao, was very sensitive to this time-laden aura. The ancientness of these stars far exceeded the traceable range and the historical records of the origin continent. Lin Moya suddenly had a thought: these stars are prehistoric. He had once seen the star world on the origin continent, seen the Great Dao, and seen the stars. Those stars didn't give him this kind of feeling. This indicated that the appearance of stars also had a chronological order. Thousands of stars appeared in his vision, and then these stars enlarged in his view. Lin Moya realized that it wasn't the stars that grew larger, but the distance between him and the stars that was closing. As the distance to the stars grew closer, waves of peculiar aura rushed over. Each star contained a different aura, with its unique attributes and power, each star an independent entity, yet they all existed in the same space. Lin Moya had a sudden insight, realizing where he was. He was inside the Thousand Star Dao. Lin Moya never expected that this Great Dao reward would bring his consciousness into the Thousand Star Dao. At this moment, a hazy figure appeared before Lin Moya. The figure's appearance was unclear, only a hazy light could be seen. But this hazy light shocked Lin Moya. The light emitted an astonishingly noble aura, the noblest existence Lin Moya had ever seen. It seemed to be high above, overlooking all beings. In its presence, all living beings would feel their insignificance. Could it be the Dao Master of the planetary Dao? Lin Moya speculated wildly, unable to guess the identity of the other party. A low murmuring voice came from the light, deep and as if someone was speaking. The murmur seemed to come from a distant time and space, ethereal and elusive. Then the murmur reached Lin Moya's ears, and he heard the voice clearly. Star Lords have fallen, the Thousand Star Dao is asleep. The Great Dao is reviving, selecting Star Lords. Lin Moya was suddenly startled, understanding what was happening. In a past battle, most of the Star Lords in the Thousand Star Dao fell, and even the Thousand Star Dao fell into slumber. After the Star Lords died, most stars returned to the Thousand Star Dao, sleeping with it. Only a few stars, whose Star Lords hadn't died, continued the Star Lord legacy. Unfortunately, without the support of the Great Dao, the strongest Star Lords were only comparable to the Dao Sovereign Realm, and no Star Lords could enter the Great Dao Realm. The 1,000 in the Thousand Star Dao doesn't mean 1 or 2,000 but is infinite. Those stars that slept with the Thousand Star Dao also revived with it. They will shine again, radiant. And as the one who awakened the Thousand Star Dao, Lin Moyo had become its sole master. He had the qualification to awaken those stars sleeping in the Thousand Star Dao, select suitable inheritors for them, and restore them to the position of Star Lords. But to awaken them, immense power is needed, not just words. Now, with the help of the Great Dao reward, Lin Moyo had the opportunity to awaken them. After understanding everything, Lin Moyo realized he had been wrong before. He didn't need to seek Star Lord legacy items externally, he could find them within the Great Dao. Countless stars shone before him, and he could choose a few to revive. Then he could find suitable inheritors for them, allowing them to become Star Lords again. As for those Star Lords who hadn't slept, they were a small part, dispensable. If any Star Lords now wanted to truly enter the Great Dao realm, they would have to seek Lin Moya's consent. Although he wasn't a Dao Master yet, he already had some of the Dao Master's authority. The stars before him flickered, some strong, some weak, and Lin Moya didn't know how many stars he could revive. But he knew that the stronger the stars revived, the more Great Dao reward would be consumed. After careful sensing, Lin Moya chose one of the stars. This star was strong, ancient, and vast, one of the top stars among all. With Lin Moya's consciousness, a light appeared out of thin air, falling onto the star. The originally sleeping star was instantly activated, emitting a strong light. As the star revived, Lin Moya received information about it. Battle King Star Lord, ranked 3rd. This star was named Battle King Star Lord, ranked 3rd among all Star Lords. Lin Moya thought to himself, I wonder how it compares to the current 28 Star Lords, which is stronger or weaker. The Battle King Star shone brightly, growing brighter, its light covering the entire vision, then exploded with a roar. Chapter 2872. Chapter 2872, 2872. Chapter 2872, Secret Inside, Extraterrestrial God. Lin Moya's vision was blank, with light occupying his entire view. It was bright but not blinding. He even felt a sense of intimacy, as if it were his own child expressing affection. Lin Moyo had experienced this feeling more than once, with the World Tree, Infinite Fusion, and even the 10-color Dragon Soul Crystal. When his vision returned, Lin Moyo found himself back. The 6 great Daos that had surrounded him had all disappeared, and everything returned to normal, as if his recent experience was just a dream. Is the Great Dao reward over just like that? Lin Moyo felt a surge in his heart and summoned the 1,000-star Great Dao. On the 1,000-star Great Dao, 10 stars shone brightly. The stars of the Falling Star Lord, Cold 9 Star Lord, and 2 Wind Star Lord were present, along with 6 other stars. Now there was one more, the Battle King Star Lord. The star of the Battle King Star Lord was noticeably brighter and larger than the others, and it was positioned higher. This indicated that the Battle King Star Lord was stronger. The 1,000-star Great Dao also had clear levels, with the Battle King Star Lord at the top, followed by the Falling Star Lord and 2 other stars, and 6 more below. The concept of levels exists everywhere. Lin Moya reached out and took an item from the Battle King Star Lord. It was armor, only the size of a palm, but extremely exquisite. The Battle King armor was the inheritance item of the Battle King Star Lord. Once Lin Moya found a suitable inheritor, he could give them the Battle King armor, allowing them to receive the Battle King Star Lord's inheritance and possibly inherit the Star Lord position. Cultivating the Star Lord inheritance to become a Star Lord is a shortcut, but also a limitation. It limits ultimate achievements. Once a Star Lord, one can never become a Dao life. Victory as a Star Lord, defeat as a Star Lord. Few cultivators truly reach the Dao Sovereign level. Looking at the situation in various holy lands now, one can see that even with vast resources and infinite luck, only a few reach the Dao Sovereign 9th realm and glimpse the Great Dao. Moreover, their path is skewed, and their pursuit is nothing but immortality. Even if they enter the Great Dao realm, their ultimate achievement is only equivalent to the weakest Star Lord. Thus, the path of the Star Lord is a smooth road for most cultivators. Lin Moyo had already made up his mind that most of these Star Lord positions would go to his own people in the future. His power could develop into a Star Lord force. Given enough time, Udeo City would become a formidable force, surpassing those strange places. Looking at the 1,000-star Great Dao, with 10 stars already shining and enough insights gained, the door to the Dao Sovereign was open. Lin Moyo could become a Dao Sovereign anytime he wanted. Everything is ready, only lacking Dao patterns. He had everything except the number of Dao patterns was insufficient. 6 Dao patterns were not what Lin Moyo wanted. He wanted to reach the limit, even surpass it. He walked past the previous location of the Divine Pet. The Divine Pet was dead, leaving only empty thunder chains. At the entrance to the secret, Lin Moya raised his hand, and the Dao patterns in his palm shone brightly, resonating with the entrance's Dao patterns. The Dao patterns in his palm flew out, growing larger and merging with the entrance's Dao patterns. With a rumble, the entrance changed, rippling like a water curtain, and a powerful aura surged out. Several skeleton generals appeared beside Lin Moyo, who ran in first. As soon as they entered, the skeleton generals were blasted away, heavily crashing to the ground. The skeleton generals were paralyzed by the lightning and couldn't move. The skeleton generals couldn't enter. Lin Moya knew only he was qualified to go in. With a hint of helplessness, he walked in. Inside the entrance was a thunder passage, and where Lin Moya went, the thunder automatically avoided him. The passage wasn't long, and Lin Moya reached the end after a while. Passing through the passage, he finally saw the situation inside the secret. Lin Moya was slightly shocked. Countless thunderbolts fell from the sky, forming 8 great Dao chains, suspending a peculiar creature in mid-air. Seeing the creature, his soul immediately felt a strong sense of disgust. This disgust was even stronger than when he saw the divine pet, extraterrestrial god. Lin Moya was shocked to see an extraterrestrial god here with his own eyes. The key point was that this extraterrestrial god was chained by thunder, seemingly unconscious. But it wasn't dead, it was still alive. Through the eye of the undead, Lin Moya could see the extraterrestrial god's soul flame still existed. Looking at the extraterrestrial god, even in a coma, its aura was still terrifying. The natural aura alone gave Lin Moya the illusion of being crushed. So strong. He knew the extraterrestrial god was strong, comparable to the Great Dao Realm, but he had no concept of the Great Dao Realm. He didn't before, but now he had a bit of a concept. If this extraterrestrial god were conscious and wanted to kill him, it wouldn't need to lift a finger, its aura alone would suffice. He had no means to block it, completely unable to resist. The Great Dao Realm and the Dao Sovereign Realm were entirely different concepts. Fortunately, it was unconscious and chained here, giving him a chance to see it clearly. Its 4 limbs and appearance were about 70 to 80% similar to humans. Its face, body, and arms had some peculiar patterns. Not Dao patterns, nor runes, nor any totems Lin Moya recognized. It had an inverted horn on the back of its hand and heel. It had a pair of wings on its back, which should have been feathered, but now they were bare, likely stripped by the thunder, leaving only the bare bones. 8 thunder chains fell, locking the extraterrestrial god's limbs, neck, waist, and wing bones. Terrifying thunder constantly fell along the chains, keeping it in a coma. Lin Moya didn't know how long it had been locked here, but it must have been a long time. Over the years, the extraterrestrial god's aura remained intact, with almost no injuries except for the feathers on its wings. If I kill it, will I receive more Great Dao rewards? Previously, killing half a divine pet revived a star system. If I can kill this extraterrestrial god, I should be able to revive several stars. Lin Moya thought to himself, but he knew he was being unrealistic. Extraterrestrial gods aren't easy to kill. If they were, the thunder would have killed it long ago. Lin Moya could feel that the thunder Great Dao was extremely powerful, reaching the Dao Sovereign 8th or 9th realm. Even so, it couldn't kill it, so how could he? Should he use the luck Dao and explosive luck technique? Lin Moya wasn't confident. Little guy, did you kill the divine pet outside? A voice sounded in his ear, and Lin Moya immediately turned to see a blonde old man looking at him. Chapter 2873. Chapter 2873, 2873. Chapter 2873. Wait until Dao Sovereign 9th Realm to return. The golden-haired elder appeared without Lin Moya noticing beforehand. His spiritual sense did not react at all, indicating that either the other party had no malice towards him, or the other party's strength was so overwhelming that it surpassed the limits of his perception. Lin Moya couldn't sense the other party's realm at all, which made it even more terrifying. He cupped his fists in salute. Junior Lin Moya greets the senior. The elder smiled gently. Little guy, I'm asking you a question. Lin Moya replied, yes, that half-divine pet was killed by me. The elder asked, how did you kill it? Tell me in detail. Faced with this unfathomable presence, Lin Moya did not hide anything. I used the luck Great Dao to first weaken its luck, and then attacked it with my own luck to kill it. The elder remained silent, seemingly pondering Lin Moya's words. After a moment, he suddenly sighed. It's indeed a good method, but what a pity. Lin Moya asked, what is a pity? The elder said, it's a pity that your realm is still lacking, and your understanding of the Great Dao is insufficient, so you can't kill that creature. He was referring to the extraterrestrial god suspended in mid-air. Lin Moya asked, Senior, can you tell me what's going on here? The elder squinted. Of course, in nearly 1,000 years, you are the first person to come here. And you are the first to kill that guardian divine pet, so you have some privileges. Since that's the case, let me tell you what's happening. Lin Moya perked up his ears, knowing he was about to hear some secrets. The Thunder Secret Vault is both a secret vault and not entirely a secret vault. Its existence can be traced back to prehistoric times, to the era of the godslaying sect. Back then, a powerful being at the Great Dao Realm fought a battle here with an extraterrestrial god. Both were severely injured, and the extraterrestrial god had a strong recovery ability. The Great Dao Realm expert knew that if it dragged on, he would be the one to die. He sacrificed his life to activate the Eternal Shackles, imprisoning the extraterrestrial god here. The Eternal Shackles not only locked the extraterrestrial god's physical body but also its soul, and even its pet was not spared. The Great Dao Realm expert originally had a chance to reincarnate, but he feared that over time, the extraterrestrial god would escape. After all, the Eternal Shackles were only said to be eternal, not truly eternal. Just as the Great Dao Realm expert was said to be immortal, but not truly immortal. He simply gave up the opportunity to reincarnate, sacrificing himself to form this space. The Great Dao Realm expert couldn't kill the extraterrestrial god, so he could only imprison it eternally. As for the external secret vault, it was not constructed by the Great Dao Realm expert but naturally evolved from the leakage of Great Dao power. The Great Dao Realm expert who imprisoned the extraterrestrial god is none other than the Elder before him. Now, only a remnant soul remains, as the Elder himself has long perished. This is the Great Dao Realm. Even a remnant soul can live for a long time, even eternally. However, this kind of immortality is no different from being dead. The Thunder Secret Vault was originally hidden in another layer of space, with no connection to the real world. As time passed, the endless flow of months went by, and over 3,000 years ago, the Thunder Secret Vault appeared on the eastern continent. After the Thunder Secret Vault appeared, people began to enter. Some reached the Storm Center, saw the Divine Pet, and even entered the interior. There are many smart people in this world, and Lin Moya was not the only one. Among those who entered, the strongest was a Dao Sovereign Ninth Realm expert. He also collected Thunderstones but couldn't kill the Divine Pet because it couldn't kill him either, nor could it stop him. He came here, saw the extraterrestrial god, but couldn't kill it either. In the end, he had to leave the secret vault. Later, 2 more people entered, 2 Dao Sovereign 8th Realm experts, 1 human and 1 demon. They also couldn't do anything to the extraterrestrial god and had to leave. The Elder's tone remained calm throughout. The first Dao Sovereign 9th Realm to enter came back once more, bringing some items related to the Thunder Great Dao. Although it wasn't much help, it was better than nothing. It's a pity that after so many years, we still can't kill this creature, and who knows how many more years this place can hold. Lin Moya looked at the extraterrestrial god suspended in the sky. For now, the situation seems stable. The Elder shook his head. What you see is only the surface, not the essence. Even if it can remain stable for tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of years, as long as it doesn't die, one day it will break free. By then. But who knows what this world will be like then? Perhaps another great war will begin. Lin Moya wanted to ask what the Great War was, but the Elder gently shook his head. No need to ask, your realm is still far off. Lin Moya asked, Senior, after locking up the extraterrestrial god all these years, have you thought of a way to kill it? The Elder said, if I had thought of it, it wouldn't have dragged on until now. Lin Moya said, I killed another divine pet before, but at that time, a Star Lord took action. I severely injured the divine pet with the Luck Great Dao, and the Star Lord killed it. If I use the Luck Great Dao to attack it now, can I kill it? The Elder squinted and smiled. Divine pets and extraterrestrial gods are completely different. Divine pets are like grass, even if bent, they can straighten again. If you use more force, you can crush them. Extraterrestrial gods are like trees, you can't crush them just by stepping on them. You must use other methods. Lin Moya asked, can you tell me how to kill an extraterrestrial god, Senior? Although the Elder couldn't kill the extraterrestrial god, he surely knew how to do it, just couldn't achieve it. As he said at the beginning, if his realm were higher, perhaps he could kill the extraterrestrial god. The Elder said, to kill an extraterrestrial god, it's not that difficult. One way is to crush it with the Great Dao, but your Great Dao must be strong enough. I was at the same level as it, and my heavenly Dao couldn't break its divine body. Lin Moya heard a term, divine body. The difference between extraterrestrial gods and divine pets is the divine body. Divine pets only have a trace of the divine body, which is already hard to kill. Extraterrestrial gods have a complete divine body, and its defense is astonishing. The divine body protects not only the physical body but also the soul, with almost no weaknesses. Even using the power of the Great Dao, it's hard to break a divine body of the same realm, let alone a Dao Sovereign. A Dao Sovereign only borrows part of the Great Dao's power, incomparable to the Great Dao realm. However, Lin Moya thought the Great Dao also depended on which Great Dao. If it were the primordial Great Dao, it might be different. The Elder continued, the second method is also the Great Dao, but it's the Void Great Dao. The Void Great Dao has an advantage against extraterrestrial gods. Even if 1 or 2 realms lower, it can break their divine body. Lin Moya understood he had tried it, and it was indeed possible. The Elder said, if you were now a Dao Sovereign 9th Realm, perhaps your Luck Great Dao could break its divine body. Why not go back and cultivate, and return when you're a Dao Sovereign 9th Realm? Chapter 2874. Chapter 2874, 2874. Chapter 2874, Lin Moya, who won't give up. The method the Elder mentioned was indeed a way, and he could afford to wait. However, Lin Moya didn't want to wait. The extraterrestrial god was right in front of him, and looking at it, there was a lot of Great Dao rewards to be gained. If he could obtain them, the benefits would be immense. Lin Moya asked, Senior, if I kill it, will the Great Dao rewards be greater than those from killing the divine pet? The Elder shook his head, it's different. The Great Dao rewards from killing a divine pet are not selectable. Killing an extraterrestrial god allows you to choose your rewards. Lin Moya's eyes lit up. What kind of rewards can I choose? The Elder said, many, almost anything you can think of. Lin Moya asked, what if I want to condense Dao patterns? The Elder understood Lin Moya's thoughts. That's possible, but it can't exceed your limit, or at least not by much. The Great Dao rewards can help you reach your true limit. Reaching the true limit, Lin Moya fully understood the meaning of this sentence. Every cultivator has their limit, determined by various factors like mindset, soul, physical body, and Great Dao comprehension. Normally, no one knows their true limit, and it's also difficult to truly reach it. If this limit is just beyond 7 Dao patterns, and a little short of 8, condensing them by oneself would typically mean stopping at 7 Dao patterns. But with the help of Great Dao rewards, one could condense 8 Dao patterns, as 8 Dao patterns are the true limit. Slightly exceeding it wouldn't matter. Once a solid foundation is laid, future achievements will grow stronger. Lin Moya could step into the Dao Sovereign realm at any time now, with a solid foundation. 6 Dao patterns were not bad even in that era. Lin Moya asked, if I can kill it, can I request the Great Dao rewards to condense Dao patterns? How many can I condense? The Elder squinted, if you can really kill it, with your current realm, you can condense all your Dao patterns. Someone once did it, condensing from 6 to 8 Dao patterns. Lin Moyo asked, is 8 Dao patterns the limit? The elder shook his head, no, 9 is the limit, but few can condense 9, and those who do become Dao masters. Do you want to become a Dao master? But that depends on talent and fate sometimes, effort alone isn't enough. Lin Moya said, I've condensed 6 Dao patterns and feel I have more capacity, maybe I can try. The elder nodded, you can try. I can see that you have extraordinary talent, and you're young, with plenty of time to try. Even if you fail, it doesn't matter, it won't have much impact. Remember, when you reach Dao Sovereign 9th realm, come back and help me kill it. Lin Moya said, I want to kill it now. The elder thought Lin Moya was joking, I wish I could too, but I can't. Lin Moya said, I want to try. Saying this, Lin Moya flew towards the extraterrestrial god, and the elder did not stop him, only watched silently. When he was still 100 meters away from the extraterrestrial god, an invisible force stopped him, he couldn't get through. The extraterrestrial god emitted a faint light, and waves of invisible force came out, firmly blocking Lin Moyo. The elder's voice came, that's its protective divine light. Without Dao Sovereign's 7th realm, you can't break through. Lin Moyo asked, can you help me? The elder shook his head, I can only trap it, make it unconscious and immobile, I can't do anything else. Even if you use the luck great Dao, you can't kill it, the gap between you is too great. The meaning was clear, you can't even get close, so don't think about killing it. The elder thought Lin Moya's idea was unrealistic. Lin Moyo had his own thoughts. After trying a few times and confirming he couldn't get through, he took a deep breath. His eyes became determined, and Lin Moya took out a great Dao undying pill, swallowing it. The elder watched Lin Moya take the pill but showed no reaction, his eyes like watching a show. A great Dao undying pill, I didn't expect anyone could still make one today. It must be that guy who made it. After countless years, he no longer knew what urgency was. The elder didn't know why Lin Moya took the great Dao undying pill, as it only guaranteed not dying for a certain time, with no other use. The next second, a peculiar aura surged from Lin Moyo. The elder finally showed some emotion, his previous calmness gone. Origin spell, I didn't expect this little guy to master an origin spell. Those who can master origin spells in this world all become Dao masters. It seems this little guy has limitless potential. Origin spell, power gathering. The vast power of the undead legion gathered on Lin Moyo, his aura rapidly rising, almost instantly breaking through the barrier between Heavenly Sovereign and Dao Sovereign. Lin Moyo entered the Dao Sovereign realm as naturally as drinking water or eating. Then his aura continued to rise rapidly, Dao Sovereign 2nd realm, 3rd realm, climbing as if without limit. The elder was moved, muttering to himself, what a powerful origin spell, to raise so many realms. But this way of raising, the body and soul can't withstand it. No wonder he took the great Dao undying pill. But just raising the realm is useless, even reaching Dao Sovereign 9th realm is useless. Great Dao comprehension doesn't increase with realm. With his insight, he could see that Lin Moya's realm had risen, but not his great Dao level. Lin Moya was forcing growth, merely raising his realm. While his power increased, it was far less than a Dao Sovereign who cultivated step by step. Even if Lin Moya reached Dao Sovereign 9th realm, his real combat power might not match Dao Sovereign 7th realm. The luck great Dao wouldn't increase with the realm, and he couldn't use it to kill the extraterrestrial god. The power great Dao was the same. Lin Moya knew this too. No matter how much his realm and power increased, he couldn't kill the extraterrestrial god with his own power. But what he needed was the realm. With enough realm, he could break through the extraterrestrial god's protective divine light and reach it. His realm continued to rise, and the undead legion gave Lin Moya enough power. His realm broke through layer by layer, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Moya's realm reached Dao Sovereign 6th realm. In the last battle against Zhao Dongxing, using the great Dao undying pill, he also only reached Dao Sovereign 6th realm. But today was different. Today he was at peak Heavenly Sovereign, much stronger than then. The undead legion was also much stronger, providing more power. After pausing for a few seconds at Dao Sovereign 6th realm, with a muffled sound, Lin Moya's aura suddenly rose, charging into Dao Sovereign 7th realm. The difference between 6th and 7th realm was just one realm, but worlds apart. After entering 7th realm, the power of the origin spell also reached its limit, unable to rise further. Lin Moya tried to rush towards the extraterrestrial god, vast power surging from within, turning into a sharp sword, cutting through obstacles. The protective divine light that had stopped him before could no longer block Lin Moya. Though his advance was slow, he could at least approach. Chapter 2875. Chapter 2875, 2875. Chapter 2875, playing so big? He's alive again. The protective divine light was like a quagmire, and Lin Moya faced great resistance, moving forward very slowly. The Dao Sovereign 7th realm was just enough to break through the bottom line of the extraterrestrial god's protective divine light, but ultimately, his strength was insufficient. Lin Moya was a bit anxious. The effect of the great Dao undying pill lasted only 10 minutes, and he had to get through within that time. Once the effect wore off, he would collapse immediately, and all his efforts would be in vain. Lin Moya exerted all his strength, cutting through obstacles. His blood roared, turning into a column of smoke that shot into the sky. Lin Moya punched continuously, the power of the great Dao of strength fused into his blood, and he moved forward. The elder squinted, watching this scene, unable to hide his astonishment. Everything Lin Moya displayed shocked him immensely. Origin spell, luck great Dao, strength great Dao. Anyone who possesses even one of these has the chance to become a Dao master, to live eternally, to stand proudly in the universe. These things concentrated in one person, and his fate can withstand it. Could it be, is he the reincarnation of a Dao master? Any good thing, even if you can obtain it, you must have the fate to bear it. If fate isn't strong enough, even obtaining good things will bring misfortune. Fate is something that, except for a few people, no one can explain. However, seeing Lin Moya possessing so many good things and living so well, the elder knew Lin Moya's fate was extraordinary. But he still didn't understand why Lin Moya was risking his life to approach the extraterrestrial god. He could only watch, unable to help at all. Everything he told Lin Moya was true. He had already used all his strength to trap the extraterrestrial god and couldn't spare any more power. In his eyes, Lin Moya didn't need to struggle so hard. With the origin spell, the Great Tao of Strength, and the Luck Great Tao, Lin Moya only needed to cultivate to Tao Sovereign 8th Realm to have a chance to kill the extraterrestrial god. At Tao Sovereign 9th Realm, he could kill it for sure. He could afford to wait that time. Time ticked by, and Lin Moya advanced with difficulty, the 100-meter distance like a chasm. After 9 minutes, he finally reached the extraterrestrial god. At this moment, he could clearly see the divine light flowing on the extraterrestrial god. The divine light gave him an illusion of being indestructible, and beneath it was the god's body, capable of resisting the Great Tao, unbreakable. Just by looking closely, Lin Moya could sense its power. With little time left, Lin Moya didn't look any longer and took out the scourge staff. The Eye of the Undead activated, locating the soul's position. A soul flame was flickering in the extraterrestrial god's chest. The soul's location was different from humans, not in the forehead or mind, but in the chest. Though the soul was in another world, the body was still its vessel, and they were connected. It's up to you. Lin Moya raised the scourge staff and struck down hard. The scourge staff was indestructible, and he believed it could shatter the extraterrestrial god's body. When Lin Moya raised the scourge staff, the elder finally understood what he intended to do. His gaze fixed on the staff. I've seen this staff somewhere before. Where was it? Why can't I remember? The elder was sure he had seen the staff before, but he couldn't recall where. It was strange for a Great Tao realm expert to forget something. The scourge staff struck the extraterrestrial god's chest with a crisp sound. The god's body suddenly lit up, then cracked like glass. The divine light shone brightly, seemingly trying to repair the damage, but Lin Moya wouldn't give it a chance, striking again. The god's body shattered, and the scourge staff touched the flesh. The flesh tore apart, exploding on the spot. Some of the flesh touched the scourge staff, and the soul gem on it suddenly glowed, releasing a terrifying power that pierced the extraterrestrial god's soul like a blade. Lin Moya heard a sharp scream from the soul. Under the Eye of the Undead, the extraterrestrial god's soul flame deformed rapidly, with a large amount of soul power being extracted. The soul gem acted like a pump, drawing out the extraterrestrial god's soul power. The soul gem absorbed the extraterrestrial god's soul to replenish itself. Lin Moya was shocked. Does the soul gem need to absorb the extraterrestrial god's soul power? No, it doesn't want the extraterrestrial god's soul power, it wants the Great Tao realm's soul power. Not just the extraterrestrial god, but other Great Tao realm soul power can be absorbed too. The ability to absorb Great Tao realm soul power showed the soul gem's high level, at least a Great Tao realm treasure. The extraterrestrial god's soul screamed miserably, and as the soul gem continued to extract soul power, the scream weakened. In just a few seconds, the scream became extremely faint. The extraterrestrial god's aura was now extremely weak, reduced to an empty shell, not dead but close. Then, the previously inactive elemental gem suddenly moved, spewing a purple gold flame that ignited the extraterrestrial god's body. The powerful body vaporized in the flame, leaving not even ash. Lin Moya noticed that the body seemed to leave no ash, but the essence was absorbed by the elemental gem. The soul gem and elemental gem worked perfectly together, one extracting the soul, the other absorbing the body's essence. In just 2 strikes, the extraterrestrial god, which even a Great Tao realm couldn't easily kill, was gone. Lin Moya gained a new understanding of the scourge staff, thinking it would take more strikes, but it only took 2, and it was easy. The elder on the ground was now very unsettled. He hadn't recalled the scourge staff's origin, but he recognized the purple gold flame. Purple gold Tao fire, the fire of Tao burning. How can there be a fire of Tao burning? What is this thing? His mind was in turmoil, unable to calm down. At this moment, Lin Moya's body exploded into a blood mist. Dead. The elder was stunned, his mind racing even more. After all the effort to kill the extraterrestrial god, did he die too? What was this? Mutual destruction. Was he waiting for the Great Tao reward to revive himself? Playing so big? In his countless years of life, the elder had never been so confused. His mind was a mess, unable to articulate anything. But in less than a second, the blood suddenly gathered, and with a flash of purple light, Lin Moya reappeared. The newly revived Lin Moya's aura was back to its peak, as if nothing had happened. The elder's eyes widened. He's alive again. Chapter 2876. Chapter 2876, 2876. Chapter 2876, play however you want. The extraterrestrial god was dead, leaving not even a trace of ash. The 8 thunder chains lost their target and hung motionless in the air. Lin Moya returned to the elder. Senior, it's finally resolved. The elder's gaze was complex, his thoughts not chaotic at this moment. Lin Moya found it strange the extraterrestrial god was dead, so the elder should be happy. Why did he seem unhappy? The elder scrutinized Lin Moya. Are you the reincarnation of a Tao master? Lin Moya looked puzzled. Why do you say that, senior? The elder waved his hand. Nothing, just asking casually. What was the treasure you used just now? Lin Moya replied, the scourge staff. The elder thought for a moment and shook his head slightly, confirming he hadn't heard of it. Though he couldn't figure it out, he remained curious. Where did you get the scourge staff? Lin Moya said, in a small world. I was hoping to ask you about it, Senior. The elder, once a true Great Dao realm expert, surely knew many things. Having encountered him, Lin Moya couldn't miss the opportunity to ask. The elder said, "No rush, let's talk after the Great Dao reward, we have time." The Great Dao reward descended. The rewards for killing an extraterrestrial god and a divine pet were completely different. After killing the extraterrestrial god, the Great Dao reward could be chosen. Cultivators only needed to communicate with the Great Dao through their thoughts to receive the corresponding reward. Lin Moya didn't know what reward the elder wanted. He knew exactly what he wanted. As the Great Dao descended, an invisible force enveloped him, and a vague whisper seemed to ask what reward Lin Moya desired. Without hesitation, Lin Moya chose to condense Dao patterns. In the next second, after making his choice, the power of the Great Dao descended. The power of the Great Dao was incomparably noble, containing an untouchable ethereal quality. This power seemed to contain traces of all Great Daos. Infinite Daos could find clues here, whether illusory or real, all included. This power guided Lin Moya, his consciousness sinking into the soul world. In the soul world, the Great Dao power transformed into a light, falling on his soul. 6 Dao patterns in his soul shone brightly, and the 7th pattern had just begun to take shape, far from fully formed. If Lin Moya were to condense it himself, it might take 1,000 days. But under the glow of the Great Dao, the 7th Dao pattern quickly took shape. The speed of condensing the Dao pattern was so fast that even Lin Moya, its owner, was caught off guard. Fast, incredibly fast. Lin Moya felt as if his soul had entered an extremely special state, incredibly close to the Great Dao. All insights, whether conscious or subconscious, including those buried deep in his soul, were summoned at this moment. The Dao patterns were formed from his own insights, and whether they could be condensed depended on himself, not external forces. If his insights were insufficient, the Great Dao reward couldn't help. Thus, the Great Dao reward could only assist in condensing Dao patterns, not create them for him. The Great Dao reward could gather all details, leaving nothing out. Lin Moya possessed 6 Great Daos, and even he couldn't fully understand the depth of his insights. Any one of the 6 Great Daos was enough to support his entry into the Dao Sovereign realm. In less than 2 minutes, the 7th Dao pattern was successfully condensed. Then, the outline of the 8th Dao pattern appeared in his soul. This time, the condensation speed remained fast, ignoring the rule that more Dao patterns meant slower condensation. All rules were set under the Great Dao, ineffective against it. 3 minutes later, the 8th Dao pattern was condensed. 8 Dao patterns shone in his soul, forming a whole, each pattern's power greatly enhanced. The more Dao patterns, the stronger the resonance, amplifying each pattern's power. The same number of Dao patterns, whether one or many, had vastly different power. Then, the outline of the 9th Dao pattern appeared. At this point, the condensation of Dao patterns was no longer under Lin Moya's control. The Great Dao reward mobilized all his insights, pushing him toward his limit. In this state, Lin Moya had no idea where his limit lay. It could be far away, or it might suddenly be reached. Lin Moya could only passively accept this. Though the Great Dao reward could be freely chosen, it remained dominant. While Lin Moya condensed Dao patterns, the elder had already finished receiving his Great Dao reward and was watching Lin Moya. Lin Moya's reward continued, and the elder was patient. His gaze was sharper than before. Condensing the 9th Dao pattern took a full 4 minutes. The 7th took 2 minutes, the 8th 3 minutes, and the 9th 4 minutes. Though each took longer, they all went smoothly. After the 9th Dao pattern was successfully condensed, the Great Dao reward still wasn't over. Just 2 seconds later, the outline of the 10th Dao pattern formed. Lin Moya was shocked. There's actually a 10th Dao pattern. The senior said those who condense 9 Dao patterns become Dao masters. 9 Dao patterns should be the limit, but I've condensed a 10th. What does that make me? The Great Dao reward didn't care if Lin Moya was shocked. The Dao patterns continued to condense until his limit was reached. 5 minutes later, the 10th Dao pattern was successfully condensed. 10 Dao patterns, truly surpassing the limit. As soon as the thought arose, the outline of the 11th Dao pattern suddenly appeared. There's more. The thought shattered, and Lin Moya watched in a daze. He had once estimated he could exceed 8 Dao patterns without issue. He had always broken limits as he grew. Later, he heard the true limit was 9 Dao patterns, and Lin Moya felt he could manage, maybe even reach 10. In fact, he did reach 10. But he never imagined there would be an 11th. At this point, Lin Moya didn't care anymore. The Great Dao reward could do as it pleased. He became a bystander, watching the Great Dao reward do as it willed. In 6 minutes, the 11th Dao pattern was successfully condensed. Then, the outline of the 12th Dao pattern appeared. Lin Moya watched as if watching a show, wishing he had some snacks to enjoy. 7 minutes later, the 12th Dao pattern was successfully condensed. 12 Dao patterns formed a whole, resonating powerfully. Lin Moya felt the power of the Dao patterns had increased at least threefold. The same spell, infused with Dao patterns, was at least 3 times stronger than those with only 1 Dao pattern. The difference was terrifying, allowing him to easily crush cultivators of the same realm. Then, the 13th Dao pattern appeared. In the secret vault, the elder waited a long time, unable to see Lin Moya finish. Lin Moya was enveloped in a glow of the Great Dao, which was both a reward and a protection. After a long wait, the glow finally faded. It's finally done. The elder snapped his fingers, and the 8 thunder chains fell like lightning, binding Lin Moya tightly. Chapter 2877. Chapter 2877, 2877. Chapter 2877, Under the Great Dao, all are ants. The thunder chains instantly fell, simultaneously locking Lin Moya's hands, feet, and neck. The 8 thunder chains turned into 5, reducing in number, but the total strength remained unchanged. Then the thunder chains suddenly pulled up, suspending Lin Moyo in midair. Lin Moyo awoke, looking gravely at the elder. "Senior, what are you doing?" he asked knowingly, as when the elder locked him with the thunder chains, there was no need to ask what he intended. In Lin Moya's eyes, the elder had become his mortal enemy. His logic was simple: if you intend to harm me, even slightly, I will destroy you. If you have helped me, I will repay you tenfold. Now, the elder suddenly locked him up, clearly not intending to help him. Lin Moya sensed danger from the elder, and his intuition kept warning him. The elder's voice remained gentle. "Little guy, do you know what reward I asked from the great Tao?" Lin Moya shook his head. "I don't know, why don't you tell me?" As he spoke, Lin Moya's thoughts raced, searching for a way to escape. There was a way to escape, such as self-detonation. After self-detonation and rebirth, he could naturally escape. But it was meaningless, as this was the secret vault, the domain of this great Tao realm elder. Even the powerful extraterrestrial god could only be locked here for countless years. Even if he escaped now, he would be locked up again in the next second. There was no point in doing something useless. But besides this method, Lin Moya couldn't find a good way. If the elder intended to kill him, the mark left by the Heavenly Thunder Deist would be activated. The Heavenly Thunder Deist was a Tao sovereign ninth realm, and his mark would not be as strong as his true self. Given the current situation, even if the Heavenly Thunder Deist himself came, he might not be a match for this elder. The elder was once a great Tao realm expert, and even in death, with only a remnant soul, his strength was still formidable. Moreover, no one knew what reward he had asked from the great Tao. Facing the crisis, Lin Moya remained calm, hoping to get more information from the elder. The elder smiled. "Originally, I wanted the great Tao to help me reincarnate. With my identity and strength, reincarnation would likely allow me to glimpse the great Tao again and return to the great Tao realm. But that would take a long time, and no one can guarantee there won't be accidents during cultivation. Besides, the current origin continent is not the same as it was. Origin spirit veins are scarce, and becoming a great Tao realm expert again is much harder than before. So I decided to use a simpler method and borrow your body." Lin Moya seemed to be stunned. "How do you plan to borrow it?" How to borrow? It could only mean possession, taking over the body. Lin Moya immediately thought of the answer. The elder laughed. "You're smart, you must have guessed I want to possess you, but ordinary possession won't work. If the soul and body don't match, it's impossible to enter the great Tao. So I will use the Thunder Great Tao to erase your consciousness and use your soul as a shell to live again. You have origin spells, the Great Tao of Strength, the Luck Great Tao, all of which heaven will help you inherit." Lin Moyo asked, "What exactly did you ask from the Great Tao?" The elder said, "Haven't you guessed? Or are you afraid to say it?" Lin Moya said, "At this point, there's nothing to fear. I guess your former strength was great, but you used all your power to lock the extraterrestrial god, so you shouldn't have any strength left for other things. Moreover, you've fallen, and besides controlling these thunder chains, your remnant soul should have no other abilities. You must have asked the Great Tao to restore your power, only then can you erase my consciousness and use my soul as a shell." Clap, clap, clap. The elder suddenly clapped his hands. "You're really smart, you guessed right." Lin Moya continued, "I also guessed that your strength in life was too great, and although the Great Tao reward is good, it can't restore you to your peak, at most 2 or 3 parts. And the restoration time is limited." The elder suddenly laughed heartily. "You guessed right again. Indeed, only 1 part of my strength is restored, but even that is stronger than a Tao sovereign ninth realm. Little guy, you have no idea of the gap between the great Tao realm and a Tao sovereign." Lin Moyo had no doubt about the elder's words. 1 part of a great Tao realm's strength must be stronger than a Tao sovereign ninth realm. The elder continued, "Well, time is almost up. Do you have any last words? Perhaps I can help you with something in the future. But if you don't say anything, it's fine. Although I will erase your consciousness, I won't erase your memories. Everything you know will become mine." Lin Moya's expression remained unchanged as he asked, "Senior, I have 2 more questions." The elder said, "Ask away." Lin Moya said, "I want to know your name. Even if I'm going to die, I should at least know who killed me, right? Otherwise, it would be too pitiful." The elder laughed. "Your thinking is indeed different from ordinary people. No harm in telling you, my name is Jin Lei, known as the Thunderlock Deist. Now that you know my name, you should be at peace. What's your last question?" Lin Moya said, "So it's Senior Jin. My last question is, why did you fight the extraterrestrial god back then? With your character, you shouldn't have made such a choice. I'm very puzzled." Jin Lei's expression changed slightly. Lin Moya's question was essentially an insult to his character. At his level, he valued face greatly, and Lin Moya's indirect insult displeased him. Jin Lei sneered, "Considering you're about to die, I'll let you insult me a bit. I'll tell you about the past. Back then, when fighting the extraterrestrial god, there were only 2 choices, kill the opponent or be killed. If you dared to escape, the Great Tao would punish you, and such punishment is unbearable. Since you're so curious, I'll tell you one more thing. Under the Great Tao, we're all ants. Don't think entering the Great Tao realm means immortality. Even a Tao master is just a bigger ant. Under the Great Tao, all are ants." With these words, Jin Lei rushed towards Lin Moyo. At the same time, the thunder chains exploded with powerful force, the terrifying power of thunder bursting through the chains. Just like when they locked the extraterrestrial god, the thunder's power was all-pervasive, paralyzing the body and soul, putting the soul into a comatose state. The extraterrestrial god was killed by Lin Moyo with the scourge staff in such a state. But this time, the thunder chains only paralyzed Lin Moya's body, not his soul, because Jin Lei wanted to erase Lin Moya's consciousness and occupy his soul. Chapter 2878. Chapter 2878, 2878. Chapter 2878, this time, you will really die. Lin Moya wasn't completely helpless. He had a token given by the three ancestors, which he could use to summon them at any time. Though he didn't know the true strength of the three ancestors, Lin Moya believed they could save him without any problem. However, Lin Moya didn't want to use this method. He thought he could still save himself. The thunder chains weren't as terrifying as he imagined. His body felt some numbness, but he wasn't completely immobile. His body had already adapted to the thunder in the secret vault, developing a strong immunity to the paralyzing effect of the thunder. Now, even though the paralysis from the chains was stronger, it was still within a bearable range. As long as he stimulated his blood and used the great Tao of strength, he could clear the numbness in a short time. Similarly, this paralysis was ineffective on both his body and soul. His soul was much more resistant than his body. Jinlei wanted to possess him, but not in the ordinary sense. He intended to erase Lin Moya's consciousness without harming his soul, giving Lin Moya an opportunity. In his soul world, his own domain, even a great Tao realm expert had to tread carefully. Moreover, while Jinlei coveted his soul, Lin Moya also had his eyes on Jinlei's soul. Countless thoughts exploded in Lin Moya's mind like a massive detonation. He was determined. He was ruthless to his enemies and even more so to himself. In the soul world, Jinlei was stunned. Your soul world, how can it be like this? Lin Moya's soul slowly rose. Welcome, Senior Jinlei, to my soul world. Jinlei was shocked by Lin Moya's soul world. He had never seen anything like it. He muttered to himself, 2 origin spells, and what's that other spell? Why is it stronger than the origin spells? Why is your soul world divided into 3 layers? You've integrated the Sea of Worlds into your own rule world. You're insane. What is this tree? It's so big. Even the Dragon God tree isn't this large. 10-colored Dragon Soul Crystal, the legendary 10-colored Dragon Soul Crystal. What's with your soul? Why is there such terrifying sword energy? Jinlei felt he was going crazy. He saw things in Lin Moya's soul world that he had never seen in his life. Origin spells were rare, yet Lin Moya had 2. There was also something stronger than origin spells, though he didn't know what it was. The 10-colored Dragon Soul Crystal, a legendary item never seen before, appeared here. If the dragon race knew, they'd go mad. Especially the World Tree. He had never seen such a tree, not even the Dragon God Tree. Though not as powerful as the Dragon God Tree, it had terrifying potential and could still grow. In the end, it might surpass the Dragon God Tree. Lin Moya didn't care about Jinlei's muttering. His soul gently clapped, whispering, seal. The World Tree branches extended madly, sealing the entire soul world with countless branches. Lin Moya's rule world was divided into upper, middle, and lower layers, with the soul world in the middle. The World Tree sealed the soul world, preventing Jinlei from escaping elsewhere. Lin Moya said, Senior Jinlei, though you're strong, this is my domain. If you want to possess me, it won't be that easy. Jinlei gradually calmed down, looking at Lin Moya's soul. Seeing it, his barely calm emotions exploded again, and he cried out, how can you have so many Tao patterns? It's impossible. What he saw before had only surprised him, but now, it overturned all his understanding. Lin Moya's soul contained 18 Tao patterns, arranged in a unique way, shining brightly. In his understanding, even a Tao master at peak Heavenly Sovereign could only condense 9 Tao patterns. What were Lin Moya's 18 Tao patterns? Looking at himself, he had only condensed 6 Tao patterns at that realm. What did that mean? Lin Moya smiled, nothing is impossible. This world is amazing, beyond our imagination. Senior Jinlei, you made a wrong choice, losing your chance for rebirth. This time, you will really die. But everyone must pay for their choices, and so must you. Lin Moya didn't waste any more words with Jinlei. With a thought, the World Tree launched an attack. Branches turned into vines, striking like whips. Jinlei recovered from his shock, his body glowing with golden light, transforming into boundless thunder, blasting away the attacking vines. The thunder exploded, and the World Tree's attack couldn't get close to him. Jinlei said deeply, your soul world is indeed surprising, and you may be strong in the future, but not now. But the future has nothing to do with you. Everything you have will be mine. Lin Moya shook his head, not necessarily. As he spoke, the World Tree's vines struck again. Jinlei snorted coldly, your strength is too weak, useless. Lin Moya sighed, I said, not necessarily. 2 great Taos descended. The Time Great Tao and Space Great Tao appeared simultaneously, intertwining to form a spacetime trap. The entire soul world spacetime became chaotic, an extreme chaos dividing the soul world into countless regions, each only half a meter in diameter, with time and space staggered in each. In his soul world, Lin Moya could push his mastery of the Great Tao to the extreme. The chaos of spacetime cut through the soul world. Jinlei, caught in different times and spaces, was thrown into confusion, unable to adapt. Time Great Tao, Space Great Tao. Jinlei never expected Lin Moya to master both time and space Great Taos. His body shrank rapidly, trying to escape the multiple layers of time chaos. Otherwise, his thoughts and body's reactions would be completely out of sync. At this moment, the World Tree's branches struck again. Jinlei saw that while the World Tree seemed fearsome, its realm wasn't high. Even if he stood still and let it hit him, he wouldn't be hurt. Now, the priority was to escape the chaotic spacetime. The World Tree's branches struck, with a touch of gold mixed in. The gold hit Jinlei, and he screamed, being sent flying. His soul body was nearly torn apart, already injured. Jinlei looked at the World Tree in shock, finally seeing what had hit him. He exclaimed, why is the Divine Continent Cauldron here? Lin Moya chuckled, you guess. The The World Tree swung its branches again, using the Divine Continent Cauldron as a weapon. Jinlei dared not clash with the Divine Continent Cauldron, and thunder exploded. The soul space shook, large areas shattered, and Lin Moya couldn't help but groan. When the soul world was damaged, its owner would also be hurt. The World Tree wielded the Divine Continent Cauldron with great momentum, smashing through the thunder, forcibly creating a path. Jinlei unleashed thunder furiously, roaring, "Little guy, you've angered me. You have no idea how powerful the Great Tao realm is." A great Tao appeared with a roar, endless thunder falling, as if the soul world faced its apocalypse. Lin Moya was unafraid, knowing Jinlei wouldn't dare destroy his soul world. He still wanted to possess him. Moreover, his soul world wasn't something that could be destroyed at will. Luck gathered in his palm, forming a sword of luck. Chapter 2879. Chapter 2879, 2879. Chapter 2879, Impossible, this is impossible. The sword of luck flashed and pierced Jinlei. In an instant, 3 strikes, and Jinlei roared in anger, "Bastard, how dare you cut my luck?" His luck was weakened, and his power dropped significantly. Lin Moya sneered, "We're fighting to the death, do we need to follow rules?" Jinlei roared, "Get lost." Jinlei's body exploded, merging with the Thunder Great Tao, transforming into boundless thunder. Thunder chains shot out from the thunder, attacking Lin Moya. At the same time, Lin Moya lost his lock on Jinlei. Lin Moya took a step back, retreating far away. The space Great Tao trembled, compressing the space of the soul world, rapidly expanding it. He was the master here, holding an absolute advantage. Although Jinlei was very strong, far stronger than Lin Moya was already at the Tao Sovereign Third Realm on the soul level, not without the ability to fight. Jinlei manipulated the Thunder Great Tao, crushing towards Lin Moya with madness. Laughter rang out. A Great Tao realm can transform into the Great Tao itself, crushing with the Great Tao. You have no chance of winning. Jinlei hid within the Great Tao, making it impossible for ordinary methods to lock onto him. Transforming into the Great Tao was stronger and more difficult to deal with than the true form of the Great Tao. Dealing with him was like dealing with the entire Great Tao. Lin Moya had an idea, separating a wisp of the Luck Great Tao, silently attaching it to Jinlei's Great Tao. The power of the Luck Great Tao was too ethereal, and even the Thunder Great Tao didn't react. In an instant, Lin Moya locked onto Jinlei again. The Sword of Luck condensed, transforming into a poison sword, then flashed. A scream rang out, "You poisoned my luck." Despite being a Great Tao realm expert, he realized his luck was poisoned. Thunder roared as he used the power of the Great Tao to erase the poisonous luck. Lin Moya snorted coldly, condensing the Sword of Luck again. Jinlei, within the Great Tao, was furious, "Impossible, how can you lock onto me?" The next second, he screamed madly, "You understand the Great Tao's enemy locking technique, how do you know it?" Lin Moya laughed, "You said I'm smart, so it's normal for me to know the Great Tao's enemy locking technique. You can sever the Great Tao, can't you? Don't tell me you can't." Lin Moya had already guessed that Jinlei couldn't sever the Great Tao. If he could, he would have done it long ago, not be so frantic. Swish, swish, swish. The Sword of Luck struck Jinlei 3 more times, weakening his aura again. But even as a Great Tao realm, with the huge gap in realms, the Sword of Luck wasn't very effective. The poisonous luck was also erased by the Thunder Great Tao. The Thunder Great Tao continued to charge at Lin Moya, turning into a sea of thunder wherever it went, damaging the soul world and making Lin Moya uncomfortable. Jinlei was determined to first deal with Lin Moya, complete the possession, and then find a way to repair the soul world. As a Great Tao realm expert, repairing a soul world was no problem. Lin Moya guessed Jinlei's intention and naturally wouldn't confront him head-on. Jinlei could restore some power because of the Great Tao reward. Moreover, the Great Tao reward must have a time limit. He just needed to stall. When he asked Jinlei earlier, he didn't say, which made Lin Moya even clearer that the time limit wouldn't be long. The time Great Tao trembled, and the time in the soul world accelerated tenfold. Time sped up 10 times. 1 second outside was 10 seconds inside the soul world. However, Jinlei, transformed into the Great Tao, was protected by the Great Tao, reducing the effect of Lin Moya's time Great Tao. Jinlei's time was only accelerated twofold, not as much. Even so, Jinlei felt the urgency. He indeed didn't have much time. He became more frantic, determined to kill Lin Moya first, even if it meant severely injuring Lin Moya's soul, as it could be repaired later. Sensing Jinlei's frenzy, Lin Moya sneered, "The more frantic you are, the better. The more you lose your mind, the easier you are to deal with." Jinlei had no idea that Lin Moya wasn't afraid of the soul world being destroyed. He only needed one rebirth for the soul world to recover instantly. It could be said that he had even fewer scruples than Jinlei. The two pursued and fled, the World Tree wielding the Divine Continent Cauldron, continuously smashing into the Thunder Great Tao. The Divine Continent Cauldron was strong, but unfortunately, the World Tree wasn't strong enough, so the attack wasn't very effective. Lin Moya condensed the Sword of Luck 5 times in a row, with average results. But Lin Moya didn't care too much. The explosive luck technique style pattern shown, and his luck sword. Boom! Luck exploded, and Jinlei let out a scream. Although the explosive luck technique was also affected by the realm, the most important factor was the difference in luck. His luck was far inferior to Lin Moya's, and under the explosive luck technique, he was immediately harmed. Lin Moya could feel Jinlei's power weakening again, seemingly on the verge of falling out of the Great Tao realm and becoming a Tao sovereign again. Although his realm fell, he was still a Tao sovereign 9th realm, still powerful. But Jinlei felt a deep chill. Lin Moya was too troublesome. The soul world was already shattered, and if it continued, it would collapse. Once the soul world collapsed, Lin Moya, its owner, would be crippled if not dead. Jinlei couldn't understand why Lin Moya wasn't panicking at all. The area for Lin Moya to dodge was shrinking, and the sea of thunder seemed about to engulf him. At this moment, Lin Moya pointed, and in the twisted space, the bone hell emerged from the deepest layer, enveloping Jin Lei and his entire great Dao. The Eye of Hell swept with a powerful soul attack, causing Jin Lei some discomfort, though not enough to harm him. The bone hell wasn't very strong, but its appearance frightened Jin Lei. Upon seeing the gate of hell, Jin Lei screamed, "The gate of hell, impossible, this is impossible." Lin Moya sneered as the hellish fiends pounced, biting regardless of effectiveness. The hellish fiends gnawed at the Thunder Great Dao, overestimating themselves, and were immediately torn apart by the Great Dao. Jin Lei was clearly frantic, and in his screams, he instinctively unleashed terrifying power, shredding the bone hell to pieces. The terrifying power exploded through the bone hell, becoming the last straw that broke the soul world. The soul world collapsed, and Lin Moya's rule world, the middle layer, crumbled. The entire rule world completely broke down. Then a purple light flashed, with indescribable magical power, instantly restoring the just collapsed soul world to normal. Everything was as if nothing had happened, except Jin Lei's aura and power were far weaker than before. Everything returned to the state when Jin Lei first entered. Jin Lei was on the verge of collapse, regretting his choice. In hindsight, it was greed that drove him. Lin Moya's fate was so strong, able to bear the Scourge Staff and possessing 2 illusory Great Daos and origin spells. Such a fate was not something he could easily possess. Greed led to this result. Regret and resentment consumed Jin Lei, driving him to madness. The Thunder Great Dao exploded with his madness, transforming into a sea of thunder, countless thunder giants emerging and attacking in all directions. Chapter 2880. Chapter 2880, 2880. Chapter 2880, The Heaven-Defying Balance Gem. Lin Moya's heart stirred as he realized Jin Lei had gone mad. Countless thunder giants surged from the sea of thunder, attacking in all directions. The soul world was still sealed by the World Tree, but the World Tree's power was slightly lacking against the thunder giants. The World Tree enveloped the entire soul world, but its branches were easily torn apart by the thunder giants, unable to stop them. The thunder giants were at the Dao Sovereign's 7th realm, extremely powerful. However, these thunder giants seemed unstable, as if they could collapse at any moment. If this technique were used at Jin Lei's peak, it would naturally be no problem. But now, Jin Lei was on the verge of falling from the Great Dao realm, and his power came from the Great Dao reward, limited in both strength and time. Moreover, Jin Lei was long dead, leaving only a remnant soul. With all these factors combined, the thunder giants, though powerful, couldn't be sustained for long. He already knew Jin Lei's intention, to tear apart his soul world, but Jin Lei clearly forgot that his soul world could be restored. It had already been restored once. If he weren't truly mad, he wouldn't repeat such a meaningless act. Why did he suddenly go mad? Was the shock too great? Why is this happening? Lin Moya didn't have time to think too much. He had to deal with the immediate problem first. With a thought, the Undead Legion was deployed. Though not strong, the Undead Legion was numerous enough to act as a meat shield, buying some time. At the same time, Lin Moya himself charged towards Jin Lei. Jin Lei wanted to tear apart his rule world, so he would tear apart Jin Lei's soul body. His soul was indeed far weaker than Jin Lei's, but he had the Scourge Staff. Activating the origin spell, Lin Moya's soul rapidly ascended, rising from the Dao Sovereign 3rd realm to the 6th realm. The soul realm was enhanced, but his physical body remained unmoved. Without using the Great Dao Undying Pill, the Dao Sovereign 6th realm was the soul's limit. His power was much stronger than before, giving Lin Moya enough confidence. Using the Space Great Dao, Lin Moya charged into the Thunder Great Dao where Jin Lei was. The Great Dao enemy lock guided Lin Moya, the first Dao pattern shining, and the luck deduction symbol was activated. The luck symbol deduced future events, allowing Lin Moya to avoid incoming thunderbolts in advance. Though not as fast as the thunder, he could foresee events a few seconds ahead, enough to dodge. The future kept changing, and Lin Moya kept deducing, dodging attacks repeatedly. Finally, he saw Jin Lei. At this moment, Jin Lei's aura fluctuated violently, as if he could fall from the Great Dao realm at any time. Jin Lei's eyes were somewhat vacant, his soul twisting, truly mad, having lost his reason. A Great Dao realm being, driven mad, who would believe it? The Dao heart of the Great Dao realm is so strong, how could it go mad? What kind of shock could drive a Great Dao realm mad? But now wasn't the time to think about these things. Lin Moya had already reached Jin Lei, swinging the Scourge Staff down. Boom! A thunderbolt exploded, blasting Lin Moya away, nearly destroying half his soul, almost triggering rebirth. This change wasn't part of the luck deduction symbol's prediction. It hadn't happened during the deduction. The thunder came from the Great Dao. Lin Moya understood that Jin Lei must have sensed the danger and instinctively reacted. A Great Dao realm's sense of danger is strong, making it difficult for Lin Moya to approach. With a flick of his finger, the world-destroying fire appeared out of thin air, enveloping Jin Lei's remnant soul. The remnant soul seemed stimulated, screaming, and the Thunder Great Dao exploded. Countless thunderbolts shot out, landing on Jin Lei, extinguishing the world-destroying fire. The world-destroying fire, capable of burning divine pet souls, couldn't burn Jin Lei's remnant soul. A Great Dao realm could use the Great Dao to extinguish the world-destroying fire. Even the world-destroying fire was ineffective, leaving Lin Moya at a loss. At this moment, the soul gem on the Scourge Staff suddenly glowed, an earthy yellow light flowing out, spreading over Lin Moya's entire soul. The recently wounded soul healed instantly. Lin Moya understood the soul gem's intention. It sensed Jin Lei's soul and was tempted. Lin Moya charged again, raising the Scourge Staff. Jin Lei reacted again, raising a hand to unleash a thunderbolt. The soul gem on the Scourge Staff glowed, protecting Lin Moya's soul. The thunder struck the soul, but the earthy yellow light from the soul gem neutralized it. The earthy yellow light was strong, blocking the Great Tao Realm's thunder. But the thunder's impact still made it difficult for Lin Moya to approach. The balance gem, which had never moved, suddenly glowed. Lin Moya didn't know what the balance gem did, as its name wasn't very telling. This time, the balance gem moved, clearly pulled by the soul gem. The balance gem released an invisible force, enveloping both Lin Moya and Jean Lei. In an instant, Lin Moya felt the thunder striking him weaken. Not only did the thunder weaken, but Jean Lei also weakened. Jean Lei's power quickly fell below the Great Tao Realm, continuously dropping, soon reaching only Tao Sovereign's 6th realm. Tao Sovereign's 6th realm, exactly Lin Moya's current realm. Now Jean Lei's state was bizarre. He was still in the Great Tao Realm, but his attacks were only at Tao Sovereign's 6th realm. Lin Moya finally understood the balance gem's function, balance. It balanced the enemy's power with his own realm. If the enemy's power exceeded his realm, it would be reduced to match his. Balance gem, truly heaven-defying. With a silent sigh, Lin Moya braved the thunder, swinging the scourge staff down. The scourge staff struck Jean Lei's soul, and Jean Lei screamed, his chaotic consciousness suddenly clearing. Like a final moment of clarity before death, his consciousness returned. Lin Moya suddenly wanted to ask why he went mad, but it was too late. The soul gem activated, drawing his soul in. Lin Moya couldn't stop the soul gem. Jean Lei seemed to know he was about to die, muttering repeatedly, impossible, this is impossible. 2 seconds later, Jean Lei's soul was drained, and he died. The Thunder Great Tao disappeared, and the Thunder Giants collapsed. A great battle finally ended in less than half a minute. Most of the undead legion had collapsed, with hundreds of billions dead. They weren't just dead and revivable, they were truly dead, with no chance of revival. Against the Thunder Giants, the undead legion was no match. Such is the gap in realms, completely overwhelming. Lin Moya summoned a skeleton general, then linked spells, letting them replenish themselves. His consciousness returned to reality, where the thunder chains in the secret vault had disappeared, and the vault was shaking, gradually collapsing. Lin Moya remained still, deep in thought, reflecting on the entire process. He didn't want to fight the extraterrestrial god, knowing he couldn't kill it, but feared the Great Tao's punishment, so he used his power to trap it for countless years. One reason was to wait for someone to save him, another was fear of being killed by the extraterrestrial god. Yet. Chapter 2881. Chapter 2881, 2881. Chapter 2881. No need for so much nonsense. Jean Lei, a Great Tao realm expert, never imagined that after countless years, no one would come to rescue him. His fate was sealed, irreversible, and for the last glimmer of hope, he could only grit his teeth and endure. Here, it was quiet and lonely. If he hadn't fallen, he could comprehend the Great Tao, and it wouldn't matter how many years passed. But now, all his power was used to deal with the extraterrestrial god. Year after year, the pressure he endured grew, and under such circumstances, many would go mad. As time flowed, the secret finally revealed itself to the world. Someone came, bringing a sliver of hope. But after hope came even greater disappointment. Jean Lei learned from the intruders about the changes in the outside world and what the origin continent had become, turning hope into despair. He knew no one would come to help him. The persistence of countless years collapsed, and cracks appeared in his Tao heart, leading to an uncontrollable breakdown. When a person collapses, they seek any means to survive, even a Great Tao realm being is no exception, its instinct. Jean Lei finally found a possibility. If someone could kill the extraterrestrial god, he could also receive the Great Tao reward. Through the Great Tao reward, he could reincarnate. With his Great Tao realm strength, reincarnating would mean losing this life's memories, but he could find ways to store them. Perhaps, at some point, he could regain those memories and return to the Great Tao. Though he grasped a sliver of hope, it remained slim. Sometimes, seeing hope but never attaining it is more despairing than seeing no hope at all. Jean Lei was like this, seeing a sliver of hope but never attaining it, leading to his continuous breakdown. More people came later, still unable to bring hope. Until now, when he came, the hope Jean Lei saw suddenly appeared vividly before him. As long as he reached the Tao Sovereign 9th realm, he could completely kill the extraterrestrial god. Even if he couldn't reach it, he could take the news outside. Perhaps a powerful Tao Sovereign who comprehended the illusory Great Tao could come and kill the extraterrestrial god. But who would have thought that he could do it now, killing the extraterrestrial god just like that? Happiness came too suddenly, but after seeing his treasures, talents, spells, and Great Tao, greed arose in Jean Lei's heart. So he changed his original plan. He wanted to possess. Using the Great Tao reward, he restored part of his former strength. Blinded by greed, he underestimated himself and made a wrong decision. If he had restored his strength and attacked in the real world, he would have been defenseless. But he entered his soul world, giving him a chance to fight back. In the battle, Jean Lei was restrained at every step, unable to gain any advantage. A Great Tao realm being unable to handle a small heavenly sovereign made Jean Lei's belief nearly collapse. Later, Jean Lei was further stimulated, and the pressure accumulated over countless years exploded all at once. His Tao heart collapsed, driving him mad and irrational. Lin Moya reviewed the entire battle, finally understanding the true reason for Jean Lei's madness, a dignified Great Tao realm being. The collapse of the Tao heart was the result of long years of accumulation. After repeated disappointments, his heart was riddled with holes, and his final push, repeatedly stimulating him, led to his collapse. Whether it was the 2 origin spells in his soul world, the world tree, the 10-colored dragon soul crystal, or the 18 Tao patterns in his soul, they were all factors. But the real last straw was the gate of hell in the bone hell. Looking back, Jean Lei's expression of disbelief mixed with fear upon seeing the gate of hell was intriguing. Until the end, during his final moment of clarity, he kept shouting, "This is impossible." Those 4 words became his last obsession. After reviewing, Lin Moya realized that his bone hell seemed unusual. As a great Dao realm expert, Jean Lei, an ancient being, surely knew many things. The gate of hell had such a severe impact on him, which was not a trivial matter. The gate of hell contains great secrets. What really happened in that great war back then? Did the origin continent change from 9 continents to 4, and the divine continent cauldron was lost, because of that great war? Lin Moyo unraveled the threads, seeking answers. Ultimately, he found that his strength and realm were insufficient to touch that level. Even if he knew, there was nothing he could do. In the end, it's still about strength. Lin Moya sighed lightly, discarding thoughts he shouldn't have. Now, the Dao patterns in his soul were all successfully condensed, a total of 18 Dao patterns shining brightly. He could step into the Dao sovereign realm at any time. A gentle breeze blew, carrying moisture, very soft. Lin Moyo felt the aura of the origin continent, knowing he had returned from the secret vault. Opening his eyes, he saw the 4 Dao sovereigns of the Jiang family standing not far away. Their auras were surging, with their backs to him, seemingly protecting him. In the distance, someone was confronting them. Demon race. Facing the Jiang family Dao sovereigns were 6 demon Dao sovereigns. Among them, 4 were at the Dao sovereign first realm, and 2 were at the second realm. The 6 demon Dao sovereigns looked similar, from the same lineage. Lin Moyo had seen information on the demon race and knew they belonged to the silver-striped snake rabbit clan. Thinking back, when the Thunder Vault first appeared, the 5 Dao sovereigns he killed were from the silver-striped snake rabbit clan. At the time, he killed them casually, not caring who they were. Lin Moya knew he had left the secret vault during his review. The Jiang family Dao sovereigns indeed acted as his protectors. Lin Moya stepped forward. "Thank you, fellow Daists, for protecting me." He didn't call them seniors, as he was still a peak heavenly sovereign, but becoming a Dao sovereign was just a thought away, so calling them fellow Daists wasn't inappropriate. Even if he called them seniors, the 4 from the Jiang family probably wouldn't dare accept it. "Daist friend is awake," Jiang Roabei immediately said, seeming relieved at Lin Moya's awakening. He knew Lin Moya's strength as long as Lin Moya was awake. Dealing with the demon Dao sovereigns shouldn't be difficult. Lin Moya nodded slightly. "What do they want?" Jiang Roabei said, "They sensed their kin's death, so they came." The demon race has many secret techniques to sense their kin's death, which isn't surprising. At this moment, a Dao sovereign at the second realm from the silver-striped snake rabbit clan shouted, "Did you kill our kin?" Lin Moyo answered directly, "I killed them." As he spoke, he lightly pointed his finger. Space twisted, and the bone hell instantly appeared, enveloping the 6 silver-striped snake rabbit Dao sovereigns. They never expected Lin Moyo to act so swiftly, and by the time they reacted, it was too late. The eye of hell swept over them, and they screamed in unison as lava surged, engulfing them. In the river of lava, the hellish fiends were already eagerly waiting. In the blink of an eye, the 6 were gone, becoming nourishment for the bone hell. Lin Moya casually said, "No need for so much nonsense." Chapter 2882. Chapter 2882, 2882. Chapter 2882. If he becomes a Dao sovereign, send a gift. Lin Moya killed with a swift and decisive action, not giving the demon race any chance to react. Not only the demon race but even the 4 Dao sovereigns of the Jiang family were taken aback, and the battle was already over. The 4 looked at each other, wondering when killing a Dao sovereign became so easy. After all, a Dao sovereign isn't easy to kill, possessing the great Dao, various spells, secret techniques, and numerous treasures. In their understanding, to kill a Dao sovereign, one must have overwhelming strength, or at least 2 or 3 of the same realm must team up. If a Dao sovereign is determined to escape, it's even harder to kill them. However, Lin Moyo, a peak heavenly sovereign, killed Dao sovereigns as if it were as easy as slicing vegetables. Lin Moya took out 4 high-quality thunder sword grass. "Thank you for your protection. These 4 thunder sword grass are a token of my gratitude, please accept them." The 4 looked at the thunder sword grass in Lin Moyo's hand and couldn't help but breathe slightly. The quality of thunder sword grass varies greatly, and the ones in Lin Moyo's hand were top grade, much better than what they had collected. Jian Roabei instinctively said, "This is too precious." Lin Moya replied, "It's only right. I had a brief encounter with Miss Jian Ruoxu. Please convey a message for me when you return, that I will visit the Jiang family after I finish my current business." After speaking, Lin Moyo handed the thunder sword grass to Jiang Roabei and took out the origin shuttle. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Moya suddenly turned and said, "By the way, there will be no more Thunder Vault in the future, you should leave quickly in case more demons come." The origin shuttle turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the distance. The 4 looked at each other, feeling a bit unreal. Suddenly someone asked, "What's that Daist friend's name?" Another shook his head, "I don't know, he never said." "Let's ask Ruoxu when we get back, she should know." "Do you think he's coming to the Jiang family because of Ruoxu?" Jiang Roabei said, "Whatever the reason, we should head back first. If more demons come, it will be troublesome." The 4 discussed for a while, then took out a flying boat and left, disappearing without a trace. A city that once stood there had become a ruin due to the Thunder Vault. Now the land was barren, and even the Thunder Vault was gone. The world evolves, filled with countless surprises, and no one can predict them. The origin shuttle sped towards Udao City, where Lin Moyo planned to become a Dao sovereign. He could become a Dao sovereign now, but doing so would cause a fluctuation in fortune. A Dao sovereign connects with the great Dao, which bestows fortune, and if he becomes a Dao sovereign in Yudao City, the city will benefit. If someone else became a Dao sovereign, the benefits might not be as significant. But Lin Moya knew he was different, bearing 6 great Daos and possessing 18 Dao patterns, unprecedented. The commotion caused by his becoming a Dao sovereign would be enormous, and Yudao City would benefit greatly. In fact, with the connection of fortune, Yudao City had already benefited a lot. As Lin Moya's fortune grew stronger, so did Yudao City's, subtly influencing the cultivators within. The Thunder Vault was quite far from Yudao City, and the Origin Shuttle took over 10 days to reach it. During those days, Lin Moya continued to refine his foundation and pondered how to allocate the 18 Dao patterns, which spells to fuse with the Dao patterns, and how many patterns to fuse with each spell. This required careful consideration. Each spell could fuse with more than one Dao pattern, and the more patterns fused, the stronger the spell. Lin Moya had many spells, so he needed to study this carefully. The information from the God-slaying sect did mention this, but not in detail, only vaguely suggesting maintaining balance. Maintaining balance had many meanings, and how to achieve it needed Lin Moya's own research. Lin Moya spent these days pondering this issue, speculating on various possibilities. Using the feeling from the first and second Dao patterns as a basis, he might find the correct method. However, Lin Moya also considered that even if his choice wasn't entirely correct, it wouldn't matter. In the future, there would be plenty of opportunities. With each advancement in the Dao sovereign realm, the number of Dao patterns would increase, providing chances for correction. After all, he had many Dao patterns, offering more opportunities for correction, unlike those with only one. In the mall, the voice of the 3 ancestors slowly rose. The Thunder Vault has disappeared. Lu Lian's voice followed. Yes, it's gone, and the extraterrestrial god inside was killed. The 3 ancestors said, I didn't expect the kid to actually do it. Lu Lian said, when I sold him the secret vault information, I already analyzed that the most likely vault he would go to was the Thunder Vault. I didn't expect him to actually eliminate the extraterrestrial god inside, which exceeded my expectations. Lu Lian had analyzed that the Thunder Vault was the most likely destination for Lin Moyo, but she hadn't predicted that Lin Moyo could kill the extraterrestrial god. In her information, no matter what means Lin Moyo used, it seemed impossible to kill the extraterrestrial god. Clearly, Lin Moyo had hidden methods. The 3 ancestors chuckled, this kid always creates miracles. I wonder where that old fellow Jean Lei went, perhaps he's reincarnated. 3 Star Lords have already reincarnated, and if Jean Lei joins them, things will get interesting. I wonder if anyone will follow the Dao to reincarnation. The Origin continent has been silent for so long, can the Dao fire be rekindled? Lu Lian said, perhaps it can. The 3 ancestors said, I didn't believe it before, but with this kid, maybe it really can. Where is he now? Lu Lian said, he left the Thunder Vault, killed some demon Dao sovereigns, and has now left. He's probably returning to his faction to advance to Dao sovereign. The 3 ancestors pondered for a moment. His progress is faster than I thought. If he becomes a Dao sovereign, we should send a gift and take a look at his faction. Lu Lian nodded. Any specific requirements? The 3 ancestors said, do as you see fit. The Origin shuttle flew over vast wastelands, and after the Eastern Spirit Empire's last action, it seemed to have restrained itself. Along the way, Lin Moyo indeed found many Dao sovereign-level spirit beasts, mostly at the 1st and 2nd realms, with some at the 4th realm. However, they were all peaceful, and none came to provoke Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo returned to Yudao City without incident. He didn't enter the city directly, instead returning to his small house. The part of the Origin spirit vein polluted by the hell fragments seemed to have strengthened during this time. It wasn't that it had strengthened, but the Origin spirit vein had. As the master of the Origin spirit vein, Lin Moyo could clearly feel that Yudao City's Origin spirit vein had increased by at least 30%. A 7th level Origin spirit vein doesn't easily improve, and with its master absent, its improvement was undoubtedly due to Xiao San. The human emperor's voice sounded in his ear, welcome back to the world. Lin Moyo smiled slightly, human emperor, tell me about any interesting events during this time. Chapter 2883. Chapter 2883, 2883. Chapter 2883, Merging the Wisdom Heart Pearl, Human Emperor Ascends. In fact, the human emperor would regularly report to Lin Moyo about the happenings in Yudao City. Lin Moyo would usually just wave his hand, letting the human emperor handle things on his own. Since he decided to be a hands-off manager, he did it thoroughly. This time, since Lin Moyo took the initiative to ask, the human emperor immediately informed him of everything that had happened recently. In truth, there weren't any major events, everything in Yudao City was going smoothly. The scale of Yudao City had expanded several times compared to before. The population living in the city exceeded 1 million. A city with a population of over 1 million can be considered a medium-sized city. The human emperor continuously adjusted strategies to have more people born in Yudao City, essentially being born on the Origin continent. This way, they are recognized by the Origin continent from birth, and their potential is stronger. The number of heavenly sovereigns in Yudao City had also increased. There were now 30 heavenly sovereigns. The earliest ones like Hao Tianzun were advancing towards high-level heavenly sovereigns. Pu Qingxian was also about to break through to heavenly sovereign, having Lin Moyo's favor and being influenced by his fortune. Her cultivation speed was faster. But what surprised Lin Moyo the most was Xiao Wu, the laziest one, who was the first to break through to high-level heavenly sovereign in Yudao City. Even the human emperor found it strange how Xiao Wu could cultivate so quickly when she hardly trained at all. Despite not training much, her realm unknowingly improved, with each day of training equivalent to several months for others. Lin Moya knew the reason. If anyone in Yudao City was closest to him, it was Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu was transformed into a being by him personally, like his own daughter. As his fortune increased, Xiao Wu also benefited. Moreover, Xiao Wu comprehended the Luck Great Tao, allowing her to fully utilize every bit of its power, naturally speeding up her cultivation. If there was anything notable in Yudao City, it was that Lin Feng left. Yudao City expanded its range according to Lin Moya's preset plan. Although the population kept growing, the territory was ample for their activities and cultivation. If someone wanted to leave, as long as they met the conditions, the human emperor wouldn't stop them. During this time, apart from Lin Feng, no one else chose to leave. Yudao City had the origin spirit vein, which was a tremendous aid to cultivation, unmatched by other resources. Due to Gu Qingxuan's relationship, Lin Feng was under special observation by the human emperor. Lin Feng had sought out Gu Qingxian several times, expressing his intentions, but was always rejected. Eventually, Lin Feng left, his whereabouts unknown. According to the human emperor, Lin Feng seemed to harbor some resentment towards Gu Qingxian due to unrequited love. Lin Moya didn't care about this. Lin Feng was like a clown to him, irrelevant whether present or absent. Overall, Yudao City was peaceful, with no surprises. Lin Moya suddenly looked into the distance and smiled slightly. Lei Guang is coming, I'll go greet him. He sensed Lei Guang approaching rapidly and went to meet him. Before leaving, he had asked Lei Guang to look after Yudao City, and Lei Guang had kept his word, always watching over the city. Sensing Lin Moya's aura, Lei Guang came over. Lin Moya met Lei Guang outside the city and smiled. Thank you, brother Lei Guang, for watching over Yudao City. Lei Guang replied, no need to be so polite. It's good that you've returned safely. Lin Moya smiled. I acquired some Thunder Sword Grass this time. I wonder if brother Lei Guang can use it. Lei Guang's eyes lit up. Yes, high-grade Thunder Sword Grass is rare. Lin Moya took out several Thunder Sword Grass, which contained the power of the Thunder Great Tao, useful as material and as food for Thunder-type spirit beasts. The Thunder Sword Grass Lin Moya had was of high quality, comparable to materials above Dao Sovereign's 7th realm. These Thunder Swords were valuable and could be exchanged for many origin crystals, but Lin Moya preferred to give them to Lei Guang. Sometimes, friendships like Lei Guang's are priceless. Lin Moya gave Lei Guang 10 Thunder Sword Grass, which he accepted without hesitation. His straightforward nature meant no unnecessary formalities. He still had some left, both high quality and ordinary. The rest could be stored in the warehouse. After chatting with Lei Guang for a while, Lei Guang returned to his place. With Lin Moya back, there was nothing more for him to do. After returning, Lin Moya said to the human emperor, I'm preparing to advance to Dao Sovereign, and it might cause quite a commotion. So I plan to help you merge with the Wisdom Heart Pearl first, to enhance your strength and have someone to rely on. Merging with the Wisdom Heart Pearl might temporarily make you lose control over Yudao City and the entire Great World. Do you need to prepare anything? The human emperor replied, alright, I'll inform Hao Tianzun and the others to manage Yudao City for now. As for the Great World, it's already on track. I'll just make an announcement. The human emperor acted quickly, settling everything in just a few minutes. He had long held the Wisdom Heart Pearl and was eager to merge with it. In his past life as the human emperor under Xiao Zhantian, he had always had an innate desire for power. Even when merging with technological treasures, this instinct remained. Lin Moya sensed the human emperor's subtle emotions and smiled slightly. Then let's begin. The power of the Origin Spirit Vein was invoked. The 7th level Origin Spirit Vein's power was immense, and now it was about 30% stronger than when Lin Moya left. All thanks to Xiao San, the Little Master. Terrifying origin power gathered in Lin Moya's hand and was injected into the Wisdom Heart Pearl. Using the origin power, Lin Moya firmly controlled the Wisdom Heart Pearl. The Wisdom Heart Pearl was too powerful, and even with Lin Moya's strength, it wasn't easy to control. To control the Wisdom Heart Pearl, one needed at least Dao Sovereign 4th realm strength. But with the Origin Spirit Vein, control was not an issue. The power of the Origin Spirit Vein continuously flowed in, and the Wisdom Heart Pearl began to glow, activating. Simultaneously, a powerful aura emerged, forming an energy whirlwind that swept across the land. This high-level technological treasure began to reveal its formidable side. Lin Moya knew its core function wasn't activated. It was like a powerful shell needing a soul. And that soul was the human emperor. After a while, the Wisdom Heart Pearl's activation exceeded 70%, and Lin Moya shouted, go in. The human emperor had been ready for a long time, instantly leaving the technological treasure he was previously in and entering the Wisdom Heart Pearl. Lin Moya's thoughts moved slightly, and the Luck Great Tao appeared. It fell like a waterfall onto the Wisdom Heart Pearl and the human emperor. He enhanced the human emperor's luck, allowing a smoother merger with the Wisdom Heart Pearl. As the human emperor entered the Wisdom Heart Pearl, his consciousness in the great world fell silent. In Yudao City, many cultivators looked up, feeling as if the human emperor had left, and many showed signs of panic. They were accustomed to a world with the human emperor, and without him, something felt missing. At this time, Hao Tianzun and others appeared in the sky. Stay calm, the human emperor is ascending and will return soon. Chapter 2884. Chapter 2884, 2884. Chapter 2884, The Powerful Human Emperor, Mechanical Legion. In Yudao City, Xiaoya lifted her little head. I can feel Master's aura, Master is back. Lin Moya's activation of the Origin Spirit Vein was sensed by Xiaoyu. Xiao San also came out, standing on Xiaoya's head, looking into the distance, sensing Lin Moya's return. The direction they looked was where Lin Moya was. Beside them, Xiaoya said listlessly, yes, Master is back, but he's not coming to see me, so I won't go to him either. Bad master, smelly master, gone for so long without coming to see us. Xiao pouted, angrily complaining about Lin Moyo. Xiao laughed and defended Lin Moyo. Master must have something important. I guess this time the human emperor's ascension is related to master. The human emperor chose to ascend right when Lin Moya returned, certainly related to him. Xiao suddenly jumped up, looking incredulously in Lin Moya's direction. The Luck Great Tao, master has learned the Luck Great Tao too. Xiao and Xiao San were both shocked. Xiao San knew what the Luck Great Tao was, an illusory Great Tao not easily comprehended. Besides Xiao, it hadn't seen anyone else comprehend it. Through interacting with Xiao, it learned that Xiao comprehended it through various opportunities, not something others could replicate. But Lin Moya was different. If he could comprehend the Luck Great Tao, it was indeed a terrifying thing. In its ancient bloodline memory, those who could comprehend the Luck Great Tao had terrifying future achievements. Xiaoyu, no longer a naive child, also understood what the Luck Great Tao meant. Xiaoyu clenched her fists, smiling brightly. Master is amazing. Wow! Xiaoyu suddenly cried out, tears streaming down her face. Xiaoyu asked curiously, Master comprehended the Luck Great Tao, why are you crying? Xiaoyu cried, Master learned the Luck Great Tao, so he doesn't need Xiaoyu anymore. Xiaoyu will be abandoned. Xiaosan silently turned its head, feeling that Xiaoyu's thought process was a bit peculiar, unable to keep up. Xiaoyu was both amused and helpless. Miss, Master isn't like that. She comforted Xiaoyu, becoming her big sister in that moment. The wisdom heart pearl flickered with light, the glow pulsing with a peculiar rhythm. Lin Moya seemed to hear an electronic startup sound, then sensed an aura belonging to the space Great Tao. The wisdom heart pearl contained the space Great Tao, indicating its internal space might be vast. Lin Moyo had seen the human emperor's true form, which was very large. The wisdom heart pearl was small but had far stronger functions than the human emperor's true form, utilizing the space Great Tao to create a vast internal space. Lin Moya didn't explore inside, he only needed to assist, leaving the rest to the human emperor. He trusted the human emperor, the great being who had protected the human race and the great world for countless years. Lin Moyo always held deep respect for the human emperor. The wisdom heart pearl vibrated continuously, absorbing a large amount of origin power, which Lin Moya supplied freely, giving as much as needed. Some of this origin power was for the wisdom heart pearl, and some for the human emperor. The entire process lasted 3 days, and the wisdom heart pearl's vibration finally calmed. Lin Moya could feel that the human emperor had firmly established himself within the wisdom heart pearl, adapting to this new technological treasure. During this time, Lin Moya never stopped supplying origin power, diligently assisting. After another 3 days, the wisdom heart pearl suddenly stopped vibrating, and all light disappeared. Immediately, an aura rose from the wisdom heart pearl. A figure appeared in view, resembling Xiao Zhantian, identical to the statue outside the War God Temple in the Great World. This was a body the human emperor had evolved with great power, with the wisdom heart pearl located in the heart. Lin Moya sensed the human emperor's immense power, also from a great Tao, but he didn't recognize it. Judging by the aura, the human emperor's power was not weaker than the Tao Sovereign's 6th realm. The wisdom heart pearl was so powerful that it directly gave the human emperor power equivalent to the Tao Sovereign's 6th realm. Lin Moya asked, how does it feel? The human emperor grinned, feels great, the wisdom heart pearl is too strong. My power should be equivalent to the Tao Sovereign's 6th realm. Lin Moya nodded, that's about right. Can you use the true form of the great Tao? The human emperor shook his head, not yet, but I will be able to. How so? Lin Moya raised an eyebrow, not understanding. The human emperor said, after merging with the wisdom heart pearl, I can comprehend a special great Tao, the technology great Tao. The technology great Tao is different from other great Taos, requiring special materials to unleash its full power. My true form of the great Tao is the same, needing other materials. Lin Moya said, list the materials you need, and I'll see if I can get them. At the Tao Sovereign's 6th realm, having the true form of the great Tao makes a world of difference in combat power. Lin Moya didn't understand the technology great Tao, but hearing about it sparked a thought. In his previous life, the world was a brilliant technological civilization, with various weapons prevalent. Though those technological weapons seemed insignificant now, if related to the great Tao, their power might be different from memory. The origin continent is magical in a normal cultivation system, technological treasures shouldn't exist, like those from the celestial sect. But they appeared, seemingly with some rationale. In fact, there are many traces of technology the human warships in the great world contain some technological elements. Of course, that's due to the human emperor's influence. The human emperor quickly listed the materials and handed them to Lin Moyo. There's a lot of information in the wisdom heart pearl that I haven't organized yet. But from what I've seen, it seems possible to create a mechanical legion through the technology great Tao. Lin Moyo was slightly startled and immediately asked, what level of mechanical legion? Lin Moyo had seen mechanical legions, having fought them in the Sea of Worlds. At that time, the mechanical puppets wielded glowing swords and had considerable combat power. After coming to the origin continent, he acquired information and knew many artificers were researching this. However, the combat power of mechanical puppets was generally weak, with no Tao sovereign level puppets, limiting their practicality. If the human emperor's mechanical legion had real power, the human emperor said, the strongest seems to reach the Tao sovereign 3rd realm, but the requirements are quite demanding. I need to study it further. Lin Moya was delighted if they could reach the Tao Sovereign 3rd realm and be mass-produced, Udao City's safety would be assured. Chapter 2885. Chapter 2885, 2885. Chapter 2885, Merging Dao Patterns. Lin Moya looked at the list compiled by the human emperor. The items were strange, and he didn't recognize most of them as they weren't typical cultivation materials. I don't know if I can find them. After I advance to Dao Sovereign, I'll ask at the Lufeng Merchant Association. Lin Moya put the list away. If anyone could find these odd items, it would be the Lufeng Merchant Association. This matter wasn't urgent. Advancing to Dao Sovereign was more important for Lin Moya now. The human emperor had successfully ascended, transforming magnificently. From now on, the half-step supreme human emperor was gone, replaced by a Dao Sovereign 6th realm human emperor. The leap was unimaginable. This is the strength of technological treasures. As long as the treasure itself is strong enough, cultivation can be skipped. After a few days, the human emperor returned to manage the great world in Udao City. With the human emperor's current power, only a small portion was needed to easily complete the management tasks. Most of the time, he could organize data and analyze information. Analyzing information was the main task, extracting hidden truths from vast data, which consumed a lot of power and time. Lin Moya entered the secret chamber, sitting cross-legged, speaking to himself, now it's my turn. Achieving Dao Sovereign, the great Dao descends. I wonder what kind of commotion it will cause. After cultivating for so long, the moment of achieving Dao Sovereign was finally here, and he couldn't help but feel excited. Calming his mind, Moya's spirit sank into his soul world. 18 Dao patterns, 2 of which already had owners. Once Dao patterns are merged, they cannot be separated, so his choice was crucial. On the way back, Lin Moya had already considered which spells to merge the Dao patterns with. He decided to merge them with his summoning spells. Summon Skeleton General, Summon Dragon Rider Legion, Summon Skeleton King, Summon Elemental, and Resurrection of the Dead. Although Summon Skeleton King already had a Dao pattern, it was innate and unrelated to his Dao patterns. Lin Moya didn't think merging his Dao patterns would disrupt the balance. He believed that after advancing to Dao Sovereign, the other summoning spells would also naturally generate Dao patterns, achieving balance again. These spells formed a multi-star spell system, inherently interconnected and powerful. Dao patterns contain the power of the Great Dao, enhancing the power of spells when merged. This is the role of Dao patterns. The higher the Dao Sovereign's realm, the more Dao patterns they have. If multiple Dao patterns are given to one spell, its power can multiply. However, the God-slaying sex information stated that balance must be maintained, and spells of the same type should have equal Dao patterns. So, he couldn't give all the Dao patterns to one spell. Lin Moya heeded this advice, knowing there was a reason behind it. For the 5 summoning spells, Lin Moya planned to merge 2 Dao patterns with each. Although Summon Skeleton King would have 1 extra Dao pattern, after advancing to Dao Sovereign, the other summoning spells might also gain 1. If not, he could adjust when he condensed new Dao patterns in the future. This is the advantage of having many Dao patterns. The more there are, the more flexibility there is. Having decided, Lin Moya didn't hesitate and acted immediately. 10 Dao patterns flew out simultaneously, heading towards the 5 spell stars. The Dao patterns landed on the spell stars, successfully merging. Each spell star gained 2 Dao pattern imprints, except Summon Skeleton King, which had 3. However, the naturally generated Dao pattern differed significantly from the 2 Lin Moya sent. Lin Moya felt that the naturally generated Dao pattern seemed more powerful. The 2 sent Dao patterns appeared to revolve around it as the core. After imprinting the Dao patterns, Lin Moya sensed changes in the spell stars. Dao essence appeared on the spell stars. The Dao patterns carried the power of the Great Dao, enhancing the spell stars. They've become stronger, but my realm limits the spell stars. It seems that when I break through to Dao Sovereign, a qualitative change will occur. Lin Moya understood, carefully sensing that the 5 summoning spell stars remained balanced. The Dao patterns returned to his soul, having changed. Each represented the star they merged with, differing in appearance. The only constant was their connection, still amplifying each other. Casting spells through Dao patterns allowed for the amplification of power through resonance and the multi-star spell system. Lin Moya felt that when he became a Dao Sovereign, the combat power of the Undead Legion would surely surprise him. 12 Dao patterns had owners, leaving 6. 18 Dao patterns seem like a lot, but when used, they don't feel enough. Lin Moya sighed softly. A spell could merge multiple Dao patterns, but how many was unknown. While the summoning spell stars maintained balance, some spell stars didn't, like Wings of the Undead and Bone Hell. Bone Hell had already ascended, so powerful that it defied explanation. Its true strength left to Lin Moya to feel. Lin Moya threw 2 Dao patterns into it. Bone Hell hummed, magma boiling, the patterns on the Hellgate glowing faintly, becoming clearer but not more numerous. The rotation speed of the nether black pool increased slightly, with a faint rumbling as if something dangerous was about to emerge. Beyond that, there was no reaction. 2 Dao patterns flew back from Bone Hell, also changed in shape. Lin Moya slapped his forehead. Did I think wrong? Bone Hell is already too strong. 2 Dao patterns aren't enough to change it. But since I've started, I might as well finish, otherwise, these 2 Dao patterns would be wasted. Lin Moya initially planned to give Dao patterns to summoning spells in Bone Hell. If he distributed each Dao pattern evenly among all spells, each would gain a little, but not much. Better to give the Dao patterns to the most important spells. Perhaps this would be more effective. After some thought, Lin Moya decided to give 16 Dao patterns to summoning spells in Bone Hell. These 2 spells were his main attack methods. The remaining 4 Dao patterns flew out, merging into Bone Hell. 6 Dao patterns shone on Bone Hell's spell star. This seemed to be enough to trigger a qualitative change. The patterns on the Hellgate became clearer, the glow brighter, and under the halo, the Hellgate grew more eerie. The rotation speed of the nether black pool increased significantly, with the rumbling intensifying. A strong, dark aura constantly emanated from the nether black pool, and with a loud boom, a giant black dragon head emerged. Chapter 2886. Chapter 2886, 2886. Chapter 2886, Breaking Through to Tao Sovereign, Heavenly Phenomena. A black dragon head emerged from the nether black pool. The dragon head was extremely ferocious, roaring continuously, revealing 2 rows of scarlet fangs, and exhaling black gas from its nostrils. This black gas was highly corrosive, capable of corroding everything. Lin Moyo could feel that the corrosive power of the black gas was fundamentally the same as the power of death in the Undying Great Tao, as if it originated from the Undying Great Tao. A pair of blood-red giant eyes slowly opened, cold, brutal, and merciless. All the information related to hell surged in Lin Moya's mind. In the past, there was a bottomless pool in hell, known as the Nether Black Pool. In the Nether Black Pool, a terrifying creature called the Nether Black Dragon was nurtured. The Nether Black Dragon could devour everything and had the same characteristics as hellish fiends. It was extremely terrifying and could even devour the Great Tao. Unfortunately, there was very little information about hell, and even less about the Nether Black Dragon. When hell collapsed, the Nether Black Pool also crumbled, and some of the Nether Black gas didn't completely dissipate, falling into the world and eventually evolving into the Nether race. Now, the gate of hell reappeared before him, and the Nether Black Pool appeared again. At the same time, Bone Hell had absorbed the fragments of hell, and Lin Moyo had a feeling that if his Bone Hell continued to evolve, it might really bring hell back to the world. When the Great Tao Realm expert Jean Lei saw the gate of hell, he collapsed on the spot. This shows how much the reappearance of hell could shock them. The 6 Tao patterns only made the patterns on the gate of hell brighter and caused the black dragon in the Nether Black Pool to poke its head out, with no other changes. But Lin Moyo was very satisfied. The smaller the change, the greater the potential of Bone Hell. 6 Tao patterns are not a small number, indicating that Bone Hell has very high requirements for Tao patterns, showing its profound foundation. 18 Tao patterns seemed like a lot, but they were distributed in the blink of an eye. Lin Moyo took a deep breath. Finally, I will step by step reach the peak, break through to Tao Sovereign. Lin Moyo communicated with the Great Tao, intending to break through the Heavenly Sovereign limit and step into the Tao Sovereign level. Lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky, and several Great Taos appeared. The Undying Great Tao, the Thousand Star Great Tao, the Time Great Tao, the Space Great Tao, the Luck Great Tao, and the Strength Great Tao. The 6 Great Taos appeared around him, and Lin Moya's figure slowly rose, gradually surpassing the Great Taos, with the Great Taos beneath his feet. At this moment, Lin Moya seemed to transcend the Great Taos, nobler than the Great Taos. Lin Moya appeared dignified and majestic, exuding an indescribable dignity, not the pressure of a high realm, but the natural dignity of a superior being. Even the Great Taos had to prostrate themselves at Lin Moya's feet. This situation happened unconsciously, even Lin Moyo himself didn't know. A similar event had occurred in the Great World before. While other law galaxies were above their heads, Lin Moya's law galaxy was directly under his feet. Up and down, the status and position were completely different. The 6 Great Taos simultaneously spewed a vast amount of Great Tao power, falling on Lin Moyo. Lin Moya's aura rose sharply, soaring upwards, breaking through to the Tao Sovereign level. Before Lin Moyo, several Great Taos appeared again. This is the scene everyone sees when entering the Great Tao realm. From the moment a Heavenly Sovereign breaks through to Tao Sovereign, everyone can closely contact the true Great Tao. The Great Taos they usually summon are just projections, far from the true Great Tao. This is an opportunity to closely contact and comprehend the Great Tao. This process is very precious, and if a cultivator can comprehend something from it, it is a great fortune, greatly aiding their future. The time one can stay in this state varies, depending on each person's talent and aptitude. Some can stay for several years, even 20 or 30 years, freely comprehending the Great Tao. Others can only stay for a year, or even less. The difference is huge. But for Lin Moyo, 6 Great Taos were before him. The 6 Great Taos circled around, allowing him to choose which to comprehend. Lin Moyo didn't know how long he could stay in this state, so he didn't dare waste a moment and immediately began to comprehend the Great Tao. He first chose the Luck Great Tao, as illusory Great Taos are the hardest to comprehend and must be first. However, the Strength Great Tao is an exception. It's an anomaly that doesn't need comprehension. As his realm and physical body improve, the Strength Great Tao naturally improves. The Strength Great Tao is difficult at the beginning and end but easy in the middle. Lin Moyo comprehended the mysteries of the Luck Great Tao, completely unaware of the passage of time. As Lin Moyo broke through, the sky within a radius of 10,000 miles suddenly darkened, and even the light of the sun couldn't penetrate. A heavy pressure descended from the sky, the power of the Great Tao pouring down like a waterfall, washing over the earth, rushing in all directions like a river. On the ground, the Origin Spirit vein surged with a large amount of Origin power, continuously supplying Lin Moyo, providing strong support for his breakthrough. The heavenly phenomena were endless, immediately attracting the attention of everyone in Udeo City. Workers stopped, cultivators sensed something and stopped cultivating, looking in Lin Moya's direction. They could feel an extremely terrifying pressure sweeping in from tens of thousands of miles away. Some flew high into the sky, looking into the distance, seeing a space shrouded in darkness. What's happening there? What a terrifying pressure. I feel there's an incredibly powerful presence there. Not only is the pressure terrifying, but the phenomena are also frightening. I feel that the power leaking from there could crush me. Someone boldly suggested, should we go take a look? Could it be a threat to Udeo City? At this moment, the human emperor's voice suddenly sounded, the city lord is breaking through to Tao Sovereign, no need to panic. With the human emperor's words, everyone immediately calmed down. Lin Moya was a legend in Yudao City. This legend began in the Great World and has continued to this day, especially since Lin Moyo had once personally set up the formation protecting Yudao City. Yudao City was also established by Lin Moyo alone. Everything told everyone that Lin Moyo held supreme authority here, and he was everyone's idol. Now, this legendary figure was finally breaking through to Dao Sovereign. Lin Moya's breakthrough and the human emperor's words seemed to ignite the cultivation desire in countless people. Many instinctively thought, I want to cultivate, I want to become a Dao Sovereign too. In the distance, Lei Guang also sensed Lin Moya's breakthrough. It turned into a flash of lightning, leaving its nest and flying towards Yudao City. Its thought was simple, Lin Moya was breaking through, and it wanted to protect him. A Dao Sovereign's breakthrough must not be disturbed. It knew very well that in Yudao City, Lin Moya was the strongest. If the strongest was disturbed during a breakthrough, it wouldn't be good. Further away, a warship noticed the anomaly in Yudao City and quickly flew towards it. Chapter 2887, 2687. Chapter 2887, 2687. Chapter 2887, The Demon Race Attacks, competing for the Origin Spirit Vein. Lei Guang arrived outside Yudao City, watching from afar. He didn't enter, staying outside to protect Lin Moyo. The human emperor was fully aware of Lei Guang's arrival. Now that his strength was formidable, his perception of the outside world was very clear, and the range he could control had greatly increased. He was still organizing information, not only the data given by Lin Moyo but also the vast amount of data within the Wisdom Heart Pearl. The information in the Wisdom Heart Pearl was also extensive, enough to keep the human emperor busy for a while. As for the information given by Lin Moyo, it had been organized before, but now it needed to be resorted to ensure nothing was missed. The human emperor was also protecting Lin Moyo, and now that Lei Guang was here, he could relax and focus more on organizing the data. Day by day passed, and the phenomenon continued without any sign of weakening. No one knew how long the entire process would last. The human emperor and Lei Guang both understood that with Lin Moya's talent and aptitude, the entire process could last for decades. 12 days later, an aura flew in from afar. It stopped 60,000 kilometers from Yudao City. Advancing another 10,000 kilometers would enter the attack range of the Heavenly Thunder Fire Array. Lei Guang was startled awake, opening his eyes to see the approaching warship. Demon Race. Lei Guang murmured. During the Eastern Spirit Empire's operations, he had dealt with the demon race many times and recognized the warship as belonging to them at a glance. The warship gleamed, runes flowing over it, with formations protecting it. Lei Guang sensed the aura emanating from the warship, lightning flashing in his eyes, becoming vigilant. He felt that there seemed to be a presence above the Dao Sovereign Fourth Realm on the warship. A Dao Sovereign Fourth Realm wasn't strong for him, but combined with the warship, it was another story. The warship was an extremely powerful treasure, possessing strong combat capabilities. If someone above the Dao Sovereign Fourth Realm controlled it, the combat power it could unleash would be terrifying. It might not defeat him, but it could withstand his attacks for a while. The sound of battle at the Dao Sovereign level was immense, likely affecting Lin Moyo. The demon warship sensed the presence of the Heavenly Thunder Fire Array, so it didn't charge in. Suddenly, the formations on the warship activated, gathering power, ready to attack at any moment. Lei Guang's gaze sharpened, and he transformed into lightning, rushing towards the warship. He initially thought of luring the warship to a distant place to fight, but that seemed impossible now. The demon Dao Sovereign on the warship also noticed Lei Guang, and a demon Dao Sovereign rushed out. As soon as the demon Dao Sovereign emerged, they transformed into their true form, unleashing terrifying power. Dragon Elephant Clan, Dao Sovereign Fifth Realm. Lei Guang recognized the identity at a glance. It was from the Dragon Elephant Clan of the demon race. The Dragon Elephant Clan was said to possess a trace of dragon blood, giving them some dragon characteristics. The Dragon Elephant Clan had extremely strong defense. Although their attack was average, they could easily block attacks of the same realm. Even for him, killing a Dao Sovereign Fifth Realm Dragon Elephant Clan member was troublesome. During the Eastern Spirit Empire's operations, he had fought the Dragon Elephant Clan. The Dragon Elephant Clan expert at that time was a Dao Sovereign Fourth Realm, and he had to exert great effort to kill them. Now, this Dragon Elephant Clan member had Dao Sovereign Fifth Realm cultivation, making it even harder to kill. Lei Guang was a bit troubled. This Dragon Elephant Clan member was enough to hold him for a while. The Dragon Elephant Clan Dao Sovereign immediately transformed into their true form, and a sky full of killing intent surged over. Kill! Without any nonsense, the Dao Sovereign of the Elephant Clan had already attacked. In the void, 5 dragon elephants appeared, each over 10,000 meters tall, gigantic and covering the sky. The Dragon Elephant Clan wasn't just trying to entangle Lei Guang, they were fighting to the death. Lei Guang was puzzled. Why were they so desperate? Knowing they weren't his match, why fight so hard? Lei Guang was blocked by the Dragon Elephant Dao Sovereign, unable to break through. The warship's power was fully gathered, and an attack was launched. The attack was strong, reaching the Dao Sovereign Fourth Realm, and it was uncertain if the Heavenly Thunder Fire Array could withstand it. Lei Guang wanted to rush over, but the Dragon Elephant Clan Dao Sovereign held him firmly. At this moment, in front of the Heavenly Thunder Fire Array, a figure appeared. The human emperor appeared before the Heavenly Thunder Fire Array, waving a hand to easily disperse the attack. Then the Heavenly Thunder Fire Array behind the human emperor roared to life, and in an instant, countless thunderbolts struck the demon warship. The thunder was mixed with countless flames, heavenly thunder flames, falling densely on the warship. The demon race seemed confident in their warship, not dodging, taking the attack head-on. The Heavenly Thunder Fire Array was a 6th-level formation and part of a formation group, powerful enough to kill a Dao Sovereign 3rd Realm and injure a Dao Sovereign 4th Realm. The key was that it was integrated with the Origin Spirit Vein, its power seemingly endless, making it hard to break. No matter how strong the demon warship was, if continuously attacked, it would eventually be unable to withstand it. The warship withstood the attack while counterattacking, but its counterattacks were all blocked by the Human Emperor. The Human Emperor now possessed power stronger than a Dao Sovereign 5th Realm but weaker than a Dao Sovereign 6th Realm, easily blocking the warship's attacks. Amidst the frenzied attack, the Origin Spirit Vein continuously provided power to the Heavenly Thunder Fire Array, its aura also exposed. There's an Origin Spirit Vein, and it's a high-level one. Increase the attack, seize the Origin Spirit Vein. A commanding voice sounded from the warship. The demon race also coveted the Origin Spirit Vein, and once discovered, they would certainly try to seize it. This Origin Spirit Vein was as high as the 7th level, and once discovered, they would naturally try to seize it. The warship buzzed, and more demon Dao Sovereigns flew out, attacking the Human Emperor. This time, 3 Dao Sovereigns attacked, all from the Dragon Elephant clan, with 1 at the Dao Sovereign 5th Realm and 2 at the 4th Realm. They spread out in the air, with the Dao Sovereign 5th Realm Dragon Elephant attacking the Human Emperor, while the other 2 prepared to attack the formation from both sides. The warship also flew to another side, enduring the formation's attack. Entangled on all sides, 3 paths were simultaneously breaking through. Seeing this, Lei Guang exploded with countless thunderbolts, trying to repel the Dragon Elephant Dao Sovereign in front of him to support. Lei Guang used his true form, transforming into a 1,000-meter giant eagle, with thunder filling the sky. But the Dragon Elephant clan's defense was too strong. Though injured by the thunder, they didn't retreat. Lei Guang was anxious, but suddenly the Human Emperor's voice sounded in his ear. "No need to worry, it's fine." The Human Emperor's voice was calming, and Lei Guang's anxious heart suddenly settled. The Human Emperor waved a hand, and 2 figures appeared beside him. Zhao Dongxing and the giant sword Dao Sovereign appeared, and the Human Emperor ordered them, kill them as quickly as possible. The them referred to by the Human Emperor were the 2 Dao Sovereign 4th Realm Dragon Elephant Dao Sovereigns. With Zhao Dongxing and the giant sword Dao Sovereign's strength, killing Dao Sovereign 4th Realm Dragon Elephant Dao Sovereigns wasn't difficult, just a bit of effort. If they didn't care about the cost, it would be even faster. As resurrected ones, would they fear paying a price? Zhao Dongxing summoned the myriad spirit Great Dao, transforming into a giant elephant, charging at his target. The giant sword Dao Sovereign transformed into a giant sword, slashing like lightning. The Human Emperor operated the Heavenly Thunder Fire Array, entangling with the warship while also engaging the enemy Dao Sovereign. Chapter 2888. Chapter 2888, 2888. Chapter 2888, currently no way, just have to wait. The thunder exploded, and Lei Guang's power erupted wildly as he fought with reckless abandon. The Dragon Elephant Dao Sovereign fighting desperately against him was forced to retreat, with injuries deepening constantly. But for some reason, the Dragon Elephant Dao Sovereign was filled with killing intent, wanting to kill Lei Guang despite being outmatched. Lei Guang found this strange but didn't care. He also wanted to kill him. Moments later, 2 cries of pain rang out. Zhao Dongxing and the giant sword Dao Sovereign had severely injured their opponents. The 2 Dragon Elephant clan Dao Sovereigns quickly retreated, rushing back to their warship. The warship also began to retreat rapidly, seemingly trying to leave the battlefield. The Dao Sovereign fighting the Human Emperor also pulled back at this moment, paying the price of being injured by the Human Emperor to escape back to the warship. Retreat! With an angry shout, the warship started, flying into the distance. The Dragon Elephant Dao Sovereign fighting Lei Guang clearly didn't want to leave, but a beam of light from the warship hit him, forcibly taking him away. Lei Guang snorted coldly, "Think you can just leave? It's not that easy." He unleashed powerful lightning, transforming into a sea of thunder, enveloping the warship. The warship glowed all over, activating all its formations at once. The warship was strong, inheriting the Dragon Elephant clan's powerful defense, moving rapidly through the sea of thunder. Lei Guang chased after it, but suddenly, a Dragon Elephant clan Dao Sovereign appeared on the warship. Seeing this, Lei Guang felt a sense of danger and abruptly stopped, watching as the warship broke through a sea of thunder and flew into the distance. The Dragon Elephant clan came aggressively, fought, and left in disgrace, gaining nothing. Several Dragon Elephant clan Dao Sovereigns were injured to varying degrees, making them seem somewhat embarrassed. Lei Guang sighed, "The Dragon Elephant clan's defense is too strong. I couldn't even keep one." The Human Emperor said, "It's normal not to keep them. Dragon Elephant clan Dao Sovereigns aren't easy to kill." Lei Guang was puzzled. Why was that Dragon Elephant so desperate? "It's really strange." The Human Emperor explained, "It's not strange. You must have killed someone from the Dragon Elephant clan. Their bloodline has the ability to identify who has killed their kind." Lei Guang's expression cleared. "So that's it. Some spirit beasts among us have similar abilities." The Human Emperor asked, "Why did you suddenly stop? Did you see something?" Lei Guang replied, "There was a Dao Sovereign 6th Realm on their warship." The Human Emperor nodded. "No wonder you stopped. A Dao Sovereign 6th Realm Dragon Elephant Dao Sovereign is indeed hard to deal with." Lei Guang was still confused, but why didn't the Dao Sovereign 6th Realm act? The Human Emperor patiently explained, "There must be some problem, otherwise, they would have acted. Also, the Dragon Elephant clan's visit this time doesn't seem to be targeting us. They must have other tasks." "This time they didn't, but next time, who knows?" Lei Guang frowned. "What if they come again?" The Human Emperor shook his head. "There's no good solution right now, just take it one step at a time. If the Realm Lord can successfully become a Dao Sovereign, we won't have to worry if they come again." Lei Guang said, with Brother Lin's talent, breaking through to Dao Sovereign might take decades or even 100 years. A lot can happen in that time. The human emperor said, if something unexpected happens, it doesn't matter as long as a Dao Sovereign's 7th realm doesn't come, it's not a problem. Lin Moyo had already left some contingencies, though some weren't easy to use. For example, the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger he left behind also had the combat power of a Dao Sovereign's 6th realm. But if it acted in front of the demon race, how would you explain it? If word got out that humans had turned the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger into a puppet and enslaved it, it wouldn't be long before the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger's entire clan would come to attack. Fighting is fine, but it can't be overdone. Every race has its limits. The human emperor, organizing a vast amount of information, naturally knew this, so only Zhao Dongxing and the giant sword Dao Sovereign acted this time. The human emperor also didn't intend to keep them all and kill them. That could also bring trouble. The demon race has their own ways of communicating, and they might have already sent a message before dying, bringing endless trouble. So the best way was to drive them away and then wait for Lin Moya to successfully break through. The arrival of the Dragon Elephant clan was like an interlude, causing no ripples. Lin Moya continued to maintain close contact with the Great Tao, comprehending it. He touched the Luck Great Tao, and a large amount of insight flooded his mind, which he quickly digested. Until the Luck Great Tao no longer provided insight, Lin Moya knew he had reached the limit, so he moved on to another. The second Great Tao was the Time Great Tao, equally difficult to comprehend as it lies between illusion and reality, so Lin Moya placed it second. The third Great Tao was the Space Great Tao, followed by his Life Great Tao, the Undying Great Tao. Originally, Lin Moya planned to put the Undying Great Tao fifth, as it was his Life Great Tao and the easiest to comprehend, so it could be left for later. But considering the 1,000-star Great Tao's cultivation method, which seemed unrelated to comprehension, he moved the Undying Great Tao to fourth. Of the 6 Great Taos, 4 needed comprehension, while the other 2 required different cultivation methods. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, 20 years had gone by. Lin Moya's comprehension of the Great Tao was swift, and after 20 years, he began comprehending the Space Great Tao. Throughout the 20 years, the phenomenon persisted, but no one came to disturb him. Yudao City's location was relatively remote, with few passers-by. Lei Guan remained motionless for those 20 years, always guarding outside. He ate Thunder Sword Grass, which was very useful to him, and in just 20 years, his aura improved significantly. In the 30th year, Lin Moya began comprehending the Undying Great Tao. At this time, space slightly distorted, and an invisible aura descended. This aura hid within space, remaining motionless after arriving, unnoticed by Lei Guang and the human emperor. In the 40th year, Lin Moya finally finished comprehending the 4 Great Taos. The time he spent in contact with the Great Tao was more than expected, allowing him to fully comprehend 4 Great Taos, which was already excellent. At least his foundation at the Dao Sovereign First Realm was solid, even allowing him to challenge the Dao Sovereign Second Realm. Those who couldn't fully comprehend a Great Tao would have to slowly do so after becoming a Dao Sovereign, wasting much time. Breaking through from Heavenly Sovereign to Dao Sovereign is an opportunity for cultivators, depending on how much they can grasp. Lin Moya immersed his consciousness in the 1,000-star Great Tao, which required strength, not comprehension. The 1,000-star Great Tao lit up with a faint light, guiding Lin Moya. He entered a mysterious space, seeing countless stars. Each star represented a Star Lord position. The 1,000-star Great Tao's cultivation method was to activate these stars, allowing them to return to their positions, restoring and strengthening the 1,000-star Great Tao. Activating the stars required immense power. Chapter 2889. Chapter 2889, 2889. Chapter 2889, then let's fight, even if it means death. Activating the stars within the 1,000-star Great Tao requires immense power. The stars within the Great Tao have different attributes, requiring varying amounts of power. But there are 2 types of power that are universal. One is the power of the Great Tao, like the power that descends during a Great Tao reward, which is pure and without attributes. The other is Lin Moya's soul power. Soul power, like the power of the Great Tao, lacks attributes, but the downside is that soul power is not as pure, and its strength is insufficient, with a limited total amount. Even the soul power of a Dao Sovereign is limited and recovers slowly. Reviving a star requires a massive amount of soul power. Understanding this, Lin Moya was overjoyed. While others' soul power isn't pure, his is extremely pure. Through the dual refinement of the 10-color Dragon Soul Crystal and the World Tree, his soul power has reached the utmost purity. It may not be as pure as the power of the Great Tao, but compared to other Dao Sovereigns, it's far superior. Next is the total amount of soul power. As long as he controls the consumption rate, he doesn't need to worry about running out of soul power, especially with 10 great backers. Lin Moya chose a star, one that wasn't too powerful, and injected his soul power into it. He didn't choose a too powerful star initially to increase the success rate and reduce the risk of failure. The soul power smoothly injected into the star, and this star, dormant for who knows how long, began to shine again. The light was faint, but as Lin Moya continued to inject soul power, it was reviving. In the great Dao stars above the origin continent, in a previously empty space, a star suddenly appeared, beginning to pulse with light, and the power of the Star Lord began to spread outward. Among the great Daos, someone slowly opened their eyes. The Star Lord within the 1,000-star great Dao is finally beginning to revive. Looking forward to it, the return of the Star Lord. I wonder if a new Dao Master will be born. Hopefully, a Dao Master will be born. Looking forward to that day. The reappearance of the 1,000-star great Dao, does it mean they will come again? Perhaps, it's been so long, it would be normal for them to return. Prepare, another great battle is coming. Outside Udao City, Lei Guang, digesting thunder swordgrass, suddenly opened his eyes and looked into the distance. A warship was approaching Udao City, and even before it arrived, its powerful aura had already swept over. Lei Guang murmured, "The Dragon Elephant Clan, they're coming again." The human emperor also appeared beside Lei Guang, along with the giant sword Dao Sovereign and Zhao Dongxing. The human emperor glanced at the warship. Our previous guess was correct, they indeed have other tasks to complete. The warship was damaged in many places, and its power had significantly weakened compared to last time. Previously, the warship could match the Heavenly Thunder Fire Array, but this time it might not be so easy. But the Dragon Elephant Clan's warship was never the main force. The true main force was the Dragon Elephant Clan Dao Sovereigns within the warship. The warship stopped in the distance, not coming closer, indicating that the warship wouldn't participate in this battle. Powerful auras rose as Dragon Elephant Clan Dao Sovereigns flew out of the warship. There were 4 Dao Sovereigns in total, 1 at the 4th realm and 2 at the 5th realm. These 3 were familiar faces, having fought before. Another, who hadn't acted last time, had a Dao Sovereign 6th realm cultivation. Lei Guang squinted. They all seemed to be injured. The human emperor nodded. Indeed, they're all injured, and there's one less. The Dao Sovereign they fought before, the 4th realm one, wasn't there. Judging by their injuries and the warship's damage, that Dao Sovereign likely fell. Clearly, whatever they went to do wasn't safe. The human emperor said, "Can you handle the Dao Sovereign 6th realm?" Lei Guang agreed without hesitation. "Even if I can't kill him, he won't kill me either." Lei Guang was confident in his strength. The Dragon Elephant Clan had strong defense but average attack power. If he entangled with them, they couldn't do anything to him. The human emperor said, "Alright, you take him, and I'll take the other 3. Once I kill them, I'll come help you." Lei Guang nodded. "No problem." They discussed, but strangely, the Dragon Elephant Clan Dao Sovereigns didn't attack. The 6th realm Dragon Elephant Dao Sovereign looked at the human emperor. "Are you the master here?" He didn't attack but chose to speak, making the human emperor feel something was off. The human emperor said softly, "Speak if you have something to say." The Dragon Elephant Dao Sovereign's voice was still low. "We need to borrow your origin spirit vein." The human emperor immediately realized their intention. They wanted to use the origin spirit vein to heal. It seemed their injuries were more severe than they appeared. They might have soul injuries otherwise, mere physical injuries wouldn't matter. Failing to seize the origin spirit vein last time, they now wanted to borrow it, but the human emperor flatly refused. "Impossible, there's no room for discussion." The Dragon Elephant Dao Sovereign continued, "Think about it again, we don't want to fight." The human emperor said, "If you want to fight, go ahead, the origin spirit vein won't be lent." The Dragon Elephant Dao Sovereigns looked conflicted. Suddenly, a voice came from the warship. "No need for words, he's not the owner of the origin spirit vein." A terrifying aura rose, and intense pressure came forward. Lei Guang's face changed. Dao Sovereign 7th realm. The lightning on his body was affected by the pressure, retreating. The gap between the Dao Sovereign 6th and 7th realms was vast. This was a crushing power, hard to resist. With the terrifying pressure, a Dragon Elephant Clan member flew from the warship. He was severely injured, missing a leg and an arm. His physical injuries couldn't heal, indicating his true injuries were soul-related, with the physical wounds just an external manifestation. The human emperor finally understood why they hadn't acted initially. First, they were injured and unwilling to fight. Second, they feared mutual destruction, triggering the origin spirit vein. They wanted to use the origin spirit vein to heal but feared its detonation, so they spoke nicely. But when the Dao Sovereign 7th realm realized the human emperor wasn't the owner, their attitude changed. Only the owner could detonate the origin spirit vein, which the human emperor couldn't do. This was realistic and normal on the origin continent. If Lin Moya were here, they would first kill him, not giving him the chance to detonate the origin spirit vein. Lei Guang gritted his teeth. "What do we do?" The human emperor said, "We have to fight hard, see how long we can hold out, and not let them affect the realm lord. They're heavily injured, and their soul injuries mean we don't know how much power they have left." The human emperor prepared to use all the contingencies Lin Moyo had set, including several Dao Sovereign 6th realm resurrected ones. They could hold out for a while, regardless of the consequences, which he couldn't consider now. He could only hope their injuries were severe enough to delay until Lin Moya completed his breakthrough. Lei Guang's eyes sharpened. "Then let's fight, even if it means death." He was ready to die in battle. The Dragon Elephant Clan Dao Sovereign's auras grew stronger, ready to act. Especially the Dao Sovereign 7th realm, whose pressure was suffocating Lei Guang, even warping space. Just as they were about to act, a sudden wind blew from afar, incredibly fast, silently passing over the Dragon Elephant Clan Dao Sovereigns. Chapter 2890. Chapter 2890, 2890. Chapter 2890, True Form of the Great Tao, Master of Life and Death. The sudden wind came without warning, silently, and none of the Dragon Elephant Clan Dao Sovereigns, including the 7th realm ancestor, could react. Just as they were about to act, they suddenly froze in place, unable to move. The pressure that had just risen quickly dissipated, vanishing in an instant. Lei Guang and the human emperor, who were ready to fight to the death, were puzzled. Lei Guang murmured, "What happened?" The human emperor shook his head. "I don't know." Lei Guang said, "That wind seemed strange." The human emperor also sensed the sudden wind but couldn't see through it at all. He couldn't even tell if it was an ordinary wind or something more. Then Lei Guang's eyes narrowed in shock. In their view, the bodies of the Dragon Elephant Clan Dao Sovereigns began to crumble. Their powerful bodies turned into countless specks of dust, quickly disintegrating and scattering in all directions. Regardless of their realm, the outcome was the same. Then, in the distance, the warship also turned to dust. The entire process was eerie, silent, without a sound. The powerful 7th Realm Dao Sovereign, known for their defense, along with their warship, perished just like that. Any treasures they had also vanished with the wind. Lei Guang's eyes were filled with shock and horror. What on earth happened? The human emperor looked around. It seems someone is helping us. Lei Guang asked, who could have such power? The human emperor couldn't think of anyone who could silently kill Dao Sovereigns, a feat even those with the power of Dao Sovereigns couldn't achieve. Moreover, this mysterious entity was helping them from the shadows. The human emperor knew the help wasn't for them but for Lin Moyo. Only Lin Moyo might know such an entity, while they couldn't. After searching around and finding no trace, the human emperor knew the entity didn't want to be seen. Without even saying a word of thanks, he turned to Lei Guang. Whoever it is, they don't mean us harm. Lei Guang nodded. That's true. If they wanted to harm us, we couldn't stop them. The human emperor said, since that's the case, let's focus on our own tasks. They each returned to their positions. Lei Guang continued guarding outside, and the human emperor returned to the formation. Inside the 1,000-star Great Dao, Lin Moyo had already revived a star. 10 stars meant 10 Star Lord positions, comparable to the Great Dao realm. With the 1,000-star Great Dao, once a Star Lord position merges with the Great Dao, even the weakest Star Lord can rival those who took the wrong path in the Great Dao realm. To Lin Moyo, each star he revived wasn't particularly strong, but each took a long time. 10 stars took an average of 5 years each, totaling 50 years. With each star revived, Lin Moyo's understanding of the 1,000-star Great Dao deepened, and his control over it increased. Currently, he was the only one on the Origin continent who comprehended the 1,000-star Great Dao. He had almost become the de facto master of the 1,000-star Great Dao, with no one competing for the Dao master position. After reviving 10 stars, Lin Moyo felt he had reached his current limit. With his current strength, he couldn't revive the more powerful stars and could only revive the less powerful ones. He also felt that deeper within, there might be even more powerful stars he hadn't discovered. His power was still far from enough. 6 Great Daos, 5 comprehended to the limit. The strength Great Dao requires no comprehension. I can feel my power has reached its limit. Unable to suppress it any longer, I must break through. Lin Moyo felt he had indeed reached his limit, with his Great Daos urging him to break through. Having comprehended all he could, there was no reason to delay. With a smile, Lin Moyo thought, since that's the case, let's break through. There's more to do afterward. With a thought, 90 years of comprehension merged into one, exploding forth. The bottleneck between Heavenly Sovereign and Dao Sovereign shattered like fragile glass. Lin Moyo's aura instantly broke through the Heavenly Sovereign realm, reaching a higher level. His aura soared into the sky, resonating with the Great Dao stars beyond the Origin continent. Waves of Great Dao power poured down like waterfalls, as if congratulating Lin Moyo on breaking through to Dao Sovereign. The Great Dao power flooded into Lin Moyo's body, making him feel increasingly powerful. 18 Dao patterns shone brightly, continuously absorbing the Great Dao power. Dao patterns not only grow stronger with quantity but also with realm advancement. With 18 Dao patterns, the higher Lin Moyo's realm, the greater the gap with others. He felt an even closer connection with the Great Dao, able to mobilize more Great Dao power. The Great Dao power was endless, and while at the Heavenly Sovereign realm, he couldn't mobilize much. However, since he comprehended the primordial Great Dao, his power was still formidable. Even without using Bone Hell and other spells, his combat power was unrivaled in the same realm. Using those spells, crossing realms in battle was as easy as drinking water. Upon entering the Dao Sovereign realm, Lin Moyo's ability to mobilize Great Dao power increased tenfold. With a thought, the undying Great Dao appeared beneath him. Gray and white power surged forth, transforming Lin Moyo into a giant of gray and white. Gray signified death, killing all, corroding all, taking all life. White represented vitality, granting life to all beings, reviving the dead with ease. Lin Moyo mastered life and death, controlling all life and death. If he wanted you to die, you would die. If he wanted you to live, you couldn't die. This wondrous feeling surged within Lin Moyo's soul world. With excitement, he exclaimed, true form of the Great Dao. He never imagined he could use the true form of the Great Dao at the Dao Sovereign First Realm. The true form of the Great Dao is the biggest difference between Dao Sovereign Fourth and Third Realms. Once the true form of the Great Dao is used, combat power increases significantly. The combat power of a Dao Sovereign Fourth Realm far surpasses that of a Third Realm due to the true form of the Great Dao. Lin Moyo knew he had created another miracle. Sensing his true form of the Great Dao, he murmured, though I can use the true form of the Great Dao, it seems to lack a foundation. My path differs from the cultivators on the Origin continent. Their true form of the Great Dao requires no foundation, but mine does. In that era, most cultivators used Dao patterns to support the true form of the Great Dao, but some with limited Dao patterns used powerful soul treasures. But no treasure is better than self-condensed Dao patterns. Dao patterns can grow in number and strength with realm advancement, while soul treasures generally can't. For me, the best choice is to use Dao patterns to support the true form of the Great Dao. Chapter 2891. Chapter 2891, 2891. Chapter 2891, Sublimation, 7th Level Great World. Lin Moyo had already advanced to Dao Sovereign, but he hadn't exited that wondrous state of advancement, with the Great Dao still clearly visible by his side. In this state, comprehending the Great Dao is extremely fast. However, Lin Moyo didn't focus on comprehending the Great Dao, as he had already comprehended a lot before and hadn't fully digested and integrated it. But such a good opportunity wouldn't be wasted either. Lin Moyo used the power of the Great Dao to start condensing Dao patterns. The 19th Dao pattern. The 6 great Daos exerted their power simultaneously, and a vast amount of great Dao power surged like waves, helping Lin Moyo condense the Dao pattern. The outline of a Dao pattern quickly formed. With the help of the great Dao power, the 19th Dao pattern formed at an astonishing speed. Lin Moyo estimated that the 19th Dao pattern would take about a year to fully condense. A year isn't short, and it's naturally much slower than the speed during the great Dao reward, but Lin Moyo knew it was much faster than if he were condensing Dao patterns on his own. After all, it took him 1,000 days to condense the 6th Dao pattern, and now being able to do it in a year for the 19th is very ideal. Lin Moyo focused, continuously gathering great Dao power to fully condense the Dao pattern. He wasn't sure how long this wondrous state of advancement would last, so he couldn't waste any time. A year later, the 19th Dao pattern finally formed. Without any delay, Lin Moyo began condensing the 20th Dao pattern. This time, the speed decreased again, taking twice as long. 2 years later, the 20th Dao pattern was also successfully condensed, followed by the 21st. Lin Moyo was surprised when the time didn't double again. The 21st Dao pattern took 3 years, followed by the 22nd, which took 4 years. Condensing 4 Dao patterns took 10 years. At this point, Lin Moyo still hadn't exited this wondrous state, having been in it for 100 years. 100 years had long broken the record on the origin continent. The previous record for maintaining this wondrous state during Dao sovereign advancement on the origin continent was only 43 years, not even reaching 50. Lin Moyo had surpassed 100 years, more than doubling it. Continuing to condense the 23rd Dao pattern, this time it took 5 years. Lin Moyo didn't know how long it would take to condense a Dao pattern under normal circumstances, so he couldn't miss this opportunity. 5 years later, the 23rd Dao pattern was successfully condensed, and he continued with the 24th without pause. Normally, having entered the Dao Sovereign First Realm with a foundation of 18 Dao patterns, each realm advancement would allow the Dao patterns to double. At the Dao Sovereign First Realm, he could condense 18 more Dao patterns, bringing the total to 36. The deeper the foundation, the greater the gap would become, eventually becoming incomparable. Lin Moyo's foundation was so strong it was despairing. For over 100 years, the area around Lin Moyo, spanning 10,000 kilometers, was shrouded in phenomena. The people of Udao City went from initial shock to becoming accustomed, eventually seeing it as a part of the scenery. At this time, Udao City had accumulated a lot of basic information about the origin continent, including cultivation information. Of course, this cultivation information was gradually opened, with each person only knowing information up to 2 levels above their own realm. The human emperor strictly kept this information confidential, ensuring that people only knew what was appropriate for their level. Regarding the phenomena during Dao sovereign advancement, everyone in Udao City understood. They knew that the longer the phenomena lasted, the stronger their city lord would be. The stronger their city lord, the safer they would be, and the more benefits they would receive. Under the human emperor's continuous education and promotion, everyone in Udao City knew they were all in the same boat. Since they came from the great world, they had to stick together. Outside the Heavenly Thunder Fire Array, Lei Guang watched the phenomena with shock. Brother Lin has been at it for over 100 years, why hasn't the advancement ended? The human emperor appeared beside him. The realm lord's potential is limitless, with an unprecedentedly solid foundation. Lei Guang said, indeed, when I advanced to Dao Sovereign, it only lasted 20-something years, 27 or 28, I don't remember. Compared to Brother Lin, I'm far behind. The human emperor said, over 20 years is already considered excellent. The best recorded among humans is only 40-something years. Lei Guang sighed, I've seen Brother Lin's abilities. No matter what happens to him in the future, I won't be surprised. The human emperor shook his head gently, indeed, no need to be surprised. Having reviewed countless records, the human emperor believed no one could compare to Lin Moyo. Even the most brilliant geniuses in history paled in comparison to Lin Moyo. In the 111th year of Lin Moyo's advancement, the 24th Dao pattern was successfully condensed. At that moment, Lin Moyo's soul heard a loud noise, and the scene before him shattered, the phenomena disappearing instantly. With the disappearance of the phenomena, Lin Moyo's advancement concluded. Lin Moyo's gaze penetrated the secret chamber, seeing the situation outside, and noticed Lei Guang protecting him. His voice reached Lei Guang's ear, thank you, Brother Lei, for protecting me. I'm fine now. When I come out, let's have a drink. Lei Guang heard Lin Moyo's voice and laughed heartily. Congratulations on breaking through to Dao Sovereign, Brother Lin. I'll be off, then bring the wine when you come. Certainly. Lin Moyo chuckled softly, his consciousness sinking back into his rule world. He appeared before the core of the great world, which was glowing, its light enveloping Lin Moyo as if welcoming him. Although Lin Moyo had integrated the great world into his rule world, it still existed independently, and he hadn't destroyed it. He also hadn't used the great world to advance to Dao Sovereign. Not only did he not destroy the great world, but he also intended to cultivate it. He took out a world gem and tossed it to the great world. The great world was already at the peak of the 6th level, needing just one world gem to advance to the 7th level. Previously, due to his insufficient realm, he hadn't allowed the great world to advance. Now that he had become a Dao Sovereign, he immediately let the great world advance. The world gem quickly fused with the world core, releasing powerful energy that spread throughout the great world. The level of the great world began to rise, advancing from the 6th to the 7th level. The entire world was sublimating, with many stars emerging from the great world. The Great World was originally a multi-star world, and advancing from the 6th to the 7th level would at least double the number of stars. The resources within the stars would also increase, making cultivation easier for the beings within the Great World. Moreover, the cultivation aptitude of the beings in the Great World would improve. Not only newly born beings but every being's aptitude would improve, which is the ability of a high-level world, giving its beings great potential. A 7th-level Great World is already enough to accommodate Dao sovereigns. Now, the strategy of the human emperor and Lin Moyo is to divide the Great World and Yudao City into two parts, developing together. Many elders remain in the Great World, and after its advancement, they also have the opportunity to explore higher realms. Chapter 2892. Chapter 2892, 2892. Chapter 2892, Antares. The ascension of the Great World affects the entire world in various ways. In the past, Lin Moyo might have needed the human emperor to analyze and dissect these changes. But now, at his current level, many things no longer require analysis from the human emperor. He can understand them at a glance. Having reached the Dao sovereign realm, in many eyes, he has already achieved the Dao and comprehended it. Many things become clear with just one look. The power of the great Dao is magical, allowing one to know everything. Lin Moyo hasn't truly achieved the Dao yet, but he already possesses similar abilities. This is the Dao sovereign realm, a realm where one truly touches the mysteries of the great Dao. As the master of the great world, Lin Moyo sees things more clearly. The fortune of the great world has changed, greatly increasing, with the fortune great Dao of the origin continent pouring a vast amount of fortune into the great world. The once heavy karma has been severed, and with the blessing of fortune, the great world's origin power has strengthened. Under these conditions, the great world has undergone significant changes. Almost all cultivators in the great world feel that their cultivation has become easier, with signs of breakthroughs in previously stuck realms. Although the great world is still far from the origin continent, it can at least accommodate Dao sovereigns. If it continues to advance, reaching the 9th level, the great world might one day rival the origin continent. Lin Moyo sensed the entire great world and suddenly furrowed his brows. He sensed a thread of karma. Wasn't the karma of the great world supposed to be severed? Why is there still some? Lin Moyo clearly remembered that the karma of the great world was completely severed at that time. All races that had interacted with the great world, beings from various sea of worlds, had been cleared. Only a few races that had been friendly with humans remained living peacefully in the great world. Even the karma from the black blood great world had been severed. But why? Why is there karma now? A thread of karma was entwined around the great world. Lin Moyo carefully sensed it and discovered that this thread of karma had always existed. It was just that he hadn't noticed it before due to his insufficient realm. With the great world integrated into his rule world, this thread of karma had actually transferred to him. This thread of karma is so hidden. Where does it come from? Could it be that the great world still has unresolved karma? Is it from the black blood great world? The karma great Dao is also an illusory great Dao, and dealing with it requires the power of illusory great Daos. Lin Moyo's fortune roared, and the power great Dao appeared beneath his feet, with the power of karma merging into his blood. Lin Moyo's hand glowed faintly, allowing him to touch illusory items at that moment. He reached out and grabbed the karma thread entwined around the great world, pulling hard, but it didn't budge. Can't pull it. Lin Moyo was slightly surprised and unconsciously increased his strength. But no matter how much force he applied, the karma thread wouldn't move. The karma thread passed through the void of the soul, directly entwining the great world, making it impossible to remove. Lin Moyo thought for a moment and condensed a sword of fortune in his hand. He swung the sword of fortune at the karma thread, but it remained unmoved. There was no sound, no movement. The karma thread didn't change, nor did the sword of fortune. The sword of fortune's characteristic is that if it successfully attacks an enemy, it weakens the enemy's fortune while also weakening itself. Fortune cancels each other out, so it can only strike 3 times. But this time, there was no consumption, indicating no effect. After several attempts, Lin Moyo found it useless and had to give up. Since there's karma, there will eventually be clues. I'm curious about what kind of karma exists on the other end of the soul void. Lin Moyo wasn't worried. The great world is now vastly different, under his control, and anyone who wants to do something must first ask for his permission. Lin Moyo exited the great world and entered the soul world to check his spells. With the advancement to Dao Sovereign, all spells had undergone significant changes. Next, he needed to merge the newly condensed 6 Dao patterns, naturally merging them into the true form of the Great Dao, 6 Great Daos, 6 true forms of the Great Dao, all to be merged into the Dao patterns. Lin Moyo had just entered the soul world and hadn't yet checked the changes in his spells when a deafening voice suddenly sounded in his ear. "Brat, are you done yet?" Lin Moyo shuddered from soul to body, blurting out, "Antares." This voice, this tone, was too familiar. It was indeed Antares. Antares' voice continued, "Brat, didn't expect you to still remember me." Lin Moyo laughed, "You're the same." Antares chuckled, "Long time no see, you've finally become a Dao Sovereign, faster than I thought." Lin Moyo laughed, "You know my talent, this is already slow for me." Though they hadn't seen each other for years, they spoke with familiarity, with no sense of strangeness. Antares chuckled, "You're still as shameless as ever." Lin Moyo laughed, "From your tone, you seem more stable than before. Where are you? I'll come find you." Antares' laughter changed, with a hint of cunning, "With your intelligence, you must have guessed it, so why pretend?" Lin Moyo seemed to imagine Antares' expression and laughed, "Seeing isn't always believing, let alone guessing. But now I'm sure, the new emperor of the Eastern Spirit Empire is you." Antares said, "It's me, but you can't come now, I haven't finished my business here." Lin Moyo asked, "How long will it take? Having not seen Antares for so many years, he truly wanted to see him. Antares said, "Hard to say, the task at hand is troublesome. Do you remember you promised to join me in attacking the dragon race?" Lin Moya nodded, "I'm ready anytime." Antares said, "You've just become a Dao sovereign, it's not enough to attack the dragon race. And I want to attack not just the dragon race here. So you need to continue cultivating and raise your realm." Lin Moyo asked, "To what realm?" Antares fell silent for a moment before saying, "At least to a realm where you can contend with the great Dao realm. I see you're on the right path, which is good, you have more opportunities than most. So you don't need to search for my whereabouts, only a few people in this world know where I am, and they won't tell you. Focus on cultivating, and when I'm done here, I'll come to you." Lin Moya said, "Alright, I'll wait for you. I have something to tell you, and you might be surprised." Antares laughed heartily, "Good, good, I'll see what can surprise me." Antares' voice faded, and Lin Moya knew he had left. Looking at the 10-color dragon soul crystal lying on the world tree leaves, Lin Moya murmured, "You'll definitely be surprised." Chapter 2893. Chapter 2893, 2893. Chapter 2893, Spell Ascension, the power of the Dao Sovereign Realm. Antares' sudden appearance slightly disrupted Lin Moya's plans. After Antares left, Lin Moya habitually pondered Antares' words. First, it was certain that Antares had a grudge against the dragon race, and it wasn't an ordinary grudge, it might involve the dragon race's secrets. Secondly, Antares said he wasn't targeting the dragon race on the origin continent. In this world, besides the dragon race on the origin continent, there are only the dragon race on the great Dao stars. Lin Moya's memory flashed back to the moment he became the son of the moon, when he was fortunate enough to see the great Dao stars and the various great Daos. Most of the great Daos had living beings. There were humans and demons. On one of the great Daos, there seemed to be the silhouette of the dragon race. At the time, he didn't pay much attention, but now thinking back, it seemed that besides the dragon race, there were also insects on that great Dao. Lin Moya wasn't clear about the situation within the great Dao. He felt that if his analysis was correct, Antares was referring to the dragon race within the great Dao, and that great Dao had no Dao master. Thinking of this, Lin Moya wasn't troubled but rather intrigued. Antares wants to enter the great Dao and slaughter the dragons within it. That great Dao has no Dao master, so it seems Antares wants the Dao master position. When Antares had his incident, did it involve a grudge with the dragon race over the Dao master position? Lin Moya's thoughts quickly expanded, considering many possibilities. But his speculation wasn't unfounded, there was reasoning behind it, and his guesses were often not far off. If that's the case, when I enter the great Dao realm, I'll join you in the fight. No, I don't necessarily need to enter the great Dao realm as long as I have the combat power of the great Dao realm, I'll join you. Lin Moya knew his situation, having the combat power of the great Dao realm didn't necessarily require entering the great Dao realm. If he could obtain a great Dao realm corpse now, he might be able to kill many great Dao realm beings. Putting aside unrealistic thoughts, Lin Moya refocused on his spell stars. With the advancement to Dao Sovereign, apart from a few special ones, the rest of the spell stars became stronger. Among the summoning spells, besides Summon Skeleton King, the other spell stars each gained a new Dao pattern. Now, each of the 5 summoning spell stars had 3 Dao patterns, maintaining balance. Lin Moya sensed the information of the Summon Skeleton General spell. Summon Skeleton General, origin level. The spell star will create a rule world, connecting to the Bloody Bone Great Dao, granting the Skeleton General the blessing of the Bloody Bone Great Dao, allowing it to mobilize the power of the Great Dao for attacks. Maximum number, 100 billion. On the surface, the information about the Skeleton General hadn't changed, but Lin Moya could feel from the spell star that it had indeed become stronger, the spell star creating a rule world, exuding the aura of the Dao Sovereign Realm. The true extent of its power would only be known upon summoning. With a thought, a brand new Skeleton General appeared before him. The aura of the Dao Sovereign Realm hit him, the Skeleton General exuding a powerful pressure, declaring to the world, "I am a Dao Sovereign." Beside it, a Bloody Great Dao appeared, identical to the Bloody Bone Great Dao of the Skeleton King. The Bloody Bone Great Dao transformed into a blood mist, enveloping the Skeleton General, forming blood-colored armor. The Skeleton General, shrouded in blood, exuded a hint of savagery. The Bloody Bone Great Dao not only provided the Skeleton General with enhanced attack power but also boosted its defense. This gave the Skeleton General true Great Dao power, enough to contend with Dao sovereigns of the same realm. Lin Moya received detailed information from the Skeleton General, his heart skipping a beat. With the advancement to Dao Sovereign, the spell of the General had also changed. Skeleton General. Level, Dao Sovereign Second Realm. Great Dao spell, Bone Blood Sword. The Bone Blood Sword possesses the power of the Bloody Bone Great Dao, capable of dual attacks on the target's body and soul. The Bone Sword Chi was gone, replaced by a Great Dao spell. The Great Dao spell directly mobilizes the power of the Great Dao for attacks, targeting both the body and soul. Physical defenses are relatively easier, but soul defenses are much harder, significantly boosting the Skeleton General's combat power. What surprised Lin Moya the most was that the Skeleton General's realm had reached the Dao Sovereign Second Realm, completely different from his expectations. Initially, he expected the Skeleton General to be mid-level Dao Sovereign First Realm, not even reaching high level. In the Dao Sovereign Realm, each realm has a significant gap, and although the Skeleton General's realm has always been higher than his own, reaching the Dao Sovereign Second Realm was unexpected. Upon reflection, Lin Moya felt it was likely due to the enhancement brought by his Dao patterns. 3 Dao patterns enhanced the essence of the spell. Then, the resonance of his 24 Dao patterns greatly amplified their effect, boosting the spell. Thus, the skeleton general reached the Dao sovereign second realm, once again capable of fighting across realms. Not only did its realm increase, but its number also skyrocketed to 100 billion. From 30 billion to 100 billion, this increase in quantity was terrifying. Lin Moyo even had the impulse to sweep across the entire origin continent with 100 billion skeleton generals. Of course, that was just a thought. Having experienced the Thunder Vault, he knew that the gap in realms couldn't be compensated by numbers. Just a few Dao Sovereign 7th realm beings could decimate his billion-strong army. The higher the realm, the greater the gap. It's said that on the origin continent, all Dao Sovereign 8th realm cultivators combined aren't enough for a Dao Sovereign 9th realm. At most, they would slow the killing, but ultimately, they would all be killed. In the Dao Sovereign realm, only below the 7th realm is there a possibility of fighting across realms. The higher the realm, the less likely it is to fight across realms. After the 7th realm, each small realm is equivalent to one or even several major realms, making it impossible to fight. In the Soul World, summoning continued without interruption. After Lin Moya summoned the first skeleton general, the spell linkage was activated, and the summoning never stopped. Lin Moya continued to check the spell information of the Dragon Rider Legion. Summon Dragon Rider Legion, origin level based on the Bloody Bone Great Dao. Create a Bloody Bone world for the Dragon Riders to rest. All Dragon Rider Legion members will recover from injuries at the fastest speed in the Bloody Bone world. Maximum number of Dragon Rider Legion, 10,000. The Dragon Rider Legion spell also changed accordingly, the spell star creating a bone world for the Dragon Riders to rest. Though Lin Moya didn't see much use in this, compared to the Undying Undead, he believed any change wouldn't be useless and would have its place. The number of the Dragon Rider Legion increased to 10,000. If each Legion commander could still command the same number, the total would reach 100 billion. Lin Moya then focused on the Dragon Rider Legion commanders to check their specific information. Chapter 2894. Chapter 2894, 2894. Chapter 2894, the ability to fight across boundaries is getting stronger. Seeing the changes in the Dragon Cavalry Legion, Lin Moya couldn't help but sigh, the Dao Sovereign Realm is too powerful. With the blessing of the power of the Great Dao, plus the changes in Dao patterns and spells, it exceeded his imagination. Dragon Cavalry Legion. Number of members, 10 million. Combat power of members, Dao Sovereign Second Realm. Combat power of Legion Leader, Dao Sovereign Second Realm. Legion abilities, Great Dao Battle Formation, Bloody Charge, Bloody Breath. Legion Leader abilities, Fatal Strike, Resurrection. Great Dao Battle Formation, forms of battle formation, empowering with the power of the Great Dao, greatly enhancing the Legion's combat power. It can gather multiple legions. The more legions, the stronger the power. Bloody Charge mobilizes the power of the Great Dao for a charge, increasing speed tenfold during the charge, causing a fierce impact on the enemy. Bloody Breath mobilizes the power of the Great Dao, spewing bloody dragon breath, dealing dual physical and soul damage to enemies within the breath's range. Fatal Strike, a unique spell of the Dragon Cavalry Legion leader, using the Bloody Bone Great Dao as a link, gathering all the power of the Legion to deliver a Fatal Strike. Cooldown time, 1 minute. Resurrection, a unique spell of the Dragon Cavalry Legion leader, using undead flames to resurrect members of the Dragon Cavalry Legion. Each member can be resurrected once every 10 minutes. The spells have undergone some changes, each spell is related to the Great Dao. The Dao Sovereign Realm is a realm of cultivating the Great Dao, so naturally, everything is related to the Great Dao. Feeling the changes in the spells, how strong they are still needs to be verified in actual combat. Lin Moyo can only make some estimates for now. The combat power of the Dragon Cavalry is not much different from the Skeleton God Generals, slightly stronger, but the strength is limited, basically at the early stage of the Dao Sovereign Second Realm. The combat power of the Dragon Cavalry Legion leader should have reached the medium level of the Dao Sovereign Second Realm. However, they have a numerical advantage, and like the Skeleton God Generals, once they make a move, it is impossible to fight one-on-one. Whether it's the Skeleton God Generals or the Dragon Cavalry Legion, they can absolutely sweep through the Dao Sovereign Second Realm. Only when facing the Dao Sovereign Fourth Realm, there might be some trouble, as from the Dao Sovereign Fourth Realm onwards, they have the true body of the Great Dao, greatly increasing combat power. But if combined with spells like the Undying Necromancer, there is no need to fear the Dao Sovereign Fourth Realm. An additional 7,000 Dragon Cavalry Legion leaders have been added, consuming a large amount of spirit flowers to awaken their intelligence. Whether they have intelligence or not, the combat power of the Dragon Cavalry Legion is completely different. Fortunately, the World Tree had just digested a piece of the original Spirit Vein remnant, and the spirit flowers have increased significantly, enough to supply them. Looking at the Dragon Cavalry Legion and the Skeleton God Generals, Lin Moya's attention fell on the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King had already advanced to the Dao Sovereign Realm before, and now it is even stronger. The increase in the number of Skeleton God Generals and Dragon Cavalry Legion greatly enhanced the power of the Skeleton King. Becoming a Dao Sovereign himself, and with the blessing of Dao patterns, also greatly enhanced the power of the Skeleton King. Various enhancements fused together, elevating the Skeleton King's realm to the Dao Sovereign Third Realm. The Skeleton King remains Lin Moya's strongest summon, with a realm reaching the Dao Sovereign Third Realm and a number as high as 3,000. If 3,000 Skeleton Kings were to take the field simultaneously, the combat power of both the Direct Body and the Undead Legion could be further enhanced. Lin Moya judged that with just the Undead Legion, he could face the Dao Sovereign Fourth Realm head-on with his Dao Sovereign First Realm body. Not to mention crushing, winning the battle is not a problem. Reaching the Dao Sovereign Realm, the ability to fight across boundaries has not weakened but has become stronger. The main reason for this phenomenon is that he has comprehended 6 great Taos, both real and illusory, and has condensed so many Tao patterns with the great Tao. With the blessing of Tao patterns, combat power naturally rises. Continuing to check other spells, the resurrection of the dead has not changed much, only the existence time of the resurrected has increased from 2,000 days to 5,000 days. The resurrected can enter a dormant state at any time, in which time flows very slowly, like self-sealing. In this way, 5,000 days can last a very long time. The number of resurrected that can be owned has also reached 10 billion, but this 10 billion seems a bit illusory, as Lin Moyo has never summoned them all. Where to find so many corpses to summon? It's not that they can't be found, but most are too weak, and summoning a bunch of unqualified cannon fodder is useless. With his current combat power, only resurrected like the giant sword Dao Sovereign of the Dao Sovereign 6th realm are somewhat useful. Other resurrected are basically useless. Lin Moyo has very high standards, almost disregarding anything below the Dao Sovereign 5th realm. Summoning elemental liches has also improved, not in realm but in quantity. The maximum number of elemental liches that can be summoned is now 50, but the problem before Lin Moyo is that there aren't enough suitable materials. He searched for many materials in them all, some of which were indeed high level but not suitable for summoning elemental liches. Currently, among the elemental liches, only the Buddha country demon is somewhat useful. Upon advancing to the Dao Sovereign, even the Star Arrow Lich was directly eliminated. The evolution of combat power is this realistic. Seeking flowers. However, Lin Moya still believes that summoning elemental liches will definitely be of great use, just not the right time yet. Lin Moya continued to check other spells. Besides summoning spells, other spells have improved, but the changes are not significant. Without Dao patterns to bless them, only the changes brought by Lin Moya's advancement to the Dao Sovereign. The cooldown time of the Undying Necromancer has decreased from 70 seconds to 60 seconds, and the number of resurrections has increased from 7 to 8 times. Thinking carefully, the improvement is actually not small. However, as an auxiliary passive spell, it is not very conspicuous. The damage weakening ability of damage transfer has increased from 7 times to 8 times. This small improvement is also insignificant. At the same level, it is unnecessary, and if the realm is too high, the effect can only be described as unsatisfactory. State immunity, physical resistance, and elemental resistance have not changed. However, Lin Moyo has a feeling that these 3 spells are waiting for an opportunity to undergo a qualitative change. As for when the opportunity will come, he can't say. Then there is another powerful offensive spell, also a very peculiar one, Corpse Explosion. Corpse Explosion has helped Lin Moyo eliminate strong enemies several times, and after reaching the Dao Sovereign realm, its improvement is not much, with its power increasing from 100% to 110% of the corpse, only a slight improvement. Lin Moyo knows that if he wants to enhance it, he needs to provide Dao patterns for it. Wings of the Undead and Time Curse have also improved, but the improvement is still not significant. Wings of the Undead carries the Space Great Dao, and after reaching the Dao Sovereign realm, it requires less soul power, meaning that at the same speed, the consumption is reduced. With the same soul power, the speed increases. The Time Curse is similar, its power increasing with Lin Moya's realm, without much special change. The remaining spells are Infinite Fusion, Power Gathering, Strong Soldiers, and Bone Hell. These spells have nothing to do with his realm and will not change with the advancement of his realm. After reviewing all the spells, Lin Moyo was already well aware of his abilities. Then he turned his attention to the World Tree. The World Tree is his talent, and during his advancement to the Dao Sovereign, the World Tree has also undergone significant changes. Chapter 2895. Chapter 2895, 2895. Chapter 2895. Unknowingly created history again. The World Tree is not only an independent entity but also provides strong support for itself. It is precisely because of its existence that I have been able to reach where I am now. The World Tree has become more robust, growing as the rule world grows. After entering the Dao Sovereign realm, Lin Moya's rule world has expanded significantly, and the World Tree has grown along with it. Its branches and leaves still cover the entire rule world, protecting it. The World Tree has become stronger, with greater power and more robust protection for the rule world. However, it is still in its growth phase and has not yet entered the next stage. This is a good thing, indicating that the World Tree's growth is far from its limit, with great potential to be tapped. Upon inspection, the changes in the World Tree are not particularly significant. The number of rebirths has increased to 8, with a cooldown time still at 20 seconds. But having 8 rebirth chances in 20 seconds is already more than enough. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible to die every 2 seconds. The abilities of the World Fruit have not changed, remaining the same as before. As the World Tree strengthens, the healing ability of the Spirit Flowers has also become more powerful. The Silver Tree Sap has already formed a small lake, producing 1,000 drops daily, with excellent effects. Now, a small amount of Silver Tree Sap can be given to the Human Emperor as a reward. It can also be supplied to Haoshan Zun and others, changing their talents, accelerating their cultivation speed, and helping them quickly enter the Dao Sovereign realm. In this advancement, the biggest change for the World Tree is its leaves. Under the power of the Great Tao, a few pieces of the world have undergone anomalies. The mutation of the World Tree leaves means they will gradually become spiritual materials. Among the countless leaves of the World Tree, 6 have mutated, corresponding to my 6 Great Taos. The 6 leaves are slowly mutating and will complete their transformation in a few decades, ultimately becoming excellent spiritual materials. Before Lin Moyo could check, he noticed a hint of chaotic aura on the 6 leaves. Good fellow, you've already booked them, huh? Lin Moyo couldn't help but laugh at infinite fusion. This guy has already reserved the 6 mutated leaves and left its mark on them. It was blatantly telling Lin Moyo, these are mine, don't take them. This was clearly a protective measure. If Lin Moyo really wanted to take them, it couldn't do anything, but of course, Lin Moyo wouldn't do that. Infinite fusion has helped me a lot, enduring hardships, and it deserves this. Lin Moyo approached Infinite fusion, gently touching it. You're very quiet during this advancement. Infinite fusion spun around, sending out a will, I want to evolve. Lin Moyo immediately asked, can you evolve after eating those 6 leaves? The will of infinite fusion came again. Great Tao spiritual materials can evolve. After evolution, it can fuse spells. Lin Moyo quickly understood, the mutated world tree leaves had become spiritual materials, different from ordinary spiritual materials. Ordinary spiritual materials could strengthen infinite fusion, but couldn't evolve it. However, the spiritual materials mutated from the world tree leaves, after absorbing the power of the Great Tao, were called Great Tao spiritual materials. After infinite fusion consumed them, it could evolve. After evolving, it could fuse spells. As the level of spells continued to rise, the requirements for fusion became increasingly high, and infinite fusion itself had to improve to complete the fusion. Returning to his senses, Lin Moyo muttered to himself, next, it's time to fuse the true body of the Great Tao. Then the first one will be the undying Great Tao true body. In the small house, Lin Moyo transformed into a half-gray, half-white giant, one side representing death, the other representing life. Evolving the true body of the Great Tao with the Tao Sovereign First Realm, this had never happened in the history of the Origin continent. Unknowingly, Lin Moyo once again created history. A Tao pattern flew out, merging with the true body of the Great Tao. The aura of the true body of the Great Tao suddenly strengthened, at least tripling in power. The amplification brought by 24 Tao patterns was astonishing. In that era, some ordinary Tao sovereigns, even at the 7th or 8th realm, only had a dozen or so Tao patterns. Lin Moyo, at the Tao Sovereign First Realm, had already condensed 24 Tao patterns, and it was not even the limit. No one would believe it if told. The true body of the Great Tao smoothly merged with the Tao patterns, and in the future, using the Tao patterns to display the true body of the Great Tao would be even stronger. Next, Lin Moyo would evolve the true bodies of the 6 Great Taos and fuse them with the Tao patterns. After half a day, all 6 Tao patterns were fully integrated. At this moment, the advancement that had lasted for more than 100 years was finally completely over. Feeling the powerful strength brought by the Tao Sovereign Realm, he showed a satisfied expression. In the Soul World, the summoning was still ongoing, and it would take some time to fill the vacancies. Pushing open the door, Lin Moyo walked out. The human emperor immediately said, "Congratulations to the Realm Master for achieving Tao Sovereign." Lin Moyo smiled, "It's been over 100 years, has anything happened?" The human emperor replied, "Indeed, some things have happened." He recounted the 2 invasions by the Dragon Elephant clan, and after listening, Lin Moyo already knew what was going on. The second time the Dragon Elephant clan was inexplicably killed, it must have been done by Antares. Lin Moyo had a vague idea of how strong Antares was. Killing a few Tao sovereigns didn't require him to take action personally, just a wisp of consciousness was enough. Moreover, neither Thunderlight nor the human emperor had discovered him. If he didn't want to be known, it would be difficult for others to find out. Lin Moyo smiled, "Regarding this matter, I have a clear understanding, no need to worry. How is Udao City?" The human emperor said, "Udao City is fine. Everyone knows the Realm Master is breaking through to Tao Sovereign, and everyone is diligently cultivating." Lin Moyo took out a pile of things, including various treasures, materials, world tree fruits, spirit flowers, and some silver tree sap. "Take these things, add them to the inventory, and use them as rewards." The human emperor naturally didn't stand on ceremony and accepted them directly. Now, Udao City was not yet fully on track, in a state of insufficient income, and Lin Moyo's things were very useful. Lin Moyo clapped his hands, "Alright, I'll go check out the city." Using the original spirit vein for teleportation, Lin Moyo instantly appeared outside the city. Over the years, Udao City had become increasingly magnificent, already showing the signs of a great city. Lin Moyo walked into the city, where millions of people lived. The streets were bustling, with people coming and going, and sometimes children could be seen running around. From everyone's expressions, it was clear that everyone was happy, obviously satisfied with their current living conditions. Under the management of the human emperor, everyone could gain fairness here. There would be no conflicts or disputes due to differences in cultivation levels. Anyone who dared to cause trouble in Udao City was courting death. Lin Moyo walked down the street, unnoticed by anyone. Lin Moyo seemed to walk in another layer of space, arriving outside the house where Little Mist and Little Moon lived. The door was closed, with no one guarding it. Lin Moyo could sense the presence of Little Mist and Little Moon. Chapter 2896. Chapter 2896, 2896. Chapter 2896. Lin Moyo lectures, fragrance fills the city. In the courtyard, Xiaoya was cultivating, while Xiaoya was playing with Xiaosan. Suddenly, Xiaoya stopped, looked up, and saw Lin Moyo had appeared in the courtyard. Xiaoya stared blankly at Lin Moyo, blinked twice, and then rushed over, clinging to Lin Moyo. She had previously said she disliked Lin Moyo, but her actions were honest. Xiaoya clung to Lin Moyo, "Stinky master, bad master, you haven't come to see me for so long." Lin Moyo smiled, "Has it been long? Compared to before, it hasn't been that long, right? Back then, when I went to the Boundary Sea, for the Great World, it was thousands of years in the blink of an eye. Now, it's only been a short while." Xiao wasn't listening to Lin Moya's explanation. I don't care, it's been a long time anyway. Her voice was a bit choked, clearly unhappy. Lin Moya gently patted Xiao's back to comfort her. Alright, I'm back now. Xiao also awoke from her cultivation, immediately stood up, and ran to Lin Moya, respectfully saluting. Congratulations, master, on breaking through to the Dao Sovereign Realm. After many years, Xiao had become mature and gentle. She had transformed from a little girl into a rare beauty. Her cultivation had reached the God Sovereign Realm, not far from the other shore realm. It was evident that Xiao was diligent in her cultivation and hadn't been lazy. Lin Moya had already learned about Xiao's cultivation from the human emperor. Xiao, with her innate jade soul, faced no bottlenecks in cultivation, always progressing smoothly. In just a few hundred years, she was close to reaching the other shore, a cultivation speed not much different from Lin Moya's back in the day. Lin Moya smiled. Xiao is very diligent, her cultivation speed is quite fast. Xiao said, Xiao's achievements today are all thanks to master. Lin Moya shook his head. I feel a bit guilty as your master. We've been apart more than together over the years, and I haven't been able to teach you much. Xiao shook her head. Master led me to the door. Cultivation is personal. Master has already given Xiao so much. Xiao's understanding was extraordinary, and Lin Moya couldn't help but sigh that he was indeed an unqualified master. Lin Moya said, in the coming period, I plan to give you a good lecture on the Tao. Xiao's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed happily, thank you, master. Xiao, with her innate jade soul, grasped the path of cultivation instantly. She had already understood all ordinary cultivation methods, and as Lin Moya's disciple, the human emperor's cultivation resources were unconditionally open to her. Lin Moya had instructed that Xiao should not be restricted in information. On the contrary, she should know every stage of cultivation, and she would adjust herself. This was the benefit of an innate jade soul, with comprehension far beyond ordinary people. Lin Moya intended to teach Xiao the true great Tao, his understanding of the Tao, not just one specific Tao. Ultimately, which Tao Xiao would comprehend and what path she would take, Lin Moya wouldn't interfere. Additionally, he would teach Xiao the Tao of the Heavenly Thunder Deist, including the Tao of formations within it. This was something Lin Moya had promised the Heavenly Thunder Deist he hoped Xiao could inherit his Tao. Xiao suddenly raised her head. Master, I want to listen too. Lin Moya chuckled. Did I ever say you couldn't listen? His gaze swept over, seeing Xiaosan nearby. Xiaosan obediently lay there, its mouse eyes looking at Lin Moya, with a flattering gleam. Lin Moya understood Xiaosan's meaning. You've done well over the years. Over the years, Xiaosan had found a source spirit vein outside. That source spirit vein had just formed, likely at the 5th level, and Xiaosan had stumbled upon it. Then Xiaosan used its talent to refine and bring back the source spirit vein, feeding it to the source spirit vein of Udao City. This increased Udao City's source spirit vein by 30%. If a few more could be fed, Udao City's source spirit vein might advance to the 8th level. Refining the source spirit vein was Xiaosan's talent, but each time it refined, it paid a price. After this refinement, it took Xiaosan a long time to barely recover. Lin Moya said, next time you find a source spirit vein, keep 10% for yourself. As he spoke, he waved and sent a ball of life force into Xiaosan. The life force carried abundant vitality, helping Xiaosan recover quickly. Hearing this, Xiaosan's eyes lit up, bowing repeatedly in thanks. Thank you, master. Xiaosan will definitely work hard to find source spirit veins. Lin Moya thought for a moment and threw 2 spirit flowers to Xiaosan, along with a bottle of silver tree sap. A bottle of silver tree sap contained about 1,000 drops, enough for a while. Spirit flowers are for saving your life. If you're injured, you can use them to heal. Drink 1 drop of tree sap daily, refine it well, it can speed up your cultivation. Xiaosan happily put them away, knowing that anything Lin Moya took out was surely good. Lin Moya took out 2 more bottles of silver tree sap for Xiao and Xiao. You too, take 1 drop daily while I lecture. Xiao happily accepted. Thank you, master. Xiao accepted the silver tree sap but clearly didn't want to come down yet. She hadn't hung on for so long and wanted to hang a bit longer. Moments later, Lin Moya sat cross-legged and began to lecture. Xiao and Xiao listened intently. Even Xiaosan, at the Tao Sovereign Third Realm, listened seriously. Others' lectures he could ignore, but Lin Moya was different. He felt that Lin Moya's teachings were useful to him. Spirit beasts typically rely on bloodline talent for cultivation and rarely listen to lectures. Lin Moya spoke with golden lotuses flowing from his mouth, each word a profound truth of the Tao. Initially hard to understand, mysterious and obscure, but upon careful listening, they were profound truths of the Tao. The power of the great Tao surged, the source spirit vein hummed, resonating with Lin Moya's voice. In the small courtyard, the power of the great Tao became extremely dense. Golden flowers appeared on the ground, filling the entire courtyard with fragrance. The fragrance wafted out of the courtyard, gradually filling the entire Udao City. Everyone in Udao City smelled the fragrance, each showing surprise. What a wonderful fragrance, what flower smells so good? This fragrance is strange. After smelling it, my cultivation realm is about to break through. Quick, find out where the fragrance is coming from. If smelling it has this effect, imagine obtaining the flower. Many began searching for the source of the fragrance, but it spread throughout the city, the same in every corner, impossible to locate. After several days, people finally gave up searching. In the following period, Udao City remained enveloped in fragrance, and many cultivators who were stuck in bottlenecks broke through during this time. People often sat down suddenly and began to break through while walking. In the city, only a few knew the source of the fragrance. Hao Shinzan and others wanted to listen to Lin Moya's lecture, but unfortunately, this lecture was specifically for Xiaoyu, and others had no chance to hear it. Above the boundary sea where East Continent and North Continent meet, a small, transparent, and adorable beast was flying rapidly. Its flying speed was fast, already reaching the Dao Sovereign Realm. However, the aura it emitted was very weak, not even reaching the Supreme Realm. Its eyes were determined, flying quickly towards East Continent. Chapter 2897. Chapter 2897, 2897. Catastrophe Chapter 2897 I Can Kill You. Lin Moya lectured Xiaoyu and Xiao on the Dao for several decades. During the lecture, Lin Moya multitasked, simultaneously condensing Dao patterns and studying formations. Multitasking had become a habit for Lin Moya, posing no pressure. He was doing 3 things at once, without interference. Xiaoyu was deeply engrossed in the lecture, and although Lin Moya wasn't teaching cultivation methods, it greatly benefited her. In just a few decades, Xiaoyu's cultivation level soared, progressing daily. She was nearing the peak of the God Sovereign Realm, just a step away from the other shore realm. Xiao was initially attentive, but after a while, she started to lose focus. Cultivation wasn't something Xiao enjoyed, but with Xiaoyu and Xiaosan focused on the lecture, she had no one to play with. She could only entertain herself, alternating between play and listening. As a spirit weapon, Xiao had heard countless lectures over the years, and this accumulation became her asset. Even without paying much attention, Xiao's cultivation level increased, an advantage of her unique nature. The condensation of the 25th Dao pattern was slow, taking Lin Moya 80 years to complete. He then began condensing the 26th Dao pattern, even slower, likely taking over 100 years. Fortunately, time wasn't doubled. Advancing to the Dao Sovereign Realm greatly aided in condensing Dao patterns. In the 100th year of lecturing, Lin Moya suddenly looked into the distance and stopped. Though he stopped lecturing, the Dao resonance lingered, and Xiaoyu and Xiaosan remained immersed. Only Xiao looked puzzled. Master, why did you stop? Lin Moya said, Xiaoyu is close to the other shore realm. This lecture is sufficient, more wouldn't be beneficial. Xiao responded, so, will you help Xiaoyu cross to the other shore? Let Xiaoyu comprehend it herself. Crossing to the other shore is best understood personally. As Lin Moya spoke, his gaze remained fixed on the distance, his brow slightly furrowed. Xiao noticed Lin Moya's unusual demeanor. Master, is something wrong? Lin Moya nodded, indeed, something's up. Stay with Xiaoyu, I need to handle it. Xiao replied, come back soon. Lin Moya acknowledged and disappeared instantly, using the origin spirit vein to teleport away. He teleported tens of thousands of kilometers, then spread his undead wings and flew rapidly forward. Lin Moya's gaze was fixed ahead, seeing a line of causality extending from afar, entwining him. A line of causality? Why is there a line of causality on me? Puzzled, Lin Moya knew causality lines didn't appear easily. Their appearance meant significant connection. He couldn't figure out who was on the other end, so he decided to investigate. If it was an enemy, he wouldn't let it affect Udao City. If a battle was necessary, it would be resolved outside. As he flew, Lin Moya's brow furrowed, sensing a peculiar aura. The aura was special yet familiar. After a moment's thought, Lin Moya realized, Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast. The beast that once called him father in the Soul Spirit Realm's ruins. Lin Moya accelerated, crossing tens of thousands of miles, finally reaching the end of the causality line. A strong great Dao force greeted him. Someone was fighting, and they were all Dao sovereigns. Seeing the situation, Lin Moya found it chaotic. Humans, demons, and insects. 3 parties were engaged in a fierce melee. In the center, the Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast was trembling. Lin Moya immediately recognized the Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast as the one that called him father years ago. Though it had grown, Lin Moya couldn't mistake it. Because he had caused its birth, it called him father, creating an unbreakable bond. Back then, he thought that if he reached the origin continent, it might guide him. But things changed, and he never saw it again. Soul Spirit Ancestor Beasts were unique, belonging to the spirit food category, typically residing in the North Continent, never seen in the East Continent. Its presence in the East Continent was strange. Lin Moya's heart trembled. Could it be looking for me? Recalling the Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast's traits, Lin Moya thought it possible. Soul Spirit Ancestor Beasts were special, existing between reality and illusion, with 2 innate abilities. One was Soul Power, similar to the Soul Great Tao, possessed by most Soul Spirit Ancestor Beasts. The other was Causality Power, rare among them, activated under specific conditions. All races coveted Soul Spirit Ancestor Beasts for their Causality Power. They hunted them, seeking traces of the Causality Great Tao in their bloodline. The Causality Great Tao, an illusory and powerful Tao, granted immense benefits once mastered. Thus, life for Soul Spirit Ancestor Beasts in the North Continent wasn't easy, often hunted. With this in mind, the situation became clear. The Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast sensed him and came from the North Continent to find him. It was discovered by demons, humans, and insects, sparking a battle as all 3 wanted to capture it. This explained why the battle didn't affect the Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast. Its aura was weak, clearly injured, and Lin Moya sensed it had reached the Dao Sovereign Realm. Soul Spirit Ancestor Beasts weren't known for combat, clearly outmatched by these opponents. But it wasn't in danger. They wanted to capture, not kill it. Lin Moya flew closer, and the Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast sensed his aura, looking his way. Seeing Lin Moya, it let out a weak cry, Father. The cry was tinged with joy. Seeing Lin Moyo, the soul spirit ancestor beast was visibly happy. Its voice reached Lin Moya's ears, and he sighed, "You've been through a lot." Those present had noticed Lin Moyo long ago, but as a Dao sovereign first realm, he didn't warrant their attention. Among the 6 demon Dao sovereigns, 3 were third realm, and 2 were second realm. The humans had 7 Dao sovereigns, 4 third realm, and 3 second realm. The insects had 2 insect mothers, both third realm, in battle form, extremely powerful. Each insect mother could fight multiple Dao sovereigns of the same realm without falling behind. The 3 parties were locked in a chaotic battle, unwilling to yield. The soul spirit ancestor beast's cry of father left the 3 parties momentarily stunned. The cry was directed at Lin Moyo. A soul spirit ancestor beast calling a human father was an odd sight. Lin Moyo flew over, becoming a 4th party, smiling, "Everyone, this little beast is mine. Can you let it go?" The human and demon Dao sovereigns wore strange expressions. Though they said nothing, it was clear they wouldn't let it go. An insect mother screeched, its piercing cry turning into a voice, "Why should we?" Lin Moyo sighed, "Because I can kill you." Chapter 2898. Chapter 2898, 2898. Chapter 2898. We are all human, we should help each other. The insect mother let out a sharp laugh, more piercing than before. A human Dao sovereign first realm guy claimed he could kill her. The insect mother's ultimate battle form was considered invincible among the same realm, only the dragon race could contend with it. Not only was the insect mother laughing, but the demon race was also laughing, and the human Dao sovereigns looked at Lin Moyo with strange expressions, clearly speechless. Before the insect mother could finish laughing, Lin Moyo casually pointed. There was no smoke or fire, no surge of the great Dao. The space where the insect mother was located twisted, and the bone hell suddenly appeared, enveloping the 2 insect mothers. The insect mothers reacted quickly, sensing danger, they screamed and attacked, trying to tear apart the bone hell and escape. But it was too late. Although their combat power was strong and invincible in the same realm, tearing apart the bone hell was still as difficult as ascending to heaven. The eye of hell opened, and a vast soul impact swept over the 2 insect mothers. Although it couldn't truly injure them, it was enough to make them feel soul pain. The insect mothers let out piercing screams, resisting the soul agony. Boom! Lava erupted, shooting into the sky like a fountain, trying to engulf the 2 insect mothers in the lava river. The insect mothers struggled madly, bursting out of the lava. Their strength was immense, their limbs like blades, cutting through the lava. The otherworldly flower swayed, scattering purple brilliance, greatly weakening the aura. Countless hellish fiends rushed out from the lava river, pouncing on the insect mothers. The insect mothers swung their sharp blades, slicing all the approaching hellish fiends. But the hellish fiends were not afraid of injury, nor of being slain, they madly swarmed from all directions. The insect mothers screamed continuously, frantically repelling the hellish fiends. The underworld black pool let out a loud noise, and the emerging underworld dragon opened its mouth to suck. The insect mothers were uncontrollably drawn towards it. They tried to resist the suction, but the hellish fiends pounced on them, biting down. With a single bite, the insect mother's carapace shattered, a piece of flesh torn away. The insect mothers screamed continuously, unleashing immense power to repel the hellish fiends. But then, the suction of the underworld black dragon intensified, and they were sucked into its mouth. Crunch! A teeth-gritting sound echoed, and the insect mother was directly bitten to pieces by the black dragon. The insect mother's carapace was very sturdy, but it couldn't withstand a bite from the black dragon. The black dragon had the same attributes as the hellish fiends, eating anything, biting anything. Although the insect mother was bitten to pieces, she wasn't dead, still screaming incessantly in the black dragon's mouth. She struggled madly, but to no avail, unable to escape. Crunch! Crunch! After 2 or 3 bites, the insect mother was completely crushed and died. The entire process was extremely painful and tragic for the insect mother. The other insect mother, after a struggle, was finally surrounded by hellish fiends and dragged into the lava river. She floated and sank in the river, screaming incessantly, but she too couldn't escape her destined fate. She suffered more than her companion, each bite from the hellish fiends brought her immense pain. Thus, she was torn apart by the hellish fiends. The demon and human Dao sovereigns watched with their hair standing on end, a chill running down their spines, feeling indescribable. Lin Moya smiled slightly. "So, do any of you still want to compete with me?" The demon Dao sovereigns looked conflicted, exchanged glances, and whispered, "Let's go." The Dao sovereigns turned and left without hesitation. Lin Moya's ability to easily kill 2 insect mothers meant his combat power surpassed theirs, and with human Dao sovereigns present, staying would only lead to their own deaths. The demon Dao sovereigns weren't fools during the 3-way melee, there might have been a chance. But now, the once dominant insect race was wiped out in a few moves, so what's the point of fighting? They didn't know when the human race produced such a monstrously powerful Dao sovereign, only at the Dao sovereign first realm, killing insect mothers as easily as cutting vegetables. The demon race left decisively and quickly, disappearing in an instant. The human Dao sovereigns didn't pursue its hard to catch a fleeing Dao sovereign. Lin Moyo had the ability to keep them all, but there was no need. In other words, he was too lazy to kill. Lin Moyo approached the soul spirit ancestor beast, which affectionately rubbed against him. This creature was 3 meters tall, its head alone as big as half of Lin Moyo. Now, lowering its head to nuzzle him, it seemed so soft and cute. Lin Moya's first thought was that Xiaoyu and Xiaowa would definitely like this guy. "Father." The soul spirit ancestor beast called softly, its voice gentle, even pleasant. Lin Moya took out a spirit flower. "Don't move, let me heal you." Although his power of life could also heal, it wasn't as effective as the spirit flower. and he could see that the soul spirit ancestor beast was indeed badly injured, its soul also hurt, and it had been some time, so healing with the power of life would take effort. The spirit flower bloomed, enveloping the soul spirit ancestor beast. Lin Moya then looked at the human Dao sovereigns. Fellow deists, there's no problem with me taking this soul spirit ancestor beast, right? How could there be a problem? Someone who could wipe out 2 Dao sovereign third realm insect mothers with a wave of a hand wasn't someone they wanted to provoke. Even if they could win, it would likely cost lives, and none of them wanted to die. The soul spirit ancestor beast was good, but you need to be alive to enjoy it. Moreover, no one could guarantee that obtaining the soul spirit ancestor beast would lead to comprehending the causality great Dao. Risking their lives for a mere possibility, these Dao sovereigns weren't foolish. They all had similar thoughts, immediately putting on smiles. No problem, since the soul spirit ancestor beast belongs to you, you should take it. Lin Moya nodded and smiled. Thank you, fellow deists. They immediately replied, you're welcome, you're welcome. We're all human, we should help each other. Lin Moya nodded. Here are a few leaves as compensation from me. Lin Moya gave them a few world tree leaves, and they recognized them at a glance as excellent crafting materials. Containing the power of the great Dao, they were Dao sovereign realm materials, quite valuable. Although they lost the soul spirit ancestor beast, this gain wasn't bad. One Dao sovereign smiled. Lin Deist is truly generous. We're from the Luo family in Tianing City, South Continent. If you have time, please visit us. Our peach blossom wine is quite good. Lin Moya said, sure, I'll visit when I have the chance. As he spoke, Lin Moya suddenly turned his head, looking to the other side, and said lightly, the demon race is still unwilling to give up. They were slightly stunned, not knowing what Lin Moya was talking about. A few seconds later, they suddenly sensed a powerful aura shooting from afar. Dark clouds gathered in the distance, the great Dao faintly visible, 10 giant pythons carrying clouds and wind howling towards them. The faces of the Luo family's Dao sovereigns changed, a true body of the great Dao, at least a Dao sovereign 4th realm expert. Lin Moya shook his head, it's a Dao sovereign 5th realm. The space beside him twisted slightly, and the giant sword Dao sovereign appeared, also manifesting a true body of the great Dao, transforming into a giant sword and flying out. The giant sword Dao sovereign moved swiftly, killing in an instant, giving the demon Dao sovereign no chance to retaliate. In a flash, the giant sword Dao sovereign returned, the dark clouds dispersed, and a giant python's body fell from the sky. Chapter 2899. Chapter 2899, 2899. Chapter 2899. Xiao Wu's talent, the fruit planted. The sudden appearance of the giant sword Dao sovereign was unexpected. The Dao sovereigns from the Luo family were relieved, grateful they hadn't acted, or they would have been dead. Who knows how this terrifying Dao sovereign's 6th realm appeared, but he did. After killing the demon Dao sovereign, the giant sword Dao sovereign quickly returned, standing silently behind Lin Moya, like a servant. The Luo family couldn't help but speculate about Lin Moya's identity, wondering what kind of person could have a Dao sovereign 6th realm as a servant. Lin Moya's gaze was gentle. Fellow deists, do you have any other business? The group understood that Lin Moya was issuing a polite dismissal, so they quickly bid farewell and left without hesitation. Lin Moya didn't watch them leave but looked further away. Thousands of kilometers away, several demon Dao sovereigns were retreating. These were the same demon Dao sovereigns who had left earlier, but they hadn't truly departed. Now, seeing their own Dao sovereign 5th realm expert being decisively killed, they were all shocked and fled. Lin Moya couldn't be bothered with them if they dared to come, he would kill them one by one. The spirit flower was healing the soul spirit ancestor beast, and as the flower shrank, the beast's aura quickly stabilized, likely to recover soon. After half a day, the spirit flower vanished, and the soul spirit ancestor beast was fully healed. Father! The soul spirit ancestor beast joyfully exclaimed, rubbing its big head against Lin Moya, like a spiritual beast version of a kitten. Lin Moya patted its head. How did you get here? The soul spirit ancestor beast was at the Dao sovereign 1st realm, not weak, but its racial traits meant it wasn't strong in combat. The Dao sovereign 1st realm allowed it to cross the boundary sea, but it was still dangerous. The soul spirit ancestor beast's voice was soft and cute. I sensed father's aura, so I came. Lin Moya asked, you encountered many dangers on the way, right? The soul spirit ancestor beast replied firmly, there were dangers, but it didn't matter. I was sure I could see father. Once I saw father, there'd be no more danger. Lin Moya asked curiously, why are you so sure? The soul spirit ancestor beast said, my bloodline ability told me I would definitely see father, and there would be no trouble. Lin Moya pondered and smiled slightly. Let's go home first, and you can tell me everything that happened on your way back to the North Continent. Hearing the word home, the soul spirit ancestor beast's eyes lit up. Okay, let's go home. The man and the beast flew towards Udeo City, not too fast, and along the way, the soul spirit ancestor beast recounted its experiences. The soul spirit ancestor beast is a unique spiritual beast, peculiar in its bloodline, heritage, and racial structure. There aren't many soul spirit ancestor beasts, with fewer than 1,000 in the North Continent. These 1,000 soul spirit ancestor beasts are divided into over 100 small tribes, each with no more than 10, and some as few as 3 or 4. This soul spirit ancestor beast's name is Soul 5, also known as Xiao Wu. It's the smallest in its tribe, which has only 5 soul spirit ancestor beasts. Xiao Wu was once a totem of a boundary sea world, also called the Soul Spirit Realm. Later, the Soul Spirit Realm engaged in a world battle with the Great World and was destroyed. At the last moment, Xiao Wu was summoned into the Soul Spirit Realm. The Soul Spirit Realm couldn't escape destruction, but because of Xiao Wu, a fragment of space remained. Xiao Wu also left behind a remnant soul. Before dying, Xiao Wu used its bloodline power to plant a fruit. Lin Moya later entered the soul spirit realm, becoming the cause of Xiao Wu's planted fruit. Xiao Wu was resurrected and returned to the North Continent. The price was losing its previous memories and seeing Lin Moya as its father. This is the causality Great Tao, quite unreasonable. The most terrifying aspect of the causality Great Tao is not knowing cause and effect but planting a fruit that inevitably leads to a cause. The planted fruit will inevitably come true, and the cause becomes a price. Xiao Wu's price was losing its memory and gaining a human father. After returning to the North Continent, Xiao Wu also returned to its tribe. Its power quickly recovered, soon becoming a Dao sovereign again. Xiao Wu was originally a Dao sovereign, but its power was suppressed when it descended into the soul spirit realm. This time, Lin Moya's advancement to Dao sovereign resonated with the Great Tao, allowing Xiao Wu to sense Lin Moya's location and rush over. On the way, Xiao Wu indeed faced many hardships. While crossing the boundary sea, it was hunted by some sea tribes. Fortunately, it had planted a fruit before setting out, ensuring it would see Lin Moya, so it ignored everything else, charging forward regardless of who tried to kill it. It suffered serious injuries but eventually reached the North Continent. Then it was targeted by the demon race, and the human race discovered it, leading to a battle as Xiao Wu continued its journey. Until the insect race arrived, Xiao Wu was surrounded by 3 parties with nowhere to go. But it was unafraid, sensing Lin Moya, knowing its planted fruit had come true. This causal journey's final fruit was meeting Lin Moya, with the soul injury and severe wounds as the cause. If Lin Moya had no means to heal it, the soul injury would be difficult to treat. If not handled well, its realm could fall. After hearing all this, Lin Moya patted Xiao Wu's head. "You're quite daring." Xiao Wu shook its head. "Daring doesn't matter as long as I see father." Lin Moya asked, "If you saw me and I couldn't heal you, would you plant another fruit?" Xiao Wu said, "Fruits can't be planted randomly. My bloodline ability is limited, and not every fruit can succeed. I can only plant one fruit every 100 years. Lin Moya asked, "What are the specific limitations?" Xiao Wu shook its head. "I don't know. Only when planting a fruit will I know if it works. If the fruit exceeds my ability too much, it won't succeed, and we'll suffer backlash." That makes sense. There must be limitations, or the causality Great Tao would be too domineering. Fruits can't be planted randomly. Exceeding one's ability leads to backlash. Xiao Wu can only plant one fruit every 100 years, regardless of success, and must wait another 100 years. There's another limitation. If the fruit is too distant, it can't plant a new one until the causal chain is complete. Only after a causal chain ends and 100 years pass can a new one be planted. There are many limitations, which Lin Moya understands. Though soul spirit ancestor beasts have the causality Great Tao talent, they only know how to use it, not the underlying reasons, which is a limitation of spiritual beasts. The Great Tao is fair, giving spiritual beasts enough talent but preventing them from enhancing it. Talent is both an advantage and a disadvantage. Chapter 2900. Chapter 2900, 2900. Chapter 2900. Fortunately, I didn't write Xiao Wu back. Yudao City was in sight, and Lin Moya released a surge of Great Tao power, which landed on the Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast. The Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast did not resist at all, having no guard against Lin Moya, who it saw as the closest person. This was the result of a cause planted long ago. The power of the Great Tao gave it this idea from the deepest part of its soul. The Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast was enveloped by an invisible force, following Lin Moya into Yudao City. In Yudao City, people came and went, but no one noticed them. Except for the human emperor, no one knew Lin Moya had returned. It wasn't until Lin Moya returned to his courtyard that he revealed himself. "Wow, Master is back." Xiaowa was about to pounce as usual when she suddenly saw the Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast beside Lin Moya. The white, misty, and cute Xiao Wu immediately caught Xiaowa's eye. Without thinking, Xiaowa abandoned the old for the new and pounced on Xiao Wu. "What a cute beast!" Xiaowa exclaimed, hugging Xiao Wu tightly. The Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast was 3 meters tall, and Xiaowa looked petite and delicate clinging to it. Lin Moya had already told Xiao Wu about the madwoman Xiaowa, so Xiao Wu wasn't alarmed and let Xiaowa hug her. Xiaoya smiled sweetly at Lin Moya. "Master, you're back. I'll make tea for you." Obedient Xiaoya was a stark contrast to the madwoman Xiaowa. Xiaoya quickly made tea, constantly absorbing and digesting the Dao Lin Moya had taught. She was not far from the other shore realm, needing just a little more to reach it. After making tea and letting Lin Moya sit down, Xiaoyu asked, "Master, who is this?" Lin Moya replied, "This is Xiao Wu." Xiaoyu acknowledged and turned to greet Xiao Wu. "So you're Xiao Wu." "Hello, I'm Xiaoyu." Xiaoer stood by, staring at Xiao Wu without blinking, muttering, "Isn't this the Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast? Such a rare Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast following Master back. My master is truly amazing." Through its bloodline heritage, it recognized Xiao Wu's true identity. Soul Spirit Ancestor Beasts are extremely rare, and once they appear, countless people rush to capture them. But Lin Moya didn't need to capture it followed him directly. Xiaowa continued to cling to Xiao Wu, jumping up and down, happily exclaiming, "So you're Xiao Wu." "I'm Xiaowa. You can call me miss. If anyone bullies you, just say my name, and I'll avenge you." Lin Moya laughed. "With your level of punching babies and kicking grandmothers, don't say that out loud." Xiaowa protested, "Master, you're undermining me." Lin Moya said, "I'm just telling the truth. A peak heavenly sovereign with combat skills probably not even matching an ordinary heavenly sovereign, it's embarrassing." Xiaowa stuck out her tongue at Lin Moya, indicating she wouldn't pay attention to him. Xiao Wu suddenly spoke, her voice still soft and cute, "Father, I want to change my appearance." Lin Moya nodded, "Go ahead." Xiao Wu agreed, and the mist around her began to change. Gradually, she became shorter, eventually becoming as tall as Xiaoyu. The mist gained color, turning into a pink long dress. When the mist completely dissipated, Xiao Wu's true form was revealed. Lin Moya's hand holding the teacup paused. Xiao Wu, you're a girl. Xiao Wu nodded. I was originally a girl. Lin Moya's mouth twitched. He never expected Xiao Wu to be a girl. No wonder her voice was so soft and cute. Fortunately, he hadn't ridden Xiao Wu back earlier. Knowing Xiao Wu was a girl, Xiao became even more excited. Wow, Xiao Wu is so pretty. She seemed ready to kiss her at any moment. Xiao Wu's voice was soft, filled with a smile. Sister Xiao is the pretty one. Lin Moya asked, Xiao Wu, now that you're here, what do you plan to do? Xiao Wu shook her head, indicating uncertainty. I just want to be with father, haven't thought about anything else. Lin Moya said, alright, then stay with Xiao and the others. Let Xiao show you around Udao City, and live here from now on. Xiao Wu was obedient and had no objections. Xiao grabbed Xiao Wu with one hand and Xiaoyu with the other. Let's go play outside. No matter when, the word play was always on Xiao's lips. Lin Moya also smiled. Go play, get used to it. With Lin Moya's permission, Xiao Wu left with Xiao and Xiaoyu. Although Xiao Wu seemed a bit naive, she was much more stable than Xiao. It was clear that Xiao Wu was a bit cautious and delicate. Wherever she appeared, people treated her as a treasure, not a cherished treasure, but a valuable one. Everyone wanted to study her, to gain the causality great Dao through her bloodline. But Lin Moya had no such thoughts. Not only Lin Moya, but Xiaoyu and Xiao were also full of goodwill towards her. Xiao introduced Udao City to Xiao Wu along the way, letting her know that Udao City was Lin Moya's city, and Lin Moya was its master. After they left, Xiaosan finally spoke. Master, that's a soul spirit ancestor beast. Lin Moya nodded. Yes, it is. Soul spirit ancestor beast, countless people want it, and Master got it. Xiaosan marveled, finding it incredible. Lin Moya glanced at it. Aren't you the same? Countless people want you, to study your bloodline. Xiaosan chuckled. That's why Master is the best. Lin Moya said, Xiao Wu calls me father, so I'll treat her as my daughter. You're not allowed to bully her. Xiaosan quickly shook its head. I wouldn't dare. If I bullied Xiao Wu, Xiaoyu and Xiao wouldn't let me off. Lin Moya smiled. Honestly, I'm not interested in Xiao Wu's bloodline, but I am interested in the causality great Dao. Xiaosan said, the causality great Dao is mysterious. Countless people want to comprehend it but can't find the way. In my bloodline memory, no one has ever comprehended the causality great Dao. Lin Moya was taken aback. No one. Xiaosan nodded. That's right, no one. Xiaosan's bloodline was ancient, and if even its bloodline had no record, then perhaps no one really had. Lin Moya thought of something, taking out a gourd, the causality gourd. The causality gourd was a treasure of the causality great Dao. If no one had comprehended the causality great Dao, how could this treasure exist? It could only mean that someone in the great world had once comprehended the causality great Dao, which should have been called the causality law at the time. Even in the origin continent, where few could comprehend the causality great Dao, someone in the great world could. This indicated that the great world had extraordinary depth. Tracing back, the Sea of Worlds was collectively called the Origin World, originating from an origin ancestral land, of which the Great World was a part. Lin Moya had seen many Sea of Worlds and personally destroyed and refined them, knowing that each world had great differences. Not in terms of level differences, but even at the same level, there were significant differences. The Great World was very powerful among the Sea of Worlds of the same level. This showed that the Great World was already very strong in the Origin World state, with deep foundations. Lin Moya didn't know how the Origin World came to be, but he believed it had an origin and didn't come from nowhere. This question might only be understood when he entered that origin ancestral land. Guys, this novel is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please support me via Patreon or consider buying a novel from our collection.
Every novel listed in the description comes with permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. You pay once, and if the novel is still ongoing, you'll receive all future updates automatically. No extra cost. Choose your novel from the description, then DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-Fi, or Patreon, you'll get instant access. Simple, secure, lifetime listening. Guys, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Your support means a lot.